Send on the big tune. Running through. Every time I see you, you be running through. Make it stop and y'all know who you running to. I don't know sometimes if you be telling truths. You be on the love post. Who you running to? Set you free. Cause you don't wanna spend time with me. And now you realize it's you and not for me. That I can seem to let go of that key. You be ringing my line. Then I pick up and smile. Asking you when you go best ride. It's a waste of my time. You be telling me you're on your way. Ran on my own night waiting for you to stay. All these lies you tell is leading me astray. And I don't really wanna do it, it is just that way. Running through. Every time I see you, you be running through. Make it stop and love on who you running to. I don't know sometimes if you be telling the truth. You be on the love, so you running through. Every time I see you, you be running through. Make it stop and love on who you running to. I don't know sometimes if you be telling the truth. You be on the love, so you running through. Lies I don't know how far to go. These ups and downs is killing me, but right now I'm not no joke. Can't be playing with no girls' emotion card tonight, be too cold. I'm that yo, that will roll up with you and show you I'm no joke. Saying up people's and this is great. What happens when a nigga be there? Why would you tell me to meet up if you get no communication that day? Baby, y'all know the time is the option. I ain't not here to set things till you lost it. I know you ever think of coming back. My G-car just have a bit of chilling in my own. I be sipping in my own. I be smoking in my own. I get making in my own. Chilling in my own. I be sipping in my own. I be smoking in my own. I get making in my running through. Every time I see you, you be running through. Make it stop and love on who you running to. I don't know sometimes if you be telling the truth. You be on the love, so you running through. Every time I see you, you be running through.
Hey,
stop and love on who you
running through.
I don't know sometimes if you be telling the truth. You be on the love, so you running through. Every time I see you, you be running through. Make it stop and love on who you running through. I don't know sometimes if you be telling the truth. You be on the love, every time I see you,
you be running through. You running through. Telling true. You be on the love. Hey, big tune. Nice to start with a bit of Sheffers. Nice to start with a bit of Sheffers. What are we gonna do? Let's go for.
Iron God. Iron God. Iron God. One time, me I show my team the man them gonna shine. Shout out tots, kind of a soldier. Them of the bars I set the youth culture. Shout out Nay, yes him the star boy, only for class he make the girls way. Shout out REDPILLTRILL, cousin culture. Him have the flows with taste and flows like Cobra. Shout out 5-star, yes him the mind star. Killers and a fly for when him learn a Minecraft, my team turn up and move a fire. Walk in the room, catch the house on fire. When we want them move, can't step in our shoes. You never know, say them can round with the crew. Cause it's too few, not any gold body. Can't jam a crew. Iron God, you can't pass. Create the flow, no make the team crowd. Everybody knows how we set the bar, put on with sneakers, for far with the stars. Iron God, you can't pass. Create the flow, no make the team crowd. Everybody knows how we set the bar, put on with sneakers, for far with the stars. When my phone stands up as a flows I'm chosen. Them no know some who shall I tune and show them one. Creative juices make them choose them golden. Me I show them how to do it not take me long, so me I make them jump slow. Where them take me far, no. Me I clown them some more. I'm a playtime. Me I start a movement where everybody shine. Stand up and fight cause all basic alike. How we set the vibes, how we no bad mind. My mind, I'm a playtime. Me I start a movement.
This your boy Jedi for Jedi Online, Trilluminati Live, Red Pill Trill, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live, and please put the number of your like in the chat. You know, like that.
Team crowds, everybody knows how we set the bar, put on with sneakers, one bar with the stars. I'm on God, you can't pass. Create the flow, no make the team crowds. Everybody knows how we set the bar, put on with sneakers, one bar with the stars. I'm on God, you can't pass. Create the flow, no make the team crowds. Everybody knows how we set the bar, put on with sneakers, one bar with the stars. I'm on God, you can't pass. Create the flow, no make the team crowd. Everybody knows how we set the bar, but time with sneakers, but power with the stars.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. King Seth. Chevelle Anderson. Yeah. Yeah. Look. Yeah. Stay to myself, mindset like a soldier. Maintain life with your tears on my shoulders. Do a little yoga till the stress turns sober. On the main line with the kings, moving culture. Stay within the spirit, make time
For the culture.
Ever changing with the stars, yeah, supernova. Climb with the best, we define God's chosen.
Hey,
Stay on
big
the
up,
left,
flames.
till my prime felt golden. Effect, so my mind stayed open. Graduate time, make way for the throne. Educate myself, put the sword from the stone. Live a life of fair, but the money makes you grown. Smelling like Savage.
Wine in my glass.
Pouring out the liquor on the
Run from the past.
main line tested with the snakes in the grass. Yeah, I took the chance.
Hey.
More lives to
Wanna live your life. No one. Live your life. Right. Hey.
Look, happy flow, live show. I stay fully closed. Cross time made my path, case you didn't know. Ultra being, all seeing on the dark road. Third eye multiply deep from the soul. All in my space, complete the hidden goals. Full of fancy clothes with the swag, Holy Ghost. Head to watch me grow, taking life fully slow. Dressed with the work, but we try to stick together. Tough times ahead, rough
Like Egyptian leather.
free the mind, take the time to release the pressure. Hidden gems, that's the jewel, never follow rules. Complicate the mission on site with the tools. Mind vast, thought never shed a tear. When the clouds clear, find me by the open stairs.
Hey.
Right home with a message just to beat my fears. Stay your ears, listen up.
Live your life. Come on, family. Big up everyone inside. Please let us know the number of your like in the chat, man. Say hello to someone you don't know. Trilluminati Live, the best YouTube channel, YouTube streaming thing going on the internet, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, we're here, we're Trill, and we're live, man. Hey. Let's get another one from Shebs, man. Where's our one?
This tune needs to be on radio, though, still. I feel like every time I hear it, I feel like I heard it on the radio or some shit.
I know, man. It's just, it's got a nice vibe to it.
Yeah, still. Big up Telly Shevs.
Yeah. yeah, what are we gonna do? I'm gonna play one more, Chevs. I'll move to another artist. We'll start this show. I know I'm late, and I gotta get my hair done today, so I can't even chill. Like about 3, I gotta dust out. I'll be back around 5, and then I can chill. So it's mad. I'm gonna need some assistance today. You know? Sorry, man. I gotta get my.
I would have done my shit earlier, bro. You get me? Organized and that.
Brother, Jim was.
Oh, you went gym earlier today, yeah?
Yeah. Just come.
Come on, big up yourself, Jeds. Consistency is key to set yourself free.
7:30, I was in the gym. It was. I've changed my routine. Like yesterday, I was talking about. I've been doing what they call the bro split, which is every day do a different body part for about 5 days.
What's it called?
Like they call it the bro split, like the brother split. Like,
wait. Pause that, man.
Yeah, well, by split they mean how you split up your exercises, right?
Yeah.
And bro is just like saying, it's like in weightlifting.
Gym partner sort of business.
Nah, in weightlifting, bro is just like basic. Bro means basic or whatever. Like when they talk about bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when they talk about like bro science or bro split or bro something, it's basically basic, not that educated. When you first jump on something, you're on the hype and you think you know what go on, but it's not advanced at all. So that's why they call it. It's basically saying the basic way that people train, right? And you probably think this was the best way to train because you're just using bro science, right? But once you actually get into the science and the research, you realize that you might want to stimulate each body part, each muscle, more than once in a week. And if that's the case, if you get to that point, if you reach a plateau, if you reach a level of growth and then you don't seem to be growing more, or a level of fat loss, you don't seem to be losing more fat or whatever, you just stay stagnant, then you want to look to switch up your workout. This is the key to actually looking like you've been going gym, is to keep constantly changing up your workouts so your body don't get used to it. So you do these splits. For instance, I am now doing the push-pull split, which means on one day, I do all the pushing motions. Yeah, that's bench press, shoulder press, tricep, anything that's to do with pushing, I'll do it on that day. The next day, I will do pull. Anything to do with pulling, that's curls, bicep curls. That's all back exercises. That's all rear deltoid exercises. After that, you do legs. Pretty self-explanatory, except for the fact that now you're doing legs twice a week, you can afford to train different parts of your leg on different days. So you might want to do a quad focus day, and then the next time do a hamstrings focus day. Or you might want to do like all body, like free weight on one time, and then machines the next day. Like you can fuck around with it. For instance, I'm doing chest twice a week. I can now do, do you know what? I'm only doing upper chest this session, and next session I'm only doing lower chest. I can now afford to do that because I'm training my chest twice a week rather than once. Right. I hope that. So that means you
I just that.
Yeah, you increase the volume and you increase the stimulation to your chest, but you can also increase fatigue, and fatigue will actually make you lose gains, drop out the gym, not be motivated, and stop training. So you got to find that balance where you're not burning yourself out too much, but you're keeping yourself on the edge. Yeah. Andrew Tate business.
So what? Yeah, you see, the powder, protein powder. I remember you saying you might take it. I'm not sure if you did or not.
Nah. It really blocks my stomach out. I took like half a scoop the other day. It's whey. It's literally made out of the shit that I'm trying to not intake. So it's not really happening for me, but I keep it there just in case. On a day where I feel like maybe I've not ate enough food or I've not had enough protein, then I might fling that in. But mainly I'd just say no. Like, allow it. Escape from your food, man.
Yeah. I heard that.
It don't have to be meat. It can be veg, you know?
And where are you at? Are you still in the same place in terms of your mindset with meat? Pause. Or has there been a difference in like, do you think you're eating less meat now? Are you more conscious of the meat that you eat, or you just think fuck that vegan shit?
I'm trying to keep my protein intake high, but I mainly eat chicken. I mainly eat chicken. I don't really get a lot of red meat during the week. I wanna step my fish game up as well and get more fish in. Yeah. I'm definitely not like I'm not really a steak man. I'm not really like a burger man. I'm not like, so chicken is my thing. Like every night for the past month, I've had the same dinner.
Is it? Fucking hell, bro.
It's like
you must really enjoy it, or I don't know.
Nah, it's not even that. It's like I'm getting past that. I'm trying to get past that enjoyment. No, I eat it because I need to eat. I need to get my protein in, and that's just what it is. I don't care whether I enjoy it. I don't enjoy it. That's what I'm eating. I'm not. You know what I mean? Because it's like my issue was carbs in the evening. I'm having a bolognese or a pasta thing at 8, 9. That's no good for what I'm trying to achieve. You get me?
No, 100. Because only recently I've been feeling a way when I know I'm eating and I know I'm not even hungry, but I'm eating. Or I've got enough food because I'm hungry, but then there's a point where I know I'm full, but I'm just finishing my food. Which is, I don't know, it's like a catch-22 because I know that I'm just overeating. I know I'm full, but I'm still eating. It's mad. And even when took the shrooms a little while ago, I had to stop. I had to be like, right, you're full, bro. Like, you stop. You know what I'm saying? I know it sounds stupid, but I think a majority of people don't know how much they should be eating. They don't know what a portion is.
Yeah, a portion. Like, I'm on low carbs. Like, I'm talking to Shri as well. Like, she said, balance your protein out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going crazy on protein. I'm just saying I keep in my same protein intake, but my carb intake has gone down. Like, I hardly eat carbs. Like, really, really, the carbs is about lunch. Like, right now, I'm having my breakfast smoothie. It's late. There's no carbs in that. I've got a shot of spirulina and Corella just looking at me like, when you gonna drink me? Yeah, just dark green. There's some protein in that. No carbs. Lunchtime, I don't know what I'm gonna grab. I'm gonna grab something. That's gonna be the main of my carbs. And then when it comes to this evening, there'll be no carbs again. Really, it'll be like salad and chicken. And depending on how much carbs I get in the afternoon, I might might find something to try and add to that, because I don't want to be on no carbs, and that's where all my energy comes from. I'm definitely cutting the carbs down because I'm on a fat burning journey. So the reason why I cut carbs, for those that don't know, I know it might be boring for you lot. I'll get off this subject in a minute. The reason why I cut carbs to burn fat is because your body uses carbs as fuel. And when your body needs fuel, it will burn the carbs. But you also have fat reserves, and your fat reserves will just kind of just sit there, right? So what I try to do is deplete my carb reserves so that, and I train like on an empty stomach and that, right? So that when I'm in the gym and I start burning and looking for fuel, my body rips through the little tiny bit of carbs is there and starts using the stored fat, as fuel, which then makes you look better, lighter, and you are healthier. So yeah, I'm trying to burn away my stored fat, and trust me, I got loads of stored fat hidden. Even after all the visible stored fat, I got internal stored fat that I need to work
cardiovascular.
Yeah, and that's what I need to work on. So I'm just trying to get to that level where I can work on that. Yeah, that's enough anyway, man. Any more advice? Anything else you want to know? Hit up Ultra Sapiens on Instagram. Tell them I sent you. Hit up South _ at South _ if you want some advice, tell him I sent you. And hit up Motion. I forgot Motion's fitness page, man. But message me for Motion's Fitness page and I'll send it in. If you don't write it in the chat, I'll send it in, man, and you can go over and fuck with Motion, you know, fully trained. All my friends are fully qualified PT at the least. Some of them even got advanced qualifications and whatnot. But all my mates that I'm sending to, they're all qualified. They've all made money and make money out of
fitness and health.
Yeah. And yeah. And they're in great shape themselves, so they're not just, you're not gonna be like a fat nutritionist. Big up, Shree.
I'm gonna like Shree, big up.
Big up. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, y'all. I love this conversation.
Yeah,
and it's kind of funny that you're talking about this today, because yesterday I cussed out Shaheed.
Oh, why? Why'd you cuss him out?
I didn't mean to, but he started talking about his workouts. And he was saying how he does leg press and all this other stuff. And I was like, well, what's the weight for your leg press? He said 100 pounds.
100 pounds?
Yeah, the equivalent for y'all is 100 pounds for us, the way he said it.
Yeah, what is 100? What is that? Okay.
And I was like, okay, do you lift your arms? Do you use arm weights and stuff? He was like, yeah. I said, well, how much? 100 pounds.
Huh?
Yeah, thank you.
Lying.
What is 100 pounds in kg? Anyone quick enough to throw that up?
I had to get that's why I had to curse him out of frame, because I'm an American. I don't need to get no goddamn converter. Like,
oh, you on the correct time, yeah?
I'm late with all this mess. I don't care about kilograms and meters and all that. Come on, just give me my basic American shit.
It's 45 kilograms.
Right.
He's doing 45 kilograms on his arm.
On his arms and his legs, which to me makes no sense whatsoever.
Legs is believable, 45 kg on the legs, but if you're curling 45 kg, boy,
he's not.
Boy.
But this is what I mean. If you're curling 100 pounds, why are you leg pressing 100 pounds? You should be able to do double. Your legs have bigger muscles.
Yeah, or triple at least.
Right. I mean, I can leg press 350 pounds without working out for a whole month and a half.
Jeez.
You know, and he's 180 pounds. Or whatever he said in stones, which he was about to get me upset again. But yeah, so it's funny that y'all, I mean, I didn't get to have any more of the conversation because he left the panel, but I was trying to tell him, you know, if you're a beginner and you really want to build muscle and all this, you need to find your 1 rep max, work around your 1 rep max, and then try to go heavier. Now, if his 1 rep max on his legs is 100 pounds, he needs help. And I'm like, how come ain't no men out there to help you? Ain't no men in the UK to help your ass out? You, what the fuck? You know all this shit. Well, you don't know nothing. But I didn't come up here for that. I really came up here to talk about the carbs. I'm sorry, y'all. I just threw it off for a second.
Nah, it's cool. It's cool.
How y'all?
We wasn't listening anyway. Yo, big up, Ari.
Hey,
Ari.
Big up, Ari.
I know Cherie off into her fitness and everything like that, and you know, with the building of the muscles. Now I'm beginning, but let me know something. How can y'all help me with this jolly horse shit, man? This shit
you need more. So you need to take salt, and you need to drink more water, Ari.
What is that? What did you say, Ari? Charlie, what?
Charlie horse.
What's that? What's that?
When you catch a cramp in your leg or your hip and it's really bad and it's like you can't move at all and it's just like sudden.
Okay. Go on. Go ahead.
Out here, Charlie horse.
Okay.
I'm still big shitty, man. I just looked at that. Okay. Well, yeah. Well, I'm in pain right now. I'm trying to start off with the. Well, I'm not trying to build no muscles, you know, or nothing like that. I just want to, you know, stay fit. Stuff like that, but with this, with the cramps after the fact, it wake me up out of my sleep. You said Epsom salt?
No, regular salt. You need a little bit of regular salt and put it on your tongue, and then drink some water. You'll feel better. I used to catch Charlie horse a lot when I used to run track as a kid, so I had to keep salt nearby because I would catch Charlie horse in the middle of the street.
I'm gonna try it.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Also, try stretch out a bit more after the workouts and stuff. That's
That's a
something I
fact.
don't do. But yeah, stretch out, man. And you know that
You see, Jed, I
rolling.
was gonna ask you about that.
I don't stretch, Shri. I don't stretch, man.
And see, that's what I was going to ask you about, because a lot of times when men and women have these muscle plans, they don't include stretching, and it is important for your muscles to stretch.
It is. I know this.
Because you don't want them to look too contracted. You know what I'm saying? And then you
It's like
still
a
look
mental-
big. If you want to look lean, you're going to have to stretch.
Yeah. 100%.
And then what I wanted to say about the whole carbs and protein thing, if you're able to get a certain percentage of your carbs and your protein, especially after you work out, you can have that burn for an hour longer than you usually would if you just worked out, left the gym, and that was it.
Big up, family. Like, comment, and subscribe.
Hey,
Hit the
big up,
cash app,
Indigo.
PayPal, all that.
Big up, big up.
Yeah.
And these fellows.
R.E., what you doing?
Wait a minute. Is that a pause, Cherie?
Huh?
What I did?
No. Well, it is for me because I ain't never heard you do it.
I just heard it.
Big up you, man. You know, good vibration. But what was I going to say? Look, with me, I'm trying to put on weight. I've started to do 2 shakes a day. One a protein shake, one in the morning, and one at night. And trying to increase, like, #4 meat into more meat into my diet. So that's the only way that I can seem to actually have weight, is if I eat meat. Pause.
It's just MD, yeah. Is it because you eat a little, or is it just your metabolism?
I
You're
reckon
not.
it's my metabolism. Do you know what I mean? Because like I feel like it's not just my metabolism, because I am an active person just in general. I walk a lot of places. You know, I'm consistently on the move.
Yeah.
However, like in terms of like genetics, family wise, mashallah, most of the women are full figured. You see what I'm saying? And prior to me stop eating meat, I was the same. And then obviously when I went on sort of the plant-based thing, I started to lose the weight, and then it kind of stopped at a certain level. But then now I'm trying to put on weight, but the only way it can seem to happen is if I eat meat. #4. Yeah.
And if you got an issue with eating meat,
Do you know what? Because it was so long since I actually had it, it took me a while to adjust myself to it.
oh, you jumped off eating meat. You wasn't eating meat recently. You just started recently.
I just started recently eating meat again. Yeah.
Oh,
Like the past maybe 4 or 5 months.
Right, you gotta explain these things, man. Okay.
MD, do you work out? Do you
Don't
go
get
to
me
the
wrong.
gym?
There may be times where I slip up, but that's if it's certain like family functions and they're cooking certain things. You know, I'm not gonna lie. Yes, I would.
You're like, I want some of that.
You know,
MD, how often are you in the gym?
Do you know what? I haven't been in the gym for a while, a long time still, but I do train at home. Well,
Okay.
I've started to because I wasn't well, so for the past month or so, I haven't done anything. But
Same with
now
me.
I'm restarted. It's like we were saying on the show the other day. Was it you, Jedi? You're saying if you start today, like 5 months down the line, you would wish you had started today, innit? Something like that.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
what do
I'm
you do at
starting.
home? What do you do when you're at home?
Me? What?
Yeah. When you're at
push-up.
home, how do you work out? What do you do?
Yeah, squat, push up, leg lift. I do the thing. I don't know what the proper name is. You know when you kind of raise your legs, but you make like a circle with it. And
Yes.
it's good for your weight.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a form of a fire hydrant. Yes.
Yeah. It's good for your weight. And also,
So
obviously, I do skusta, which is my traditional dancing, which is I do everywhere and anywhere. I don't care.
So when you do these things, are you using weights?
Do you know what? Like I said, I've just started now retraining, so I haven't added any weight just because obviously, like I said, health issues. I'm just kind of pacing myself before.
One more question for you. Are you over the age of 35?
Yes.
You need weights.
Even if they're 5 pounds, you need weights.
Why'd you say that? I'm curious. Yeah, go ahead.
Because it's well known out here that women over 35, if they want to build muscle, lose weight, look slim,
I'm not trying to lose weight. I'm trying to gain weight.
No. When I say lose weight, I'm gonna say lose fat. Let me rephrase that. You want to gain
I ain't trying
muscle.
to lose fat either.
You want to gain muscle though, right?
Huh?
You want to gain muscle?
I'm trying to lose fat.
Okay, so hold on, RE. You want to gain muscle, MD?
Well, obviously, I don't want to be like a man, muscular like a man. But yeah,
no, nobody wants to be muscular like a man, and you got to go through way too much to be muscular like a man. So I'm not talking about that type of muscle at all. I'm talking about a feminine type of muscle.
Tone muscular frame, yeah.
So when you want to build muscle like that, one thing that's very important for men and women is to lose body fat percentage. A lot of times we say, oh, let's lose weight. Yeah, you can lose weight. But if your body fat is still high, it doesn't look like you gained anything. When you lose body fat, that's where you get the definition. So you want to balance out your body fat percentage so that it does look like you've gained some type of muscle.
First, I'm not really concerned about definition at this present moment in time, right?
Okay. I get it. I don't know what your body looks like, so I get it. I understand. I'm just saying.
Hey, y'all, Warren Rich said, yo, Jez, I don't work out, but I want women that are in the gym. Any advice or pickup lines I should use?
Pickup lines? IE, what's going on? Oh,
that's what Rich wrote right on there.
No pickup lines.
Just work out, man. The woman will come right to you and say you're doing something right or wrong.
And that's what I real women. If you want a woman that's just playing in the gym, you know, just to look cute for men, you ain't really got to do too much. Just start working out.
Right, yeah. So you not answering Born Rich's stupid question, yeah?
Yeah. You posted up there.
Yeah, no, because I had to leave the room, but I posted up there so everyone can see how stupid this guy is. Right. Yo, kids, I don't work out, but I want women that are at the gym. Any advice or pickup lines I should use?
Meet them at the library.
Yeah. Or
that's
you can wait outside. Wait outside. Wait outside the gym.
Let's go to Jubilee.
Because if you ain't exercising your body, Born, at least she knows you're exercising your mind, you know? So go to the library.
Yeah, but wait. He wants a woman that's at the gym. So he's going to the library. That's not going to help him.
Yeah, of course it will. Because most women, if they're looking for research or something like that, they'll go to the library.
No,
you know
One Rich, I tell you, go to a yoga class, but you
whatever, man.
No, MD, you can't tell it. He wants a woman from the gym. You send him to the library. That don't make no sense.
Yeah, because I tell you why. Because a woman, she would want to. Most women will generally maintain their physique, yeah. But for a man, generally speaking, I would say most women I know. Generally,
women hardly work out, especially black women. This is the thing.
What? Where
you
live?
You see, listen, man.
But to be fair, we've got natural.
Oh my God! Don't get triggered. Let the man say a word. I have a dream. One day, I will get through a sentence without triggered females everywhere interrupting. Now, I have a dream. Now, but for real, seriously though.
Listen, Jedi. This is why you need to go to the library.
Wait. I don't believe black women are in the gym as much as women from other races. Now, I know, especially in my gym, lots of black women there, right? But I've been gyms all around the country, and I've had an interest in sports and fitness all around the country, and I'm a trained personal trainer. And my friends are trained personal trainers that own gyms and all sorts, and they can assure you, yes, when a sister goes to the gym and she starts doing her thing, the whole gym gonna stop and watch her, and she's just gonna have that vibe and she's gonna kill it, and she's dedicated and she's the best, rare. But when it comes to numbers, statistic-wise, black women are not training, and we're trying to encourage them. You know why? Because they've got certain body shapes already. They're coming off the end of their teens, their early womanhood, and they feel like they don't need nothing. I don't need to go out. I'll go gym for it. Like rare. You get me?
Very
My body
true.
like
Yeah,
this
very
since I
true.
was 15. Rare. But they're not training. And there's lots of women that could benefit from entering a gym and training.
You know what's crazy, Jedi? If I can't really say that in America, and yes, I am a certified personal trainer, and yes, I'm a certified yoga instructor, and da-da-da.
Yeah.
But what I see with Black women in America is they don't work out because they too quick to go to DR or wherever they go, Costa Rica, wherever, to get the BBL and all that other stuff.
Yes.
But here's the problem, Jedi. Before you go get the BBL, the doctor going to tell you to work out and lose some weight.
Right.
After you get the BBL, they're going to tell you go in the gym, work out, so that your butt don't look like a friggin' football, an American football, not a soccer football.
My issue was I didn't want to go to the gym because I was already muscular. I didn't want to be built up like no dude.
You don't have to be RE.
That's the number one thing women say, right? That's the number one thing women say. I don't want to get all massive.
It gets on my nerve, Jedi.
Yeah, it takes a lot of it takes a lot of dedication for a woman to become that level of
it takes a whole lot. You got to work out like 2-3 times in a day.
And then even more, when you see them jacked women, they're on steroids, baby. Don't worry about that.
Listen,
there's something about their jawline, innit? You can tell from the woman's
jawline.
She's on,
And the steroids nowadays are so innovative. It's crazy. Like, but you can definitely tell, especially when you have the natural bodybuilders versus the Mr. Olympias and all of that.
You see what hard work and dedication gets a natural person. I've seen it, and then I've kind of seen there's dudes like now they're famous in the industry. They claim they got this body via nature, and they're lying. They're lying.
They always have some kind of help. It's always some kind of help. It's even like HGH or something.
Right. Even if they're not using it now, there's something that got them to a certain level.
Right.
First, you know?
Right. I'm not even going to deny that. I know way too many bodybuilders to say, oh, no, that's not true. No, it's true.
Yeah, they be on the juice, man. But
peep this, Jedi. This is what I usually tell women who feel like, I don't want to get too big. I don't know if you guys will know these cartoon characters, but I know RE will. RE, you know He-Man and She-Ra, right?
Yeah.
When you work out, listen, most women, when they work out, they think they're going to look like He-Man. You're not going to look like He-Man. You're going to look more like She-Ra. Okay,
that makes sense.
You got to do way too much to look like friggin' He-Man. I guarantee you, if you do your shit right, you're gonna look like.
I don't even know how He-Man.
It's not even looking like He-Man because it's just, I don't know. Like sometimes you work out and then your body shape will change, innit?
Yeah.
And
it'll change, but then see what happens is a lot of times before you lose weight, the fat shifts around. So it'll be like you might lose a couple inches in your waist, but you might gain a couple inches in your hip before you actually lose or build whatever you need to lose or build. That's naturally what happens with fat. Before it goes away, it shifts around. And then it'll burn off.
See, that's easy for you to say because you're more like you're not slim, but you trim. Me, I was always husky. Stout.
But there was a time when I was husky. There was a time when I was big. There was a time when I weighed 175 pounds.
But you got height.
What's 175 pounds in
I'm
stone?
5'2", 5'3".
But I'm just saying, you already know how the body shape is. The reason why I didn't want to go to the gym because I know if I built up my legs where I already had nice calves, I didn't want them to be like men calves. You know what I mean?
They don't have to be.
But
I really,
and you don't have to work out at the gym either.
all I wanted to go to the gym for. Everything was in place, but my damn stomach, especially after having kids.
But you don't have to go to the gym. Like MD, she does it at home. You can walk, you can climb stairs. You know, stairs is great leg building work. Walk up and down some stairs.
As well, yeah.
That'll make your legs look nice and feminine. You ain't got to have He-Man legs.
Okay.
Or Popeye legs, because I naturally have Popeye
what's
legs.
170 pounds? What's that in stones?
For what height?
She don't know that.
Girl, you making me pull out
Nose is our problem. She like the
Someone in the
detail.
chat do the calculation, please.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum, Empress Becca. Are you good?
Y'all forget I'm fucking American.
Walaikum salam, say Shugit.
I'm good.
Blessings.
Bless up.
Okay, that's what I've been doing. Literally, like I said, I've been having
Stones to
2 cakes a
pound.
day.
Lord of Jesus. Oy, oy, oy. 12.5 stone.
Okay, that's so. Oh, but then for your height, yeah, I can see how it would be. Yeah, but you said you're 5'2", right?
5'3".
Oh, 5'3". Okay, yeah.
I tell people 5'3.5" to be cute, but let's just be real.
Now the biggest I've ever been was 85, and then
85 stones.
85 stones. That's the biggest I've ever been, and that was my pre children weight. Does that make sense? So it suited my frame because I'm quite tall. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But the way I am now is the lightest I've ever been in my life, and I don't like.
Wait, 85 stones or 8.5 stones?
Oh no, 85 kg. So that's 13 stones.
Oh,
13 and a
kg,
half stones. Sorry, my bad. I'm getting
you weighed
mixed up with
1,000 pounds. I'm like, what the hell?
No, 85 kg. Yeah. So it's like 13 stones, isn't it? Look, everybody coming at me in the chat. You know what I'm saying, yeah? Don't nitpick.
Okay. Now I know how much you weigh.
But right now I'm the lightest I've ever been. So for me personally, I don't think it suits my the way I am now. Don't really suit my height. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then I was listening to what you were saying about nutrition. You know, everybody is individually different. You know, I can eat whatever. I'm a flexitarian, so to speak. I can eat meat. I can do seafood. I can do vegan, vegetarian. You just got to know how the best way it works for you. And if you're a person that meat works for you and you know how to keep lean meat and all that and it's healthy, I don't tell people no. You know, I don't say no, don't do it, because there are people out there who can have a pure vegan diet and still have muscle and, you know, execute goals and stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. But you got to know how to do it real good, because people try to turn vegan and get sick. I've seen too much of that go on too, you know, and then they go from.
Because of the meat, lack of protein, or
nutrition.
Not only lack of protein, but there's a lot of nutrients that, like, for instance, when you become a vegan, you have to find supplemental B12, you know? You have to find, there's certain nutrients that you can't, there's certain nutrients that you get from meat that we're used to getting from meat. Let me put it like that. And it's hard to obtain certain things from only vegetables or, you know, being a vegan. So you really, and then a lot of people have certain deficiencies or allergies that they may not even know about. So they might just switch to becoming a vegan and miss out on those things and get really sick because they didn't plan it properly. They just think, oh, let me eat kale for the rest of my life. And, you know, they get sodium overload and they don't get enough everything else in there. So it's, you know, you really have to plan shit out.
Okay.
Like JEDI was saying in the beginning, because it sounded like he plans his stuff out really good. And a lot of people don't do that. They're just like, let me go do this and that's it.
Yeah, I watch JEDI and I watch Big Chief in the morning, and you when you post, you know what I'm saying? You don't usually do stories like Jed and Big Chief.
No, I don't do the YouTube thing with my stuff. I used to go on Bigo, but I'm gonna start doing more Instagram shit.
Right.
Because you know, one thing.
Oh man, this other social app with all kinds of craziness.
It's live streaming. You get paid to live stream.
Oh, they pay you to live stream from Bigo.
Yeah, but it's crazy over there. It's wild over there. Over here,
way wild.
Way wild. Way more wild.
Okay. I hear that.
People go to jail much quicker.
I saw that.
People get doxxed much quicker. And,
they do
people like coming and subscribe, get the cash up, PayPal, all that good stuff.
Say that again.
I was talking while she was advertising. My bad.
Oh, no, don't wish that, Ari. That's cool. No, I was just telling everyone to like up the show, hit the Cash App, PayPal, and all that good stuff. Tell a friend to tell a friend.
Yes, please do. And be careful on Bigo.
When that gay guy was turning tricks in the hotel and the police came, or was it the manager that kicked him out?
It could have been all of them, RE. It's been car chases. It's been all kinds of people getting shot, supposedly, but they lied about it. They were just there when the person got shot, but they said they shot the person. Oh my God.
Way worse than YouTube.
They scamming people for like all this money and then come online and just, oh God, like, oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people went to left YouTube, went to Big O and making big banks. I don't know nothing about these bean stars and gifts and stuff, but when I downloaded that app.
RE, you see me back right here. Y'all hit the like, share, subscribe, like MD said. Run that Cash App, the PayPal, all that shit right here. Ain't nobody got to go to a motherfucking Bigo. Y'all stay y'all ass right here and enjoy life.
There you go, man.
It's crazy. I hurried up and deleted that app.
Oh my gosh. I'm supposed to be back on there this month and I ain't been on not a nan thing over there. I've been right here. So I'm gonna figure out how to get my, whatever on over here. It's just too many trolls over here be acting up. I don't feel like going through the motion, but I get it.
I've been kicking it over here because I'm tired of this old MU stuff. This girl, man.
Oh, RE, come on.
She's been over here.
I know she's been over here, but she ain't been over here now. I'm happy.
Because the panel assassins got her ass. That's why.
Really?
Not really. They didn't go hard on her or anything like that. They made her comfortable, but I left when Mona had hit the panel. And I don't know, I don't know what was going on. And I guess Jed had took that live down. So I really don't know what happened. I never saw the playback with Misunderstood. But when I came back, Sniper seemed a little pissed at Mona for some shit. I don't know.
Sorry, just to jump into the conversation, don't mean to interrupt. Unique, you know what it is? I don't think that's really feasible every 2 to 3 hours to eat, because especially if, like, you've got a lot of running around to do, trying to sit down to eat is hard. But what I have done is I've started just making some Ethiopian food, that's it. And since that, my appetite is open a lot more. So Misir work, Alich work, stuff like that, Gomen work is kind of what I've been mainly.
What kind of food you eat, MD?
Ethiopian food.
Ethiopian?
So so like injera, and we've got different what, which is the sauces. So lentils, runner beans, carrots, potatoes, all of that stuff. And obviously beef, stewed beef.
Oh, beet.
No, beef.
Oh, beef. Okay.
Yeah. I appreciate that, sis. Yeah.
I have to lay off of beef now, because it's.
No red meat, just white meat for you? #.
I definitely have to quit eating steak now. I guess because of my age limit. It just the after effects is not really good, and maybe it's because my steak, T-bones and all of that. I don't know about lowering my the meat quality or what I should eat. I need to learn that for women that's over 50. That's what I need to do instead of sticking to my cooking pattern I've been doing for all my life. You know what I'm saying? Since my kid's not around anymore, I'm trying to cut down on all types of meat. But when I do the salad thing and I do the smoothie thing, shit, my stomach be growling. I be needing some meat. Shit. I'm trying to lay off of fried chicken, but hey, I don't like it any other kind of way.
But I know, I hear that. What about you, Empress Becca? Are you like on like fitness at the moment?
No.
If I'm fat, I'm fat. I don't care, mate.
Okay.
I ain't impressing nobody. Who am I impressing?
Yourself.
Yeah, I'm good with me. I'm happy with
Oh,
me.
okay.
I don't care.
All right, cool. All right. I mean, fair enough. To each their own, boy. To each their own. Personally, I like to maintain myself. I want to be that kind of grandma that I can run up the mountains with my grandkids, take them all over the place, and yeah, man. And you can't
Without
do that
being
if
out
you're
of
yeah, trust me,
breath.
without being out of breath, without having back problems, without having no need this, need that, because the weight and the pressure is blocked up circulation and no. You know what? Because where I worked in care for like 3.5 years, I was in care, and some of the people that we looked after, like it was because of their size, the extra things that they went through, they wouldn't have gone through had they not been the size that they were. You see what I'm saying? And yeah, so nah, man, health is wealth. Definitely, this, even if it's just a little,
You know
don't
what?
let
I've
yourself like
been
yeah.
really. If I show you pictures when I was really skinny, MD, I look ill.
Uh-huh.
I'm one
No,
of them
you don't have
type
to
of
be
people. If
skinny.
I look too skinny, I look ill. I'm just one of the. I need to be slightly big, otherwise I'll just look ill.
Right.
Yeah, but that's cool to be. It's like I understand this because when I lose, literally when I lose weight, the only thing that looks nice on me are my legs and my dimples. That's it. Everything else is like,
See, I don't even
honestly,
like my thighs. I don't like. I've got massive thighs. Like my thighs are huge. I hate them. Hate
mashallah,
them.
why would it? Oh, yo, send them files over to me and I can give you my other files. Yeah, we can do a mutual exchange. Yeah, I'll just make sure I sit in the sun to get an extra tan for the complexion so it balances out.
But no, yeah, I mean, but that see with me, I cover myself anyway. Even before I was Muslim, I kind of like kept myself kind of covered, like my legs and that. I don't like showing off my legs and all that. I just don't like. I just don't like my legs. So yeah.
Just climb them stairs, just like Cherie told me to do. Stairs.
Listen, I'll say this much: if you go to the doctor and the doctor says you're healthy, it really doesn't, like, for me, I don't push, hey, you gotta lose weight, you gotta look like this. Because I know a lot of heavy set people, they go to the doctor and the doctor says they're in perfect health. And like Empress Shakina said, they happy with what the fuck they look like. Who am I to tell them don't look good? If they look good and they feel good, go ahead, keep on. Push it.
No, I hear that. Definitely, just because a person is big, it doesn't mean that they're unhealthy. And just because a person is smaller, it doesn't mean that they are healthy.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, I hear that 100%. And if that's your natural thing and that's, that's you and that's what you want to do, mashallah, good for you. That's, yeah.
So y'all married, you, MD and Empress?
No, I'm not.
Did you say, am I married?
Yeah, she asked
Yeah.
me if I'm married.
Oh,
When
no,
you
I'm
have
divorced. I'm divorced.
when you have a mate and he has a certain type of eating pattern and you trying to change your pattern, you know what I'm saying? You kind of you want to taste your food and things like that. What I used to hate is he would not gain not 1 pound. Huh? For me, I'll blow the fuck up. I hated that shit. I really did. And baby, you need to lose. What? Don't tell me nothing. I need to stop cooking for your ass. That's what I have to do. Okay.
Big up, Sniper.
Yeah, my
Yeah,
baby
I got a question
father
for
was
you.
like a really skinny, because he's quite tall though. He's like 6 foot something, but he's
Mm-hmm.
proper skinny. But oh my god, the guy can eat. Used to eat me
Yeah.
at a house and a home, and I'm thinking, how can you eat so much and not put no weight on? I just look
Right.
at a donut and I put on fucking like a stone. Like, what is going on?
RE, I got a question for you.
Sure.
How many times a day do you eat?
I when I get hungry, so I snack a lot. So I put it down to breakfast, snacks, and dinner.
Breakfast,
Three.
snacks, and
3.
3?
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I'm asking is because when you said that, when you do the smoothies and things like that, you get more
Yeah.
hungry.
Yeah.
That's because it just goes in and out. You gotta get used to it, and it's not like do more smoothies. You just have to time when you eat. Like, you'll have to eat more. It's weird. Like, when I try to explain to people that sometimes in order for you to lose weight, especially when you start getting more active, you need to eat more. And they look at me like I'm stupid. And I'm like, it's true. You have to get smaller portions, and you might have to eat a little more throughout the day because you're getting used to being active, and your body's going to require more
little and
calories.
often, innit? You have to eat little and often.
Yeah, like calories in, calories out. But if you're putting too much out and not enough in, your muscles start to eat itself. If you put too much in and not enough out, we all know that result. So,
right.
You know,
that's
you
why
also got
one of the girls was like, if I lose too much weight, I look sick. Yeah, because you lose weight in the face.
Yeah, because you lose muscle tone after a while. That's like people that just run. I know people that just run, and if you really look at them, their skin is sagging. They're slim as hell, but their skin is sagging, all kinds of stuff.
Right.
They usually don't do anything else. And it's all cardio, and they're just burning everything away.
You like that? Yeah.
And there's no building up.
Definitely. I'm like, wait a minute. Why is my breasts going down a little? It's not filling up this bra no more. Let me eat some shit.
Well, if you have children, that's just
RE. That's a whole other issue in itself because we're women.
Yeah. You don't have any kids, huh, Cherie? Your body looks like you never had a child. Yeah.
I'm sorry for your love.
Oh.
They didn't survive, baby. They didn't survive.
I got you. But the idea, you can tell you haven't had any. I'm like, ooh, I wish my stomach could be like that. I'd be seeing the girls
I just
on
Instagram.
Oh, okay. I could get on another subject, but nah.
That's a whole other subject right there.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Sniper, what you got to say? Because by your, I watched your size, and I know he can eat.
Big up, ladies.
Big
up, everyone. Wherever Jeds is, big up the audience. Big up all the family. Come on. Yeah, what are you saying? What are you saying to me?
I said you the type of slim type of dude that can eat anything you want and don't gain a pound, huh?
No, hell no.
Oh, you can gain.
I put on weight, maybe in the waistline, in the thing, but as in, I got a high metabolism, right? So I've always been like that. So anything I'm holding is usually just muscle and thing because I'm heavily active for so many years. You get what I'm saying? So I was the optimum weight for what I was doing. So if you're a footballer, you don't need to be super brolics. Even though I could, obtain that if I wanted. But I always learned that never put on weight when you don't need it. Do you get it? If you're forcing to put on weight, later on that's going to be it's going to be a problem. Do you get it? So if you see that you're getting a little bit slim or that's when you bulk up a little bit and but I never really had that issue. I was always at a optimum kind of level of health and fitness. You get it?
But I
So
I get jealous of people that can put on weight easily. I wish I could.
Yeah, I can, but it just won't be in the same way. You know what I mean? Like I have times like when I was at Speaker's Corner, my dad was feeding me 3 times a day. You know what I'm saying? Like proper heavy meals, and I don't eat like that normally. I'm a person who doesn't eat breakfast. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
I have to have my breakfast.
Lunch and dinner. That's it. You could say.
I can't do breakfast in the morning. I feel physically ill in the morning. I can't face eating in the morning. Really, seriously, I've been like that for years. Yeah, I can't. I physically, I try. Well, oh, bless. One of the Muslim sisters when I took my shahada invited me to her house to have breakfast with her and whatnot. And I was like, yeah, I'll come. And she's done all this food for me, and I'm still trying to sit there and I'm trying to force it down my throat, thinking if I eat anymore, I'm going to be sick. I can't do this. Yeah,
Empress, what's your biggest?
Sorry, I just came back in the room. What was you forcing on your throat?
You would
breakfast.
You're funny.
He always does that. Drops his thing and goes.
Oh, where did Sniper go?
He's still here.
Yeah, above you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was like, who left? Rolling up,
Yeah.
y'all. Forgive me.
I know
There
the
you
picture kind of looks similar, but I'm out. I'm not involved. You know what I'm
There
Don't
you
saying?
try
go.
it, man. This is
I knew
you
somebody
inspired me,
left. I was
Snipes.
like, who the fuck is Mario?
You inspired this. I was like, bro, I look like Snipes like this.
Yeah, I know.
Oi.
Yeah.
I was trying to say, I'm like,
Yeah.
yo, yeah,
That's
it kind of
your
look like
30-year
me. I
type
just
of
saw it
face
and I was
right
like,
now.
nah.
Now, is it
30.
not scary how well my face fits into R. Kelly's?
I
Yeah,
know.
that
It's
is a
very
bit,
scary, man. I
yeah.
can't lie.
Very.
Yeah.
Straight sharp nose jets. That that we were talking about.
With Leo
Yeah.
sitting next to you and ting.
At
Like,
a certain
man.
angle, yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
He got 30
No.
years yesterday, innit?
Yeah, 30
Yeah.
to,
I did the
listen,
picture, yeah,
I'm gonna
30.
caption this picture 30 to life.
30 to fucking life, bro.
Yeah,
Thirty
yeah,
to
and
life.
he's still got another trial to go yet, so you know he ain't coming
Mhm.
out, bro. Yeah, he's got two trials. This was the first
Yeah,
trial.
Brooklyn ain't playing with his
Yeah.
ass.
Yeah, this was the first trial. Got 30 years for this trial. His next trial, I think, is what, Chicago? Is it? Is it Chicago?
But you know what the joke is? Yeah,
Mhm.
he's got 30 years for this year, but then they found some Nazi guy, and because of his age, because he's
They
like
gave him
101,
5
they
years.
only gave him 5 years. What kind of nonsense? They should have
For
just
some
locked him in
murders.
prison, given
And
100
then,
something years,
on top of
and
it,
let
we
him die
can
alone
say,
in a cell.
on top of it, we can say Ghislaine Maxwell got 20 years.
Yeah, she got
That's a
20.
fact.
Her thing.
20
That's a
years.
fact. He got 20 years.
That's shit, man.
I don't know. I
And
mean,
hers is gonna be luxury.
You know.
yeah, I just.
I was
Well, you
saying
know,
to
they
one of my
still gonna
friends
end up
yesterday,
like
can you
Epstein,
imagine
so
going
they're gonna
from that
try to
high
keep up.
life, now you're in prison?
Boy, he gonna be
Bruv.
singing for his boy to
I
save
was
his,
just gonna say that.
yeah.
I see a meme
Concert,
there.
full concert.
I
see a meme.
believe I
I
can.
see a meme here. R. Kelly's in the corner and he's got all these prisoners around him.
Mm.
And then one of the prisoners is saying, "Seems like you ready, nigga."
Oh, shit.
Right.
Like
He gonna be like, I'm trapped in the closet.
I was thinking that song too.
It's
Man,
cold, man. It's a cold
you don't
world.
want jailhouse bars. You get me? Like, you don't want
It's a
jailhouse
cold
bars.
world.
This
I don't know
ain't
what I don't know what to think about all of that stuff,
No,
man.
it's
I
fuckery,
mean,
man. But at the same time,
It's been going on for all these years. I'm just done with him. I've been done with
Well,
him.
it's like,
But
what, one of his
how are you
victims
done with
arrested.
him and not the industry? How are you done with him and not everybody else who was
No,
involved?
no. I'm just done with the case of from the time he had urinated on the little girl and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? But the
No, but
music,
you lot
I had
use
most of my
Crisco and
kids
all
to
this,
music.
Yeah,
Listen, y'all
that's
have
just
to
fetish behavior.
understand that
That's just fetish
he
behavior.
was
Yeah.
this way before the industry, though.
Right.
The
No, but
industry,
the industry
perpetrated this shit, but he was this way before the fucking
no,
industry.
yeah, okay. But then the industry
Yeah,
perpetrated
apparently
in
his
the
Yeah,
sister
that's what
industry.
I'm saying. I agree with you on
Yeah,
that.
when you go
They
into that
sure
world,
did push it.
when you go into that world, that's what it's about. All sorts of
Uh-huh.
kinky, weird, ritualistic, demonic, perverted behavior. Yeah, when it
Drug
comes out on one person in the crew gets exposed, like Mr. R. Kelly. Yeah, it just seems like, oh yeah, look at R. Kelly, he's so bad. But no, everyone's missing the big picture. Yeah, the whole industry from top to bottom, whether it's music, fashion, is steeped in this fuckery.
Yeah, it's true.
Right.
I was watching
That's a
a
fact.
documentary the other day on Netflix about the modeling, like the famous modeling
Yeah.
agencies. And bruv, Donald Trump's
innit?
all up in that, like he was all up in the Epstein thing too.
Yeah, they're dancing with Drake.
Yeah.
Yeah, old school.
The
You know what I
life
mean?
of
Like, what?
Floyd Mayweather. Shit. Why he can't
His
keep a
daughter's
woman?
going to jail.
Yeah, because he's
I'm
probably
not
gay.
sure.
You
Not
see,
since
the difference is like the homosexual thing in your country has been so ingrained over certain generations now. It's very normal, yeah, for these ceremonies and these things that they do that would be considered homosexual rituals or whatever to be easy for some people. You know what I mean? Because they already are gay anyway, so it don't mean nothing. Sorry.
like Puff Daddy, like
Like
him.
Puff Daddy, yeah. Just like in the film industry where you got Sharon Stone, you know, anything they asked Sharon Stone to do, she did, and she got her fame for it.
That's
So
right.
not only was she a good actress, but she was good at everything else. Must have been, because you don't
It's a
get
lot of them like that, though.
Yeah. And then
Is
they
that
say that when you get to a certain level,
legs
yeah,
on that
they
chair?
don't fuck with you they don't fuck with you, literally fuck with you as much. Yeah, because you've been initiated so many times. You've done the ghetto gagging so many times for every movie that you've been in that you got Academy Award for. You get me? Why you got these poor niggas, Ron Jeremy, and all of that at the award show.
Right.
There's more going on than actual meets the eye. You know, it's crazy.
Well, Sniper, I think that's one of the reasons why R. Kelly is such a different type of case to me, because I'm gonna repeat it again. Like the stories of R. Kelly doing this shit even before he got famous and shit, it's legendary.
Like, yeah.
Then knew about this shit.
But I only really found this shit out through the documentary where dudes was like, yeah, R. Kelly used to pull up to the school.
Yes, pull up the school.
I never heard that
McDonald's, parks, all that shit.
Yeah,
wow.
we didn't get told that in England.
Remember,
go on.
Remember, R. Kelly was supposedly abused and grew up rough and did it. So again, we got to blame Chicago. We got to blame the area, the environment that he grew up in, and all of that. So it comes back to the same people. You know, who's the head of the government? It's going to be these Illuminati. It's going to be these Masons. It's going to be these ritualistic, satanistic worshippers. Perhaps it all goes back to the same spot. The whole reason why we're in any situation that we're in is because of these higher ups. You know what I mean? And their agenda. Yeah. And everything we live is a byproduct of what they want. Yeah.
Right.
You got what I'm saying?
I think they say in America the effects of slavery still.
Right.
They use that as a tool.
Is this why when people that are trying to make it in an industry don't want to sign contracts because of situations that's going on in Hollywood or in the music industry?
It's been like that. Everybody
you ain't even got to. What you signing with? Sometimes you sign with your pum pum and your ding-a-ling. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. That's right. You know what I'm saying?
It's not always
willing or unwilling. You get it? Drugged up or not drugged up. You get me? The tape is going to be the tape. The sex tape's ready. Everything's ready. They got you. Yeah? You going to sign whether you like or not. Yeah? Because we got frames on you for days. Yeah? We can see that little teddy bear in the corner. Yeah, that would have had a motherfucking camera. Yeah? Oh, you see, you feel a bit hazy this morning. Yeah? Your drink was spiked. And you done some freaky shit. You can't even mention. Hold on. Furthermore, let me just play the fucking Blu-ray. We're not even DVDing no more. We Blu-raying. Hold on. 1 second. Boom.
Well, Snipe, I got a question for you.
Is that you? Oh, shit. Nigga. Oh, shit. You in Randy's dungeon. Oh, shit.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. You done some fucked up shit last night.
Why did you
now,
involved?
Come to the morning. It's like, yo, so you saying you're not going to sign this contract. You're not feeling it. No. We good. All right, safe. Sign your life away. You know what I'm saying?
Snipe, I got a question for you.
Go on.
And I'm going to liken this to politics, okay?
Yeah.
What about the people who initially, like, they're like us, they're regular, and they look up and they're like, ooh, I can sing, or I want to make a difference in my community. You know what I'm saying? They have these hopes and dreams. And then they come into a place like the music industry and or politics where it's like, no, it ain't none of that. It's all kind of fuck shit.
Yeah.
What do those people do? Because some people say, you know what? I'm not dealing with it. I'm going to leave. But then some people feel like I still got hope that I can make a change. What do we do about those people, Sniper?
There's nothing we can do. You know, it's about realization and coming to the realization that some people are going to see all that and say, fuck it. Yeah, fuck it. Fuck everyone else. Fuck whatever. Fuck what the agenda is. I just care about me and mine. Do you get what I'm saying? I wanted to do stuff for my community, but unfortunately, it can't go on. Or I can do it the way they want to do it, but it'd be different. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, I
have to do all kind of corrupt shit now.
Yeah, no, it's a charity business. You know what I mean? Because half of their thing in the Masonic orders is charity. So on the surface, look at the most charitable or the most greatest money raiser in this country at a particular time was Jimmy Savile. You understand?
Who's that?
So this man made
no one compared to him raising money out here. I don't think.
No one.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was making millions for charity. But meanwhile, he was sexing up dead bodies. He
Dead
was
body
raping off
kids,
children. He was
all
doing
sorts.
all sorts. And he was getting knighted. He was meeting with the Pope. He was part of the royals, hanging with them. Do you get what I'm saying?
Chilling in Downing Street, which is
Right.
basically the White House.
Yeah.
Every New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Bruv,
With
he
the
had
Prime
the keys to the hospital, for
He had
fuck's
the keys
sake.
to the fucking
Keys
mental
to the
institution.
hospital. Wow.
The
Yeah,
children's
yeah,
Mental
hospitals.
institution.
He has the keys to St. Albans. St.
To do
Albans
what?
Children's Hospital.
Yeah.
He's a children's. What? So they can fuck kids. They're talking about
Oh,
some
hell
charity.
Yeah.
Blah, blah.
Yeah.
Like, why have you
He's the worst ever.
Why have you given anyone access? He's got office in a
Mm.
children's hospital.
Exactly.
Come on,
He's
man.
not a doctor.
They
or
said
none of that
also,
shit.
they
He ain't no
also
doctor,
said that he
nothing.
was treated like a doctor there. They used to allow him to walk around with a doctor, you know, the doctor's coats
Yeah,
and that.
yeah,
Yeah, they used to
yeah.
allow him walk around pretending
Yeah.
to be a doctor.
Yeah, it was a mad thing.
Oh, they
You know what I
wild.
mean?
They wild out
And then
there.
on top of that,
man.
he gonna do it in the
Really?
mental. He gonna do it in the mental institution. He gonna have the same setup in the mental institution.
Yeah. In a
Right?
mental hospital, we had the same access, keys to the city, man. Just roll
Bro,
through.
when I heard the story,
It was
of
not
him-
high
hold
security
on,
one.
hold on,
Was it
hold on.
Broadmoor?
Go
Hold
on.
on, we're calling it a mental hospital.
Mm.
It's a mental hospital for criminally
Really
insane.
insane,
Yeah, it was
Oh, he
Broadmoor.
trying to make some Freddy Kruegers out here.
No, he's
You
just
know?
fucking off the,
And he
the
probably
patients.
did.
And
He
no one's
probably
gonna
did.
believe the patients because they're mental. You get it? So when there were two twins in there were two black twins. Yeah, he fucked off one and fucked off the other. He was going through the wards saying, "I'm fucking you. I'm gonna fuck you later. I'm gonna deal with you." He's just a madman, like
And his little camper van thing, man.
demon.
Ugh.
Right, the
Ugh.
camper van
Camper
thing.
van.
When he was
That
on the
sounds
road.
like the homie Dick. What's his face? Andy Dick.
But even when I
Yeah.
was a kid, when
If
I
you
saw
look up
Jimmy
Jimmy
Savile on the
Savile, you'll be
TV,
shocked.
he used to make me cruel. Like even when I was a kid, like he just disgusted me, bro. I never liked him. Like I just looked at the you dirty old man.
Damn.
Like he literally looks like a dirty old man. I don't know why people liked him so much. Even as a kid, I looked at him for nasty, horrible guy.
He had a program called Jim Will Fix It, where
Yeah.
children would write in to him and asking them, "Oh Jim, I want to meet the Queen. I want to go bungee jumping. I want to fly out of a aircraft. Do you get what I'm saying? I want to do all of these things. Do you get what I'm saying?" And then he would read out the letters on his show and then bring on these kids and then take them and do their adventure or whatever they
Don't
wanted to
forget
do.
Top and the Pops as well.
Oh man, Top of the Pops was the worst one. There was one
What's
where
Top
he
and the
was,
Pops?
that was the our proper like the box or Yo MTV Raps, the first capital, you know, like the popular music
Okay.
show. Yeah, back in the day. Do you get what I'm saying? We had it for years, like obviously like 60s and 70s and all of that, because he was a DJ as well. He was a radio DJ as well. You know what I mean? This guy is the worst supposedly case ever in this country of pedophilic and blah blah blah. But he's connects, yeah, go all the way to the top. You get me? And all the way down to the bottom. Mad,
So
crazy.
he just get away with
covered
whatever.
him.
Yeah, whatever. But the thing is, this guy was heavily religious. You get me? He went to church all the time. He was this. Sometimes he was on the pulpit giving out sermons.
What? So he
Well,
was the
I'm
butcher,
telling
the
you.
baker, and the candlestick maker. He was
Right.
everything.
But
Yeah, literally.
you gotta listen to his cryptic interviews. You know what I mean? When people interview him and he's just vague with everything, but at the same time he's telling some truths. You get me? Oh, I'm a wishy
Yeah.
person. I'm a bad person. No. I'm
Oh,
evil.
Lucifer
You
does
get me?
that.
Hide your daughters. You know what I mean?
Lucifer
Run it as
can't
a
lie.
joke.
That fucking
But
bloody
what
was
we
it?
say,
Scar
what our
hanging
mums,
out of his mouth. Ugh.
what our mums taught us was many a true thing said in jest. You get it? So where he's laughing and joking and saying certain things, that's the truth there he's telling you. Do you get it? He just made it kind of comedic, joking. Oh, I ain't got a woman. You get me? I don't know. I'm a bachelor, but, you know, all of these things like, where's your wifey? Oh, no. Yeah, and then when they ask him about it, he's like, boy, I'm into some dark stuff. I've done some dark stuff. This is why I do charity. This is why thing. And if you know anything about the Freemasons and that's how they entice you. They tell you, listen, you do charity, you want to save your community, you want to save the planet. We got you, fam. We got you. So they're not adverse to charity work. So anytime you see charity, trust me, it's not charity.
If
Yeah?
I do
Not only
charity for myself or my
right,
own,
you have to
it's
do it
charity.
yourself. Yes. But any of these organizations that you ever heard of that's doing things for Africa, this place, that way, the Native Americans, no.
Oh, that's
This
a
is
fact. Because I remember when they had the Haiti crisis going on, and we found out that Hillary Clinton and Red Cross was fucking them off.
That's the worst one. Red Cross
The
is
worst
the worst
one, Rich. Tell them,
yeah.
please.
Red Cross is the worst one, man. Red Cross ain't never been
right. Red Cross did this country as well. So you know what I'm saying? Red
Oh,
Cross, when you
word?
see that, yeah, man, Red Cross. You get me? Because remember the Red Cross, yeah, the St. George's flag in a sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's the symbol of Britain. That's their other flag.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Right, and then it was Constantine's flag.
And
that's
Red
what we gotta
Cross
go
is
back to.
associated. And
Oh,
Red Cross is
he rode
associated.
through with the symbol of the cross, right? The symbol of
Yeah.
the cross, right? Right, there you go. You understand? So like they've had this thing from way back. It's all Masonic. It's all their little shit. Like, bruh, you just gotta know. Be in the know. Be like them. Yeah. Be Illuminati. Be illuminated. Have the knowledge. That's what it is. Yeah. But what
What's
they're
the other
doing with
symbol?
that knowledge, shit.
Sniper, what's that other symbol with the snake? It's like a serpent on a
the cadeas
for like medic.
Two snakes going to the top in a crisscross.
Yeah, I think
Kundalini.
so. Use it for like I met it.
It's a Kundalini symbol as well. Yeah, the two
it
snakes
is
and
exactly.
the thing. Yeah, the
it sure is a Kundalini symbol. Sure is.
Yeah, it's an ancient African symbol, but
or
ancient
back
Egyptian
in the day,
one.
snakes were represented with wisdom
and fertility. Fertility. If you saw us with a serpent or a snake on our crest or on our crown, it was for fertility reasons. Because you think about it, ain't nothing produce things more than a reptile. You know what I'm saying? You came from an egg. You was in an egg too. Egg sac in your mother's womb and all of this. You know what I mean?
They talk about reptilians all the time. Where they come from?
Exactly.
The Queen, apparently.
Okay. Oh, hey! That's what I heard.
We all got to be a little bit because of the chemical composition and of this planet and things that are on this planet. So if there's loads of reptiles and there was giant reptiles at one stage and now they're all gone, where did they all go? Where did they all go? They went in the ground. Everything that ever existed went in the ground. Yeah. You came from the ground. So if you don't have connection to this planet or this thing, and you say they say in many sides we came from the soil. And life is contained within the soil because everything that ever existed ends up decaying and blah blah blah, and that's what it is. To get it. So
soil
for you
not
to be reptilian or have a little bit of reptilian or amphibian doesn't even make no sense. No one cares about the physical components. What we talk about a lot of the time is the inner thing, the thing that came before the physical body.
Yeah, because we talk about our reptilian brain. There's a part of our brain that's supposedly reptilian, no?
Yeah, that's all small numbers. That's a minor thing, but a major thing because no one can replicate that. The right combination to make you what you are and us have this conversation now. That's design. That's not by chance.
Right.
See, I pulled it up, Sniper. Share my screen real quick just so the people know what symbol I'm talking about. Because I never knew what this symbol meant, but it's this one. Because this is associated with the Red Cross
yes,
too.
the cadeas. Yes, the cadeas.
Okay. All right, cool.
That's the medical symbol as well, Born Rich.
Right.
When you take the Hippocratic oath as a doctor.
Yep.
Yeah. You see it on your medical vans and all of that. You should see it all over the
Exactly.
place, right? Yeah. And your ambulances and shit. So yeah, man.
And without the wings, it is the Kundalini symbol. You know, the Kundalini starts at the bottom. You have the Ida and the Pingalanadis that lead up to the top.
We saying Axum, you got that tattooed? No, I'm talking to Axum. Axum, you got that tattooed, yeah? Gang. Do you know the ones? Yeah.
in the face.
Gang. Yeah. Double helix, man. You know what I'm saying?
And the Kundalini is considered a coiled serpent. So
Right. Yeah. Your spine, basic.
at the base of your spine,
At the base of
exactly.
your spine, you know.
That sits and it still stirs, but it just sits. And you know, you want it to travel up them chakras, but you want it to travel up properly. You want everything to be pure.
Right.
That's
But
the
that's has to
problem.
have overstanding of certain, you know, supposedly esoterical information, you know.
Yes.
That's all. You just gotta know.
Yeah.
Symbols and signs is something that me and Jedi always talk about. Like, you gotta know what these symbols and these signs are. You know what I mean? Because they say what you don't know will harm you.
Listen, I tell
Not that it
people all
won't
the
harm you,
time
it will
that
fucking
science
harm
is
you.
magic explained.
Yeah. Because you
Because
gonna
at one
wander
point in
into a
time, they didn't
building.
know the science; they saw it as magic.
Yeah, if you wander into a building and it's got gargoyles and all of these symbols and thing, and you just that looks pretty, and then walk into the building, well, more fool you.
Well, I
Because
got one.
knowledge is knowing, innit? So if you knew what was there when you just oh shit,
Why did they make gargoyles in the first place? I never understood that.
There are many different reasons.
Many different
depending
reasons,
on the era or the architecture where you're at. A lot of times they were.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I kind of feel like that whole gargoyle and ancient Gothic-looking building, that's to throw us off. The deepest judges happen in the shiny glass and steel
building,
high skyscraper and shit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
As I said, but it's just to, even though it's meant to throw you off again.
Yeah.
You're meant to be able to read the symbols. You know what I mean? And that would be more beneficial to you. Or it's only that represents this and oh, it's this German kind of Bavarian thing going on here. Okay, Gothic. Yeah, that's them
What's
ends.
Brothers, I talked. All right, so this is a replica of some ancient the Parthenon, right? Now we have a replica here in Nashville, Tennessee. So y'all talk to me. What am I looking at, man? What am I looking at?
Roman thing in it.
It's built in the fashion of a Masonic temple.
You know what's crazy about gargoyles? My grandmother always.
Well, let me give you a joke about this.
Don't worry about the gargoyles. Worry about what's inside of that building that these gargoyles are protecting.
Those first pillars and style of building and all of that comes out of ancient Egypt. You can see it when you go to Alexandria. Yeah, because they are Greco-Romans. So they have the first of those style pillars. Before the Parthenon's built in Athens, they already got it. The style of pillar building is Kemetan. Yeah, our one's better because we got like a flower coming out the top. So it separates the weight and holds it perfectly. Each pillar holds the weight of the building perfectly. Do you get me? Because the top of the pillar is in the shape of a flower, or sometimes it'd be like 4 faces of Hathor or something. Do you get what I'm saying? So we've been doing this shit from millennia. Do you get it? That's what they were digging out, the deep sand. Do you get me? When they went to Egypt and they saw the temples and all of that with their large pillars and all of that. This is just
Sniper. I have a question for you, and I know it may seem redundant because you talk a lot about Masons, and I learn and relearn about this stuff all the time. But wasn't the original purpose of Masons, weren't they architects and carpenters and shit like this?
Yeah, that's correct.
I would say no.
I'm not talking about what it became now.
I would say no.
Okay.
What, the European ones, or are you saying the Mason? Look, because remember, Masonry starts with us, right? No building can be built, or structure, or pyramid, or anything, or temple, or all of this, because like some of these temples, like we've got in Egypt, is like in the figure of a man, but you can only see that from aerial view. You're like, Rascal. Do you get what I'm saying? These men were so advanced in what they were doing, and these Europeans have definitely clocked every single pattern, technique, and all sorts that we were doing. Do you get it? So this idea of
just quickly, Saul said, "Why no?" And I would say no, because Masonry, the practical side of building and blah blah blah, is a metaphor for the metaphysical information and the metaphysical representation. So that's what Masonry is. It's a physical metaphor for the metaphysical, right? That's above, so below, blah blah blah. That's why I would say no. The original Masons weren't just stone cutters, but
No, they were more than that.
Stone cutting and all that was a suitable metaphor for the mystery schools and the shit that they were learning about consciousness and everything. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Okay.
I would say.
But are we saying with the Europeans, or are we saying with us?
The original Masonry.
Originals.
Like in terms of Masonry, like in terms of it being Masonry, then that's what it was. It was like you know, a metaphor, blah blah blah. But the information is way older.
Way more, more. It's based because, like, look, we look at the so-called Netta Tar. Do you get what I'm saying? Or Tahuti or whatever, right? And he's the master craftsman as one of these things. So the idea to build or make something, because man is a maker, woman is a creator, man is a maker. Yeah, anything we put our mind to, we can make. I need to sit down and make a chair. So man is a maker. Do you get it? And that's what the Masonry comes from in its origin. Do you get it? For us building from, as he said, from the metaphysical, because everything starts in the mind, right? Every thought carries weight, color, credence, and can be brought into the physical realm. Do you get it? Into the third dimension. It starts in the first dimension in your mind. Do you get what I'm saying? You think about it, you think, you say, you have the idea, and then you have the physical where you make the thing. Do you get what I'm saying? And then it's all 3D. You're in the third dimension, everything is there. Boom. I wanted a chair, now I'm sitting on a fucking chair. Yeah. That's the root, in a sense, to Masonry, or to build from the metaphysical to the physical. Do you get what I'm saying? But all to build a society, to build a thing. And this is how these things were taken. Some aspects of it were taken to build cities, Washington, D.C., blah, blah, blah. You can see, right? And religiously, you can see Masonry has to be involved. Otherwise, no church, no mosque, no cathedral gets built. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So within all the different aspects, they've got Masonry. You get what I'm saying? But then it got to a stage, once it got to the Europeans, that they reverse everything. It's like called reverse engineering, right? So if you're supposed to do one thing one way, they're going to do it the opposite way and see what results they get out of that. If it's beneficial to whatever they're doing, but it might be negative to nature, to the planet, to whatever. To get it? That's like nuclear technology nowadays. Yeah, it's based on a negative. It's based on reversing, the aspects of the subatomic, atomic, splitting the atom. Is that correct? You know what I mean? It's a negative thing. It's not a positive thing. Maybe work with the atom and abstract the energy from the atom a different way. But why has it got to be violent? Why has it got to, why you got to use TNT and all of that to split the atom? Crazy.
Nah, you're right. Hey, Sniper, real quick, because I wanna sound smart at the barbershop, man. So what am I looking at? What am I looking at right here, man? I'm seeing horses.
You're seeing Greek shit, man.
People fight. So these are just like that.
Sorry, Born Rich. What exactly do you go to the barbershop for?
So I get my,
I just got it.
A fresh haircut.
You right.
The fresh what we call murder one. Get the murder one, man.
Murder one.
Yeah, murder one is when before they electrocute you. Now, before they electrocute you, because they convicted on murder one, they cut your hair bald, like skin bald. So we call the bald head the murder one.
Yeah. We saying cutthroat and shaving cream.
Hey, you know what's funny though? Actually, I can't use a razor on my shit. I know this off topic, but I can't use a razor on my face or on my hair because I break out real bad. So everything is with the clippers.
Yeah, you have to use a little shaver or something, a little machine or something. Because you know what it is? It's electroplated. The blades that they're giving you are electroplated, and you know what electroplated is? It's fucked up. That shit'll leave your skin green. You get me? If it was around your wrist, you thought it was gold, but it wasn't.
Yeah, I can't have crunch bar neck, man. Crunch.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't have crunch
Hey,
bar neck.
listen, if my mom or my sister or anything fake, yeah, their skin would come out or break out, blister, burn, even change color. You know what I mean? Like, raw.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah, we
Black
can't
people
wait.
always tell you that. Black people always tell you your shit gonna turn green.
No, it's true though.
Yeah,
No,
it
it's
is.
For
true.
some of us,
No,
I know
it's
it is.
true.
I know it is.
it's true. I can't wait for fake shit. It's got to be either what it says it is on the tin. If it's silver, it better be solid silver, pure silver. To get it. If it's gold, it's got to be gold. If it's white gold, it's got to be that. It can't be none of this electro-plated. That means you're putting a layer of some fake shit over some steel, metal, whatever metal. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not. Know your metal, because we're all sensitive to the different elements. People just don't know their metals. Like some people's metal is gold. People like me, my metal is not gold because I keep losing the shit. You know, my mom always bought me a little gold chain with it. You know what I mean? Growing up, yeah, and I always lose the shit. And even as a big man, I had the rope chain and the thing and Jesus piece and all sorts and blah blah blah. Gone. Got in a fight, disappeared. So yeah, gold is not my thing. As soon as I switched to silver and white gold and stuff like that, yeah, it seemed to work better with me. I mean,
Gotcha.
so yeah, you gotta know your metal because, as I said, when you put fake metal or something fake, like electroplated, yeah, man, that's not good for our skin. You know what I mean? That's why we get bumps when we use a Gillette or one of them things there. Unless you got like the right hair type as a black person, if you got that more straight kind of Asiatic kind of look or hair,
Gillette.
yeah, you can use a razor. Yeah, Gillette can use Gillette. Yeah, a couple of my friends can use the Bic, man. They can use the razor, man. I'm like, rah. I wish I could do that. I did that once, boy, and once only. The amount of bumps lasted me for years, bro.
Yeah, they'll stay on my shit for like 2-3 weeks, but I'm so paranoid. I think they're never going away, so I stay away from that shit.
Yeah, my razors was dirty. It was dirty razor. I didn't know that they recycled the razors in jail. I thought I got a brand new one. And I cut my hair with the clippers. I had a little small, tiny hand clipper, and then I went over it, the edges of it, or around the sides and the beard and all of that, and just left the little goatee and that with the razor. Mad. When I saw the man take the razor and throw it into a solution and shake it, I said, "Oh my days! Get me? Oh my days!" I went caught, and then, but I couldn't even turn to the left or the right. I had so much blisters and bumps around my neck, and it was mad, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah. Now I hear you, Sniper. Good conversation, but man, what's up with you and my sister RE, bro? You're a single man. She's a single woman. You know what I'm saying? What do you think about my sister RE?
Big up anti-murder. Anti-murder is cool, man. What you talking about?
No, I'm just wondering, like, maybe get with her behind the scenes or something. See if you can set up something. California,
you do that.
Trees, palm trees in California, Sniper.
You round the corner.
Run up on Compton. Maybe you hit Compton or something. You know what I mean?
You round the corner. I'm on the other side of the diaspora.
Man, you ain't nothing but a plane ride away, brother.
Nah, man. When I come to America, to America. Yeah, I'll be in DC, man. You get me? Yeah, DC, New York. You get me? If I hit Atlanta or, you know what I mean? Like, come down to your ends, Tennessee. That's a big trip. That's a motherfucking big trip. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. You got pack lunch and all sorts of shit. You're going to be driving for days or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know where you can, if they got them charging points for the Tesla.
Yeah, hell yeah. They got them points everywhere. You got to know where the white people at. And they ain't in the hood. I'm about to tell you
that. They're not in mine either. You get me?
I take that back, Sniper. I can take you maybe 4 minutes outside the hood to a Tesla spot, though, because it's gentrification. Right. You know what I mean? So, 4 minutes away.
No, we got them. We got all sorts. We got electric bikes. We got all sorts of fuckery. They fucked us up, man. They changed the whole ends. You know what I'm saying? It's gentrified, man. And there's bare Europeans now and all sorts of different people. They moved in because they built new apartments all over London. Anywhere there was a space, like there was a gap before. There used to be an alley that you could go down. No. Nigga, that's a housing estate now. Massive.
That's what they doing here, Sniper.
Yeah.
So they buying up these old houses, knocking them down, and then building two. That's what they doing over here, Sniper. Instead of
hold the fuck up. You tell your ass I'm going no.
Okay.
Fucking with me, all right? I already had enough bullshit with some turtle ass motherfucker going on 2 years. So I ain't come over here for no bullshit about RE and all this other kind of shit. All right?
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
When Trinity Time Travel came over here and disrespected the whole niggas on this motherfucking panel and told motherfuckers to cam up after I gave it to the bitch ass, and who was the one that cammed up? You. Simp. Okay? Don't bring that shit over here.
I'm sorry, Ari. I'm sorry, Ari.
I'm going to bed. Peace.
Good night, sis. I apologize. I was just trying to, maybe I overstepped my boundaries.
Told you, man. I don't know what you was doing. I don't know what you was doing.
I like black love, man. I'm a promoter.
No, I hear you, man.
Promoter of black love.
As I said, I stay neutral because you know what it's like out here. Marmite, bro. I told you, man. They like you 1 minute. You know what I'm saying? They're lauding you 1 minute. They're hating you the next minute. So you can't be. You get me? You've been on YouTube long enough to know what it really is, bro. It's a madness out here. You know what I mean? But respect to everybody, man. Come on, man. You get me? We know that the sniper has an effect on people. Yeah, it's cool, man. You know what I mean? Why can't I have a fan club or people who appreciate me? Man?
You do. You have a big fan club over here.
Big up African guy.
That's African guy. That's right. He got another one. Sniper, what you doing?
Another one, Don't be all jealous.
I know what it is. You know why? You know why,
you think I'm jealous, sis? I ain't jealous.
Yeah, no, you know what it is. You know what it is. No, it's not jealousy. What it is because you've been trying hard. Remember, you trying to make a harem, but you just, I don't know if you did it with the right sisters. Them nine Ephas,
I had a couple.
Them nine Ephas and them.
I had a couple of them, but they flipped out on me.
I told you.
Hey, look, I made one drunk comment about a white woman and they flipped out on me, man.
I told you, 9 Ephas would destroy your harem. You get what I'm saying? Lady Divine will be fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, but 9 Ephas is going to destroy the harem. She's going to be the one who says no. Why are we doing this, Bone? Like, shit. Oh, shit. You know what I'm saying? We're going out on a day trip. Oh, the ladies, we're going shopping. Why do we have to go shopping? When you say, oh, shit. She'll destroy your harem. I told you. Yeah. So you've been out there doing that. I ain't been doing that, though. You get what I'm saying? I just been being sniper. So.
No, I just be
hit a nerve with RE. Ooh,
that's my sister. I give Ari a kiss, man. We'll be back friends, man. My sister.
You're close enough. You're close enough. I'm telling you, man. You need to leave that Tennessee now and again and drive up to Cali and that. You get me? Go say hi.
I haven't been either, Sniper. Cali or New York.
You've been to Texas.
I have been.
Cali's supposed to have all the women over there, though, isn't it?
What, Cali?
Yeah.
But I'm from the outside looking in, but I heard Cali is a lot of what was they talking about earlier? BBLs and Dominican Republican.
Pick up Ari.
A lot of plastic bodies. That's what I've heard.
No, you talking about like Nollywood.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. When I say Cali, I'm I'm in Tennessee, y'all. So when I hear Cali, I think Los Angeles. You know what I mean?
Right. No.
But I have watched some shit like in the Bay Area. I do want to go Bay, Oakland, all of that shit. That
shit. I would love to go there, bro.
Yeah, that looks fire.
That's where it seems like it's their culture over there.
Thank you. That's what I was gonna say. You know, they got a steep history with the Black Panther parties and revolution and that part. So I would like that too.
Monster.
But yeah, never been to Cali. I got to get over there.
That conversation was good this morning about the protein and the carbs and all that, man. That was all right, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, it makes you want to go to the gym.
You get in the gym, Freddie?
Yeah, okay. I'm in the gym of life, you know, broski.
That sound like one of my answers. That sound like you sound like a nigga that don't work out, Freddie.
No, man, I'm between all of this drama and the missus and all that and the kids and everything, I work out majorly. Yeah, my guns are always loaded. Don't worry.
I got you, real.
You gotta be out here, man. You can't be caught slipping, man. Start wearing boat shoes or start wearing slippers to the mall and all of them type of stuff there. That's when you're slacking, man. So you get caught, man. You know what I mean? Because these youngers is hungry, man. You know what I'm saying? If they see that, look at this OG. Look at this OG. But this OG can fly kick you, roundhouse you in your forehead. You get me? That's the respect you got to put on it. You know what I'm saying? I want them to still know, like, if it ever pops off, like, I'll still punch the fuck out of you. Are you dumb? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no,
I gotta be a man of my words. You get me? Because I've seen other man my age take an L, Rich.
Nah, I know, Sniper. I see it.
You know when niggas taking L's, niggas getting stuck up, niggas getting guns pulled out on them, niggas getting all sorts, yeah? So you got to stay physically fit, blood. Well, man's telling you, you in the gym. Like, yeah, I hear you,
bro, man, I feel pissed for one of my youngers, you know, bro. Because he had a bad weekend, blood, and it went viral, blood. He got his head kicked in because you're not ready. He's not ready. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you always have to be kind of ready, like
on point.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, you don't want to get caught like Beanie. Remember what happened to Beanie?
I know.
White outfit. That's what happens when you wear a white outfit. Yeah, and you acting like the Mac Daddy. Like, bro, you gotta be always on point, man.
Bro, the youngest that beat him up, put it on camera, and I made bare jokes and laughs about it, bro.
Can't be me, Freddie.
I know, it can't be me. It can't be me. Wouldn't let that shit happen to me, though.
I'm gonna hey, look, I'm gonna tell you what them young boys taught me, man. Buy a bigger gun, man. I'm like, what the I don't know what the fuck where they getting these guns at, boy. These young boys, I'm telling y'all about my son, man. My son likes guns, and I'm just looking like, bro, like, where do you even get this type of shit at, bro? Like, we didn't have these. I don't know what. I don't know what they
automatic laser sight business with extra scope.
Real, bro. It's
you can rest your drink, you lean on there.
It'll drive for you. You just get in the car and your gun drive for you.
It comes with a Segway. It comes with a Segway naturally, like, yo.
I born. And it was it Boys in the Hood where a man pulls out the gun and the other man pulls out the Uzi and he's like, oh shit. I think that's why people trying to like go on the one-upmanship with the guns. Like, next thing, man's gonna bring out a rocket launcher. What the fuck?
Man's already done that. Man's already done that, bro.
One bullet will kill an elephant. Why do you need that?
Yeah, but when you start getting to my age, man, it's about training, right? Because you can have the big gun, I got a little gun, but if I shoot you in the right spot, it's over. You feel me?
Yeah, it's accurate.
It's all about training now.
And who can draw quickest? Who can fucking stay out of the line of fire? All of them shits there, you have to fucking.
Bro, there's guns for lazy man. There's guns for lazy man. You don't need training, bro. Laser sight. That's what I said, laser sight. Natural.
Bro, there's some real wicked man, blood. They can flip, roll, and shoot you.
Yeah,
that's it. That's the one.
Show you, bro. Those are the ones.
Apparently, Freddie, hold on real quick. I know y'all brothers don't like fucking with people who join the military, but they become the best trainers. Ex-military is the best trainer.
Where do you think we get some of our guns from?
Yeah,
exactly. Where do you think we got some of our guns from? Some of these American Air Force bases that they got in England and like these are just like outside the major cities.
Stanhurst and all them places.
Yeah, all of these places, right? Yeah. So they're not paying these GIs or whatever, these soldiers at the time, enough money because these niggas is bringing on boxes of, brown noses and
artillery.
Yeah, no, hang cannons, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, where these youths on the street? How's this guy got a Desert Eagle? You get me? This guy down the road from me got Desert Eagle. He brandishing the Desert Eagle. How?
They're all replicas, bruv.
You get
They
me?
rebore them, innit?
No. As I said, some came in the box, oiled. You're gonna pay the big
Nice.
money, but it's like 900 them times. They're like 700. You know what I mean? Like £900. You get it brand new in the box, fully oiled. The little set of bullets. Or you get it? Like it was mad. It's mad. Other than that, we got it from the English boys who had farms and had links to.
What with the Saunos?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the move back in the day, innit?
That was my first. It's a little sawn off.
But ever since they opened up
shells.
that Channel Tunnel, though, Maku, that's how they get the guns in the Channel Tunnel, innit?
Well,
ever since they opened that up now, that it's been flooded with guns. All the wars that's been going on and all that, like the Bosnian War, and since then even.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because all them army military missions where they seize all them weapons, they drop that shit off in the hood, man. Or drop that shit off in the community.
Because
everyone's got family, innit? Everyone's got family.
Exactly.
One day I went to work here, and there was police outside next door to my barbershop. I was like, wow, what's going on? Get me? So they've cordoned off the area. I'm saying there's a little box on the floor, and they're saying things. So I go and look and see what's in the box, because at first there's no one around there, but when I come back out, there's feds, all sorts. It's been cordoned off, and I see this box there. I could have taken it myself. I look in there, I see AR-16. Mad. Like what?
Man.
Where's this big automatic rifle just sitting there on the side of the pavement next to my barbershop? I was like, wow, this is madness. They came, they brought bare feds, they did all sorts of operation or whatever, and then removed it. Mad thing. I was thinking, oh man, that could be me still.
Yeah, because I was talking to my uncle, and I'm like, man, because everybody say how guns get in the black community. So I was telling him about, they were saying Chicago, New York and shit, where the trains, and they would just drop off crates of guns. So my uncle was like, that's true. That shit happened here in Nashville. He said the train tracks went through the hood. The train cut through the hood. The hood, I always got the other side of the tracks, right? So the train cut,
the night freight.
They said
the train.
They said the freight would just stop in the middle of the night.
And then boxes is flying off the back of the freight.
Yep, the doors were open, and when you wake up in the morning, it's just guns right there, just free to get them. My uncle told me that's a true story, like free to get them.
Wow, that's a setup, bro.
Yeah, that's a setup for real. It looks like your lucky day, but when you dig deeper, you like, well, no, that was to Then the crime bill came after that, and then harsher penalties for guns. You know how it is.
Listen to this. If you're into construction and these type of things there, you'll soon find out there's a lot of guns buried all over this place. You can go to a local park where we come from, and you might find a gun quite easily. You know what I mean? It's
the guy who does that on YouTube. He goes to like the bottom of lakes, and he's finding all type of guns, bro, at the bottom of the lake.
Yeah, we got canals.
Yeah, we got that same thing.
Yeah, we got canals, innit, all through London.
It goes to the water. It goes underwater. He sends like a machine underwater, and he finds all type of shit, but mainly guns, old guns, new guns.
Listen, if you go on YouTube, there's a guy who just does restoration of anything, and a bear of the thing is guns.
Yeah,
bear guns in England, like bro, all sorts of.
That's what we're saying about the rebores, and they're the guys that do it, innit?
Yeah, the rebores was something we did ourselves. Like where
but there's professionals as well.
We got the proper things because the rebores was dangerous. You know what I'm saying? It could blow up on you and so no one really used.
There's always that risk.
Yeah, no one really used. What it is that most
just to show it off.
No, most
just
weapons,
flash it in someone's face, innit? The rebore is like you're not really gonna risk shooting it.
I'm not gonna even have one. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather have a gun that shoots. You know?
Yeah.
So I know a guy who builds like the casings of a gun, right? And I sit there and talk to this brother for like 4 hours. He builds like the casings with some real heavy duty plastic.
You know them 3D printers?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like that. And he's like, he kind of builds that shit himself.
Yeah.
He goes on Amazon to buy like the firing mechanism.
Yeah, the firing pin.
Yeah, so now the mechanism he buys off Amazon, he builds everything else by himself, and now he just needs ammunition.
Yep.
Fuck me up, bro. Like when
that's why the ammunition has got a bigger jail sentence than the piece itself.
It got a bigger jail sentence, but it's not registered, so it's harder to find. You know what I mean?
Good point.
If they find it,
over here, it was 5 years automatic for the weapon and a year for each bullet. So it's like, bruv, if you was fully loaded, you could end up in jail. You could end up in jail for a long time. You get me? But people still took that.
Do you know what though, Maku? I understand in America people love guns, like with a passion. It's like a sporting thing. But really and truly, do you really need one? Like, do you really need one? Like, are you gonna get into a shootout? Do you really need one?
I'll be honest. I'll be honest and say no. I'll be honest, bro, and say no.
But a 5-inch kitchen knife would do the same job. Because if you're killing someone, really, someone you know, someone you had a problem with, someone who owes you money.
We're not talking about killing. And our purpose of having guns is not maybe your purpose or what you might have thought.
But like I said, the sawn-off will do all them things there.
That's what I'm trying to say. So
I live in the hood, man. The hood.
We used to make money with
honestly, I don't need it really.
You don't need it, huh?
I haven't had to pull out my gun in over 15 years, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I really don't need it, but it's standard. It's standard. You feel me?
I hear what you're saying.
I was raised to at least have one gun to protect your home and your family. That's what my father taught me. My father said, I'm going to always keep I may not ride with it, keep it in the car, keep it on my hip. I may not do any of that. But if you cross this threshold, I'm going to shoot you in your fucking face.
You know what they call it, though, Born? It's called the equalizer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it don't matter, you know, who the guy is that's coming for you. If you got a piece and he's got a piece, it's equal, isn't it? He could be 6 foot tall. He could be like fucking Wolverine. Do you know what I'm saying? It could be anything. Like anyone that's coming for you, it's an equalizer. You know, you got a piece. You don't really need to go gym. You just got the trigger finger that does all the work.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's
an equalizer. You could have a broken leg. You could be in a wheelchair. You know what I'm saying? In that respect, it's an equalizer.
It is. It's cowardice.
Where we come from, we're taught like, listen, we got Jamaicans, you know, yard man, and they used to shoot, have shootouts, and man are dodging bullets.
Yeah.
Man are
like
dodging
Neo.
bullets, bro. Like
dodging
it's
bullets,
mad.
fam.
It's mad.
Yeah.
It's been the Wild West. It's been all sorts of crazy, and now it's all gentrified, like many places in America and things. It's just that without the label and the title, we ain't allowed to have handguns since a certain time. But trust me.
Was it since the Lockerbie? Was it Lockerbie? No, I forget what it was. There's something that happened.
Something that happened.
Lockerbie or something.
I had a school shooting or something. I think I heard that.
Something happened.
I think
it didn't happen in this country.
Shooting.
I don't think.
Yeah,
maybe. But because we had and that was before Trident.
Oh, well before, yeah.
Yeah, that was before Trident. And then Trident came for gun crime in the capital and all of that. And it was just crazy and gangs and shit. And I was like, right, okay. Because in our generation, we weren't gangs like that. We had a set of man them, and maybe man them might have one gun for the whole crew.
That everybody used.
I wasn't really.
Grew up.
Hence the famous saying, "Have you got the ting?"
Yeah.
Because they're all sharing the same one.
Yeah. You only need one. Imagine there's a whole crew.
I know Paul loves that one, innit?
Oh my God.
You go to another area. You go to you go in South London and stuff. You know what I mean? And we're just going to enjoy whatever day event. You know what I mean? All day or whatever. Yeah. And it might pop off. Yeah. You might need to have something. One of you have something on you to protect the whole thing. Just bust it in the air and everyone goes running. And you're out. Yeah. Don't fuck with us. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you're not trying to lick down or hurt people or really, because it doesn't make sense. Because sometimes that gun only had a certain amount of bullets and we couldn't reload. So it has to be a thing of only in case of supreme emergency.
Yeah, of course.
But that's in the in the man them kind of gang sense, and I was never into that. So
yeah, of course.
I had my little crew of guys, you know what I mean, and we had a shotty with bare shells to share. You know what I mean? And then
Yeah,
some
that's
would
the
keep it.
good thing
Yeah,
about
I
the
think
shorty, isn't it? You can always
We
get
would just
ammunition.
move it from yard to yard. We would move it
Yeah.
from yard to yard. I have it for 6 months and then pass it to my brethren and do. But we weren't using it like that. It was just there.
Yeah.
You
that's
get what I'm
like that's
saying?
what we call
But
on call sniper. Like I
Right.
got one on call. I don't have it on me now, but
Yeah.
if anything pop off, I can call somebody and have one in 5 minutes.
But that's like a later time to the earlier time where I had my own. Do you get it? Where I
Yeah.
had my own
Mm-hmm.
from a long time. I had like a Beretta, you get me, 8mm, automatic. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds nice, man.
And yeah, but them automatics they start to mess up after a while. Do you get me?
Mm.
You have to keep cleaning, keep thinging, keep all sorts, because yeah, they can stick and not work, and all of that stuff can happen. But yeah, I had one, so it was put down, but I had that in my yard, like, you know what I mean. And those days, people would come to your house on a beef thing, you know what I mean, bring like 20 man and all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, 1 or 2 times I've had to. And our thing is, if you have something, you can't pull it out and not use it. So the thing is it's concealed. It's concealed most of the time. You get me? Even if you had a gun, you put it out and put it behind your back.
Yeah.
And still try and have a
My pops told
conversation.
me, sniper. That's a valuable lesson that I passed on to my son.
Yeah,
cool.
pull
You
that
got
shit
the
out.
biggest gun, you got a pretty gun, nice gun. This gun does that, but don't pull it out unless you're gonna use it. My pop set me down and told me that as a young man. Never pull it out. We don't bluff. No gun bluffing.
Yeah,
gun bluff, you'll die.
and even knife bluffing. You don't bluff with knife either. Like it's the same thing. Like you don't pull it out and not use it because that's right. So we were always there. You always had men who had their hand on their back pocket. You know, yeah. Anytime there's a beef,
and
like,
all
what's
of these
going on, family?
and all of these are fictional stories too. People talking about self-snitch. All of these are fictional stories, guys.
Man.
Disclaimer.
Yeah, disclaimer.
Yeah, fictional.
It's all for entertainment purposes.
Yeah. Go on YouTube and search gangster movies.
I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something. I seen a man get pistol whipped. I've never really held a gun in my hand, but I'm assuming that them things are built solid. Because this kid that got pistol whipped was bruised from his head to his fucking ankles. Like, man, lick him down with the butt of the gun. He was fucked. He was so fucked up, like.
I mean, instantly blood rushing, Con. I seen it one time in my life too. One hit.
What pistol whip?
One. I saw one. It wasn't even pistol whip, Con. I seen one slap to the back of the head and then blood running out. Instantly.
Yeah.
One slap, Con. One good slap with the butt of that gun, boy. That shit's.
There used to be a lot of. There used to be a lot of goons, you might as well say, that I knew, who had gun butt cocos. We call them gun butt cocos because they, bruvs, when it's finished and it heals up, bruvs, it looks mad. You get me? And it sticks out like a bubble and all of this type of stuff. Like they say, some yard man got into beef with them. They gun butt man. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, okay. But you got to understand, when you grow up with all of these type of cultures and the people, the indigenous are going to be 10 times worse than these people bringing in these different techniques and all of these things, you know? So like a yardman or a yardie come in and then an English-born Jamaican, he gonna learn from him, he gonna teach his friends or whatever, and he's also got the British kind of culture, sneaky headbutt ya. You get what I'm saying? Headbutt and all of these type of things there. So as he's going and he's progressing, he's meeting Africans. Africans got their own techniques, and some are coming from war-torn countries, you know, and even in Europe.
African thingy guys that have been in the army since they were 16. Trust me, bro.
Child soldiers.
Yeah, them child soldiers. I met a couple of them guys, bro. Trust me, they don't fuck about, man.
Yeah, but they do.
Man's like, I will slaughter you. Slaughter. I was like, what?
What does that mean?
I know what you're saying.
My thing, I was always scared, because my mom always told me, like, they got this prison in Nigeria called Kirikiri, right? And I think the word Kiri means creek, so it's like, I don't know, but anyway, Kirikiri, this prison, right, is the worst prison in the whole of Nigeria.
Idiot.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Yeah.
Kui.
Was it what?
Is it Kui Kui? You said.
Brother, you just attention seeking, or are you trying to?
I'm just saying, like, is it Kui Kui, right?
No.
What difference does it make to you, bro? You're never going there.
Anyway,
I'm just saying that the pronunciation in it.
but anyway, listen,
Man,
it's
don't
one
get
of
your
the
knickers in
worst
the twist,
prisons
you know.
in the world, or in Nigeria, right? Because they starve you. You ain't coming out hench, and they got the worst of the worst in there. Obviously, you get me? People who murder, kill, like with no remorse.
Yeah.
Right. So what happens is, if those people ever get out, and you can pay to get out of prison and all of this type of stuff.
Well, imagine you're a white boy, you get sent to prison in Nigeria.
What happens is they come here, right? And they're the most humblest people you ever meet. You bump into them in the street. Oh, sorry, my friend, sorry.
Yeah, you can't judge it, innit? You don't know what they're being through.
So I was like, rah. So what you're saying is there could be loads of Nigerian killers here. Do you
Of
get
course
what I'm saying?
there is.
Like
What do you
serial
think?
killer, murderer.
Of course.
Yeah, going church. He's one of the pastors in the church and all of this type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like he's committed atrocities and all sorts back home. Yeah, you never know. Do you get what I'm saying?
I worked in parking, innit? So I know all the Haringey Nigerians. A lot of them being pastors. I don't know what it is with pastor. It must be a reputable career path.
It is.
So man's like, yeah, I was a pastor. I wrote some books. I had them published. Like, man's like educated. But I was like, where did you get this education? He's like,
Nigerian brother,
in prison. Yeah, they love their religion, bro. Like,
man,
a lot of them,
he's scamming. He ain't
they
no
like to
damn
serve the
prison.
community. No,
He ain't no damn prison.
it's a job like, bro, it's like a job like any job, bro.
Life
Being a
is a
pastor,
scam.
it's just a job, innit?
Yeah,
it's just a job, bro.
It is a job. And
I know a
they get paid.
Nigerian
People
brother.
get
His
paid.
wife was giving him a hard time. Like, she's making him sleep in the car and all sorts. He was like, "Listen, I had to go to my pastor to mediate between me and my wife." I was like, "Right, like you lot respect the pastors on that level?" And they're like, "Yeah." Like they got good standing in the community. Like they're being a pastor ain't a joke thing, bro.
Do y'all do that? Hold on, do the Muslims do that kind?
Yeah, especially Somalis. Like they got their own thingies, innit? They got their own courts. Like if you're a little kid and like let's say you do a crime, they could take you to your own court, innit? Like where you can get a punishment. Like and marriage disputes and things like that. They got courts that sort it out.
I agree with that for
within
the
the community.
I agree with that. Because I seen somewhere they do that in some part of I think it's Saudi Arabia. I think they do that in one of those small towns in Saudi Arabia. So before it like goes to the official court, you go to the community. Yeah, you go to the community.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I would love that for the black community, man. For real. Keep them white folks.
The worst day in Haringey parking was when immigration turned up and was checking everyone's paperwork. My boy Yemi was hanging out the back window on his fingertips with about $5,000 in his pockets. And then they caught him, they took the money off him, and they deported him to Africa. It was fucked up, bro. Poor guy was working so hard for that money. And I was like, Yemi, why are you rolling with $5,000 on you? He's like, bro, I didn't have a bank account. Like, I can't open a bank account.
Who you said did that? Hold on.
I could trust even.
Real quick. Who you said did that? Now they deported
One
him.
parking attendant, man's rolling through Tottenham, bro, with slapping tickets on cars, and he's got $5,000 cash on him live. Now these Nigerians roll, bro.
Whoa. You ain't gonna get me into that car. What you doing? What you trying to do,
bro? Like, bro, to Nigerians, cash is just a joke thing, bro.
What are you trying to do, Sniper? You can't get
I know.
I'm telling you. These mans know about investments. They know about everything, bro. Like when it comes to money, money's their thing, isn't it?
Work is their thing as well. They're lawyers, they're doctors, they're technicians, they're all sorts, mate.
So I'm saying to you, if a parking attendant's walking around with $5,000 on him, imagine a doctor.
A parking attendant is a different type of, you know what I mean? It's just a hustle. It's just life is a hustle, and it doesn't even mean
a lot of them guys
they ain't been here for time. Yeah,
a lot of them are highly educated. It's a shame that the government here just deliberately doesn't recognize people's education to just get them doing these menial jobs when really man's like a brain surgeon and he's just like forced to do some shit job when he comes here. It's not just Nigerians, everyone is the same.
Well, let me ask you this: Why, Con, does he not have?
Forced to do menial jobs, bro.
Does he not have the educational credentials that you need to?
The English don't recognize other people's education. They do it on purpose. They're forced to. Maybe some people, I don't know.
Well, like Nigeria, for example. Of course they do.
But Nigeria probably come under British rules anyway.
Exactly. So then what? Under a colonial thing, you go over there, you do your A levels, you exceed and go through university. You might only have to come and do a course, or a university course relevant to what you're into, because you
That's
might
a
have
good point. That's a good
graduated
point.
university in Nigeria, but you still got to do that couple years as to become a doctor.
Hold on, Sniper. Hold on. So
He's
you're
right. He's
telling
right.
me,
He's right.
hold on, hold
He's
on. So
right.
you're telling me in London, so you're telling me in England, they would recognize, I don't know, some small village degree from Nigeria.
We don't have no.
What do you mean, bro?
It's
Nigeria's got
certain
universities, bro.
qualifications. Only certain qualifications they recognise.
We've got cities bigger than England.
Yeah.
You're
What do
right,
you mean
my
village?
brother.
I mean, they recognize,
I guess what I'm trying to say
American,
is,
Canadian,
I don't know what
or
you're trying to say.
Australian.
no,
I'm
so
saying,
this is what I'm trying to say,
obviously,
Sniper.
if there's a university, if there's a university, there's schools, there's private schools, there's all sorts over there. Like, it's just like, you could say England, but it's just longer standing. The perception of how we think of Africans and what they think they're up to. Bruv, they've been doing universities since before certain Europeans had universities. You know what I mean? Places of learning and knowledge and
are
scholars
those
and all
credentials?
that.
Are those credentials recognized once
It's
those people
born.
arrive
It's called the
London,
Commonwealth.
in
Countries
England?
like Nigeria,
Yeah.
Cyprus, they're all in the Commonwealth.
Okay.
They're in the Commonwealth. So
No, I got you. So
the rule of law and the education system is based on the British.
Even the driving law,
Yeah.
driving your car on the road law.
This is why even Jamaicans would send their kids back to Jamaica, because between the ages of, young 0 to 13 or whatever, that education system is far superior to what we have in England. So
And
what
Born,
people
you could have been benefiting from all this, Born, but you lot had the Civil War.
Sorry, what we do, Born, is that even in Nigeria, you could get sent back to Nigeria, but when you come back here to finish your education, like you've got to a certain level, 12, 13, and then you come to England, you're far in advance. You get me? All my cousins who came over and they whisk through the education system like it was nothing.
Yeah, but there's a reason. There's a reason for that.
Because the level, it was their level, the level that they were at back there, which is still British colonial style. They don't do that even in England, other than in private schools. What we have is a commercial type education system. Yeah, back then it was different. No.
The problem here is most children can't relate to their teachers, because I think only 1% of professors are black and ethnic minority, and the teachers can't relate to the children either. They just come and just churn out the lesson like lecture style. They don't interact with the children properly. They're not role models in the education system.
I'm not even going to knock the education system, but there's different types of education system.
It's how it's delivered. But what I'm saying, Sniper, is how it's delivered, isn't it?
There's private, there's boarding, there's all sorts. When you're in London, the big major city, I think one thing, and you go to these commercial, secondary moderns and all of that, what they're calling it, that is based on the curriculum and the education system of the country. It's not that good, and even the higher ups know that, so they don't send their children there.
Yeah.
So sometimes we just look at what they're doing and we emulate. So then, like my cousin, my mum's sister son, used to get up 6 o'clock in the morning with his young self, get on some train to go to a school that Tony Blair and children went to. You know what I mean? Some out of the end school. He's from South London, Peckham. You know what I'm saying? But he had to leave every morning and go to this special school and do. Yes, he's got a degree now. He's a big man. He's doing what he's doing. Do you get what I'm saying? Because we always strive for the best. Do you get what I'm saying? Where my auntie, she's just like been working in as a civil servant from she got here. She didn't have to re-educate or anything. Do you get what I'm saying? Her qualifications were valid because, as I said, Nigeria is a British colony, right? And it's based on the old, the idea of prefects and all of that, and like Little House on the Prairie, everyone in one class. You get it, and then if you don't graduate, you stay. You stay in that year until you reach that advance. So that's what's back
Yeah,
home.
them man don't even have coursework. Everything's exams.
Yeah,
No,
but Matthew, but
memorize
Matthew,
everything, boy.
big up everyone.
Big up.
Blue Red.
Big up, Blue Red.
Bornwich is right though. Bornwich is right that the education qualifications, they're not treated with the same respect in England or like the Western world. Like it's never like for like.
It was actually me that said that.
Okay, fair enough. I had a cousin who was born here. He left to go to Nigeria at like 13 to study.
Right.
When he came back when he was 16, he had to drop back into like year 11 at 16.
Right.
He has to finish off his qualification wasn't seen as like for like. He had to go backwards a bit to kind of get in line with how they were being taught here, which for me sounded crazy because, as you said, the level of education in Nigeria or Africa in general is a higher standard.
There's a much higher standard between those ages as well. So as I said, when we get to secondary and thing, our thing is not that. Our thing is college and not college, sorry, university. When most of our relatives come over, they're coming over to go straight to university. They're not coming here to go into thing and then go college and then go to a uni in or outside of London. Nah, that's new. You get me? That's us now. That's our generations now that the university thing, whether it's going to be in or outside of London, and that's my kids. You get me? My daughter goes Greenwich. You understand? The other one's just finishing school, finishing their exams, and it's the same road for her. Where's she gonna be at home when she goes to uni? These are the worries we got nowadays. Yeah, but the one that is main is they're all going uni, and it's been a mainstay. Most of the women of my people, them I've got their little hats and all of that. My sister, masters. You get what I'm saying? Got their degree, got their masters, got their little photo on the mantelpiece. Yeah, with mummy proud next to her or whatever. Do you get it? Like, but a lot of my family members, that's what I say. When it comes to academic achievement and excellence and we kind of try to set a better standard for our kids. You know what I mean? Because most of them would talk bougie. You know what I mean? In compared to us. And we want it like that because we don't want them just speaking, dad, blah, 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 Clark, Ross, Clark, da, da, da. That don't get you no job. Do you know what I'm saying? That's not progressive for your future. Like, you can speak like that. You must be like a chameleon. And when you're in the ends with the man them, you talk a particular way, right? When you're on the phone, you got a particular way. So you got to be like a chameleon and able to assume different characters to get through this. You know what I mean?
Is it like code switching?
Life. Sorry?
Is it like code switching? To some extent.
You could say that, but it would be more assumed as different characters. It would be bordering on some mental health, but not really. It's more to do with just you
adapting,
have a certain adapting to your environment and knowing what kind of character you need. The interview guy might be like you. I might be like you when it's on an interview. Oh, that's out of order. That's out of order. Oh, yeah.
What I
did A levels.
What I feel like you guys need to find
Can we have a hummus break?
Wow.
Nah, that's mad, man.
That's mad. That's out of order.
It sounds like a it sounds like a bourgeoisie party in Islington.
Well, at a bourgeoisie party in Islington, you would have to assume another type of character, right?
Yeah.
One that was more a meaning to all types of people. So you have to, depending on your environment. If you're with a whole heap of Somalis, you can kind of relax and just be whatever, right?
Right.
And then when you're with these supposedly hippie types, you could be another way. They're all sitting on the mat in Camden or Kentish Town, around the yard, and just chatting whatever, and the future, veganism, whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
You can just sit there and smoke quietly with them. I hear you, man. Yeah, man, that's deep, man. That's real. That's, you know, you have to do these things. It's not being deceitful or disrespectful. It's just showing also that you're worldly. You grew up with many different cultures and and you understand the rules and how to deal and talk to people and interact. This will hold
I
you
get
in good
that.
stead, you know? Yeah.
I get that shit, yeah, sometimes, yeah, but I think sometimes it's tiring, man. Because for me, I've got
It
to have
definitely
like
is. It
3
definitely
hats
is.
in it. I've
Yeah.
got to have my hat at home, my
Yeah.
hat when I'm with my friends, and then my hat when I'm at work. Innit? It's tiring. Like,
Right.
I feel like I can't be myself all the time. Innit? Yeah.
I think it's dangerous. I think it's dangerous because if I don't know, man, because sometimes you can you be around them people and you start to act like them and talk like them to the point
Exactly.
you forget yourself. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You'll start looking at people who talk like you originally used to speak, looking at them like y'all was saying in the UK with a lower IQ. You feel me?
But you say a neutral balance. There has to be a neutral balance, like
It has to. It has to.
a
Sniper.
neutral you. So
It
what
has
I did as a neutral me is I'm not really one to be just swearing unnecessarily. And you obviously when you got kids, yeah, I was just like I'm not a person who just does that unnecessary swearing.
Yeah.
Fuck this, that, fucking hell. Blah, blah, blah. That's not me. You understand? I speak. I don't know if it's just the way I've always spoke. You know. It might sound speaky spokey in parts, and then it might sound ghetto in parts. Yeah. Or I might say something ghetto smoothly. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's just the capability I have because obviously I've been through stuff. I know what to say, when to say it, how to speak, blah blah blah. And remember that COE made sure of that. Yeah, because he said he's not going to edit nothing. So you got to know how to talk when you're on these platforms or cameras or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So people can't take your words and use them against you. Just know what you say when you say it. That's it.
Yeah, sometimes it's not good to code switch, innit? Like I could think of, David Lammy in it. Like he probably doesn't code switch when it comes to speaking to people and all that.
Of course, of course. When he's talking to the general in the ends, obviously he represents Haringey. Yeah, when he's in the ends, he has to balance it. He can't be bougie, but he's got to be, plain speaking, clear English. It's not a problem, throwing a little bit of Caribbean jokes or something. I don't know. Yeah, but he just got to be real and just got to be himself. If he's bougie and he went to good school and we're not going to wrong him for speaking a certain way. We definitely don't do that. But we know that this speaky spokiness for some of us is difficult because a lot of people are, parents are foreign and have a little accent or or never even learn English that good. So how you expect your pitney to learn English that good? And they might be learning it at school amongst different youths who are using all sorts of swear words and profanity, and you get it.
Yeah.
And they're only doing that because they're outside the house. Yeah. You must have seen it when you went college. The amount of youths that started smoking, Asian, all of that. Like, yeah, you want a cigarette? You want a cigarette? You want a cigarette? You want a cigarette? Like, allow me, man. Fuck's sake. It's like the first time you ever smoked or something. You get me? It was a way for them to break the ice and also do something that they not really allowed to do when they're at home. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I could see it, just like an excitement. Yeah, you want a cigarette, you guys? I've got a fresh box of 20.
Yeah.
Like, wow,
And then,
wow.
yeah, man's got the box of 20 and then a links in the bag next to them as well, and a link.
Yeah, all that.
Yeah, I was probably the only person in my course that didn't smoke. I think.
Yeah, you're probably the only person who
the
did.
only guy in my course that probably didn't smoke.
But there's no point you smoking.
Yeah,
you
you've been
literally
uni,
are smoke.
Like what?
You're like smoke wearing shoes. Like
What?
you're literally your body.
What is that? Is that
racist?
That sounds
Wearing
no
shoes.
substance. You are literally made out of smoke.
What?
Are you being racist, Con?
Do you know what it sounds like? Yeah,
If I was racist,
sounds
you'd
racist, isn't it?
Undercover, man. I don't know what is that.
No, he ain't
Explain that,
undercover
Con,
no
man.
more, Sniper. He ain't undercover.
Yeah,
He's
it's true.
dancing.
True.
He's porn bombing.
Yeah,
He's
you know,
porn bombing
you know,
the street right
porn
now.
bombing.
You know,
Racism.
he's
Don't
talking
hide it,
funny,
you-
innit? Like, yeah,
Huh? What'd
that's
you say?
proper out of order, innit?
Yeah, it's proper.
Well, I'm
out
saying
of
you
order,
can
mate.
float away like a cloud of smoke. They were so light.
Nah, that's so racist, like. Because I'm
How is it
skinny,
racist?
yeah.
Does smoke have a
Because
race?
because I'm skinny, yeah, and I happen to be a black geezer. You call me Smoke.
Yeah.
A black geezer.
Tell
And
him.
you just say,
You see how he tried to say the
come out
geezer
of
though?
it,
That was
bro.
so cute.
Come out of it.
Yeah, because he's a black geezer. Yeah, come on.
Black
Come on.
geezer. I'm a
You
black
saying,
geezer.
cunt?
Nah, that's just that doesn't sound right to me. Like sounds a bit
The funny thing
disrespectful.
is, we don't even live
I'm
in
a
the
black
East End.
geezer.
Like, why are you speaking like that? Have you been watching Mary Poppins?
Nah, shut up, man.
Have you been watching Mary Poppins again? Why are you speaking like Dick Van Dyke?
Dick Van, hey, do you watch it then? Like, how many
What,
times
Mary
you watch
Poppins?
it? Though?
Yeah,
Mary
it's true.
Poppins is a classic. What are you talking about?
So you into Dick Van Dyke in it? Pause.
Oh.
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
But
cunt.
in my day, there weren't only 2 films to watch: Chitty Chitty Bang Bang and Mary Poppins, and that was it.
If you, look, man, like,
That's all that there was,
if
bruv.
you
This
like
was
those type
before
of
Star
films,
Wars
yeah,
even.
there's,
So you're admitting to Dick
you know,
Van
that
Dyke, yeah?
good unit,
Mad.
like everyone's different in it. But that's not my thing, though.
What do you mean everyone's different? Why is everyone
The only
different?
time I watched Chicka Chicka Bang Bang was one bank holiday Monday
It's not
in the
cheeky
2000s.
cheeky bang bang. It's chitty chitty bang bang.
Whatever that is, isn't it? Like
That's
I
what
haven't
you are.
watched it since the 2000s. Like, I think the mid 2000s. Last time I
Pick
watched
up
it was
family. Who's the
2005.
cheaty man? What?
Yeah, it's just
Go on, MJ.
Sounds the chitty chitty bang bang right here.
Round here,
Cheaty
is it?
man. What?
Right here.
I'm
You
not.
always
I
got the
can't
chitty
produce
Rover's
sons.
You
I
going
always
on
got the
here.
chitty jokes, man. He's
I
always
think
got
my
the chitty jokes.
testosterone's in place. Don't worry.
Yeah. I don't know about testosterone. I don't know what that means. Estrogen,
Don't worry,
more
bro.
like.
Everything's functioning correctly.
Estrogen.
Man's got an heir and a spare.
Hmm?
An
Air
heir
what?
and a spare.
What? Round your waist? That,
What's
was
round my waist?
Innit? That's what I was thinking.
A spare tire. Yeah.
An air and a...
I thought that's what you were talking about. I don't know.
Proper Michelin man.
Oh, Sniper, how's our channel going? Is it still good?
What channel?
I'm trusting you now, yeah?
What?
Our channel.
Who?
Mine and yours channel. Oh, when
You
you
ain't got no
change it,
channel.
put my name on it as well.
What? What?
Oh, what you mean your channel where you're
Our
gonna
channel,
review
man.
these shows with what's his name? Banksy and Raj.
Banksy and Raj, Miso, Axum.
I don't know.
That channel sounds unsynchronized, brother.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
It meant to be a secret
I think
channel.
your
innit?
dopamines are in the wrong place.
It's a secret channel. Meant to be a secret channel.
Good. Good luck with that. Yeah, man.
So what's the topic?
I don't know what we was talking
I
about.
was
Here we
gonna
go.
ask him. I was gonna ask Born Rich 2 questions, man.
What's going on, brother?
I was gonna ask you some questions, man. I need to get down to it, man. I need to get down to it. Man.
Cheers. Go.
So I got 2, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel, Born Rich, about the term African American?
Good term. Good. Well, first off, let me say this. First off, it wasn't given to us until the 1980s. You know what I mean? So, a couple years before I was born. So, I've only known that term, right? But when I talk to people that's older than me, it's like, oh, that was a government constructed term. You know?
Okay.
And well, all of our terms have been government constructed.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's just something. It's just something where I guess the generation before me just kind of went with the flow. It's like, okay, the politician said it, so it must be
Martin
true.
Luther King said it.
But
Everybody
I'll be
said it.
honest.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. No, I'm gonna tell you another reason why I don't like it is because anybody with any sort of power, they don't go by to a country and a continent. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's no such thing as
America.
I don't know, a Nigerian European. You see what I'm saying? If I say it like that, everybody's like, "Yeah, you're right, boy." You know what I mean?
What? There's no such thing as a Nigerian European.
No.
It's a
not on the boxes, anyways.
A Ghanaian who lives in London would never say he's a Ghanaian European because it's a continent, right?
Yeah, but they might put that. They
You
might
would
put
never
that
go
distinction.
country. You would never go country continent. We're the only people in the world who goes country continent. So
no, I agree.
Is the term African American like the political correct term for colored people or something like that?
What's colored
Colored people
or
is a bit
something
more.
like that. You know, is it was it like a politically correct term?
Man
Innit?
walking
Like,
around looking
And
like
I'll tell you this. And I'll tell you
American
this.
ain't even a country. It's not
But
even
let
a
me tell you
country.
this. I'll tell
Man
you
just say
another.
colored.
But I'll tell
Man
you
I'm just
another.
saying,
colored
like,
for
is it like
real,
a politically correct
That
term? Like,
construction
Well,
is new.
let me speak on it though, because
Yeah.
I don't even think that whole it does it say colored people, I guess, but it kind of doesn't speak to what America is trying to say.
So,
You know what I mean?
Bun, you know when you have
African American. Hold on, real
sorry.
quick, Mary. Just
Yeah,
an
hold on,
example.
MJ.
Just an example. A person who was born and raised in South Africa, right, the white part of South Africa, and moves to America is technically an African American, right?
Right.
They move to America, get their citizenship, do everything. Technically, they're an African American. So, no, I don't really like the term. It's too broad. If I'm honest, it's too broad.
Okay.
I mean, to be an African American, you have to be black, right? So it's obviously it's been it's not an exclusive
How can
category.
you say you have to be
It's not
black?
inclusive, sorry, not inclusive category.
Well, no, politically, it's not.
You have to be
exclusive to
African,
black
I
people.
would assume, or have African origin.
Yeah. And then the second question was going to be
African ancestry. What we like.
That's right.
Yeah. And then the second question was going to be: do you think there should be a term European American? Because obviously they're kind of making you a lot different by calling you African American. So normal American is white, is what they say. When we
absolutely.
know.
Yeah.
So should there be a European American term as well going around?
Should it be one?
Should they really, essentially, if they're going to differentiate you by calling you African American, should there be a European American term going around as well?
Probably, but we just call them Americans.
I say bonfire.
They're just going to call themselves Americans, right? They're going to because they're going to say that
bonfire on America as well. Bonfire on the world.
Yeah, I know, Sniper. That's easy to say, but I won't say that for the purpose of my lawsuit and for the purpose of I can't disrespect my lineage like that. You know what I mean, Sniper? Now, if my fourth time, like I keep saying, you know where I'm going, Sniper. If my fourth-time great-grandfather called himself an American, who the fuck am I to say, well, he was full of shit? Like maybe he was misinformed a little bit.
You didn't say he was full of shit. No one's saying that. We're saying the hit and switch that they did when they signed that paper in 17 something. That is the construction of America.
America, absolutely.
Right. So
you're
buying into You're buying into the constitutional idea. It's not America. It's not America.
As far as listen though, as far as the lawsuit, because y'all know I'm always go back to the reparations lawsuit. So when it goes to the lawsuit, it's beneficial for us to say, okay, in 1776, you called this motherfucker America.
Right.
Well, we've been here since when you signed that paperwork. So we are American too. That's what we're saying.
It's logical. That's the logical argument.
You're the real American, but I mean, on paper, no. Yeah, in reality, yes, facts.
Yeah.
They're not recognized with an idea of the people who natively live there, and they decided we're calling it America instead of Turtle Island or Axum and Amexum. Yeah, right. That is original names. Then cool, whatever, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but then that's sorry, Michael. But that's saying that the white Americans are indigenous to that land, isn't it? Basically,
No, we're not saying that. We're saying that they joined with the natives to form what you're calling the America,
the state,
and
the states,
the
state.
And it's 50-something states. So
if you investigate into the forming of the state, there was black people involved in it from the beginning.
Of course.
Thank you.
They were actually there. So it's not like as if they weren't there.
But they don't want to call them native. That's the problem.
No, they call them Indians. It's a mistake.
Yeah,
hey, man, that's crazy. I've been listening to some dope conversations about this, Sniper. So the Indians is, I mean, we know Indians is a Christopher Columbus mistake.
Right.
He got there. And he was like,
he didn't even do that. He didn't even say.
He got to the South, really South America, and was like,
you know where they got to? Turks and Caicos. How you calling man on one side of the world after a man from the other side of the world, bro? Like, why are you naming it Turks and Caicos? Because they actually thought that they was going all the way around the earth.
Yeah,
how are you thinking that? You just set off 2 weeks later. What you went right round the what? Bar madness.
That's crazy, Andy.
Big mistake. Big mistake.
He fucked up Christopher Columbus fucked up, thought
Big
these
time.
people were Indians,
Yeah.
called them Indians, bro, and in 2022, we still call them Indians.
Mad thing.
That's crazy.
Just
So
shows
he
you, bro,
fucked
these
up.
people didn't have no mathematics, they had no scientists, they had no calculations. They just got some money from Ferdinand and Isabella and just hit the seas.
Straight.
That's it. And they were just looking on bringing back money. That's what they wanted, money
Well, not
to fight
only
off the
that,
Muslims.
as I said, it's a business.
Yeah,
right?
it's a
'Cause
business.
if you're sent
Man
by
come
the
back
East
with
India,
chocolate, potatoes.
if
What else?
it shows that Isabella
People.
and Fernando, whatever his name was,
Yeah.
was part of the East India Tea Company, because it's the East India Tea Company that sent Columbus.
Really?
Yeah, I told you
Mad.
it's a royal company. All the royals
Yeah.
had companies from Wade together, even
Yeah.
though they're supposed to be enemies, Spanish, British, Portuguese. Yeah,
But
they
they were
got companies
shareholders
together.
in the business.
Right.
Mad thing.
So the maps now that sent Columbus to the Americas came from
The
one
Moors.
part of who've
Yeah,
already
yeah.
been wangled into the royal. You know, they've got them secrets. They've got them secret schools now and all of that. And as I said, it's the Moors with them that they signed the most contracts. The Moroccans. Do you get what I'm saying?
You learn a lot on Trilluminati, I tell you that. I
who
learned a
ruled
lot
the
about this shit,
Americas?
man.
Who ruled the Americas from Casablanca in Morocco?
Yeah. So we know it was people already here. Some of our people were already here, and they kind of mix. But see, what we've done, Blue Red, is let people label us forever. Forever.
Yeah,
People
yeah.
labeling us, bro. I seen a list of all the names we went through. You feel me? We went from fucking to slave to Negroes to colored to African Americans, Afro Americans. It's like, bro, just everybody keeps labeling us. That's why I said, for when it comes to this lawsuit, we got to label ourselves, man. We got to label ourselves for this lawsuit, and also incorporate the labels that you gave us. So we're foundational Black Americans.
Okay. But then why add ADOS to like the label then? You just added more labels to like add another label to yourself.
ADOS is another wrinkle, but you can't deny it. We're American.
That's more to do with the lawsuit, ain't it?
Yeah,
Paul?
we're American descendants of slavery.
In terms of the lawsuit, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
You can't change it. Like you can't change. We're freedmen. Like we've been labeled so many things that all of these labels have to be included. So there's no wiggle room out of that. You know what I mean? If you say American descendants of slavery, well, you know, who is that? Who is that? The Irish? Well, no, you know it's not the Irish. We're talking about the foundational Black Americans.
Yeah.
Well, it is the Irish as well.
Right. So now I put the Black in there, so you can't really try to say the Irish or whatever America wants to try to say. You know what I mean? It's just no wiggle
Clear
room.
distinction, right?
No wiggle room.
Born, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
In America, is there any Black banks?
It is, but I don't think it's. I don't. They're not respected like that. I'll be honest, Con. They're not respected.
So it's just like a savings place where you just save money.
No, it's in existence, man. They got Black banks and stuff.
It is in existence. I mean, we have one. We have the Citizens Bank. Citizens Bank been around since the fucking early 1900s. 2 minutes from my house, I actually have my savings account with them.
Is it floated on the stock market?
They don't really have the benefits. They don't have the benefits of the other banks. You feel me?
Well, so they'd be
like
marginalized.
a credit union type thing.
Yeah.
It's really backed by the government. We'll put it that way. The money is insured. The money is insured, and then plus it's propaganda. You know what I mean? Propaganda is gonna make you eat McDonald's instead of the local. You know what I'm saying? The local black burger shop.
I hear you.
I mean, it's due to marketing, isn't it? That's why.
What are you talking about now?
Can't leave him alone
today. Bob, has this brother eaten today?
Can't leave him alone, man. Come on, man.
Why?
You know, we can all safely assume that you're sufficiently well in it.
Brother, I just come out of the gym. I don't know what the fuck you're chatting about.
Look,
Good
man, I
convo,
just said
though, family.
okay. The reason why perhaps
Hey, good convo. Real
mainstream
quick, Jonas. Real quick,
burger
Jonas.
chains might get more customers than the independent ones is that they got marketing in their size and they got so much money to spend on based on marketing and advertisement and all that.
No, you're right. And
No,
that's
brother.
that's
It's
why
what
they
they
become
do with the
household
money.
names and high street banks.
It's what they do with the money. Are they allowed to do what normal banks do? Are they
What do
allowed to
normal
make
banks
money
do?
and bring you back higher interest?
No,
A
I think
normal
the
bank.
point is, man, they're not generating enough to have those kind of budgets to be able to have those big marketing campaigns and stuff like that.
Listen,
Yeah,
remember
so I
the
was
bank.
referring to
I'll be right back, family. Be right back.
Remember the Bank of
Okay.
Dave. That my man thing. The main, it seems, is to get more raw materials and all of that, like gold and that. You know what I mean? To back your bank wealth and all
Right.
of that. So on a small
Exactly.
scale. So he kind of broke it down on what you have to do, but mainly it's about who you know, not about who you are. You know what I mean? Or what you're trying to do. You have to be somebody of note or know somebody of note to get you in the door. You know what I mean? I think the only reason they allowed him is because he had cameras. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Otherwise, he wouldn't just be able to open a bank. The paperwork and the thing and the MPs that have to sign off on it and all of that. It's crazy.
Exactly.
Mad. But in America, obviously, yeah, different system and it can work. But I would assume that it would be similar. Trying to build up more raw materials, invest in people's money. Do you get what I'm saying? In the stock market to turn that money over. But at least the people, hopefully, if they're honest, they'll be giving the people who put their money in part of the proceeds. You know what I mean? Because a lot of these banks do that, but they're collecting everything and interest and all sorts. And didn't tell you they loaned out your money or invested your money in something. But yeah, man. Forget a bank, man.
Blue Red.
You can't eat money, man.
Was you happy with your answers that you got?
Yeah, man. No, it's bang on, man. Yeah. I just feel like for me, the whole I get why they got the label, but I just like sometimes it feels a bit funny why you're going to want one people African Americans and then one people Americans. It's like you're just saying it's like
Well,
you're
I
like.
think you could just like separate that just based on numbers, right?
How do you mean by numbers?
So obviously, like it's like we got Muslims and then we got Shias. The Shias are the minority, so they get like a little extra label for being a minority. But the majority, we just call ourselves Muslims, right? Sunni Muslims.
Okay.
So it's like
Yeah.
always the minority will like get the label, innit? The majority is just going to be regarded as the
rule of the thumb.
the main body.
Yeah.
Yeah. The main body.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So I wouldn't really say it's 100% racist, but I'm saying that every label has to serve a purpose. It has to have a utility to it. You can't just start calling people things, labeling them without them having a use for that label. So what I think Bourne's saying is that the labels that they're choosing themselves have got more use, have got more productive value. So utility-wise, if you're going to have a court case, you need to be able to identify your people, right?
Of course, yeah.
Right. So that's
Isn't
the
it the
reason
same?
for. Sorry, MJ, go ahead.
I was going to say, isn't it the same as like the way they do the ethnicity monitoring over here? So it's like you're going to identify as either Black African or Black Caribbean or Black British. Do you know what I mean? Like, and then even with whites, they've got white. They'll have white Irish or white other, or with Asian, they'll have like Pakistani, Bangladesh, Chinese, or other.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And obviously that's how they create these different groups of people, innit? And how they come up with all of their statistics and bullshit.
And they've been doing it here and in America for a long time. Registering people and trying to wipe people out and put them in categories.
It's all about categories.
I told you what, I've literally never seen one of those forms until I came to this country, and I was like, what the fuck is this?
Some people went from native.
Why does this matter? Why do you need to know what color I identify as? You can see me.
Prefer not to say. You know the prefer not to say box.
No,
Some
do you know? I
people ain't
remember
lazy.
because I complained to the manager in the college at the time, innit? I sat down, had a meeting where I was like, "No, I don't understand why this is of importance." And then she explained it to me, and I was like, "Yeah, government, all bullshit." And then I put some like pink with yellow spots just to be a bit.
Wow. Yeah, but you know that whole prefer to say category, yeah?
Yeah.
Don't you feel like if you're gonna apply for a job, that would not make you look a bit confrontational or a bit awkward, innit, kind of thing, if you're not
The thing is, though, Blue Red, when it comes to applying for jobs, now I'm not going to say that all companies comply with this, right? However, if they're following correct protocol, nobody who's interviewing you or making a decision on whether you should be interviewed or taken on for a job should be privy to seeing your ethnicity and diversity information. So anything to do with your color, race, religion, disability, sexual orientation, if you're a parent, none of that stuff should be privy to them or needs to be known by
Yeah, you
them
should get equal
or should be
opportunity.
used to make a decision by them. So
Yeah.
this is why in a lot of cases, so when you do apply for a job, just remember you don't have to actually fill out that form and they can't
No.
hold it against you.
They shouldn't hold it against you anyway.
But what I'm saying is, like, you not filling out that form or prefer not to say, does that make you look a certain way to them?
No,
Like,
they don't care.
Do you
Because
know what?
you might come
Wouldn't it
across
depend,
as
though,
like
Cam,
being
on the person and how they perceive it? Because some people might be like, "Oh, they're just being a complete dickhead," whereas
they're
someone
being
like me,
non-agreeable.
I might
Yeah.
think something like, maybe they don't fit into any of these boxes, and well, does it really fucking matter anyway? Have they got the qualifications? Are they the right person for this team, etc., etc.? But another person might see it as, "Oh, why are they being so silly? Why didn't they just tick a box? Like, why is it a big deal?" Do you know what I mean? Them kind of ignorant
I just
people.
put other, man. I ain't got time.
Other.
Hmm.
What's other gonna cover then? Would you say?
But what other? Are you doing black cover or are you doing
That's what I'm saying.
I'm doing
other? Because then when you put other, they'll say, "Please describe below." So it's either you're describing yourself differently or you tick that "I do not prefer"
No,
box.
there's the only other box. Yeah. After all the others, yeah, or the other
Let me
thing,
see what
black
is on
other
their
thing,
thing
other,
currently.
other.
Right.
Other. I like that. I like that. Other. I'm not the other, but I'm other than the other.
So the standard in the
I've never used
UK
it.
is for white, it's supposed to have option of English / Welsh / Scottish / Northern Irish / British. So what's the difference between English and British? Anyway,
I think English and British is interchangeable. I think they only changed it to Britain
so
to
you
be
can be
kind
white
to
English
everyone.
or white British.
Really, they're English. Like whether they
White
accept
English
it
and
or
white
not,
British.
Not everyone's
they're
English, remember?
Right,
There's
and then you
Welsh,
have white
there's Cornish.
Irish, and then you have white gypsy or traveller or any other white background. Then you have the mixed white and black Caribbean, white and black African, white and Asian, or any other mixed multiple ethnic background. Asian or Asian British, you can tick Indian, Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Chinese, or any other Asian background. Then it's black African, black Caribbean, or black British. You can tick African or Caribbean. And then other ethnic group, it has Arab, and that's it. Or please describe below, or I do not prefer.
Okay, so if you're Mexican, then basically
then you're fucked. Same as being Turkish Cypriot.
Yeah, then what are you?
Sometimes I put white other.
Sometimes I put white.
I've told people to do that though, Mackie. Like, if you're concerned about saying black, then say white. See what happens.
No, it's not even
like,
that.
Imagine Mackie puts white and he turns up for the job interview.
It's what they're referring to. Because most times it's survey and some bait form. It's nothing major. You get me?
Yeah,
On
it's
a
all
major
bullshit.
form, it's not no ethnic, nothing. Forget all that.
You'll never get a letter in the post saying you filled that form
Listen,
wrong.
all it does is go into a data entry sheet, and then at some point it may get given to their funders because their funders will ask, "Oh, have you hit your targets? Did you help 25 black people in the most poverty-ridden area in London?" "Oh, yes, we did, and we could prove this by our diversity monitoring form." That's all it is. It's to keep their funders happy and tick more
But
boxes.
there's a form that reveals the real classifications of those wordings. Do you get what I'm saying? It's called I can't even remember. I've got a copy of it somewhere, where they just like whites, black. It has many classes. It'll say like indigenous to Europe, and you know, these type of thing.
Oh, is
So
that the
like,
thing? The IC1, IC3 kind of form?
no, it's color. It says black, and white is like Europe and North Africa and the Middle East, for example.
Yeah.
So that means you could still be black and be white if you live in
Yeah.
any of those
Well,
countries.
yeah,
you know?
of course.
Yeah.
Of course you can.
Oh, one haplogroup and that. Yeah, yeah.
Axum and all
Well,
that.
it's not even a haplogroup, it's classification. Because remember, when they're saying what color are you, sometimes they mean in your physical appearance. Yeah. And sometimes they
Indian,
mean
isn't it?
they're talking legalese or they're talking
Indian white,
something
same
else,
thing,
you know?
bro.
They're talking commodity and property, and yeah, when we're dealing with reality, yeah, maybe my country that I'm originate from comes under the classification of white.
Exactly.
Maybe. So in a court setting or thing, when that application form comes out or ask me about my ethnic origin and all of that, I'm putting white because that's legalese and we're in a legal environment, and obviously, yeah, they think they're smart. So yeah. This is why the Moors don't call themselves black. It's only in the legalese terminology of the words, because black don't mean what you think it means. White don't mean what you think it means, you know?
That's true.
Even the word lamp is something else. When you're in the courts or in these legalese environments,
It's the
yeah,
same.
bro.
It's the same with most things, isn't it? They have their own terminologies and their own wordings. You
But
know?
using the English language, this is the madness.
Mm.
This is why thesaurus is definitely necessary.
A requirement. Yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
because it's like, rah, this one word's got bare meanings, fam.
It's true.
Okay. So you can say it and then it'll be like, oh yeah, purple. Oh, what? Oh, purple's the color in it. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe they're speaking. That's why they say when they produce these Mason books, you notice they're speaking English, but they're speaking a different language. There's a code in there.
Yeah.
They're appealing it to.
And it goes
people
back to the Middle
who ain't
Ages,
know.
all these like coded things and that they love
Right,
all that.
codexes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Once there's a codex in something, it's definitely got somebody's hands in there.
I think the Bible's pretty coded as well. If you think about it, a lot of the stuff Muslims are like, "Oh, the Bible don't make sense." Yeah, but you don't understand the code. There's actually a code in there. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's why Christians don't really go by the Bible that much, because it's sort of like a secret coded book that's only for people that know.
No, I mean some
and they
just
can
restrict
basically
themselves to
not
the
get like detected by like the Romans or whoever's like trying to kill them.
A Christian is more concerned about the New Testament, to be honest. And,
But a lot of it's
Christ.
coded. A lot of it's coded.
Yeah, the Old Testament is definitely coded. The New Testament is even coded. Yeah, definitely.
The only thing I'll say about the Old Testament, I think sometimes it's not meant to be taken like literally. Sometimes it's meant to be just like figuratively kind of thing, I would say.
Allegories, yeah.
That's it, yeah.
I said this ages ago. You have to make sense out of the nonsense. Anyways, I'm back on mute.
No, but I mean, yeah. Like,
you know what? No return fire on that one.
Zulu.
Mary's right. Mary's clearly read the Bible from back to front, so I'm not going to question her opinion about it.
Was it front to back or back to front? I forget, but it was one of them.
I think it was back to front. I think she read
back to front.
Revelation to Genesis. I think.
If you do it back to front, ain't that satanic? I'm just asking for a friend.
Anyways, Julie, before you shake your head at me, right, can you please explain why I keep finding random things in a place in Hackney Wick, particularly the book by Ellen G. White last week?
Oh,
Ellen G. White's got a book.
She got bear books. She brought bear books.
Well, basically, there's this place in Hackney Wick, and there's like this wall where there's some construction site behind. There's nothing there. Oh no, they're supposed to be building a hotel there or something, right? But there's like this little hole in the wall sort of thing. And a few times I've walked past there and I see some kind of, like leaflets or booklet type things that, you might get handed by.
Dawa? outreach to
Well,
the
like, there's
community.
no one there, Khan. There's no one there. Like,
But
it's
the
just a
Holy Ghost is
random
there. You can't see it.
place. You know what I mean? It's like every time I walk past, I happen to see something. And yeah, the
Well,
other day I
something
walked past, and there
spooky,
was
you
some
mean?
book by Ellen G. White.
Yeah. Don't mess with that
It's
shit,
always
man.
something related to some kind of supernatural. One time it was
Yeah.
stuff about like devils and I don't know. Then sometimes it's like, oh, the coming of Jesus and
But
random.
Mary, do we really need to know all this stuff? It's like for the layman. I'm not training to be a monk or a priest or a rabbi. Like, do I really need to know all this information? Like, can I just go by the
I
Ten
think to
Commandments?
have
Like, ain't the Ten
awareness, we
Commandments
need to
good
have
enough?
awareness of the information and awareness of what these things represent.
But there's the Ten Commandments for that, isn't it? There's like bullet points, isn't it? It's like, why do I need to read the whole
Yeah,
PDF?
but then okay, so you're going to tell me that some God has given us the Ten Commandments, and I'm not supposed to ask why and who He is.
No, I'm saying
and,
if you
and
got questions, you can go and investigate it. But if I'm happy to just roll with the Ten Commandments,
well, then
I'm
you'd
happy to
probably be
roll with
happy
it.
to roll with anything that people tell you to do in that case, Con.
No, but I'm basing it on faith. Yeah, I'm saying I believe in God. I believe in the Ten Commandments. I believe in the prophets, the angels, and everything. Like, why do I need to
Yeah,
investigate?
but then
Why do
how
I need
would
to
you
be a
know
scholar?
about the prophets and the angels and all of them things if you hadn't read any kind of like scriptures or books or anything, any kind of information?
Mad.
I get you. You got to read a little something. You're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, have you actually read the Quran?
Well, obviously, I got one here.
From back to front, yeah.
Quran's not really like that. It's not like in a thingy order. What's it called? Chronological order. It's not really like. It's not a book in that way. It's just a collection of recitations.
So there's no
Obviously,
like journey.
obviously, it's been compiled. It has been compiled. Like, so for example, Al-Fatiha is at the beginning when you read it. It's the opening. So you have to read that for every prayer anyway. So obviously someone's had the common sense to put it at the front of the book, right? But other than that, it's all like numbered. That you go to, it's like like reference books where you can go to the section that you need to read. No, I don't know if you've ever like used reference books. You're not supposed to like read them beginning to end like a novel. It's not like a novel. It's more like a reference book where the passages are all numbered, and you can go to each passage that you need, sort of at when you need it. Yeah, you can't compare the Bible and the Quran. It's completely two different things with two different purposes and two different intentions behind it. Like you can't compare them. Like,
what do you mean? What are you doing?
Like, they're two different things.
So how?
I don't think anyone was comparing.
Well, I don't think
if you read it. That was it.
I don't think the Bible's. Sorry, I don't think the Quran is like a historical account of a tribe and their movement. Whereas with the Bible, you've got a lot of historical situations. What happened to a particular tribe, like them going into Egypt, them coming out of Egypt.
Adam is not historical. All the prophets that you claim
Obviously,
to.
everything that's happened in the past is historical. But when we say
it's in the
historical
Quran,
account. When we say a historical account of something,
but
it means
in the
that
Quran, my friend.
Is it mentioned in the Quran?
There are mentioned. The prophets are mentioned in
Obviously,
the Quran.
but
Their
I'm
whole
saying
life
it's
story
not a historical.
And the whole thing that happened. Yes, it is mentioned. It is that.
Yeah, but it being mentioned is not the point. The point
it's
is
not the point.
the purpose of it.
You got to know the creation of Adam. Is it there?
Brother,
Yes,
the
it
purpose
is.
of it is
Yeah?
not a historical account. But in the Bible, there are historical accounts of things that happened in history.
Oh, you ain't read the Quran. I can just clearly.
I don't know where you're getting that from, bro. Honestly, like if you're gonna make claims, at least like be half-assed.
You know what we do?
No, but you said it yourself, Khan. You said you haven't read it.
No, bro. You see what happened, yeah? We've been on this
Brother,
thing so
is the
long.
whole purpose of this channel is
Let
to
me
shame
finish.
people,
Let me finish.
mock people, diminish everyone's responsibility and their position, so then you can come with some satanic devil worshipping storyline. Like, what is it all about here, bro?
Man, you still ain't got over that chicken
You
yesterday,
need to calm down, bro.
Calm down, man.
Like, always trying to diminish people, like no one knows what they're talking about.
You
Why is
don't
that?
know what you're talking about. I'm saying,
why though?
right? Let me give you an example, right? We wanted to know, right, what happened with the birth of Isa alayhi salam, right? Or Jesus, right? And we had to go into the Quran, right? And pull the verse that
Yeah.
explained that event, right?
It's mentioned,
So
yeah?
tell me, no, it's not bloody mentioned. The story's there, my brother.
But you're taking it to
So if
Isa
the
now. I never even
story's
mentioned
there,
Isa.
no,
Don't
I'm
try
just
to drag
saying.
me over to Isa,
I'm
bro.
saying
not said that.
Miriam, his mother, yeah, it's the situation with her. So we're not saying Isa, yeah, because that's going to also be in there, the story of him, yeah. So like all of these stories, Musa, everybody's in the Quran. Like
I'm
what are
not
we
saying
saying
they're
is not
not.
chronological in the sense of like it's not in thing
That
order. Yes, because the thing that is different from those books, yeah, and the Quran is the position of the Prophet, peace be upon him, being the one who got the revelations. So he's added, yeah, to the story up to a certain point, all the way up to Isa. Yeah, that's what the Quran is telling you. Plus, with the added of the Prophet,
brother, I said to
a
you,
little
the
bit of the
purpose of the
Prophet's
Quran,
story.
unlike the Bible, is not to give a historical account of a
But
tribe
it
and
does.
its movements. Listen
It
to me
does.
fully. Listen to me fully. The
Yeah.
purpose is not to document the movement of a particular tribe, like the Jews in the Bible. Yeah, the story of the Jews and how they moved from place to place and what they did and the prophets that were there. It's a historical account. It's in the Bible. That's
You
not the
haven't
purpose
read
of the
the
Quran.
Quran.
The purpose of the Quran is a direct revelation
Sorry,
from
and
God.
one more question.
He hasn't
Why are you
read it.
cutting me? I don't understand that. I'm
No,
not
I
He hasn't
know.
read it.
But so
I could
Khan, you're
tell.
just speaking
not gonna
about the
bother.
Bible and how it's a historic version of the movement of a tribe. So have you read it yourself, the
Ridiculous,
actual
bro.
Bible?
I've read bits of the Bible. Yeah,
Yeah, you haven't read all of it. So
I
then
haven't
how
read
could you
all of it. But
you
this is
don't
what I
know
mean. Like,
how you
what's
could
your purpose
compare it to
here?
the
What is
bro?
your purpose here? To
Why are you
basically
saying
make out I
compare?
don't know what I'm talking about.
But they're not.
Well,
You said they're not
kind of.
even the same,
No,
right?
listen to me. If I
You
say
said the books
something
are
that's
not the same,
wrong,
right?
you can tell me I don't know what I'm talking about.
I didn't say that. I said, yeah, these things that you're saying, things like, oh, the Quran is not a historical account.
I didn't
Yes,
say
it
that.
is.
I said
Yeah,
the
you did.
purpose of it.
Oh, bro.
The main purpose of it.
That's the main purpose of it.
It's
Yes,
not.
to tell
The
you
main
these
purpose of the
stories.
Quran
1 second.
is not to document the movement
Oh
of a
my
tribe,
God.
unlike the Bible.
It's not about movement of tribe. It's about the
What the Bible
movement
isn't.
of a
So
bloodline, which is a tribe. Hold on,
why is
and
sorry.
prophets. So
Brother, because things are mentioned in the Quran, does that mean that's a historical thingy?
No, it's just
Explanation of what
it's
happened. Is it
just
full
a
explanation? So
version,
you're
an
saying,
oral.
that the
Oh my God.
explanations given in the Quran are full. They're not just mentions; they're full explanations. Is that what you're saying?
I'm
Because as far
saying,
as I know, Jesus is mentioned in the Quran like
oh
3
my God,
times.
oh my God. He's not
It's like 3
mentioned three
times he's
times.
mentioned in there.
Is
Of
he
course it
mentioned
is.
more than the prophet, peace be upon him?
What?
Is he
You're
mentioned
getting mixed up
more
with Moses.
than?
No, he's not.
I'm
No, he's
asking.
not.
What?
He's right, you know, Khan. That's
What?
what I was. He's
You
right,
sound
you know,
silly,
Khan.
man. You don't read the
Brother,
Quran.
what are
You've
you on
never read the
about?
Quran.
I've read it, brother. I've read it more than once. I
Can't
don't know what
have.
you're talking about.
You
But
can't
That's
have
not what you
because
said 10
he's
minutes ago when I
he's
asked you the
right.
initial
Yeah,
question, Khan. Why are you
What are
lying
you
now?
doing, man?
Why are you
You
always
said
trying to
I've read.
catch people in
You
a
said I've
lie?
read bits
Because
of
your
it.
whole life is
You
just got
said
mixed up, kind of like
What are you doing,
situation.
man?
You're
no.
trying to
Don't
bring everyone
deflect.
into the
Don't
mix
deflect.
now.
Look at
Let's
you.
No,
concentrate
but this
on
is
you
what you
right
lot
now.
all do
You
on
said
here.
that you've read
Listen,
bits of it,
We're
and then
talking
you
about
went
the
on to
Quran. We're
say
not
it's
putting
not
no.
the
what are
same
you
as the
on about?
Bible.
What are you on
You
Yeah.
don't
about?
read it from start to finish.
Right.
That
I said,
it's more like a
did I say
reference
that
book.
I haven't read it
This is
from
Okay.
cover?
yes,
Have I,
yes,
Mary? Have I
yes,
said that I haven't read it from cover to cover?
yeah.
No, I didn't. I said
I
that's
asked
not
you the
how it's
question. I said,
traditionally
"Have you
read.
read it?"
I
I
said you
said
don't
to
have
you,
to read it
my
like that.
exact question was, "Have you read it from back to front?" And you said no. And that's when you started to explain
I
that
never
the
said that.
Quran
I never said
is
that.
not
You're
the
lying.
same
I've read it from
as the
cover to cover.
Bible.
I've read
That
it
it
from.
is not from
Stop.
start to
Stop.
finish. It
Stop.
is not like a
Stop
story. It
misquoting
is
me.
more like a
Stop
references.
misquoting me. I'm explaining to you
Okay.
how it's
So
normally
so
read.
So you want
There
us
is
to
no
pull up evidence
obligation for someone
yet
to read it
again?
from
You're
cover
going
to
to
cover,
tell
but
lies
people
on
do
yourself
that.
yet again 10 minutes
Talking
after you
rubbish.
said
You're
what you
always
said.
trying to
Okay,
undermine
carry on.
people
Carry
because of
on.
your low self-esteem, your low IQ, and you're
This
always
is
trying to bring other
crazy,
people
my
down.
brother. Like,
This is
what is
what you
going
lot
on?
do. This is what you lot do.
We're
You
not
can't
doing
argue the
anything.
point at hand.
You're
You
putting
have
that
to
in the
just make
universe.
out like no one knows what they're talking about. You're mad. It's crazy. It's just the type of
Yeah.
madness. You lot
You
need
argue
help.
with a
You need
woman.
help.
You argue with a woman now to
I'm not
to
arguing
deflect.
with you. I'm telling you
I
that
hear you.
you're misconstruing what I've said deliberately to try and make me look like I don't know what I'm talking
Okay, I'll
about.
pull it
I'm
up then.
telling
No
you,
problem.
1 minute, why are you
You know I'm
cutting me?
about this.
Why are you cutting me? I'm telling you how the Quran is read. It's not read like a novel cover to cover. I've explained that to you. That doesn't mean I haven't read it in its entirety. If you can't understand the basic thing like that, then why are you even opening your mouth to speak? And how have you not got shame in the fact that you just do not know how to interpret information that's given to you?
Interpretate. Anyway.
Fantastic speech. Round of applause.
This is the kind of level of discourse that we're dealing with. Yeah.
Brother,
All
you
right.
cannot
Safe.
prove
No
what you're
problem.
saying. You're telling me I haven't read the Quran. I could have read it 10
Okay.
times. You don't know that.
Are you
Oh,
saying? All right. Hold on. Are you saying? Yeah. that Isa alayhi salam is only mentioned what 3 times in the Quran? Nobody in this chat or anywhere on the planet who has read the Quran,
Coming from the man who's like, why are we
is
looking at the
going
chat
to,
when we're on the panel?
bro.
Now you're
What
looking
you
at chat.
doing? What you doing?
I'm
I
telling
told you.
you, you're looking at the chat right now.
You're not
But
telling
why?
me. Why are you telling me that?
Because you need
I'm
support.
having a
Because you can't
conversation with
verify
you.
your own claim.
It's not about verifying my own claim.
All
I
right,
know what I
so
know,
you're
innit?
telling me I'm wrong.
I'm
So you're
saying,
telling me
yeah,
I'm
you're
wrong.
wrong.
So
You're
correct
definitely
me.
wrong. You're
Correct me.
definitely
How
wrong.
many times is it that Jesus is mentioned in the Quran? Tell me now off the top of your head if you can. If you can't, then shut the fuck up.
What do you mean?
Right.
At least,
Can we
So
have
you
some
don't
learned
know.
Muslims on
So
the
you
panel,
don't
please?
know.
Sorry. You don't know. Remember,
I'm telling
you said
you,
3.
yeah, I'm telling you that if I'm
Yeah,
wrong and
I'm
you're
closer.
correcting me,
My one
you
would
have
be
to know
closer
what you're
to.
talking about.
My one would be closer
Give us
to
the
something
number
like
then. If you
30.
that I'm wrong, tell me, correct
Bro,
me,
there's
because
a
people can
whole.
be corrected.
All right,
But you
There's
can't correct someone unless you know what you're talking about.
bro. There's a whole.
Answer the question.
Listen.
How many times Jesus mentioned in the Quran?
At least 30.
And that's
So,
off the top of your head. You're saying 30
I'm
is your
saying,
number, yeah?
yeah.
So if I prove that you're wrong, you're going to shut
So,
up forever.
No. If I prove,
Exactly.
hold on. If you prove that it's less than 3 or just a little bit more than 3,
You just said 30.
I'll keep my mouth shut. But
You
bro,
never should keep your mouth shut. You
it's
never.
not
Okay,
going
so
to
Khan,
be.
how many times
Come
are you
on.
saying?
3.
Listen.
3.
I gave an arbitrary
no.
number. I gave an arbitrary number. Yeah.
So why
Now
did
he
you
made
do
the
that?
claim.
Why did you do that?
Brother. Am I
Because
allowed
you
to
ain't
speak?
read the Quran.
Am I allowed
That's
to speak?
it. Plain
Am I
and
allowed to
simple,
speak?
bruv.
Am I allowed to speak?
3 times.
You made the claim that
All right.
Jesus is
Let's
mentioned
pull
more
this
times
up.
in the Quran than the Prophet himself.
Mud.
That's what you claimed.
A
You
load
made
of
that claim.
people. A load of people are
I think he
mentioned
may be correct on that one.
more times than the Prophet himself. Right? There are other
Only
prophets.
Moses. That's only
Okay,
Moses.
then you know.
No, but you're saying Jesus.
So what are you doing?
What do you mean? I know what
He's
I'm doing.
right.
I'm asking you what you're doing.
Bruv, you don't know. There's a whole passage about
Brother, you
Christ.
can't correct someone on being wrong
God.
unless you know better than them.
How many times? 48.
48, 25 times by the name Esau. Third person 48 times. First person 35 times.
Mad.
And it says Jesus is the most mentioned person in the Quran by reference.
Oh. So who's read the Quran and who ain't read the Quran? Okay, I'll be quiet. Yeah,
Brother,
I
you was
don't
asked
think
the
you
question.
should be
MJ
testing
had to go and
someone
find
like
the
me, my
answer for
brother.
you. You didn't know what you was talking about.
I'm not on your level.
I would
Brother,
say
why is
this
it a
matches with
competition?
his
Because
answer,
you're
though.
insecure. You have to
You
make
are a
everything a
fool.
competition. It's not a competition. We're
It's
having a
not. I didn't
conversation.
say it was a
I've given an
competition.
arbitrary number, and now you're trying to hold me to it.
Okay. So your arbitrary number was 3, and look at what we've discovered, huh? So when I say,
but I can, but we're having a conversation. I can be wrong.
No problem.
I can be wrong.
But
That don't matter.
Hold on. Every time I speak, evidence has to be brought. So
No,
it's different, right? No. That's facts.
Every time you make a claim,
that's facts. I'm not making claims, though. I'm not making a claim.
Yeah, you did. You claimed that I was wrong.
I'm speaking facts. Yeah. And I've been proven to be right. So what are we doing here? I'm not gloating about the facts. I'm just saying I'm more smart and educated than you. You know this. You should
That's called
know
gloating,
this.
though.
And when I gave you,
just said you're not gloating, but you're gloating,
my brother. When I gave you an example of Miriam,
this is the illness of it, man. This is the illness. This is the ill part. Like you're trying to have conversations with people, and then you want to catch them out on everything that they say.
Are you going to, perhaps? Like I'm talking about the Quran. I'm saying that I gave you an example out of the Quran, yeah, where we were trying to decipher how the spirit of Christ got into Mary, right? We had to go. That's detail, my brother. To have that debate and have that discussion and have to pull up the surah, yeah, and go through it with my Israelite and whatever brothers was around me at the time. This is what we used to do, fam.
I'm
so that's
not
just
arguing
one question.
with
One second. That was just one question based on, a discussion we're having, knowing that both accounts are in both books.
Listen to what I'm saying, Maki, brother, please. Let me just say something, yeah? Going back to my original point that you've managed to successfully, I might add, drag me to another point where you knew more than me. All right, you knew more than me, hands up.
No,
but
you're
that's
just
not
lying.
the point of the conversation. Yeah, you might have done it without trying. You could have done it without trying. That's not the point. The point is, I'm saying the purpose of the Bible is a different purpose than the purpose of the Quran, which is a direct revelation from an angel to a prophet who conveyed it to his nation. Whereas the Bible is a historical account. There's accounts in the Bible, yeah, where people are saying, we did this, we did that, we went here, we spoke to this person, we did this, we did that. It's a historical account. Do you understand? So I'm saying it's two different things. They're two different books. So if a Bible is written chronologically, in other words, as we read it, we go through time. So we start in Genesis and we go all the way through until the end of time, where it will be the what's it called? The Revelation or whatever the end part of the Bible is, I don't know. But it goes from beginning to end chronologically, right? But I'm saying the Quran is not like that. It's not a book in that way where it's like a story with a beginning and a middle and an end. That's the only point I'm trying to make to Mary. That's it. That's my whole point.
Okay, so let me ask my initial question again.
Excuse me.
No. You've
excuse me. You're trying to catch me.
What did you do?
You're trying to catch me on a technicality. You're trying to catch me out on a technicality, which is irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
It's huge.
Farting out your mouth right now. Fucking hell.
No, because you're just proving that you've got bad intentions.
So just let me ask you a simple question again. Let me ask the question. Have you read the entire Quran? Have you read the entire Quran? Yes or no?
Yes, I've read it.
Okay.
I don't understand why you think I ain't read it, though.
Because it's not what you said when I asked you in the beginning, twat.
You're the twat. I've already explained that to you.
My brother's.
I know. I'm the low IQ person that has to get triggered every time somebody asks me a question. You
can't understand what you're saying. You can't even understand.
I'm starting to understand what Kale's talking about when he's talking about the unsynchronized European mindset. It's all right.
Right.
All these non-Africans.
Yeah.
I don't personally get it, man. I don't get what you're saying. I don't get what you're saying.
You got my brother Zulu.
What in the 30 sausages in a frying pan is happening here?
I don't know, County. What County recipes have you got for us today? Stir-fried County?
I want some County.
What have you got for us? Don't come to the table with nothing.
When's my auntie Zulu? When's my auntie making cow's knees again, man? I'm down.
Yeah, man. I'm down for cow's knees. I don't know about 30 sausages.
County
I want to try it.
I'm down for
County lasagna.
I'm gonna travel to your ends and come and meet and come and chill with
100%,
Zulu, man. What?
Are you mad? Big man don't eat no sausages, man. Like that or that.
Bro, sausages got counties in it already.
What? I don't know.
Sausages contains counties already.
How you gonna
I'm
remix
out.
food? Like, you're gonna remix religion and food? Like, let it, bro. Like, I don't know what you're doing right
I had
now.
a nice little bit of
Yeah,
sausage and county the other day, bro.
Like, allow food, man. Like, I don't know, man.
Mad.
You mentioned sausages, now you're saying allow food.
Nah.
He said allow remix in the food.
Yeah, allow remixing
So what goes
that
into
and
sausages?
remixing the
Does it not
Quran.
have?
Nah, don't
what
change it to
things
food.
in
We're
there?
sticking to what we were talking about before. I'm not giving you an
Yeah.
escape route.
I don't
let's
know.
get
There's
back-
no escape route. There's
Well,
no
the thing is,
I'm not in the.
Let's
the
get
thing
back to
is,
the
when
conversation.
you're eating
I'm
pork
not
sausages,
trying
there's
to
not going to
drag
be
people
counties
from
and pork
sausages.
sausages, is there?
I'm not trying to drag people from one
Goddamn
conversation to
pagan.
another.
Pork
Like, I don't need to
sausages?
do that. It's
What?
just like it's
Oh
lame.
shit!
It's
Is this
lame,
true,
man.
God?
It's lame. It's
You eat
lame.
pork sausages, bro.
It's lame. It's lame. What you're doing is lame.
You actually be eating pork sausages, Richmond sausages, yeah?
Richmond
Lame what you're
sausages
doing.
with Kerrygold butter.
It's lame.
Fried in
lame what you're doing.
Kerrygold.
Trying to drag everyone down
with
to
some
your
halloumi,
pathetic
with some
level.
halloumi and ham. You like halloumi and
Trying to
ham,
drag
yeah?
everyone down to your level. No one's allowed to know anything. No one's allowed
You
to
like a
believe in anything.
halloumi ham
But
sandwich,
when we
yeah?
start talking about veganism and living in forests and rebelling against the government and all this bullshit, yeah, you're
Well,
on
MJ.
that.
No,
You're
let's
on
talk
that.
about it.
What?
You're on
MJ.
that.
Yes, Maku.
I think personally, yeah,
Uh-huh.
you should more investigate this. I read the whole Quran thing.
Why? Because MJ got proven to be shit
Because
at reading.
No, nothing got proved, by the way.
You got proven
so,
to be shit
no,
at
there
reading.
may be,
He was like, I read it, but it
2
didn't
days
make
of
sense
streams
to me.
talking about it. That
I
don't
read it,
mean
but it
shit
didn't
got
make
proved.
sense to me. And then you started calling people's whole religion nonsense.
Well, then you read the whole thing and then you didn't know.
Actually,
No, you can't compare
my
me to
initial
MJ.
statement that
You can't
started the
save
whole
MJ.
conversation
You're
was
trying
me
to bring her
calling the
back from the
Bible
dead, but you
nonsense,
can't
and
do
I
it,
still
Maku.
stick to it, and I will
Maku's trying to
stick
bring
to it.
people back from the dead like he's Christ. You ain't
Like
Christ,
you were
bro.
just up here
You
yourself a
can't
little
raise
while
the
ago
dead. She's
talking
dead
about
and
you have
buried,
to
bro.
decode it. People
Whether
don't
or not I've
understand
read
it.
the
It's the
Quran is
same
nothing to
thing,
do
but
with
said in a
MJ and
different way.
her calling
Anyways, let me
Christianity
go get my evidence to
nonsense.
prove that
You
you're a
called it
liar.
nonsense, mate. You called it nonsense. Even I
And
wouldn't
I
do that.
stand by it. And what?
Stand, sit, do what you want.
Right. So what's your
Right.
point?
I've made my point quite
You're trying
clearly.
to stir emotions or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but someone that
Go on,
remixes is just as bad as someone that says it's rubbish.
Yeah.
I would say
Brother, I
probably
wasn't
even
remixing. I
worse
just gave an
because
arbitrary number. Yeah? You
Why
can't hold
free
me to
though?
that.
Why free?
hold on, you said that the Bible is just a history book. You clearly don't
No,
know
I
what the
didn't say
Bible
that.
is.
You're
If
misquoting
you
me. You're lying. I
Exactly.
didn't say
okay,
it's just a
And he
history
said he
book.
hasn't read it.
At no
That's
point did I say
exactly
it's
what
just
he
a
was
history
saying.
book.
Though
You're
he says
lying.
it's
yeah,
a
that's exactly what
historical
you're
What
saying.
happened
account
to
of the
thou
movement of a
shalt not
Yeah.
bear
particular
false
tribe.
witness,
Right.
Isn't
Zulu?
that what he
Zulu,
said?
That's
is
what
that
I
one of
said.
the
That's
10 Commandments, Zulu?
I
Con.
said
Thou
that's
shalt
for the
not bear
prophets
false
though.
witness.
Correct me
Is
if I'm
that
wrong.
not one of the 10
Which
Commandments?
is why I asked
No,
him
there's no
if he
holding on.
read
You're
it.
done already. You're
Guys,
already done at it,
let's
bro.
not talk over
No,
each
you
other,
can't
yeah?
talk no more. You can't talk no more.
Yeah?
You're done.
Word for
You're
word,
done. You're already done. You're already
are you gonna
done.
keep talking?
Yo,
Are you
Zulu,
gonna keep
can you put
talking?
your
Yeah,
mic up?
I'm
You're a
gonna keep
bit low,
Oh, so
talking.
bro.
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
gonna be disruptive. You're gonna be disruptive on purpose. Is
Yeah,
that what
I'm
you're
gonna
gonna
be
do?
disruptive, yeah.
All right. You continue being unsynchronized then. Go ahead.
All right then, bye. Have a nice
Right.
conversation.
Zulu,
I
your
ain't, I
mic
ain't
is a
going
bit
anywhere.
low.
You're the
Can
one
you
that
fix it?
that
I
runs.
think it's
You're the
pathetic,
one that
bro.
runs. I'm not going
Shut
I
anywhere.
up,
think
man.
You're
this
the
is
one
pathetic, bro. People
Yeah,
don't
you're
come on
gonna
this
run.
channel
you're
to
gonna
be
And
run away and say,
belittled,
"Oh, I'm gonna
demeaned,
strike the
yeah, they
channel."
and
do
put
if they're
Oh,
down
dumb.
I'm gonna
to a
strike the
If they're
position
channel.
where
dumb
you're
and
making out
acting
that
like
no
they're
one
smart
actually knows what they're talking about.
and just
But
fake
when
statements
Maku
out of their
talks
mouth,
bullshit for 3 hours,
I don't
everyone's like,
care.
yes, Maku,
Yes,
of
because
course
Mac
it
is smart.
is.
Mac is smarter than you.
No,
100 times.
bro.
A
No,
million
bro.
times.
How can you know
All
you're
right,
smart,
cool.
though? How can you know that?
Come on.
Everyone just
It's
agrees with
just
anything
in the
you say.
book.
You
No, they
contradict
don't.
yourself and everyone just sits
They
there nodding
don't.
their head like,
There's
it's just
never been an
boring, bro.
audience. There's
It's
never been an
boring.
audience or a panel where that go on. We don't do that around here.
Brother, it's fine.
We
It's fine. If
definitely
that's how
don't
you
do
want
that
to run
around
your
here.
channel, you want
You
to
have to
surround
prove
yourself
your
by
shit.
yes men. That's fine.
Yeah?
As long as you
it's not
feel
yes
happy
men. I've
knowing
just been
that
doing it a long
people just
time.
agreeing with you because it's your channel. That's it.
No, it's not that.
You think
Fine.
people disagree with him?
Everything.
You don't
I
even know
think
what
a
you're
lot of
talking about.
people,
a lot of people
fail
disagree with me.
to
I
pull him
disagree
up
with
on
Maki all the
things where
time.
he contradicts
Exactly.
himself within
What are
one
you talking
sentence.
about?
Excuse me, can you not hear what I'm saying to you? If somebody contradicts themselves within the space of one sentence,
Like you.
like people listening should be able to pull them up on it.
Right, you.
No.
Right. So when you do that, we do that. So what's the problem?
Brother.
Come on, you
There's
love
no
this really.
problem.
Come on, be honest.
There's
You
no
love it
problem.
really. You love it, don't you? Be honest.
Yeah.
There's no problem. It's
You
just
ain't
boring.
even smart enough
Nah,
for what
you
you're
love this
doing.
attention,
You
bro.
get it?
Don't even lie, man.
Boring.
Boring.
That's you.
You know when you FTK yourself.
You explained yourself.
Boring. I
Thank
can
you.
listen.
Fairy
I
tale
can
killed
make
your blood
mistakes.
clot,
I'm
though.
happy. I'm
Yeah?
happy in a
You are a
conversation
mistake.
if someone can
Thank you. I'm glad
correct
you know.
me. But you got to
Glad you know.
understand one thing: the
Glad
purpose
you
of the
know.
conversation isn't to actually correct each other or catch each other out. That's
We
not the
weren't trying
purpose
to,
of the
but when it comes
conversation
to
for
religious,
normal people. Yeah, but you're not
when it
normal.
comes
You're
to
just
Yeah,
like
religious
you want
going out
to
prudence,
your
just
way to
yeah.
nod a
catch
head and
people
say, yes,
out.
Khan, you're right, you're right.
Nah, bro. When it comes to religious prudence, though, you got to be a bit more careful and a bit more
That is true.
precise with what you're saying. You can't
I
just
agree with
say
that.
things out of your
I
mouth
agree with
because
you.
even if it's not me, there's going to be 101, and usually it's not me.
I hear you. I agree with you on that.
I sit there quietly. I go on mute. Oh, Muslims this and Muslims that, and I can defend any argument, but I don't
Really?
have to, and I don't all the
Okay.
time.
Oh,
You
it's
get me?
fine.
Sometimes it is because my brother Jedi says to me, yeah, bro. And me, myself personally, sometimes I like to monologue, and sometimes, and most of the time, I don't. I'm not really on it. Do you get what I'm saying? So I've talked so much on these streams over the years. The proof is there. Like, I've always been fact checked. Even in the barbershop, you get fact checked. The moment the invention of bloody smartphones kills any pseudo chat, because people could fact check you right sitting right there.
You're right.
Yeah.
You know, we should fact
The
check everything.
more the question was, how did you know that? Yeah, that's what I'm used to. Not how. Oh yeah, how did you get to the? It was the question of how did you get that information, right? Not that the
Yeah.
information is bullshit. No, I don't really suffer from that issue. Yeah, and how I remix. Yeah, how I think all of this information fits together is what comes out of my mouth. Yeah. And I'm generally quite accurate with what I'm saying because I've learned it, I've researched it, I've had debates on it, My whole capacity and your capacity is different. Man is
You're the
a
one
seasoned
comparing,
debater.
though.
Like,
You're the
I'm
one
not
with the
comparing, I'm
comparing
just
thing.
saying when I'm sitting on a panel with you, I'm saying a lot of the time I don't pull you up. That's it. Yeah, where my other brothers and sisters are just going nuts in the fucking chat and all sorts and oh god, yeah, you get me? I'm just here cooling.
He
Like,
allows you
please, man.
bedtimes. He does allow you still. I've noticed
You
this.
get me? Like, yo,
Did you
that's
say allow
Islamic
me?
prudence. Is that what you're gonna do? You know, because there's sensitive people out there, and the moment you say something towards their faith, their ears gonna prick up. If we talk about Christianity and the Bible and Zulu's gonna ears. Yeah, Chemo's there, whoever's there, you know what I mean? They're all there ready for any mistakes. Do you get it? Like, yeah, no, that's not true. Let's go and get that verse. All right, let's go to the verse then. What does that mean? Your interpretation is this, my interpretation is that. But notice what I said was correct along the same lines. You know what I mean? You can't be 100 all
Brother,
the
you
time.
dragged me from my point to your point.
No, we slapped you about because you was
you
wrong.
dragged me to your point,
and you
which
embarrassed
you ended
yourself.
up being correct, and you caught me out on me saying something arbitrarily. That doesn't take
No,
away
but don't say
from the
you can't
facts of
say
what I'm
something
saying.
arbitrarily about the Quran. It makes no sense.
It should be something, but that's a basic fact. Even I knew that Jesus is mentioned more than anyone. Even I knew that. That's a basic fact.
Yeah, do you know what it is though, Zulu? In the middle of the conversation, I got mixed up with the mentioning of the Trinity.
What?
You know, in the Quran, it mentions the Trinity. Yeah, it says don't say three, say one, or whatever it says in the Quran. I'm not going to quote it because I can't remember it, but the Trinity
What's
concept.
that got to do with the, hold on?
I got mixed up between that.
Hold on, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't your claim that
means.
Jesus isn't mentioned more times than Muhammad in the Quran?
3
Wasn't that
times.
your claim? You said
No,
you said 3.
I never made the claim.
You didn't say it was. Yeah, you said 3.
You said pushing 3.
What I'm saying,
man.
The number I was thinking of was the number of how many times the Trinity is mentioned in the Quran. So I made the mistake. I made the mistake.
Okay.
Whatever, man. You got what I'm saying? Like, just
but
fall
Google
back,
it.
man.
How many times is the Trinity mentioned in the Quran?
When
you see
big
it
people are,
it's about 3 times.
And it's going to be 3, right? If I Google it right now.
It's about roughly about 3 times it's mentioned, I think.
Man said Jesus.
I could be wrong though.
Hold on, wait. Man said Jesus, you know. We're not going to get away from that.
Is there a possibility that you made a mistake?
He said Jesus.
It don't matter.
Yeah?
It don't matter. It don't matter.
It does
I was
matter
wrong.
because
I was
Jesus
wrong.
ain't Trinity.
Hold on.
That doesn't make sense.
My brother,
How
could
is
have
Jesus
been
the
wrong.
Trinity? He's part of
I
the
could have
Trinity
been wrong
supposedly,
100
but
times. You
what is
don't
going on?
understand. If you're correcting me and I'm accepting that I'm being corrected, then me being wrong don't matter no more.
All right,
You
then
can't
be
keep
quiet
mentioning the
then.
fact that
Be
he was wrong.
quiet
He was
then.
wrong. I'm
Be
not
quiet
arguing
then when
with
big man is
you,
talking then.
brother. Once it's been verified and we Google searched it and your number was closer than my number, I'm not arguing that no more. So you can't keep
It's
pulling that
not
up and
that,
going,
my
yeah,
brother.
well,
It's not
no,
that.
but that's done now.
It
The point is, what
shows.
I'm saying to you
Listen
is,
to what. Listen
brother,
how it works out. Listen how the results work out. Hold on.
Listen to me.
Listen how the results work out. Yeah. If
Listen.
I say a number, yeah,
Listen.
that's closer to the number. What does that
Yeah,
show?
you
for
was
me?
closer, but
It
you didn't know
shows-
the number
Hold
either.
on.
You didn't know the number either.
It shows. Yeah, I read said material. Now, when
No,
you
it
come with
doesn't.
number, when you
You
come
didn't
with
know the
3,
number.
1 second. When you come with 3, yeah, it shows that you did not read.
No, it
the
doesn't. It just
material.
shows that you retained. No, it doesn't. It shows that you retained more of what we read. We could have read it together, sitting down side by side, the same amount of times. You just retained more of it than me. That doesn't prove nothing.
Okay, but if
That's
someone's
not
retained,
proof.
but
Then
hold on, Con.
that proves. I think
Hold
it
on,
proves
Con.
one comprehension.
Isn't the word intelligence the ability to collect intel?
Thank you.
I don't know where you're running to. My point.
Come on, let
My
me finish,
point.
man.
No.
Yo,
You hold on.
Nah,
You're
nah. Let me.
distracting.
I wasn't finished.
No.
I
I'm not
wasn't
going
finished.
all
No, be
around the
respectful.
houses with this one.
Nah, be
Allow it.
respectful though. No,
No.
be respectful though.
No, you're not being respectful.
You don't even know what I'm
Excuse
gonna
me.
say. You don't even know what I'm gonna say.
None of you lot want to have a conversation. You're
You
just
don't even
out
know
to
what I'm
prove
gonna say, and you're
people wrong.
interrupting me.
It's irrelevant. The
Hold on,
point that you're making is irrelevant.
Oh my gosh.
It's mad, isn't it?
Can I finish what I'm saying, man?
Not unless you're talking about what we're talking about.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
No. You lot are trying to take the subject somewhere
Zulu
else.
knows better than you. I tell you.
All right, I'll forget it.
Zulu knows better than me. So that's your whole. This is what I'm saying. We know better than you. We know better than you. That's the whole argument here. That's the whole argument.
No.
Yes, it is.
He knows what he's saying.
That's all you want to prove is that you know better than me, but you're doing that out of a position of being weak.
He
Hold
knows
on.
how to
You're
research.
doing that out of a position of being weak and
articulate
insecure
himself.
that you
What
have
are we
to keep
doing here?
proving yourself. You have
I'm
to
the
keep
big
proving
broski.
yourself.
I
Whoever
don't have
comes
to
on,
prove anything.
look how you lot been treating Kale.
I just have to
running
set
him down,
the right
making him like you do it to everyone. You mock people. This is bullshit. You're just doing
I'm a
it for like
killer,
everyone
man. I'm
to
a
see
killer, man.
how insecure you are.
I'm a
It's
killer.
just insecurity.
I know.
It's just
No,
insecurity.
your
You have to make
insecurity
everyone out to be a joke
It's been
thing.
around real killers. You know what I mean? Real
It doesn't
fairy
matter,
tale
bro.
killers.
It doesn't matter. Nothing that you're
It
saying
seems to matter
matters.
now.
Nothing that you're saying matters.
It seems to
Nothing
matter
that you're
now.
saying
It
matters.
seems to
Nothing
matter.
that you're saying
It
matters.
does. It seems to matter now.
I explained to MJ in an attempt to kind of relieve herself from this kind of.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Yeah, like I was saying, MJ trying to get
Stupid intimidation, fight upon a mason. Remember that's a petrol bomb at the station. I fear the creator, not the creation. That turned out in.
Leave her out, man. Leave her out of it, man. What's going on?
Oh, he's left now.
Ah, little pump.
And that's how you know it comes. You
Run
run
away.
away.
You run.
Oi. Yeah.
And this, my brothers, is the strategy that you have to deploy on the non-African.
He's very
on the unsynchronized non-African.
He's a very unsynchronized guy, man.
Magnum eating. You get me? What the hell? Sausage, 27 sausage, swallowing pause, or no pause for him.
And he tried to bring in the honorable Kale into this. Like, how dare you? Like,
I know, man. You tried to divide.
Divide the people, man.
This is what the non-European will do.
He tried to employ social politics, and he tried to destroy the infrastructure. Huh?
Get me?
Brother, this is a long-term strategy that the non-African man does.
Right. Yeah. Because because us, the non-magnum man, the non-magnum man, non-Celero,
non-magnican.
Man.
Crazy, bro.
Yeah. He just remains
Oh, here we go.
It's nice to hear people in their diets, you know.
Come on.
They call him a Tada brother.
Put it in your diet, man. It's alkaline.
Man.
Big up to all of
you. Big up, family.
It's very interesting, man. Very interesting that
come on, man.
The way how they behave, because as I said, I've studied the religions, and you know, I agree with Maku that and this is something I was astonished by the way, that the Messiah is mentioned like more than Muhammad Abdullah, peace be upon him. But I think sometimes when you don't have the knowledge, there's nothing wrong with kind of saying to yourself, okay, I don't know. You know,
very
you don't have
to though, man.
Argue and things like that.
Very
man.
embarrassing.
Yeah.
Even for a starter. You know what I mean? If you were just starting in Islam, you couldn't make these statements. And even if you was well experienced and you read the Quran several times you wouldn't make these statements. It's like, rah, bro. Yeah, especially when it comes to religious prudence. Like, be careful, man.
Yeah, you have to be very careful, man.
Yeah, we've got a lot of they're laymen and all sorts of people waiting with their notepads out here, bro. This is an intellectual battlefield. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man.
Yeah. We ain't all been sitting here learning for how many years?
Exactly.
And we haven't all retained some parts of information from different.
That's an easy one. That's a light one. But
I'll say this though, Sniper. I don't know why Eunice and Empress Sakina, his Muslim brothers and sisters, didn't help him out.
Nah, they knew. They was in the presence.
I
of
wasn't
greatness.
here. I literally came in and I didn't know
They
what
knew. They knew Mufti Mac. Mufti Maku was coming.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I've only been Muslim 8-9 months, Rich. So allow me.
You know I'm fucking with you.
I'm a baby Muslim. Leave me alone.
I'm free from this.
Big Papa. Yeah, when Big Papa.
Well, I suppose Khan might have that excuse. It depends when he last left and came back. When he last had a bacon sandwich, isn't it?
Big Bob.
You have to refill with the sausages.
Go and recharge.
What's that a euphemism for?
You get me?
Bacon sandwich. What's that?
You know
what's
what
a bacon sandwich? Is that like a ham sandwich?
You have a bacon sandwich every time you leave Islam, innit?
Every time I leave Islam. Allegations coming from Mary.
She went straight for the
He's on fire.
I mean, leave Islam so you can have a bacon
all right,
sandwich.
Mary, what's worse for you, eating a bacon sandwich or smoking a spliff?
What you mean?
What's
They're
more
both
haram?
haram. They're both
I'm not
haram.
Muslim, so why are you even asking me that question?
So if you're not a Muslim, why are you chatting about bacon for? You eat bacon 3 times a day.
Because you claim to be.
Your whole island is being supported by bacon.
Yeah, and what?
So what are you talking about bacon for then?
Because you're a Muslim. Irish people are not.
Christ! Who's your friend? Oh, do you find me sexy? Oh, look at my titties. Oh, my titties! Ha!
Oh my God!
I'm dead.
But here's the thing: what you lot ain't recognizing.
Yo,
you lot.
Was that you on Haggis Night? Yeah.
You're all a joke here. The more you try to demean people,
We're a
the
joke.
more you try to put people down, the more pathetic it makes you look.
That diabetes affects
You're making
your eyes
yourself look
already.
stupid. You're making yourself look stupid. Why would you do that to people?
God, nobody can ever take you serious ever. Like,
brother, I'm very serious, and it don't take none of you lot to change my status.
Was that a wig,
change
or did you
anything
dye your
about
hair?
me. You can't change anything about me, bro. Brother, you're not in a position to change anything about me.
Celebrating when the gym opens, isn't it? Like, yes, he's finally open.
Have you ever been to the gym, though? Have you ever been to the gym in your life? Have you?
Yeah, I have.
Well then, so what are you talking about gyms for then? If you've been yourself,
doesn't make sense.
Why are you getting so triggered?
I'm getting triggered because you lot can't have a normal conversation.
Is it that time of the month again, my brother?
You need to eat, man. Sugar levels is low.
I ain't gonna lie,
all that's gonna happen is
every time you try to have a serious conversation, it's just gonna be like, look at my titty. Like, that's what it sounds like when you having a serious When you remixing and remixing, you might as well just say, "Look at my titties."
It's just banter, and if you don't like it, then fuck off, innit?
But who are you to tell anyone to fuck off, though?
She's
let's understand, innit, your status.
Panelist, I would say the same to all of you. If you don't like what you're listening to,
who are you, Randy?
Fuck off.
Are you somebody?
Of course she is.
Come back when you do like it.
I want to know though. Who is she then?
I like
you're
that.
sounding triggered and you're sounding upset. You're sounding triggered and you're sounding upset. So the same I would say to any goddamn panelist or viewer: if you don't like what you're hearing, then fuck off.
Is that what you did when you went missing for about 3 months?
Don't know when I went missing for 3 months, but yeah, anytime I don't like what I'm hearing,
I think you went missing for 3 months. I think you went missing for 3 months.
Yeah,
you went missing. You went missing for 3 months.
Hold on. You ran off crying, and people had to literally phone you.
And listen, you morphed into a snake, got into the grass, and went off into your snakery, and then you snaked
had to
yourself back.
phone you and beg you to come back.
What are you talking about?
Crying. What
are you talking about?
Remember?
What are you actually talking about?
You don't remember? You ran off crying.
She never ever.
I ran off crying. That must have been in your dreams, because that's the only place you could ever hear me crying.
I expect more from you, look. Like, you don't know me. No one don't know you, mate.
What are you talking about?
You know what? You know what it is.
We know Mary Jane.
When did I disappear for 3 months? When did I run off crying? And when did anyone have to beg me to come back? And who's going to be begging around here anyway?
You're trying to make out
nobody needs to beg. Remember, everyone around here is
like some hardcore person.
Come on,
but
hit
you're
the
not
like
though.
button, everyone.
When it's on you, you can't
this guy
take
bleeding all over the life.
Oh, you ran off.
Yeah, and when I can't take it, hear what, fatty? When I can't take it, I fuck off. Simple.
Jeez.
And I'd rather be fat than ugly, because fat people can lose weight, but you will always be ugly.
You ain't losing weight for shit.
You'll always be ugly.
Who told you that you're not ugly, your mama?
You said I'm fat, yeah? I'm saying you're ugly.
You have the kind of face that only a mum would find handsome.
I'm saying you're ugly.
Mad.
saying you're
mad. It's getting real.
That don't make sense. I'm the one saying you're ugly.
But Khan, do you know how much I care about your opinion on me?
No, but my opinion on you is a reply to your opinion on me. If you don't go around
have to say
finger,
means nothing. You're a 50-year-old fat
no one's going to say nothing back to you because you're completely irrelevant.
I can't even say you had a failed marriage, a failed relationship. Unmarried Muslim who had children out of wedlock, and you want to tell me about I'm ugly.
The only way you can get people to engage with you is by saying shit about people.
And then you want to talk about low IQ.
You're irrelevant.
Low IQ, and the best thing you have to say is you're ugly.
Finish him. Listen, apart from filling out forms on
Listen,
race,
the biggest joke ever of 2021 was the fact that you identify yourself as a fat nutritionist. What are we doing? Did you not hear what Kale said? Eat more kale, sounds great. Outlining it.
If a person's fat, the best thing they can do is study nutrition.
You so fat, you couldn't even run down the road after the Uber Eats man yesterday.
Mad.
I don't need to run. I've got a car. Unlike you bust past
McDonald's.
You've got a car, but you're still getting KFC delivered.
Yeah, exactly.
Mad.
Yeah, work it out.
Mad.
Work it out. I've got a car, thank you.
So why do you use a car? Is your car so you can drive to the gym?
I don't drive to the gym, but I can do if I want. But luckily, they opened one in walking distance.
Walking to the front doors.
Why are you trying to make out like you're the master of logic? You don't have any logic. Why are you trying to make out like
you don't have any jokes? No one's trying to be logical here. I'm actually just trying to have some banter, but clearly you can't get with the program, can you?
You don't know what you're talking about. There's no common sense to
you're trying to get with the program, and you're still unsynchronized.
There's no common sense to what you're saying.
Unsynchronized. His body's unsynchronized. It is, mad.
Stop, Simon. Don't do that, brother.
Stop. You got unsynchronized.
I'm not involved.
I see that, man. My brother right there.
Just talking shit, bro.
Don't do that, Snipe.
Waffle. Bullshit. None of you ain't saying anything worth even replying to. I got fucking MJ chatting shit about nutrition. What the fuck do you know about nutrition, you little vegan muppet? Yeah, more people have died of veganism than you even know. Go and research it. Go and have a
Oh,
look about
whatever.
veganism.
Whatever.
But
Don't
yet
come
you
to
want
me
to
with your
stick to some
arguments now.
Dr.
When how many
Seppi,
times I've
some
offered you a
Dr.
debate on
Seppi
veganism and you've
Rastafarian
dropped.
religion that you don't know nothing about anyway because you couldn't read the Bible. Yet
You
you're gonna
got
fucking
buried
sit
before
here
you would even
telling us
accept the
about
debate. I
veganism.
don't
Like,
want
what
to
do you
hear
care
it.
about
I don't want
veganism?
to hear it unless you're going to debate me.
What do you
And you
care about?
clearly can't debate. You
Brother,
clearly
listen.
can't even flipping screenshot or put together a presentation.
We
So
could
let's not
debate.
even go
We
there.
could debate.
Listen,
We
all
could
you're
debate.
doing is opening
Hold
doors
on,
and
hold
giving me
on.
more
We
reasons to
could
cuss
debate,
you,
but
bro.
who's going to be the judge of our debate, though? Another 3 housewives. Who's going to debate? Who's going to be the judge?
Why don't you use
Well, at least
Islam?
they're housewives.
Why don't you use Islam and that the lady uses veganism and see why who's better instead of the name calling, man? You know, ugly and all
Brother,
this.
where's the name calling, brother? Be fair. What name calling?
I'm not saying just from you. I'm saying that there's been name calling, like who's
I
ugly
know,
and
I
who's
know.
this. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
we does
Just
that over here.
use your religion. She uses her religion,
All
and
right.
let's find out. You know
She
what I mean?
don't have
Let's keep
she
it
don't have a
constructive, man.
religion. Her religion is money, money, money. Cash,
Okay,
cash,
okay.
cash.
Well,
Don't
whatever
speak
it
for
is.
me, Con.
Innit? That's an assumption.
Come
What
off it, mate.
are you doing?
We talk about is that I was working here, I was working there.
Yeah.
When I was working here, when I was working there. That's your identity. You are your job. Without your
Sorry?
job, you're nobody. You call it.
You
I
see
call you a
when this
housewife.
man
You get
just
upset.
makes stuff up.
I call
Yo,
you a housewife. You
Kale,
get upset. You don't want to
respectfully,
be a
this is why
housewife.
there's no, like, I've offered this man a debate so many times, and he has
But
no
who's going to
substance
judge
to
the
actually
debate, though?
because he just
You can't
waffles. He
debate.
just makes
Brother,
stuff up, talking about my job is my
how
identity.
can we have a
You know,
debate when
do
there's
you know
no
what buns
judges?
you? What buns
Who's
you the
going to
most
judge
is
it?
you don't know how I make money,
MJ,
bitch.
I don't care how you make your money.
Can't
That's
plagiarist.
irrelevant to the conversation.
Man.
You could have many streams of revenue. It's got nothing to do with what we're talking about right here.
Exactly. There you go. You're using my bars. That's how I know it buns you.
Yep. Man.
I don't know what bars. I don't know what bars you're on
Those are
about.
MJ's bars,
Cool,
man. What are you talking
cool. Yeah, let it be
You
like
know
that.
she's
Then.
a boss
Cool.
out here, man.
I know,
She's
but
had you in
like,
tears.
yeah, okay.
She's
I'm
had
not
you in
saying she's
tears,
not a
man.
boss out here. I'm just not
Yeah,
saying
man.
that at all. I don't know.
I like that episode. That's one of my favorite episodes.
What episode? Did I miss something? What are we
Yeah.
talking about?
We got
Okay, so
slaughtered, man.
let's hear
Yeah.
Islam.
Why you ain't fat shaming?
Let's hear Islam and veganism
Mad.
because I want to know about veganism and and Islam, which is very strange. When maybe it's
Nah,
the
you
time
can't
of the
learn
month.
from Khan. How are we trying to learn
It's
from
the time
Khan?
of the month.
He doesn't even know his
See,
fatia,
this is the
let
thing.
alone what
Trying to
Islam's
set
stance
yourself
on
up as an
veganism is.
authority when you have no authority and demeaning other people, regardless of their knowledge, this is what you do. This is called jahiliyyah.
Whatever, man.
This is called reveling and loving the fact that you are a jahil, but you don't care as long as everyone agrees with you.
You took your
It's all
shahada
about the ego.
online, bro. Like, allow it, man.
It's all about the ego,
I
bro.
beg, man. Stop
All
it,
right,
man.
beg if you want. Beg if you want.
Come on, Karma, use your intelligence, man. I know you
And
got
you
it.
ran away and
Brother,
ate bacon.
Thingy,
Like, what are we doing
listen,
out
this
here?
is what it is, yeah.
You're very well read.
The woman has got a running joke about the fact that she read the Bible cover to cover and she didn't understand any of it and she calls it nonsense. And me and Blue Red was just joking about that, going, was it back to front or was it front to back? So she jumps on and says, Khan, did you read the Quran? And I said, yeah, I've read it. And she's asking me, was it front to back? And I'm saying, with the Quran, you don't need to read it in chronological order because the purpose of it isn't a historical account. It doesn't matter. You can read it. Like,
and that's where you was wrong.
It's been compiled, but you can read it in any order you want, right? Now, because I said that, they dragged my conversation to a completely different place where they caught me out on a technicality, and now they're rolling over that same point over and over and over. When really the whole point is, let's make Khan out to be just as bad as MJ because MJ.
My brother, sorry, my brothers. I would just like to point out that this character is an unreliable. This witness is an unreliable character because already he has lied. I did not jump on at that point. I was on the panel before you, Khan. What are you talking about?
Regardless, how does that nullify what I said though?
All the things.
But hold on,
It
how does
makes
that
you an
nullify? This is what I'm
unreliable
saying. You're trying to
character
get off on a
witness. It
technicality.
means that everything you say is
No,
bullshit.
wrong. You're trying to nullify my point, but you're trying to catch me on a
thinking to?
technicality. You can't do that.
You
nullified yourself, brother.
No, sorry.
And
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant to the conversation at what point she comes on. It's irrelevant.
Help
part
her.
of the Quran.
Help her. Why
No,
she should
technicality.
help
You
her.
nullified yourself, brother.
I'm telling you.
Get control back of the conversation. She doesn't believe in her scripture, right? Then you should reason with her and then debate instead of all this name calling and you know what I mean?
What name calling ever called her? I called her a housewife. Is that an insult? No, I'm just saying in 2022 to call a woman a housewife, is that an insult?
No, but you called her ugly and then she called you ugly as well. So, you know, let's
No,
move
she said I'm fat, so I said she's ugly.
Yeah, and then she
he
called
said
you
it's
that
from
as well.
both sides. So I've
Right,
called
so,
you names
yeah.
and you've called me names as well.
No, but I'm
Stop being
saying
in denial.
no, you're
Be
missing the
flipping
point.
accountable. This is
You're
your
missing the
problem. As a
point,
man, you
MJ.
cannot be accountable
You're
for your
missing the
own
point.
actions.
I'm not calling you
Ever
ugly
since you
because I
roasted him
believe you're ugly. I'm
and made him
calling you
cry,
ugly
he's
as a
been
retaliation for you
he's
calling
been
me fat.
retaliating.
So what I've done isn't as bad as what you've done.
Fat shaming.
Yeah. I'll be honest with
No,
you. I don't
actually,
really
it
like.
is
I
because
don't
you
like hearing
chose to lower
religion.
yourself to that level.
I
Sorry,
don't really
Cal.
like hearing. I
You're
don't like hearing
feminine, bro.
religion, but I don't mind hearing it right now. Let's hear the religion. Let's hear why Islam is better than veganism and vice versa.
He doesn't know.
I'm not saying that Islam
How's he
is
supposed
better
to know?
than veganism. What I'm saying is a lot of people take up this vegan lifestyle not based on any nutritional knowledge that they may have, but based on their allegiance to some Dr. Sebi or some Rastafarianism or something that's nothing to do with nutrition.
You should have mentioned him. You mentioned
You
the
are
Honorable Dr.
assassinating-
Sebi.
You're assassinating African freedom fighters, brother, and I have to allow you. It could be classed. It could be classed, brother.
Could
as
be.
acting on ethical code of conduct. I'm not weighing it.
That's right.
I'm
because
sorry,
you're-
unethical.
I'm sorry,
Because
Kale, but I'm
it's
referring to a
racism.
person of
Yeah.
non-African
Could be borderline
origin.
racism.
So I don't think they should be encompassed by the same level of protection that you're offering currently.
Who's not?
because
he's not
brother,
African.
Dr. Sebi, his blueprint, right, is very effective on the alkaline diet, and he died for making sure black people understood how to heal
But
themselves.
we're
So
not
he's
talking about a black
attacking-
person here. This person's
No,
not black.
but Dr. Sebi is an African descendant, though, brother.
an
and he's a
African
freedom
No, but I'm
fighter.
saying that there's people of non-African origin
Right.
trying to emulate the
Yeah.
lifestyle that Dr. Sebi put forward for his own
And what's
people.
wrong with that? What's
I'm
wrong
not
with that?
surprised by that. I'm not surprised by that. But at the same time, brother, you have to restrain from attack because it could lead for you to practice racism, brother. That's all I'm saying.
No, you're misunderstanding, Kale.
No,
Kale.
but sorry, this is an assumption as well because clearly you're referring. Sorry,
One
Khan,
minute,
hold on
man.
a second.
Can we not have a conversation here?
No, but
Kale, I just
you're
want to
talking
clarify
about me.
before
No,
we
but
move
you're
on.
talking shit.
I'm
So
not
wait.
criticizing Dr. Sebi. I'm saying there's people who blindly follow Dr. Sebi.
So are you
Yeah,
referring
brother.
to me, Khan?
No,
exactly. That
my
had nothing
great
to do with
grandmother.
MJ.
Obviously,
Okay,
we're talking
okay.
about you.
So hold on. So hold on. Can I speak now? So you are presuming that I'm following some Dr. Sebi, some new age kind of lifestyle, when actually I started veganism, as you guys like to call it, well before I'd ever heard about Dr. Sebi. It was a choice that I made, and it wasn't a choice based on some article that I'd read or some YouTuber that I'd watched or some fad diet. It was just a
Or
lifestyle
someone you was
choice that I made
dating
at the time.
who made you
And
read the
actually,
Bible
I've
cover
already
to
said as
cover.
well, I don't identify as a vegan. I don't follow a proper vegan lifestyle. I did at one point. I realized the extent of what being a true vegan is, because there's lots of things like you can't have any leather in your house, you can't use certain types of plates, dishes, bowls, etc., etc. Like everything in your house has to be animal and cruelty free. Everything that you touch has to be animal and cruelty free. Like a proper vegan lifestyle is a lot more than just eating a couple of bits of tofu and a few vegetarian sausages, right? So right now, as I said, I have a meat-free diet. I've had a meat-free diet for many years, that probably over half of my life now I've had a meat-free diet. I'm quite happy with that diet. I'm quite happy to, like, sometimes I do have a couple of dairy products, maybe not as much as what others do, but I'm happy with my diet. But I don't put a label on it other than I don't eat meat. Simple. And it's not because of Dr. Sebi or any kind of bullshit like that. So please don't put me in those categories.
No, I think you explained that adequately. I accept that. That's important, what you just said.
You just
But
made
can I
up
just
lies,
ask
though.
you?
That's why.
Can I just? Sorry, what?
It's just a lie you made up, though. Assuming that she
Obviously
was connected. That's what.
She's-
How little you
obviously-
know about people. Like, it don't make sense, bro. Just to
What do you
make
mean
a
it don't
point.
make
What
sense?
point are you trying to
Like
make?
I haven't spoken about all of this on here before. I've had these conversations with you,
Sort of
Khan. I've
lie
had the
on
same
people, like,
conversation with
dead,
Zulu.
man. Dead.
You're such a liar,
Childish,
Khan.
I know, man. Just lying on people.
Mary, are we gonna have a serious conversation, or are we just gonna sit
That's not
around calling
serious.
each other liars?
And you're a heavy fat liar too.
Yeah, heavy one. You know what I'm saying? Constantly. Accept it, man. Go thick as skin. Well, literally. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck, man?
You way too much to be a liar. You just useless.
You're overweight liar.
You ain't working. And
So,
you got
Khan,
the
what's
cheek
the
to talk about
conversation
people
that
who
you
got
want
jobs.
to have?
Man.
I'm asking you, yeah. You're saying that after you found out the full extent or the intricacies of this thing, that it kind of like put you off the label, right?
No, I wouldn't say that put me off the label. I said that gave me, like, obviously, the more I looked into it, I had more of an understanding of what it meant. So I understand to call yourself a vegan, to be able to say you're living a full vegan lifestyle, you have to be following more than just not eating animal products.
Right,
And
but
it's
you
not
knew,
what put me off.
but
If anything, it's just changes in my lifestyle and circumstances have changed or affected my diet over the years.
But here's what I'm saying. It's difficult to wear the label vegan when there's a lot of things in veganism that you're not doing that another person could say, well, you're calling yourself a vegan, but you're only covering, let's say, 5% of what you're supposed to be doing. There's a whole lot of other things where they
But
could
that's
make
why I
it.
don't call myself a
Right, so
vegan.
why, but what I'm saying, Mary, why should it matter what other people say?
What? It's what you're saying, bruv. Like, what are we doing here?
I'm trying to get to a point here, yeah, which is, I think,
Making up
something,
shit.
an important point that you could transfer that
go ahead,
that
Mary,
principle to other things. So, for example, I'll give you an example, Mary, that this will be a parallel to your experience. If somebody's calling themselves a Muslim, yeah, and someone else comes along and says, wait a minute, but to be a Muslim, you need to know this, you need to know that, you need to read this, you need to do this, and you need to do that. They can literally talk you out of the label Muslim. In the same way that you're saying it's a burden wearing this label as vegan because it's attracting criticism from people unnecessarily, when I can just free myself from that.
No. I never said anything about criticism from other people. I said my understanding of what being a true, actual vegan is and leading a proper vegan lifestyle was not what I was doing, and it just gave me more knowledge on what it is. So I can say when people talk about, oh, I'm living a vegan lifestyle, just because they're having a vegan diet doesn't mean that they are an actual vegan.
Right, so let me ask one question now. These further things that you found out, are you saying that you didn't agree with them, or are you saying that you just found it too demanding or like unachievable?
But it's neither or. I'd say, like, in some degree, yes, some of them are, I wouldn't say unachievable, but harder to achieve living in the society that we live in. But it's definitely not unachievable. It just, as I said, it wasn't that, oh, it put me off or it stopped me from going down that direction. I just had more knowledge on it, that's all.
But you didn't disagree with any of it though, right?
No.
So it's just based on the difficulty level?
No, it wasn't difficult.
Practicality, I think, is more the word, right?
Khan, how does Islam deal with dieting, as well as processing certain types of food that is not good for the body? What kind of curriculum was he taught by Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him?
As far as I know, the Prophet ﷺ fasted 2 days a week. I think it was Tuesday and Thursday or something like that. Might be Monday and Thursday, I forget. But there was 2 days of the week that he fasted. And that's advisable for Muslims to fast, even when it's not Ramadan. Also, you don't eat until you're actually fully full, right? You have to watch your stomach. Like, so when you're eating, you have to eat sitting down. You can't overeat. There's a lot of rules and regulations to eating Islamically, but I don't know how much of it is in the Quran. I think majority of it is hadith based on the example of the Prophet himself.
Okay, I'm gonna ask Brother Sniper, right? And Brother Khan, this is because you said a couple, so I'm gonna ask Brother Snipes, right? So you know, when it comes to the diet, brother, and what types of meat and food, and if you could explain how is it beneficial and what is it prescribed for the humans to eat according to Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him?
What described to eat?
Yeah, like for example,
type of
can you
food?
eat, yeah, like beef, chicken. Is it good for the African body, or the European body, or the Asian body? What type of stuff like that, man? You know.
What do you mean? What if it was plant-based or all of that, or vegetarian?
Yeah, things like that. You know, what does he?
No, I don't. I think
Yeah.
they ate to what was in their environment. Do you get what I'm
Okay.
saying? We live in a different environment. There's certain
Right.
celebrations that
Right.
involve like lamb. Do you get what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, yeah, they
Like
cook lamb on this
camel.
particular day. Yeah, and certain things. Yeah. So
Somebody said
it depends.
camel. Oh, it's camel.
But no eating of pork, man, and
Yeah, they eat
all
camel.
of that shit and shellfish and certain things. It's just normal. Do you get
Let
what
me
I'm
ask
saying?
you this
Just
though.
like
Hold
in
on,
everything.
man. Hold on, Sniper. You said it's normal. Is it in the Quran anywhere about shellfish? Because we know about shellfish and the
No,
hook.
they're allowed to eat shellfish.
Well, of course.
You said they are, Zulu?
But we're not.
All right,
So
Zulu.
where does it
Zulu, I know in the
determine
Bible. Zulu.
what's halal? Is
But
it in the
Zulu-
Quran or hadiths?
Yeah, there
What?
we go.
Pork. What is
So
pork?
where does it determine
Pork.
what's halal and what's non-halal? Is that in the Quran or in the hadiths?
In the Quran.
Because brother
It's early
Sniper,
out. It's got to be
yeah.
early out. Like, when explaining certain things and saying, yeah, look, you can't eat pig. This is an abomination thing. You can't sleep with your mother. You can't do certain things. So the rules are there. Like, yeah, everything's there, man. Like, what are we doing? Yeah.
Brother Sniper,
Dietary laws would more or less, really, if you're going by it, would be what we're saying in the Israelite way. Right?
Not really, because they eat camels.
No,
and
it
shellfish.
would. I mean, sorry.
Yeah. Because
Yeah,
what
I'm
I found
saying
interesting, brother Snipes, is
those
in
rules.
the
Those
Quran,
rules in the Bible. I mean,
Right.
Leviticus and all of that, and you know what I mean, is mainly for Israelites, right? It's the Israelite way of life and how they live and what they must eat and plant grain and do certain things, and this is what's being explained, right?
Because
in the Old Testament, right? Yeah.
What I find interesting in the Quran is that it speaks about like eating lentils, cucumbers, barley.
Lentils.
Yeah, and these things are basically alkaline, man, which is very interesting, man.
You mean lettuce?
Lentils.
Lentils.
Lentils. Or lentils, whatever you want to call it.
Oh,
But,
lentils, okay.
Yeah,
That's
and
lentils.
stuff like that. Yeah,
Tomatoes.
Don't act like people haven't had their tongue twist when they're saying certain words or that. You know what I mean? Like,
Pause on the pause on
there's
the tongue
been
twist.
many other people that's been doing.
It's a hybrid of lettuce and lentils. We hear
They've been
you.
doing jumping with their tongue on their podcast and they've been out of beat. So don't just put it on KO. But anyway, brother, I've noticed that there's loads of curriculums on the alkaline diet in that book, man. So that's why I was asking.
I've got some
Right.
Islamic dietary books.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
In my thing. One day in the future we'll link up and you get me? I can show you what I got, man. I got loads
So
of
can I ask you guys, what was your opinion or thoughts on Dr. Sebi's advice on diets, particularly the alkaline diet or the ancient African diets that he was promoting to people?
Well, I think go on, Zulu.
No, you go ahead first. You know more about him.
Yeah, I was gonna say that it wasn't a Dr. Sebi diet as such. We called it holistic, coming from where Dr. Sebi's coming from, right?
Right.
So so to eat holistically is to eat balanced and healthily, and don't eat red meat necessarily, and only if you're trying to build or you're trying to do something. So we know the processes of why we even eat certain of these things. If you want beef, yeah, you eat beef. Yeah, that's why you always see people fighting in and outside McDonald's. Because yeah, but that's probably human. So yeah, that's another reason.
That was a nice one.
Cannibalism. Yeah, cannibalism is probably gonna be the reason why people fighting outside McDonald's. But yeah, to build muscle if you need it or do or whatever process you need it for. But yeah, our main diet is like fish and chicken, which was considered white meat. Do you get what I'm saying? So you was allowed to eat whatever, and it was refrained from, like, you have to wean yourself off your normal diet, right? So if you was a heavy meat eater before, you can't just stop eating meat. That could effectively cause a shock to the system and kill you. Do you get it? So you have to know how your body works when you're weaning yourself off certain stuff. Like, you can't. Yeah, that's why the fish and the chicken is a good option, because they don't stay in your gut and they go straight through your system. Only problem now is the chicken is being infused with pork, so
And there's
you have
mercury
to
in
be
the
careful.
fish.
Yeah, exactly. The seafood is not what it used to be. You know what I mean? You have to
My
be
opinion on
sourcing
Dr.
fresh. Go on.
My opinion on Dr. Sebi is this. Yeah, I do respect a lot of what he says. It gives off to me Adamic vibes in terms of the diet. Because when you look at the Genesis, the diet is basically vegan. It's nuts, seeds, fruits,
Yeah.
and herbs. So it's purely vegan. I don't even think starches like potatoes and stuff like that is mentioned. So it's probably more in line to what he proposes. But in terms of what we should be eating in the modern day, I don't think it's comparable for long-term usage. Maybe for medicinal usage when you're trying to alkaline your body for an ailment, or you're trying to detox. I think those kind of elimination diets are very effective. But to live off that diet purely just eating fruits and vegetables and water, it's like, bruh, like Marcus said, performance is key. Like, if you're trying to be like strong, if you're trying to have good performance, you're gonna need to have a very much more varied diet. You're gonna need to put some meat in there, put some nuts in there, put all sorts of things in there. And I think even bring it to the African context, I don't think what he's proposing is essentially African, because I don't know about other countries, but in my country we eat meat. Like, it's no secret. You know what I mean?
But
Like,
you
it's
know
in
what
our
it
diet.
is? Sorry.
So
I mean, he had more than one system of health and doing things. That's what I think is being discussed.
Yeah, it did.
Alkaline.
Yeah.
The alkaline is only one aspect,
Yeah.
because his thing was, starch and oil. These things was like are killing us. You get what I'm saying?
He was even
From what
saying
I
aloe vera.
remember,
Go on, sorry.
From what I remember, it was kind of like certain things cause cancer, etc. So by cutting certain things out of your diet, and putting the goodness in your body, then you can
I like
prevent
the
these
40.
things from building up in your body.
I like the 40-day diet.
Yeah.
Extreme one. If you've got any ailment, you just detox from everything and just drink water, and bruv, that should usually cure any ailment that's in your body. Do you get what I'm
That's
saying?
right.
But that's an extreme thing that you do if you're suffering from something that you think that would, is mashing you up. Or, you're overweight, or
he also includes fasting as well, doesn't it? He includes in fasting as well. What I found very interesting, Brother Snipes, is that he said that cauliflower is not good for the body. I found that very interesting.
I said aloe vera is not good for the body as well. That's what I'm saying.
Is this because these were hybrid things or something like that? Because he used to talk about a lot of things that were sort of like man-made or hybrid.
We didn't even know about these things before I heard Dr. Sebi saying it. But when he was saying those things, he was not necessarily promoting a diet yet. You get what I'm saying? He was just explaining the different processes of food, and he was dealing with more diseases and how to rid yourself of diseases.
Right. Yeah,
that's what I remember.
I disagree with what he says about the hybrid stuff, because I think as a natural agriculturalist kind of people, we've always been able to like mix things and try different new things, and I don't think that's necessarily bad. You know what I mean?
But the thing he was saying was bad is of course. It's like saying soya, bro.
Yeah, but soya within itself is a natural thing. It's not bad. I guess
no, but
it has
the cauliflower. I mean, what is it? What is it called? The thing it's not real.
Cauliflower.
Broccoli. Is it broccoli?
Broccoli as well. Yeah.
What do you mean? Nah.
That's made in a laboratory.
It depends on what broccoli, right? They're talking about the normal broccoli that you see. I believe that's not normal, but I think the tender stem one is the original or something.
I mean, the one that's small, the one that's very small.
Yeah.
The small heads with the long stems. Pause.
That's a nice. That's nice. I like that kind of broccoli. It's nice.
Yeah.
I can understand.
Yeah, he said something about, and this
How he
was
breaks it
years
down,
before.
yeah.
He was years before. Then we had Dr.
Yeah.
Layla Africa
That's
around
right.
about the same time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
He's telling us about the salt, only have
Yeah.
5 grams of salt. Then the
Yeah.
government comes, the British
Yeah.
government comes with their thing of 5 grams of salt. This is like
Yeah.
2-3 years after I watched it on a DVD where a man's giving a lecture and telling us about too much salt, too much starch, too much oil. So your yams, your always some of your favorites, you're gonna have to lessen it.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to lessen it.
That's
It's
right.
not gonna go out the window because you was eating
Yeah.
right anyway, because it's still a vegetarian diet mixed with a little bit of meat at times. And it's
That's
said
right.
that Africans eat the least meat on the planet.
Yeah.
So even though we got all the meat available, it doesn't seem like. And I understand that because when it's hot, you're not going to sit down and eat a massive burger or no, it don't make sense. You won't finish it. You take
Yeah,
2 bites and you'll be full.
that's
So
true.
meat fills you up very quickly. So in a hot climate and you don't have to eat that much meat.
But you know what it is,
You know what I
Matthew?
mean?
It depends on the agriculture, the yield from the land. Because if you're
Right.
in a very there's a lot of surplus of like vegetables and carbs and all these things, you're not going to eat as much meat for sure. But if you're
Yeah.
hunter and gatherer, or if you've got a lot of cows, or if you're known for having a lot of animals, you're mostly
Yes.
going to eat that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So in my
Whatever's
case,
around you.
I was eating meat every day when I was there. Not
Mhm.
because there wasn't vegetables, but also culturally, most of
Yeah.
our dishes are meat-based dishes.
Yeah.
Whether it's stews, whether it's fried, or whether it's, you know what I mean, boiled,
Yeah.
it's all meat.
But is it with rice though? Is it with
Yeah, there's
pop?
always
Is
going
it
to be
with
veggies, there's going to be rice, there's going to be,
grain and some millet, something that goes with it.
Exactly, minute, yes.
So we balance everything out, as I said.
Mhm. Yeah.
And then
I've never vegan though. I've never seen vegan though where I'm from.
no, more vegetarian, I would say.
Yeah, at the very
African or
least.
Ital, whatever I want to say. You get it. So
Mm.
like we could go without meat. That's our point. And
Because if
sometimes
you're going
we
to be
do.
working in the fields, you need some meat, bro. Like you need some proper food. You
Right,
can't be
right,
doing
right.
this soy shit. Like you're gonna pass out.
Yeah, and when we're ready and the celebration comes, we're gonna slaughter a goat. We're gonna use
Yes.
all parts of the goat. You get me? We're gonna make a drum out of the skin and all that. Yeah, we're gonna do. Yeah, we leave no stone unturned. I think Khan was saying it earlier that his people do that. Yeah, we use every part of the animal. Yeah, all right. Cool. In there.
But I think all of our people done that. Unfortunately, for some, this
Mm.
is how we've ended up with black pudding, etc.
Yeah.
etc. You know what I mean? So be it cows,
Haggis.
or you're
Every
using
part of the animal except the
the
blood.
haggis, the blood, the
Yeah.
the tongue, the this, the that.
Yeah, exactly. Who's he telling? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, and then scoffing at cow's knees. Like, bruv, you lucky you getting that as well. Yeah, showing that we use all the relevant parts. You know what I mean? Yeah. Some of our family even using the private parts, but we'll leave that alone.
Yeah, we don't talk about them.
Who's having a curry rabbit in the chat? Man.
Them cow cod soup and that, like, man.
We don't talk about
Jamaica. Yeah.
Oh, don't stop.
We got the mongoose burgers.
And then they put it on. I'm a celebrity.
You can see veganism is not natural. It's against the natural way.
Oh
of
yeah,
living.
it's mad
And,
that thing, Kyle, that they do.
No,
and
but
that
the
I'm a
actual
celebrity,
mentality.
and then because the thing is, I always ask myself, how do they know that it's okay to actually eat these things? How do they know that they're harmful or harmless unless somebody else has
I'm just
tried?
saying the actual hippie kind of new age mentality that goes with veganism is more scary than actually being a vegan. You know what I'm saying? To say that that's what Mary Jen learned from it. I kind of saw that as well. Yeah, like a lot of the people who are vegans were involved in the freedom marches and all the marches during COVID, and they all had conspiracy
that whole sort of
theory
activist
mindset.
animal
But,
suffering, all that rubbish.
Yeah, but for us, it's like, you just learned that. Yeah, because it's the Illuminati and learn that. You gonna tell me you just learned that?
Yeah, and it's a conspiracy in the government, and this is what they're trying to do to us. And that vaccine, it's against the law, and rah rah rah, and this and that and the other. You get me? I'm just like,
But you know what
okay.
it is, yeah.
I've been on distance before I had children. What are we doing?
Yeah,
I respect the vegans that if they had to eat meat, they would eat meat, or if they were in a situation where they didn't need to eat meat, they didn't eat as much, but they're not ruling it out. And there's a lot of tribes that will mostly be vegan or vegetarian. But if there's a cow here and there, they'll eat it once in a while, and I think that's good.
You can't deny what got you to a certain age to make that decision.
Exactly. What aided in your development? Was it the vegetables or was it the kale? Sorry, kale.
Right. Yeah. You get me? There was everything. You get me?
Well, to be honest,
I feel
it's got to be a balance of everything, isn't it?
It has. As it, no, but choice is choice, right? So once you get to a certain age, yeah, and looking at yourself and your body, and hopefully your parents' cooking has done wonders. Because I ain't gonna lie to you. Yeah, before I went gym, I looked like I went gym.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's good food. It's good food.
Yeah,
That's
good
right.
food. Yeah, good strong food. You know what I mean?
Listen, my parents' cooking is definitely what helped me decide to stop eating certain things. Indeed.
You get me? But
Yeah,
it's really what led you to be as tall and you know
It's
you know what I
true,
mean.
man.
But once you get to a certain age, you can make the conscious decision. This is what I'm gonna do. Where I stop,
no, exactly.
Hey, where I stop with that is when I see people doing it for their kids from the jump.
Yes, forcing their kids to be vegan.
Right?
I hate that shit.
And
man.
me and them knowing full well the way we grew up. What was on the menu? What was
KFC,
for Sunday
barbecue
dinner?
wings, everything.
It's all right that you want to do this now. Cool.
Yeah.
But
Fine,
the
man.
kids got to eat dry roasted peanuts when the rest are having sweets and all of them type of things there. Like to a certain extent, I do
you can
understand
take it too far, innit?
But yeah, it kind of isolates the kids.
You do have to
man.
put food
You know what I
team,
mean?
the
Because
raisins,
you want to
on
practice
stuff
your
like that.
ideology. Coming like Geppetto and that.
But I think for me, that's why I tried to get the balance with my kids, because obviously I was doing the vegan diet when I had both of my children.
Right.
So I gave them obviously fish and chicken when they got to that age where they can, start eating actual food and that. And I brought them up on fish and chicken. Now, one of my kids, he'll just eat whatever, innit? He'll eat flipping McDonald's, he'll eat chicken, that's his preference, he'll eat whatever. My daughter now, she's the complete opposite. She's more vegan than anyone that I know. Do you know what I mean? But then she's doing the Rasta lifestyle and whatever, innit? So that's the kind of diet that she's following. So I gave them that sort of middle ground. And both of them, although they've sort of been flexible around it over the years, like my daughter's gone from pescatarian to vegetarian to I eat chickenitarian to I don't know what I am back to vegan now, and she seems to have been doing the vegan thing solid for about 2-3 years now, I would say. So I think, I don't know what your opinion is on that, sort of having that middle ground, because I think for me it kind of worked when they got older, then they had that choice, and I've not stopped them from going down either road. I think I've just shown them that you can live either kind of way, and so long as you do it in the right way.
Because the one thing that's going to spoil and scuff up, see where I'm from, is relatives. When you go grandma's house, all rules are out the window.
Yeah, I told you that happens to me, innit? That's how my kids end up getting a pork sausage, man.
Yeah, I know. Like, that uncle, that auntie, that grandma, that someone. You get me? Some of them cooked with pork generations ago. You get what I'm saying? Like my Jamaican brother, his grandmother made rice and peas with pig's tail.
With the pig's tail, yeah.
Right, his mum never.
We've had arguments on here about that, innit?
Yeah, like mad.
Yeah, and I've had arguments with some of my friends about it, and I've had
bet
to
that
get
rice
other friends to
and peas
confirm
sweet,
that their grandma actually done it.
Yeah. I bet that tastes sweet though. Yeah, that was probably the sweetest rice and peas. You can't really tell the ingredients. Yeah.
But again,
like
Matthew, that was down to using every part of the animal, because back then people weren't so wasteful. Do you know what I mean? And then it might have been a thing of that was how the food got salted up, because maybe people didn't have the money or even shops nearby to be going out and buying nice packaged up salt.
Well, one, they're saying it's
Let alone
Irish.
sea salt or Himalayan pink salt or all of this fancy salt that you want to have nowadays.
They're saying it's you lot's fault, and you lot took it to the Caribbean, and now we got black pudding in Jamaica. Mad thing.
Mad. Jerk back pudding.
Yeah, it's true though. It's true. The Irish brought a lot of stuff over there. The Irish are responsible for corned beef as well.
Halloween.
You got salt black pudding and jerk black pudding now. Mad.
Oh, allow it. I'm not involved.
Jerk black pudding. No, you're lying.
Which is why I can understand why the alkaline diet is needed.
The alkaline diet,
yeah. I think when it comes to your kids, you should teach your kids how to heal themselves, man.
I just want to know
from early age.
When I'm going to see the first person who's done all these things live longer than anyone else on the planet. You know, like reach 100 and say, yeah, I've been vegan since, you get me? Since I was like,
yeah, but what about,
and I'm now my 100.
There is people that do live vegan lifestyles. Is it like Hindu people or something? Like they don't eat anything,
vegetarian.
right?
They're vegetarian. It's completely
different.
Having that animal product
okay.
with milk and all that completely benefits them more than
Okay,
anything.
so then what about the Rastas that are doing ITIL lifestyle?
Yeah, they're lying as well.
They're lying, bro. We don't hear anything.
Oh, what? They're all lying.
Secret.
I'm sure they sneak a few things here and there. Let's be real.
No, don't have that perception of people. Like, because that's what people say about vegetarians and stuff as well. Like, you're going into the fridge and like.
But vegetarians appease their cravings because they're having some animal products, having eggs, having cheese, having milk. But you guys have eliminated everything from an animal.
But you don't get like I don't get cravings like that. I think
you've said that you've smelled chicken and wanted to eat it before. You've said
but that's because obviously that's going to be appetizing when you smell something and it smells nice. Do you know what I mean? But to have an actual craving for it, I mean, I certainly do recognize if my body's maybe low on something and I think, right, I haven't eaten properly, or do you know what I mean? Especially if I know I haven't been cooking.
And let's
at
be
home.
honest, yeah, a lot of them are. If they're not feeding, they're pescatarians, man. They're gonna yam two fish with the ITAL food.
Exactly.
Like, I find it very
But
rare.
then I think the problem with vegetarians and vegans is that a lot of people, because they don't have the knowledge and education of what foods to substitute with, or how to just have a balanced diet in general, they end up eating lots of carbs. So it'd be like,
can we find the oldest vegan in the world? Can we do that?
You really want to? Really want to do this? Okay, cool. Let me go and see what comes.
No, because
Well, I was just gonna say, I think a lot of
think
vegetarians end up overloading on carbs, innit? And that obviously is unbalanced.
They say that the oldest living people are vegetarian, and they're in California. They're Seventh-day Adventists. That's what they say. In America, obviously.
They're in California.
Yeah. And but the key thing is they're vegetarian. With the vegetarian, vegetarian is still getting that B12 from animal milk and all this stuff. You're pretty much still taking animal shit in it, and that's what you need as a human. We've always had this.
Well, apparently the oldest vegan lived to 108.
What?
Where is it gone? Why has it disappeared?
108.
That's lightweight, bro. There's people at 100. I know someone that's 120. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, but she could have turned vegan at 80. So
okay,
right.
So Laureen Dinwiddle lived to the age of 109, including 88 years. She stuck to a strict vegan diet.
88
so
years.
So for 88 years, she had a vegan diet. So she must have become vegan when she was like 21 then.
Yeah, that's
okay, so similar to me then. All right then.
No, but MJ, she's probably doing other things as well, man. You can't just focus on diets. There's more than diets as well, by the way.
Sorry. She limited her diet to mainly vegetables, fruits, and nuts due to her Seventh-day Adventist beliefs.
Oh, that's right. And she's not vegan. If she's vegetarian, probably.
Yeah, vegetarian.
Okay, well, let's look her up and we shall see. Well, she calls it a vegan diet.
Can I just say something
No,
though?
they're
Can I just say
calling it a
something?
vegan diet.
Why are
well, let's
people?
find out.
Why are
There
people
was no
choosing
veganism. How old
why
is
are
veganism?
people choosing diets based on religion?
What?
Like your diet should be based on nutritional requirements, isn't it? Like to base it on a faith, like to
So
say
you should eat.
because
So you should eat pork then, basically. Shouldn't forget about what your
no, but
religion says.
is that a serious comment? Like I'm coming on to say something serious, and you're just being a dick. Like think about what you're saying. Can you not? Why would you just want to eat pork when you can get the same nutrition that pork provides you from other sources? You shut up, man. You old fogey.
Yeah.
Wait till I catch you on road. I'm gonna kick you out your wheelchair.
Who's in a
You can't
wheelchair?
even
What the
kick.
fuck?
You old farts.
Shut up, man.
When I used to go gym, what gym you going to, bro?
Yeah.
I'll come down and do a workout with you tomorrow.
You can't
What
do
gym
no
you at?
workout.
You can't even get to the
What
gym,
gym you at, man?
Yeah.
What gym you at?
It has to be down the
One
road.
day in the gym and this man's testosterone's all over
Bro,
the
you can't
place.
even walk to the
be
gym.
down the
Stop
road.
it, man.
I can be
Listen,
relaxed because I can run down the road.
All right, man.
You can't
Listen.
even do that.
Surely it makes sense.
And you ain't seen your
that-
willy in about 20 years.
But do you want to see my willy? Why are you
Whoa,
mentioning my
whoa,
willy?
whoa, whoa! What kind of question
Nah,
is that?
man.
Why are you
Say that.
mentioning my willy? I
Whoa,
don't
whoa,
understand
whoa,
it.
whoa.
Yeah.
Why would you
Willies
ask
are not
man
to be
that,
looked
though?
at, bruv.
Why
Willies
would
are
you
not
ask
for look.
man that, though, bro?
Especially if you got belly hanging over it. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I got a belly. Yeah.
You gotta know
Okay.
you.
Anyway.
Yeah, man.
Getting causey, man.
Anyway.
Yeah.
What has the religion got to do with the diet?
Bro, if that's the case, throw away all
Depends
of
on
your
your
dietary
environment.
laws. Throw away all
Why
of
are
your
you
dietary
running
laws.
from one extreme to the other? I'm
No,
not
because you're
saying that.
saying that religion and diet is not even correlated. But of course it is. There's religious
Brother,
restrictions
I'm not
for a
saying
reason.
that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying your nutritional intake should be based on your body's requirement. I'm
Don't
not
eat
saying
pork,
you can't eat kosher or you can't eat halal and maintain that. Of course you can.
Allow it.
You can even be a vegetarian. It's fine as long as you have a little bit of meat, once a month or something. Presbyterianism or whatever they call it. But I'm saying, why is it anything to do with the woman's religion?
Because obviously a healthy spiritual life contributes to longevity.
But
not
is
just
that what
your-
we've ascertained from the article that was
That's
read
the
out?
facts.
Like they're saying that her veganism was promoted by her religion, which is Seventh-day Adventist. I don't think Seventh-day Adventist promotes veganism as far as what we know. You're even
Well, we
saying that
know.
yourself, but when I say it, there's an issue.
Vegetarianism.
Just the
You said it's
contrarian, bro.
vegetarianism.
When I say something, it's like no. All right,
What?
it's contrarianism. It's boring. You're saying something, Zulu. As I come on the panel, I'm saying what you're saying, and then you do a 380-degree turn, and then you're contrary to my position. Why is that? Can you explain that? No, nothing to say.
I'm back
I'm
now.
literally
What was
saying
it?
what you're saying.
I'm back. Hold on, repeat what you said. I'm back.
Anyway.
No,
Go on,
I'm
man.
genuinely. No, I had to go, bro. Just repeat what you said.
I'm asking you, as a Seventh-day Adventist, does your religion promote veganism?
No.
Okay, that's it. That's all I'm saying.
How can you say what he's saying then? Shut up, man. You twit.
Well, she says it's
You
all
just
there
got to
in the
reiterate
Bible.
what he said. He said they are vegetarians.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did say that.
That's it. Well, we already worked this out. We're just having
Hold
a
on.
conversation. But you're
So
so
you're saying I
done.
made a mistake.
Yeah?
It's not veganism,
Bro,
it's
shush.
vegetarianism.
We
Is that
just
what you're saying?
established that. We established that just
I said it,
before
though. I
we jumped
literally
in the
said that.
conversation to
So
say the same
Seventh-day
thing.
Adventists are vegetarians.
Dunce. Fuck's sake, man.
How am I supposed to know about all these obscure denominations of
Yeah,
Christianity?
but you're making claims out of ignorance, Khan. That's the problem. You do this
Why
all
do
the
I
time.
need to be educated on your obscure, tiny
If you
little
don't know
fraction of
something, don't make a
Christianity?
claim on it. Don't make a claim on something you don't know. That's the
I
problem.
never made a claim. I'm asking you a question. Are you
This is
dumb?
why you always get. This is why you always get into
No,
shit because you
you're
make
dumb.
claims up about things you
Man.
don't know.
Who are you to tell me why I'm getting into shit? You little shit.
You know when his girlfriend left him.
You're not a
I
pastor
understand.
yet, bro. Wait till you're on the parapet and then you can speak down to people. Until
Whoa,
then,
did
hold
you
your
say
corner.
parapet? Hold
I
on,
know.
hold on,
Pulpit.
Parapet,
hold on,
whatever the fuck.
Pulpit.
Pulpit, parapet, pulpit. What is it? I don't even know. I don't need to know.
Wait until you're on the parapet, mad.
Yeah.
Only Khan can do something like that.
Only
Khan.
Khan. Fuck up
Only
English.
Khan.
So 1 minute though.
Only
1 minute.
cons.
1 minute. This doesn't make sense to
Acting
me.
like
I'm
a
trying to make
foreigner,
sense
you
of
know.
the situation. In the Bible, it says eat certain meat, but don't eat the other certain type of meat. right? But yet your religion's saying, no, we're taking our religion from the Bible, yet we're telling you to be vegetarian. Like, for me, that's a contradiction. And I'm asking you, can you clarify that for me, please?
I'll clarify that for you, okay? But listen
Thank
very
you, my
carefully.
brother, my kind-hearted
Yeah,
brother.
listen very carefully. Vegetarianism is not a requirement as a Seventh Adventist. It's a recommendation for a better lifestyle, for longevity. But I am not a vegetarian. I am permissible to eat kosher food. Only what is permitted in the scriptures I eat.
Right.
Simple.
Okay.
Just like the Nazarite, for example, the Nazarites in Israelite traditions devoted themselves to vegetarianism. So it's the same thing. It's optional, but it's not something that's required for all of Israel. Even Paul,
Right.
Paul was a vegetarian before he ate meat because he was a Nazarite. He took the Nazarite vow.
So what was the reason? Like, how do they justify being vegetarian?
It's not a requirement though. This is a recommendation. It's not a requirement.
For healthy living, yeah.
Exactly.
Holistic living.
They literally for healthy living.
Yeah.
Hence why the person that MJ just read was an SDA who's living long.
Yeah. So it makes sense, yeah. Yeah. But where they someone added veganism to try and to millennium, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Millennialize it.
Yeah, to make it more up to date.
Yeah, I can make up words too.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think what MJ said is
that's
very
what we were trying
interesting
to break
about
it down. That's
the
what we were
whole
trying to break
lifestyle of you're not allowed to have leather in your house and all that, like that kind of like.
Yeah, but that's a cult.
Shows
That's
how
like
extreme it is.
That's a cult.
It's a new age stuff, man. It's like being a faggot, man. It's the weird stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
well, no. See, I think that's more of like what a true vegan was many years ago. Like, it's if you're not going to use animal products, you're not going to use animal products. Full stop, isn't it?
Yeah, but it all goes into the millennium time of the badge and things that are going on, and you know, because men are using animal products, so you can't attach this to a vegan. You know, it says it by the law that if you're vegan, you can't get the badge because you know you're vegan. You don't take animal products in your body. Blah blah blah. So that was my get out clause.
What kind of animals are being used in that, man?
That was my get out clause, but actually on the ground level, speaking to vegans, they're weird, fam. I'm telling you, weirdos.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. The new age ones.
Yeah, hippies.
I definitely, yeah.
And they're very effeminate because of all the soy and all the estrogen. They're just
right. They know what we know, but it's like they've just learned it. You know what I mean? The other day, they've just got on it. Like, now we're gonna go on March, nigga. You know, like
that's it. And this is why I think this term of vegan is never going to be the same for everyone. Do you know what I mean? Because you have the older school of thinking of, it's just about animal rights and animal protection, so let's not have any sort of animal products, dead animals or anything in our house. You know what I mean? Let's not wear leather shoes, etc., etc. There's plenty of plants that we could use out there instead of killing animals. And then you have the new age things that are just, you know, jumping on some kind of hype or the new diet or the new fad that's out there.
But the thing is, it's not even about being a vegan for a healthy diet. It's about eliminating processed foods that are carcinogenic, foods that increase inflammation. These are the things that we should be eliminating. To eliminate meat,
and also 1 minute though, Zulu, before you get there.
Let me say this last thing. Eliminating meat that we've been eating for thousands of years, that's, you know, supposedly contributed to our development, is a bit retarded.
But there is an overconsumption of meat at the moment. It's over processed and it's cheap, and everyone's eating meat 3 times a day. You need to eat meat maybe once a month, not 3 times a day.
Not once a month, maybe once every few weeks.
But do you know what?
Depending on if you're a man or a woman.
But seriously, come on. We know this. If we all had a little bit of land ourselves, just even a little back garden or something, you could have a little chicken coop and 2 cattle out there, and you know that cattle is going to give, like, do you know what I mean? You're going to have a couple of cows to eat during the year, maybe 2 goats, like, and then your chickens in between. Then you might only be eating meat once a month. That once a month might last for the whole week by the time you're done with the whole animal, including giving it away to some of your family and that as well. So, you know, it wouldn't mean you're just eating it one day or one meal of the month.
You're gonna quarter out the animal and you're gonna eat it throughout the whole year. Or a cow can feed a family for months.
To be honest, if you're a dairy farmer and you're producing cows for dairy, The only meat you're going to eat is the males, the calves, like the veal. The females, they don't eat them. They save them for thing.
Again, that's only going to be
milk.
in season, isn't it? So
yeah, so
I
it's
think
very
most
rare.
of you're probably going to be eating chickens and eggs and that sort of stuff. But again, you're still going to be getting your protein and the meat intake and fish. Exactly.
There's a variety.
But
That's the
if
thing
you
as
buy
well.
water in it. Because remember, some people may not necessarily be near rivers or water. So.
Yeah, but the thing is, right now the waters are so polluted. The worst thing you can eat is fish. The mercury
it all
levels in the
depends on what you
fish.
have access to, isn't it? Right now, the only
that's the
thing we've
truth.
got
That's the
access
fact.
to is
So
whatever's
fish is
packaged
not.
up in flipping Tesco's.
Yeah.
No, fish
And that's the sad thing about it.
Because they've monopolized it.
Yeah, like I was saying this a few weeks ago, is there any way you can actually go and just kill your own animal and take it home and slaughter it yourself?
No, it has to be done by the regulations and the standards.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard of like
bullshit.
Muslims doing it themselves, like slaughtering the animal. Like, you know, when you cut the throat, like proper kosher. Like,
Yeah.
I've heard of people doing it.
Not kosher.
Well, that was just a turn of phrase. Like, that was
Don't mix and match.
arbitrary.
Don't mix and match.
I mentioned that arbitrarily.
Good
keep Islam on the side. We keep our Judeo-Christian on the side. Love it.
As an Islam, we do it. As a Muslim, we do it the kosher way.
Like, as a Buddhist, we do it the Hindu way.
The layman understanding. If I say that's not kosher, it means that that's not legit.
Stop trying to remix all the things. Like, you have your thing over there. We have
Brother,
our
do
thing.
you speak English? If somebody says that's
speak
not
English
kosher,
than you.
it don't have to be.
Anyways, all right, carry on.
You couldn't even say pulpit. You go talk my English. Don't talk about my English.
Pulpit.
You can't even speak English, man.
Armpit. Is it armpit or pulpit?
Oh, now you're being silly.
Talking from the armpit, bro.
All right, go ahead. Sausage.
Anyway, there is a way of using the term kosher in a layman's terms. You don't have to mean exactly kosher. Otherwise, I'd be a rabbi, wouldn't I? But anyway, what I'm saying to you, you even made me forget what I'm saying. So
yeah, no,
I'll go
forgot.
on mute. You continue the session.
Yeah, great English skills, man. Anyway, what were you guys saying? Oh, do you know English? How dare you say that? Are you dumb?
Ain't it mad?
Brother, kosher is a legitimate saying. You can say to somebody that's not kosher. It doesn't mean that it has to be religiously ordained rabbi that's saying it,
You're
bro.
not going to win this argument, Con. Please.
It's not an argument. Why is everything an argument
use it in the right context, or if you just didn't use it in the wrong context when you're talking about Islam.
How many L's do you have to take today, bro?
Brother, it's fine because you're taking
You've
the
been
biggest
corrected
L
on your
of all.
own book, and now
Your
you're
own
trying to remix
arrogance.
other people's things.
Your
What's
own
going
arrogance is your own shortcoming. That's up to you, bro.
There's
Carry
no
on.
arrogance here, bro.
Promote
I'm confident that
promote
you're
it. Promote
fucking
it.
dumb.
Let's all be arrogant, and it's fine. You're going to be the biggest loser, not me.
This is not competition, though. You're the only one.
But you're the one that's saying that it's the competition.
No. You're the only one that's scared of your ego being hurt. That's why you can't admit you're wrong.
I'm not really. I'm just like saying like no to that.
Anyway, go on, Mr. Intelligent One, who knows English better than everyone. Go ahead.
I'm asking you, do you realize that when people say that's not kosher or they done it the kosher way, it means that they done it the certified way or the halal way? Like when somebody says that's haram, right? It's become an English saying now. People say these words, but it doesn't have to be in a religious context.
So would anyone actually, I was thinking about it a few weeks ago, I would actually go and, like to, I know this sounds a bit sadistic maybe, but, kill an animal and take it home and cook it.
I know, Mary, I've said I wanted to do this for years. You know this. This is very normal.
I think we need to just find somewhere. There must be somewhere that'll let us do
in
it.
Scotland, you can. In Scotland, you can. You can go hunting for deers and stuff like that. I was looking at it the other day.
I don't know if we like to cut the throat though.
But yeah,
no,
like,
you have to shoot it. You have to shoot it.
Yeah, I don't mind shooting it, but I think it's more the slaughtering of it that I'd be interested in. Do you know what I mean?
What you mean, the preparation of the meat?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like
but
cutting?
I'd want to see it. Like, obviously, yeah, I'd like to kill it as well, and then the whole process.
But MJ, wouldn't you be more satisfied if you could eat it after?
Do you know what? I think if I'd done all of that, I would have to at least try it.
Ooh, okay.
Well, it's like you were saying earlier on. Like, I'm not one of those, vegetarians or whatever. That's like, oh, I'm never going to eat meat. If I had to eat meat, like I've said this before, if we was in a situation where there was nothing else but an animal for me to eat, then obviously for my survival, I'm going to do whatever it takes, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, that's what I like to hear, man. As long as you're not, closed off.
Yeah, and I told you I did try a bit
You
of
can do
chicken.
deer
about 6
stalking
months
in
ago.
England as well, you know. It's
Big up you, man.
not just Scotland. Big up yourself, innit?
What else can you do?
You can do it in England, lad. You've just got to find an estate that does it. A lot of it's through like estates, you know what I mean?
Is it like goose? Is it like goose and ducks though, or is it like deers as well?
It's expensive. It'll be expensive, lad, because it's like a fucking proper tough. You know what I mean? Some of them even have dress codes, like. You know what I mean? You got to wear the tweed and all that.
Well, they probably wouldn't even let a woman in. For fuck's sake.
Well, you know,
No,
imagine Mary.
Loads of women do a shoot. Loads of women do shoots.
Imagine you do it wrong.
We used to
and,
go
like,
to this
just
place
spray
called the
everyone with blood.
Pan-Africanism in Wales, and they used to do shoots all the time. When you wake up, it's like a little inn, and when you wake up in the morning, the whole there's about 200 people in tweed, and all the dogs running around, and the shop goes out.
Well, shooting's not kosher, heathen.
I'm not bothered about that, though, lad, am I?
I don't know why.
No, but she wants to cut the throat, like to kill it properly, like abattoir style.
I'll shoot it in the heart.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Bleeds out just as quick, lad.
Stop being unsynchronized, man. Anyway, so
but even in the top of the lung, lad, it takes one breath and drops, lad. I'm lucky enough to go to Scotland to my uncle's place to do it, lad. So
you're
I'm
heathen.
lucky.
Do you know how there's places where you can fish and you can take the fish back home, right?
Yeah.
Could there not be?
Yeah, there is, lad. Yeah, trout fish,
there must be
salmon.
places where you can go and hunt deer. Because for me, I want to hunt deer. Personally.
Yeah, you can, but you've either got to go down the route of having a license yourself, or you've got to go with like a qualified sort of team. Do you know what I mean?
And you're allowed
they'll
to
help
take
you
the whole
stalk the
deer
deer.
back, and you're allowed to put it in the freezer and everything. And
well, that'll be down to the sort of regulated. Well, down to whatever the estate say. They might say, "Oh, we'll just give you a share of the meat." You might not be able to take the whole carcass.
That's the problem.
But then again, lad, I could be wrong on that. You know, you might be able to take the whole carcass.
What do you mean could be?
Well, I'm wrong then, just for your sake. I'm wrong. Yeah, you can take the whole carcass home, lad.
As far as I know, with wild animals, there's always the problem with parasites. So I think what you got to remember is that there's procedures. Like I think they hang them. There's a thing called hanging, in it, where they shoot the animal, then they hang it. It has to like hang in
yeah, it got to drain the blood and all that.
Yeah, but there's also
MJ, you know the nerves.
you can
When the
do,
animal
lad. You can
gets
look
shot,
for
all the nerves tense up. So when you shoot them, they're all like very tense, and the meat's like really hard. So you hang it, and then the nerves relax after I think a couple of days, and the meat gets soft then.
But I remember my granddad getting like pheasants straight from the farm, and I swear they
pheasants,
weren't
but
like.
you got to pick all the shot out of it.
Yeah, but like I think the shot would still be in it and still have all the feathers on everything.
Yeah,
like, it just
You can do that, too.
And I'd be sitting in the
Get a
back of the van with the flipping pheasant or the turkey on the way home.
the problem with the wait, can you do crossbow hunting? Or can you shoot with a bow and arrow? Oh, fuck's sake.
No, but you can use a pellet gun.
you can.
If you get permission on a land, if you can get out of the city and go to a farm, get the permission.
Bow and arrow. That's legal.
To
The
shoot
problem
like
with the bullet is you don't want the
bow and arrow to shoot.
You don't want the residue from the bullet in the meat.
Not to shoot.
No,
you're catching your food. You're hunting.
I don't think you are. You know, Michael, I'm sure you got banned.
Right. No, trust me. I got a white Canadian
Crossbows
friend.
definitely got banned. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's in America.
It probably depends on the animal.
There's different laws on that.
I'm saying
slingshots making a big comeback.
Listen,
Zulu.
people used to eat pigeons so much. You're not allowed no more. So you're allowed to
pigeons,
eat,
lovely lad,
and you're allowed to hunt for your food back in the day. But just certain animals are restricted, right? That's all it is. Yeah. But if we're going by the law of the land, yeah, you're allowed to use any method to obtain your food.
So I'm allowed to just go with the machete and chase.
But that means if you want to set traps and things like that.
So wait, I can chase a deer with a machete. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying.
Yeah, but you got to have the right deer in the right season as well, lad. So at the moment,
I'm saying someone can, just like someone can have a shotgun on his farm, just like someone can have archery schools and all of these type of things, just like someone can hunt their food, but just not you and me, Zulu. I'm sorry.
Oh,
You know what I'm
yes, you're
saying?
right. So
Yeah, because you don't own the land. You don't own any land with
They
the
wouldn't let
deer
us
on it.
get weapons. They wouldn't let us get weapons. That's true. That's true.
No, it's
You will. If you
my
can
Canadian
justify a
friend,
weapon,
yeah.
lad,
My
you can
Canadian
maintain
friend
your
has
it's
all of it.
maintenance.
All of it. Air rifles, bow and arrows, thing. He's let me play with them and he's brought them around to the shop, and we've gone in the back garden, put up a thing and fired real arrows with a real bow and arrow thing, and he's walked down the street with this. I'm telling him, because he's white Canadian, yeah. If he was black Canadian walking down our
It would have been
main
over.
road, it would have been taped, and there would have been cars, police cars parked in the middle of the road, blocking
Yep.
at both ends.
Facts.
So it's different. The rules are different. And he said,
Yeah, the
"No,
rules
this
are
is the law
different,
of the
facts.
land. You're allowed to hunt your food in England." I'm saying, "Yeah, you might be, but I ain't."
You're not, but he's
You know
not
what I'm
though,
saying?
lad, without permission on the land.
He is.
Whose
though.
permission has he got? Who's granted them permission to just
No,
hunt
not the
anywhere in
land.
England?
No, you can hunt anywhere that is, in a sense, free land or whatever. Look, who owns every piece of land? No.
You can't hunt national parks, lad. You can't hunt on a
Yeah,
national
but
park. You can't.
isn't this
It's
is
not
why
like
they've
America,
changed hunting
where you
laws
can just
over the
go
years?
to like the national reserve and then just start hunting.
I'm
Tell
saying,
him even, man.
if
This
you
guy
live,
don't know what he's talking about
if
half
you
the
live
time. I
in the
swear.
bush, if you live in the bush,
Shut up, Con, man.
yeah, or you live in a small town, yeah, a lot of these
Do you
rules
live-
don't apply. Even.
Have a look at land to buy, lad. And if it says if it says in the small print that you own the sporting rights to that land, that's your gateway in.
Your country's
But
shit.
hold
We
on.
can't
Isn't
hunt.
it?
Gotta be a
It's
farmer.
not fair.
Hold on, Ethan. Isn't there like
Yeah.
a department that's responsible for
farmer,
animal cruelty? Wouldn't they consider me hunting them however I please?
No,
animal
because not
cruelty?
sporting. Sporting's completely different to like having. Like I don't think you could get like a flock of sheep and just start shooting them. You know, you've got to go
Listen,
down like the legal means to do that. But
you know what
if
it
you have
is?
to say you buy a parcel of land in Scotland and deer roam through that land, then you've got the right to get in touch with your local firearms officer and then apply for a license. And then he'll say, "Why do you want a license?" And you say, "To maintain the land," and say that there's deer that cross the land, and then you can go for the higher grade rifle. Or
Bruh, you can
if they
just
can
hunt.
prove that it's only foxes that go there, they'll only give you the 2.2 rifle.
Bro, if you're hunting deer to eat, yeah, who's gonna know what, bro? Like, why are you
The
applying
person
for
who owns
what?
the deer.
No, who owns the deer?
The person who owns the land.
Yeah, the person that owns the land.
No, not in every case. Like the moorlands of Scotland and da. No, bruv. The animals roam where they
explain it.
roam. There's no borders. You think that animal have a border on them? No, unless those animals have been clipped and tagged for a specific purpose, then yeah, all right, cool. You're not allowed to kill those ones, right? Endangered species and blah blah blah. But most rabbits and all of these type of things are free and open to. You can do what you want, bros.
Yeah, but they're vermin, lad. They're vermin.
my
Rabbits
brother.
are considered vermin.
Food
So
is
lads near
food.
ours go rabbiting all the time, lad. You
Food
just go
is
down on the
food.
field with the dogs.
Food is
and
food.
nets.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that's
again,
true.
they're gonna tell you that a pigeon is vermin. But
Obviously, we know that.
You cannot.
We got one that
hunt.
comes around here every day.
Bruv, are you listening? You cannot.
I'm
hunt.
100% listening, and I agree with what you're saying.
Bro, shut up, man, and eat what you're eating. 'Cause I don't think it's respectful to talk to someone and be eating food at the same
Yeah,
time.
you can't be chomping
Do your
down
thing, man.
sausages while you're
You know what I
talking
mean?
to
Just
them.
go on mute.
All right.
You know what I mean? You just got to come off mute to just speak or be eating, and you're a fat bastard.
All
at
right,
that.
granddad.
No.
You fucking miserable old twat.
What? I'm
What?
miserable.
Cheer up,
Now
man.
you're
What are you
eating.
talking to?
You're not miserable. You was
That's
miserable
right.
before you started stuffing your face, you fat cunt. Yeah?
All right.
Right.
Enough fat shaming for today.
Jesus Christ! Who's your friend? Oh, do you find me sexy? Oh, look at my titties. Oh, my titties!
I love it. It's amazing. The way how the mouth actually talks. Crazy.
Look at my sexy body.
Oh, my titty.
All right, let's get down to the facts.
Yeah, there you go.
Did you say facts or facts?
Whatever you heard, mate.
The gloves are off when it comes to vermin. Like vermin.
Right, so hunting and shooting wildlife. This is from the gov.uk website. You must follow the rules for hunting and shooting wildlife, including what you can hunt or shoot, when you can do it, what equipment you can use. You can be fined or jailed for hunting illegally or causing unnecessary suffering to an animal. You must have permission from the landowner. Okay. Firearms and shotguns. You must get a certificate to use a shotgun, rifle, or other firearm. You don't need a certificate for air rifles up to 12 foot-pounds.
You do in Scotland now. This is just England, by the way. You do in Scotland now.
Air pistols up to 6 foot-pounds in power. You cannot use bows or crossbows or explosives.
Wow.
There are different rules about what you can do to manage wildlife on your land or control pests on your property.
You can a slingshot though, Zulu. If you want to go a little bit like.
Yeah, but you can't use a slingshot on a deer, bro. You have to get.
No, a deer, lad. But you've got to have but you can't use a bow and arrow on a deer, lad.
But it's way more efficient, though.
Because you're not a good enough shot to get it to penetrate any vital organ.
Sorry, have you seen the bow and arrow? My brother. Have you seen the bow and arrow technology they've got out here?
I'm talking about the compact ones.
But you're not a sportsman that fires that every day.
I'm
saying you've got to have the capability to get a decent shot off in one. Otherwise, then
you can prep.
It happened to me when I got a young roe deer once, and I shot it, and it moved, and I got it on its back, and then we were looking for the fucking deer for like 4 hours before we found it.
I'm not gonna lie, that happened to me as well. Even selling the truth.
My brother, they sell bow and arrows, right? They sell them, right? And they're not like the old school ones that you're thinking about. I don't know what you're thinking, yeah? But to kill a deer with a bow and arrow is perfect. Now, hold on. No, we've even gone advanced to these, what they call them? Them crossbows, right? They've got tactical crossbows now, small miniature ones that fire and lick down animals. Therefore, hunting, yeah? So I don't understand where you're saying like maybe on someone's land, but in wildlife.
In this country, lad, they're not considered to be an accurate target every time, like a rifle is. A rifle,
as I said,
once you've zeroed your scoping, will get that every time. Whereas they don't like play around over here, lad. It's either you're killing. You shoot once and you
don't play around over here. We got rules and regulations.
No, I'm just saying, look. You got Sherwood Forest.
Not like in Texas, lad. Listen, my cousin lives in Texas, lad. You could virtually
they still go out in the wilderness. They still go out in the wilderness.
You can't do that. You can't do that, heathen.
Heathen,
that's a myth.
Bows and arrows.
That's a myth, heathen.
No, it is regulated, but not as much as over here, Born. And I know I'm not. But it is less regulated in Texas.
And then on top of it, hold on. The land.
No, you're not throwing dynamite at rabbits and that, lad. I know that.
Sorry, my brother, heathen. Yeah, the landowner hunts and does his own thing, right? So he has access to what weapons, bow and arrows or whatever, horses and thing. He's got hounds. He's got all sorts in his country manor. Yeah, so he can clearly do those things. Farmers have all of these same things,
but not legally, lad.
They have legally shotguns.
No, you can't.
Farmers can get shotguns legally, though. They can.
If the countryside alliance was to turn up, lad, and you've just shot a deer with a
Zulu, me and you can have
like
shotguns.
And they took a picture, then you'd be done for it because you're then what Billy Jen said. You're actually what's it called, Billy Jen, when you causing unnecessary harm. That's how they see a crossbow or a bow and arrow in this country.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
No, I'm saying. If you're hunting for food for your meal,
just like you can't. This
is part of
but you're not allowed to hurt the
hold
animal
on 1 second, man.
Bro. You're not allowed to hurt
This is part of the Constitution. This is the part of the Magna Carta. The right to travel, the right to eat food, the right to hunt for your food, because these would have been in place. All this new stuff, all these new acts of parliament, legislations, and all of these new stuff that you're talking about, cool. But know how this England runs. A lot of rural England is based on the common law. They're not dealing with all of these millennium traffic rules and traffic laws and all of that. It's got nothing to do with them.
But Maku, be fair, yeah. If you wanted to hunt something, you'd have to find the space or the land where this Magna Carta rules are the main rules, and like these other rules that we're saying haven't really been regulated for a start. So once you find that piece of land, then you got to hope that there's some sort of animals on there to hunt. That's all long. You might as well just go to a farmer who owns a bit of land, who's got some deers running around, and say to him, what weaponry have you got? And he's going to say, well, the best thing to shoot a deer is this like long range sniper rifle that I've got.
Right.
And
And then you pay him.
The only thing to shoot a deer.
You pay him. You have your fun.
There's only a certain caliber rifle that you can buy to shoot a deer.
Right.
And then that's it. Then basically, you're taking home whatever meat you can carry, basically.
Right. And there's many such places like that in England.
Yeah. So
it's like down south, like where you've got wild boar. You can't just turn up with a shotgun because it won't kill the animal.
As I said, when a man's walking on a major motorway from his house to my shop, with a bow and arrow, on one arm, and all the rest of the arrows itself and all of that, the bow, the arrow, he's walking on the main road, but he's white Canadian, What can I say, bro? Like, and the man brought it to me. We all practiced, had it for about a week or whatever. He brought something else, brought some super powerful air rifle. But I'm saying, how you got all this weaponry and all that? Oh, it's allowed, it's legal. I'm like, fuck's sake, this is madness, bro.
I'm not gonna lie, I am partial.
But I do understand.
I do
understand the idea to hunt and be able to catch your own food. That's the main reason why we're having this conversation, right?
You can do with rabbits, like rabbits.
You can hunt rabbit with air rifle.
Right.
You can hunt rabbit with air rifle thingy.
Yeah, gloves are off with vermin,
definitely.
So wood pigeon, rabbits, rats.
No, you can't.
Mainly people be hunting rabbit.
You don't have seasons as well, so a lot of the animals have seasons. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, in the winter, you shoot the male deer.
You're not allowed to kill pigeons. You're not allowed.
Yeah, wood pigeon's a different type of pigeon. He's saying pigeon, but he means wood pigeon.
Okay, yeah, birds.
No, the rules have changed on pigeon. Maku's right. The rules have changed on pigeons as well for some reason.
Even in pheasants, pheasants was always locked off. Do you get what I'm saying? Because obviously that was the royal bird. It was the royal people that owned that.
Yeah,
so if you was on their land, and you shot a pheasant, but you could be on the farmer's land and the pheasant
Same as
fly
the swan,
over.
you're not allowed to shoot a swan, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously certain birds, are restricted.
But who would want to eat a swan anyway?
But I don't know what they eat. Like, what's their natural dinner?
My
I don't
brother,
know.
but you could see in ancient times, like in England, people used to get in trouble for that shit. So
what was it called? Poaching, innit?
It's part of the law. That's what I'm saying. It's part of the law. So you're right in a sense when you say depends on the land, but some land is not.
Yeah, from what I was reading there, the land is the major sort of part of it.
Right.
You must have permission from the landowner, regardless of what sort of animal it is.
And I'm saying, and even then you'd have to go down the route of joining shooting clubs because I went near all the farms near ours. Well, near Liverpool.
You know what I'm saying, MJ? Like, who owns like Sherwood Forest? And you saying someone who lives near to Sherwood Forest in Nottingham?
The council.
Yeah. At the time, hold on, it would have been the sheriff of Nottingham or whatever.
Yeah.
Owned the forest. Nah, they own land around there that if you went on that land and tried to get any animals or birds or whatever, you could be subject to penalty or something, right? But outside of that, the forest itself, you can't tell nobody that they can't hunt deer, badger, whatever. You can't. There's no laws like that. It doesn't make sense. You get it? What's private is private, and that's clear. But there's a lot of
it's all about getting caught, lad, isn't it? I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's all about getting caught. You're saying there's no rules, but if you go and do something like that and someone brings a case against you, then there's a case to answer.
Yeah,
but no one owned
the rules in it.
No one owned the forest, for example. No one owned Sherwood.
No, but it's about cruelty to the animal. Like if I took a machete, like Thingy said, Zulu said, and chopped up a deer, that's cruelty, that unnecessary cruelty. Someone could bring
Yeah,
a
it
case
depends
against
on the
me.
animal, depends on the
Nah,
equipment
it don't
that
make
you've
sense.
used to kill that
Don't make
animal.
sense.
Well,
And if
So
you've
if
done
you
it
butcher
within
a
I'm trying to
deer,
make a
hold on.
I'm trying to make
If
a
I
point that
butcher a
just
deer
because you're
for my
not
dinner,
breaking any particular laws or rules,
makes
don't
sense.
mean someone can't bring a case
How
against
I
you.
butcher a deer is non-consequential. You're saying how I killed the deer is consequential.
Yep, according to what I just read there.
So
Yeah.
how I killed the deer, well, that's really down to my thing, because did I kill the deer for sport or did I kill the deer for food?
I guess they're saying the amount of suffering is caused before it dies is the key.
Yeah, no, you can only
Well,
use.
you're
I
gonna
think
know
there's
that.
only
Hold
2
on.
caliber rifles that you can use in this country to kill a
Anybody
deer.
knows.
I think it's a
Anybody knows.
275 and a 305.
Yeah, but anybody knows, depending on how you kill your food, yeah, it's going to affect the taste of the food. It's going to affect the meat. It's going to affect the.
Yeah, you can't strangle
Yeah, but the animal welfare is over the taste of the meat in this.
Can't be
here.
shocking the animal, having it a terrible, terrorized death, half alive when it's chopping off your
Exactly.
head. This is why we have all these
yeah.
methods of kosher or you know what I mean, halal. You know,
Whatever
by
it is,
slitting
they're
the
not having it.
animals.
Yeah,
They're not
in
having it.
Japan they eat them alive.
Who?
Yeah,
Who you eating alive?
That's non-kosher.
In Japan they eat the animals alive.
That's not.
What animal are you talking about?
Snake. They cut the snake up while it's still alive
Frog.
and moving. Frogs, fish, everything.
Anything.
That's totally haram. That's so
They'll
evil.
fry the fish while it's still alive.
That's evil. That's so
I've seen
evil.
so many videos of them doing that. It's, ugh.
I've seen it. Now you reminded me. I've seen it. The fish is alive and that.
And they're frying it.
Yeah, it's horrible. That's totally out
That's
of order.
another one, lads. Crayfish. There's loads of crayfish as well in the rivers now.
Yeah,
and they're asking everyone to try and get as many crayfish. They're like little lobsters,
they're not halal either. They're bottom feeders.
No,
man.
they're
full of shit.
they're halal. They're not kosher. Let's be specific.
Ain't they like prawns?
Yeah,
they are
Yeah.
halal. They're halal, but they're not kosher.
Depends what
But the
school
rivers
of
are being infested with them. I think they're like a
What's the
European
majority?
one.
What's the
And they
depends
just
what school of
thrive.
Islam you're going by.
But what's the
Zulu.
majority, Khan? It's they are halal, please.
What do you mean majority?
The Sunni and the Shia say it's halal.
No, I'm saying.
Lad, if you were to ask me,
I'm not
whether you
talking
could eat
about
carp,
Sunni and Shia. I'm saying with Hanafis and Malikis, there's a difference in food understanding.
Okay, but is that the majority? Is that the majority?
The majority of Muslims is Hanafi, Sunni Muslim. Yeah, they don't eat prawns.
So if I go to Saudi or Dubai, they're not going to have prawns on the menu. And,
Yeah, this
and
is the thing, the argument they're having in the chat about camels and certain things that it's debatable. Some Muslims do and some don't, based on their understanding of the food restriction.
They definitely don't
why,
eat sausage.
why don't? Is that like? I'm not being nasty either. Like, is that not just as basic as where Muhammad was? There was no prawns in the middle of the desert.
Nah, it's to do with the fact that you can't clean the shit out of the prawn, like
you can
before you eat it.
Of course you can.
How are you gonna?
It's best not to eat it. If you ever
No, but even not
scrape it out.
Everyone knows that there's
Bro,
microbes.
it's basically
What's to do with them being bottom feeders and scavengers?
No,
And
in
not only
our
that,
book,
MJ,
in
there's
our
certain
book, MJ,
bacteria
that's
that
the case.
lives
In
on
our book, that's
sea-
the case. But
what
in
they
his
call
book,
seafood.
it says anything in the sea is permissible. That's what it says.
Oh,
so it's a complete different thing, as you can see.
Okay.
The Turks love sea bass, lad.
Anything in the sea is permissible, even a shark, even a
They say
dolphin.
Turks. No, not dolphin.
Anything in the sea is
Who's eating
permissible.
dolphin?
Crocodile.
Dolphins, like, isn't it high in magnesium or something, mad? Or mercury?
No, allow it, man. They're not eating the smartest animal.
Who's eating dolphins, bruv? That's fucked up.
Yeah, that is
Chinese.
Yeah, they're
Mhm.
fucked.
Yeah, Chinese probably. Yeah, you're right.
They eat everything. Come on.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Rats,
What
bats,
was that documentary on Netflix? Whitefish or something? Or black? It might have been blackfish.
I don't know much about fishing.
Where they were on about the sea life in America. Did they have a video where the Chinese were? I think they were robbing the babies of the dolphins to eat.
Wow, seriously?
So,
Them men
yeah.
are ruthless, bruv.
Why do you need to watch it? You know, it's a belting documentary. Oh, lad, it's horrible. You hear the noises, you know, because obviously they're switched on animals, so you can hear the mums and the dads like fucking just in pain, lad, just in pain because they're only taking the babies.
Heathen, let's get off the subject of being racist.
You've got them into like a little code,
which I'm
lad,
all in
it's horrible.
favour for, but let's get off that subject. I was going to ask you, do you eat roadkill? Would you eat roadkill?
Wow.
I've had roadkill.
Roadkill, like when you know
Not
when
like
you're
not
driving
round
along,
here,
you see
lad.
some
Not like
dead
don't
animal.
think.
Did you say yes, Eva? Did you say yes?
Where? Where I've had
Oh
roadkill
my
before.
gosh. Oh my gosh.
But
What
Zulu,
about you, Zulu? Would you
bear in
be
mind, lad, this is
permitted
in
to eat that?
Scotland. This is in
Roadkill is not even
Scotland,
called-
lad, where no cars go down the road, lad.
But the thing
You
is,
know,
when
so
the animal gets run over, even the shit in the
I've never
animal
done it like
mixes in with the
in
meat of the
Liverpool.
animal. How are you gonna eat that
But hold on,
after?
Eva. You don't know how long. You don't know how long the animal's been dead, though.
No, but
You
thing
do
is,
because
Zulu, the guts haven't been taken
you
out of it,
assess
man.
that.
It's got the
I've
guts
had it
inside it still.
twice. I've had 2 pheasants and they've been roadkill, right? And that was
Oh
when
my
I've been in
God.
Scotland.
You're a filthy
And
bastard.
you can
How
call me
the
that,
fuck
lad,
are
yeah?
you eating
So,
shit-stained meat?
Nah, you
it's
don't
not
need to say all
shit-stained
that,
meat.
man. You don't need to say
And
all
I was the one who
that.
butchered it, lad. It only had a cracked rib cage.
I'm
It's
not gonna
bled to
lie,
death.
that's
But I
rank,
think
bro.
a
That's
lot of
very
people do eat roadkill, but I think
Yeah,
this is the thing. We need the knowledge, just
Nuka.
like Heathen was explaining there, of how to identify if the animal is safe or healthy to eat
Yeah, it's
or
not
not.
there's
Like,
squashed.
no,
You know what I
man,
mean?
there's
It's
no
not
way that
squashed. You've got no problem
no, but
with
Zulu, we
a
don't
full
have
car
the
going
knowledge.
over.
If we had the knowledge, we'd be able to identify if
Right.
we can
You
eat it
eat
or
That's what
not,
I
or
mean,
even
yeah.
what parts of it you
man.
could eat. You might be able to
No,
take
You
it
man.
know that
apart,
the
Why?
take
bladder
off
Why?
the
hasn't been.
damaged
Nah,
part,
man.
Hold
eat
on,
the
no, no,
rest.
no, no.
Nah,
There's
man.
enough
The
I'm not
bladder
animals
doing that,
hasn't
around.
man.
spoiled.
You don't have to eat
I'm not-
badger. You don't have to eat fox. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
What are we
nowadays you
doing,
don't,
man?
But
because
that's what
Tesco just
But
roadkill
then
released
that's
is,
what
the
though.
old
roadkill
thingy.
is, though,
Yeah.
MJ.
That
That's
is
what
so.
roadkill is.
Oh my gosh, that's how
Those
people.
are
No, I'm
That's how
telling
pure
you,
people
it's
get
I
not
animals.
know.
killed,
road,
man.
innit?
Listen, I see roadkill all the time where I live. I know what it is.
Bro,
But
I've
is
seen
there
a
Listen, you
chef
someone
guys
going
have heard.
around
prepare it.
eating it?
You guys have
I've
heard
seen
the
a
Give
story
me
chef
an
about the
address,
prepare
hippo.
it on
MJ. I'll be
TV.
down.
You guys have heard. You guys have heard the story about the
You
hippo.
better bring a
Don't play
van,
around.
Heathen.
Listen,
Yeah,
Seriously.
don't
the
play
hippo.
around with
Yeah,
roadkill,
yeah,
Even
man.
ain't bringing nothing but his
Don't,
barbecue
yeah.
from
you'll be eating
B&Q.
at a birthday party and you'll be gone the next day, man. Don't play around.
Mm.
Don't
No,
play around with
Zulu.
roadkill.
Like I say, I've done it twice. And where my uncle lives in Scotland, lad, the nearest person's like 15 miles away. That's where it's near. So when it's happened, when his wife has took the kids to school, nothing's on the road, and then on the way back, she's seen a pheasant twice, which has been knocked over. So she's brought it back, and I've butchered it, lad. It was fully intact. It's just been hit by a car and just bled to death. So the bladder hasn't
But
burst.
that's not really
None of the
roadkill, though.
internal
But that's
organs have
not what we
spilled
mean
out
by
into the meat.
roadkill, even. You know that's
But
not
that's
what
what
we
I'm
mean by
talking about, the
roadkill,
roadkill
bro.
I've had. When
I'm
I
talking
No,
about a
got
that
asked if
is
flat
I've had
fox.
roadkill.
roadkill.
That is roadkill,
That
man.
is
Brother, I'm
roadkill,
talking
man.
about a flattened
You got hit
fox
by a
with
car. That's
shit coming out
roadkill.
his ass.
No, it doesn't
No,
matter,
because
man.
if what's it called out of the spine, if that goes into the meat, it can fucking do
Right.
serious damage to you. The
But there's
spinal
people that eat
fluid.
that, though, even. There's people
And
that
even
eat
No, there is, yeah.
roadkill.
exactly.
There is, yeah. Not me, though, lad.
I've seen
No.
chefs do it.
Yeah, man.
Prepare it.
I'm that's not. I can't do that. I'd rather hunt the animal myself. I'm not doing that. That's gross. I'm not gonna
It's
lie.
not just gross, it's not permissible. You're not allowed to eat that.
No, it's too dodgy. Like I
Because
say,
there
lad,
could be.
the
Because hold on,
if the bladder's being popped, mate, that
but
like
bro, the decomposition process could have already occurred. There could be maggots in there, all sorts of things in there, flies laying eggs in there. You don't know how long that thing's been dead, man. That's
But
disgusting.
Zulu, a
Man.
lot of these animals are already contaminated with these sort of mites on their skin. They've got like stomach bugs.
bring your check
A lot of
for
these wild
ticks,
animals are
mites,
riddled with
yeah.
bacteria.
You check their eyes as well. Make sure that the eyes aren't like frosted over as well. That's normally an indication of good health as well.
What, the eyes?
Yeah, the eyes. Sometimes the eyes go glossy. You know, if they've drank bad water, like infected water. Say a deer's died in a lake and it's infected the water or whatever. You get like a glazing on their eyes, so the eyes go like a cataract. You know, like a misty. So you check their eyes.
Milky eye.
Check for
Milky
ticks.
eye, yeah.
Throw them around the
Milky eye,
mouth.
yeah.
You check in the mouth, make sure the mouth's all right. Make sure the genitals are all right and everything. Like, you make sure that it's just in good nick. That's the best you can do.
I'll be looking for like
Some people
cancer
do go as
tumours
far
and
as
all
to
sorts
do
of
like
things,
blood
man.
tests.
Good
A lot of
dead
animals
nick.
with huge
Good
tumours
dead
on
You
them.
nick.
don't you have to check the insides, like the
No, allow
intestines
it,
and
man.
that as well?
Yeah, but you check and that when you're butchering it, yeah. MJ,
This
Yeah,
what
she got a tech
butchery
as
is
well.
one of the top skills, man. You got to know butchery.
I remember the first time we got a deer, and my uncle nicked the windpipe, lad, and it just let out basically just a fart. And it was just all regurgitated grass.
Say that again. Say that again, Heathen. What animal was it?
It was deer.
And your uncle cut the throat.
It was dead. We were butchering it after we killed it.
What? So where did all the air come from? The fermentation in the guts?
From the stomach, lad, yeah.
Because they got all grass in their stomach, innit? So it's gonna ferment.
Yeah. It
What
was
they
fucking
swell up
nasty,
like a
mate.
balloon.
Yeah, and it come out the windpipe.
What, you
all
slit
over
the
me.
windpipe to let it out on purpose?
But never, not on purpose, lad. No. He just made a little nick to start exposing the internal organs.
Okay, yeah,
And he just nicked the windpipe by accident.
And it farted out.
Yeah, it was fucking nasty.
Con, do you eat deer?
Shit.
Con, do you eat deer, brother?
Oh dear.
I've never eaten deer in my life. No, haven't.
Have y'all Zulu sniper?
I usually eat on the cheap.
I've eaten elk before.
Elk.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
What
a
about you,
deer.
Sniper?
Elk's like a deer.
Yeah, it's like a deer. Sniper, you eat
like a moose, isn't it?
Deer before?
No.
No deer, Sniper?
The maddest thing I ever
No,
ate
no,
was
no
veal.
deer.
I ate veal in France.
Man,
I ate
that's
veal
crazy.
when I was in
Yeah, we
France.
eat
That's the
veal.
maddest thing I ate. It's lovely though, isn't it?
Was it halal veal? Con?
No, it wasn't.
Oh,
Mad.
okay, interesting.
I was in France, I told you.
What is veal? What is veal? What animal is veal?
Veal is like a baby. Veal is like a baby.
He was on holiday. Don't count.
Hell.
Yeah, mad.
What's a veal?
I said France across the road.
A baby cow.
It's a baby cow, but a boy. But it's a boy.
Baby cow.
But it's a boy.
Yes.
Hey.
Big up.
What you say? Ask them y'all eat deer every Wednesday? What you say?
They eat
Not every Wednesday, but I do eat it in autumn.
Oh,
Moose.
okay.
Elk, moose.
Why is that? Why is that, Axel?
What did she say? She eats it in her bottom.
Why do you eat it? Why do you eat it?
What the fuck is wrong with you? You dirty, nasty starfish shit.
I know the obsession, sis. The obsession is mad.
That's what I heard.
Starfish motherfucker.
But that's not what anyone else heard.
Yeah, woman hater. Woman hater. You.
And you're a woman, are you?
Woman hater, you.
You're the standard
Yeah,
of
that's
women.
what you are. Woman hater.
You're the go to
fucking
a rock
cry
concert,
baby.
man. Go to the rock concert. Get on stage.
Fucking
Get on stage,
cry
man.
baby. Can't allow it. Anyways,
Allow it.
we deal with
welcome to the
moose.
panel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So hold on, Adam. I mean, Axel. I'm all, your new nickname is Adam, Axel. So Adam, why do y'all eat the deer in autumn?
Don't take offense, man.
Why do you eat? Well, why do y'all eat it in autumn? Is it any reason?
Autumn. Is it autumn or autumn? I don't know.
Autumn. It's
Anyways,
autumn.
I am feel. You get me. Yeah.
No, one definitely eats out of the autumn.
What? What did the kid say?
Just ignore him, sis.
I never said nothing to you. Why is it everything to you now?
Nah, I don't know because you've been anyway.
I never said anything to you.
Who's beefing the women?
Yeah, you don't like women, but I know that though.
Yeah, man, you don't like.
I like women, man. I even like them in the autumn.
No, man, you don't like women.
You don't like gal.
I like them in the autumn.
You move like Eunice right now. You don't like gal.
Hold on. Khan, has it happened again?
What?
Has it happened again?
Say it, MJ. Say it.
The black bag situation.
No, it hasn't.
Because
what black bag situation? I'm living at mine.
Okay, so you got kicked out again.
Are you
You
taking the
have
house
this
on?
pattern of kicked out, innit?
You knew it, Mary. You knew it.
Oh my God! Give yourself
Now
a
we
break.
get it.
Grumpy.
Nah.
Like a little bitch. I was saying
Well, let's be 100. Hold on, guys. Let's be 100. So, Con, what happened, brother? You back at the house. Maybe it didn't work out with the old lady. What happened? Con? Talk to me, brother.
No, I've been here for the duration since I told you, look.
I thought
when you lot said, "Have you gone back?" I meant back for a little nibble. I never meant back for good.
No, you did. No, you didn't. No,
Honestly,
you didn't. No, you
still
didn't.
here.
All right. Cool. So,
anyway.
has something happened recently? Like, has some woman upset you because literally you've been taken? Like, it feels like you're taking something some kind of anger out on the females that are on the panel. So what's going on with you and females at the moment? Like, who's upset you? Tell us
Do
about
you know
it.
what it is? I'll tell you
We're
the
here for you,
truth,
bro.
right? My son broke his leg playing basketball, and I had to go to the hospital, like to take him to A&E, and guess who was there?
His mum.
His mum, yeah. So
Yeah.
I fucking hate the bitch, but that's what it's been pissing me off.
Do you know what, bro? Like, and we
what
won't
does
get
that
into
have
it.
to do with us, though? I don't get it.
No, she asked me a question. I'm answering it. I'm not saying it's got
No,
anyone.
but I don't understand why you're getting us
I don't
ladies
know.
all the
Mary's the
time.
one telling us. She's psychoanalyzing me right now.
All right, no, cool. Let me just respond
Nothing
to
to
Khan
do with
quickly,
us,
though.
though.
Like,
I've
because
not said this.
separately, away from this, we won't get into it. But I fully understand what you're going through, bro. That's all I will say, because I've had a similar situation recently.
Oh, have
And
you?
it's difficult. It's
Well,
very
did he
difficult
turn up
being
there
in.
as well?
Well, obviously, when you're both parents, you both got the right to be there, innit? So, but you know, if things ain't right between you and the other person, then it's always going to be difficult. So I hear you. However, Axum had a good question as well. Why, like, is that the reason why you're taking your anger out on the females on the panel, or is there another reason why you're hating on the females right now?
I personally wasn't aware of it. You're bringing it to my attention right now.
Well, it's kind of like an intervention,
Really?
Khan. Like everybody sees it, brother. You're more aggressive.
So I
You know what I mean?
mentioned it to you last
You're more
time.
aggressive
can
with
only-
the women.
I can
No,
only
I'm just being
apologize. I can only apologize.
I'm in Tennessee, brother, and I'm gonna tell you what I see. You're
Yeah.
more aggressive
Okay.
with the women. You were staying with your old lady, and y'all was building, and all of a sudden now that you're back at the house, lonely, you're arguing with different women on the panel. Your aggression has risen. I don't know what's going on, Khan. So
Possibly. So thank you for your observation.
But is it something though, brother? Is it a reason why you had to leave your girl's house?
I don't know. I don't know. I'll do some soul searching and get back to you. Maybe you're right.
I think it's after the Meso debate. Oh shit, sorry, let me out.
Exactly, Zulu. Exactly, Zulu. That's why he's keeping bringing us female judges and saying the best stuff about us. No, but Zulu's talking facts. He's talking facts. Zulu is talking facts.
I should have said it.
No, but it's from that day, though, Zulu. You're right,
Why did
brother.
I say that? I'm so calm. I'm
No,
sorry.
Axum, you're right though, because I think we know Khan is quite argumentative,
bro.
right? And we know he likes a good debate with the females, and he likes to be one of the hafties as well. But you might be right, like Khan, is that what like? Because you had an issue with me being a judge in Maku's debate, and you have mentioned the housewives as judges
thing.
several
A couple of times now.
Girls
exactly.
with better degrees than you.
And he
It's
wanted
mad.
to strike the.
No one's got a better degree.
He wanted to strike the channel. Remember, he
degree.
wanted to strike the
You
channel
what?
over the debate. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're very bitter about this debate.
Reviews, you
Let's
not
That's
even
why I
over
made
the
that meme
debate.
about you.
Over the
Exactly,
review.
Mary.
That's why I made that meme.
Yes.
What
That's why I
meme?
made
What
that
meme
meme.
you talking about, Sniper?
This blood clot.
Jesus Christ! Who's your friend?
I think.
Yeah.
Well, anyway.
All right.
No, I don't know,
Alright,
but
let
on
me ask you
iPhones,
this.
when
Let me
you
ask
play
you
that
this.
on
I know
iPhones,
who you're
it
fucking
mutes
with.
it automatically. I didn't hear that. I'm saying it muted automatically.
Well, let me ask this. Let me ask you this, Mary. Who are the quote unquote housewives that Khan was referring to?
The judges. So that was what Axum. Who else? Axum.
And unique.
Unique. It was only us two, yeah.
Oh, okay. So Axum and Unique. Mad.
Black women.
What a peculiar thing to call someone a housewife. Like
it's a house nigga. It sounds like house nigga.
Oh,
Yeah, you might be right, boy. You might be right. Is it because we're black? Yeah. Is it because we're black?
Well, you're black now all of a sudden.
Wow.
In fact, you know, the thing is though, they're far from housewives. They're two highly professional women. So what are we doing?
So this is sounding like a Zanzi's like kind of thing. What's going on? Huh?
What?
Exactly. He's calling us
I have
Zanzi,
nothing to do with that
in the
whatsoever.
low, like
What
in
do you
his
mean you have nothing
language.
to do
I
with
was
that?
living in the Caucasus Mountains when that happened.
Nah, man.
I thought you was in Mongolia.
That's what you thought.
The Caucasus Mountains, your great grandmother was in Ethiopia. What are we doing, man?
That's right. She was eating some camel and sorry, it's also never mind. Let me know.
I think that there's a big time gap between the Armenian genocide and the population of Turks coming to Cyprus. It's two different things.
Lol, I'm not talking about the Armenian genocide though.
Genocide you don't care
That's
about.
way after the Ottomans been
Mad.
doing their shit in East Africa. So don't come with it.
Sorry,
Yeah.
family.
What
But
did you
before
do
we
in
get
East
into
Africa?
the
What's going
geography
on?
and the politics, can we just get back to the intervention quickly and finish
let's
that
get back
off?
to the
Like, we
debate.
need to
What
figure out
happened?
what is the problem with women? Is there a problem? Let's try and resolve it.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with women.
Yeah,
Like,
Khan,
if
why are
you're
you
saying
gay?
I do, then obviously I'm learning from you. So
Whoa,
you're gonna have to fill in
wait, guys. I want to
you're
hear
gonna have
his
to fill in the
argument
gaps
for
for
this.
me. Pause. I'm filling in the gaps.
No. Tell us again, because I missed that.
I said you're bringing something to my attention, so you have to fill in the gaps in the story, not me.
Filling the gap, so you don't remember what you were saying to me and Unique.
But are you so butthurt about that?
No, because you said it again today, yeah, housewives, right?
Yeah, I said, why is it an insult to call someone a housewife?
No, because you don't want women to be judging the debates. That's the problem, right?
Well, if they were capable women, then maybe I would see things differently.
See, this is the BS I'm hearing, yeah, and you want me to not react.
And then the fact that when Axum jumped on the panel, you literally just start attacking straight away. Like no
When?
reason, no
I
provocation
never attacked
whatsoever.
anyone.
Yes, you did.
Really?
Shut up, man.
Why do you like lying as well?
Huh?
That's another.
When your sugar was low, I told you, when your sugar was low, you was all over the place, bro.
It is what it is, because you know we're bullying you out anyways, isn't it? But maybe you should just recognize that that you seem to be getting at the
You didn't
women
take your pills?
more than usual, and it is something you're known for anyway. So just maybe try to relax a little bit.
Yeah, here's a sugar lump.
Big up, everyone.
And I hope your son gets better soon still.
Bro, I'm crying, Sniper. I can't believe you just said that.
That's Janessa. Big up
Yeah, Janessa.
Big up Janessa.
She's just being a housewife somewhere.
Big up housewife Janessa.
Half day.
So Janessa's here just to fill her space.
No, the housewife thing isn't an insult. Yeah, it isn't an insult, but I don't understand why.
You like housewives, innit?
Hold on. You know what it is, Axum?
But they both got degrees. I don't
Wants to
understand.
compete with another.
Better
He's
than
a
his.
housewife himself, so.
No, he's a housewife. Yeah, exactly. He's the housewife.
He's a housewife. So.
I've got
compete with
respect
us.
for.
It's
I've
alright,
got a lot of respect for housewives.
He's the one that cooks
Yeah,
their
because you're one
sausages
of
in
us,
the
man.
pot.
You're one of us. You live at home.
Mad.
Does your mom go work? Your mom, she work?
Ain't even that, Sarah. I looked after
Hold
two
on, who?
children.
No, sorry, my name's Janessa. Please.
Sorry, Vanessa. I looked after two children to the age of schooling age.
So you are
myself.
a housewife.
I've been a housewife.
Yeah.
I'm not a
That's it,
housewife
man.
anymore, but I've done that job.
So you were the
I've got
housewife.
no
she was
shame in
working.
saying that. I looked after my kids. I've done everything for them.
So you weren't
she
even
was
a
a
house
breadwinner.
husband, no? All right, safe.
Man,
Let me
That's a
go mute.
housewife, man. Get it right. Don't do
What's
it.
a house husband? What's a house husband?
So you, I mean, hold on, Khan. So Khan, you didn't make anything happen. Like you didn't pitch in any way financially.
Mentioned
No, of course I did.
housewife, you know. Mad.
I worked as well. What do you mean?
So come,
Then
were you
how
like,
can
kids,
how can you be a
breakfast
house?
is ready? It was like,
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Breakfast don't even dinner, my friend.
How you a house husband and you work?
Yeah.
Mrs. Dadfire.
You know what, Zulu?
But the kids were
student finance.
They were small then. You know when they let them go half day
MJ.
to nursery?
Adding up now.
They were small.
Right?
They were babies.
And you work. So what?
Yeah, I done painting, decorating at the same time.
So part time, for 3-4
part-time
hours
working,
a day.
yeah.
Oh, so your woman was the person that came in and was like, "Hey, honey, I'm home." Right?
Mad.
Not until the kids were much bigger.
That's horrific. That's
But when the kids
Why is that horrific? I don't
Hold
understand.
on.
You want to mind what you say? Why is that horrific, though? Explain.
Why is
that horrific?
Hold on, wait.
that's
A nutritionist, painter, and decorate. Anyway,
Like, what happened to your degree? You talk about your degree all the time. What did you
I never
do?
had a degree at the time.
I don't even think you have a degree at
Oh,
all.
so-
It might be I don't even
Mate,
think you
because
have
you
a
got a job in
degree.
a lab, all of a sudden you're a scientist.
When did you get your degree?
Where's your PhD from? What uni?
At least I
When
can
did
show
you
people
get your
I am.
PhD from, darling?
Huh?
Khan, when did you
Where
get your
did you
degree?
get your PhD from?
Who said I have it?
Exactly. You just work in a lab. So what are you chatting shit for?
No. I'm nah. You don't even know what I'm doing. So relax yourself.
Anyway, whatever.
Nah.
Whatever.
It's not whatever though. It's not a whatever though. Khan. You said that presentation that you had on the debate was the best you ever done, yeah. So that's gonna make me question if you ever went to uni at all.
I personally feel that
That's a great
the
point.
debate
That's
that
a
I
great
gave
point.
with no notes, with nothing to
But
read
in it,
off,
am I not
as
right,
a man,
guys?
never had no
Am I not
time
right?
to read
Oh,
off.
you're right.
I think my presentation is better than Miso's.
You right. How could that be your best presentation ever?
Are you not entertained?
Brother, I never had no notes to read off.
Entertained? Is this not why you are here?
You're gonna make us spit on
No,
the
but all
ground.
jokes aside, would you call that a presentation? All jokes aside. No, I'm not even joking.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying.
Like you've been through. If you've never been through academia, I'll be like, oh, whatever, innit? But
Vanessa, let me put my case forward. I feel that there was an overemphasis on the actual presentation itself and an avoidance of the subject matter because the judges weren't educated to the level to judge them.
you had no references. You had no references.
They weren't
It's already
they weren't
scribed.
educated to judge them.
But they
Excuse me,
knew
can I finish my
plagiarism
word?
when they saw it.
Why would they? But how is it
My
plagiarism?
brother, you didn't even
There's
screen share.
no such thing as plagiarism.
This guy is
Common
fighting
use.
Listen, this guy is fighting
Excuse me.
with his
I'm
fingers
saying-
on a
You
fucking
plagiarized.
other.
I'm saying
Like no,
if it was
putting his fingers, you know,
listen, my
fingers.
finger's the best
He
thing you've seen in
stood
your
your
life. What are you trying
fingers
to shit for?
on some screen and calling it what now?
Basically, what you did was
Research.
You got slightly copied the assignment.
My brother, come on, you're forgetting one of the judges agreed with you, bro. What don't you remember about that?
No, she never. She was trying to
agreed.
mark
She
me
said
on.
she agreed.
No,
Brother,
listen,
listen, let me
man.
say
I
something.
was agreeing
You
with
lot
you,
are being
you
so
dickhead.
unfair.
I
You lot
was
being so
agreeing with you,
unfair
you
that there was.
dickhead, but your
Excuse me,
presentation was
excuse me,
so
funny breath.
bad.
Listen, there was 3 rounds. There was 3 rounds. You lot marked it as if it was 1.
What?
Brother, you lot marked the whole presentation based on somebody's ability to use Excel spreadsheets and Microsoft software.
Like, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. This is why I know you haven't been to uni.
MD
What are you on about? You're just being an idiot right now.
What?
No one needs to
Nah,
prove
man.
nothing to you, man. You're an idiot anyway.
And even if you did, it was probably open
Yo, you
university,
guys,
and you
MD
probably
wants to
sent it
jump
for
on.
someone to write
You're
up
an
the
idiot,
assignment
man.
and paid it.
Think
You know
what
them
you want,
online
man.
sites.
Think what you
They pay
want.
people to write your assignment.
Right,
No one
so
cares what you
who?
think, man. No one cares what you think.
MD, come on, jump on.
I'm just saying the marking
Even
showed
there.
itself, innit? They marked it based on who had the best font,
Did you get
who
first?
done the
What did you get?
best
What did you get
sheet,
for your,
who done the best
what did you get?
presentation. It wasn't based on the material itself.
No,
Of course it was.
You're not listening.
No,
No,
You
but
took
Khan,
somebody's
no, but
work.
we done
Khan,
3
you just
rounds. You
butter,
didn't even
yeah.
mark all
I'm
3.
telling you, Khan, you
Mate,
could have killed the whole damn
you didn't
argument with
mark
one
all
fucking
3
sentence
rounds. You marked
and
it on
some
1
fucking
round.
evidence, but you
You're talking
didn't, Khan.
rubbish. You're talking
No,
rubbish.
listen, you could have fucking won the whole thing. I was
Listen.
I was really
Are you listening?
waiting for
Are you
you to
listening?
show up, yeah.
Are you listening?
With some
The
shit.
geezer's own slides contradicted his original point,
Whatever,
and you lot
man.
didn't mark him down for it. He provided the evidence himself.
But
And
he
you didn't even
plagiarized.
mention
That's
it.
why it
I
had to
said
get cancelled.
midway through his presentation, I had to literally
Plagiarism
point
is
it
a
out
crime.
myself.
Where was your
You're
delay?
being dumb. You're being dumb,
bro.
Listen, if you want to be dumb, I can be dumb too. You want to play
You
dumb?
are
All right,
dumb.
I'll play dumb
Honest
then.
one here, man.
I'll play dumb then.
You are dumb.
English,
I'll
man.
play
for
dumb.
copyright.
I'll
People
play dumb.
copyright
Proved
their
it
work.
many
Bro,
times.
go and cut some hair.
Not
Go and cut
playing.
some hair, man.
You can't even say pulpit, man.
Go and paint a wall, you cunt. Are you
I can
dumb?
paint a wall. I'll get paid
That's
more
all
than
you.
your barbering skills.
You can't even
No
speak
skills.
English, man.
I'll get paid more
Paint
than
a
you for
wall.
painting, so shut
Dumber.
up.
Painter and
Go
decorator.
and keep some hair off the floor, man.
I'm done. I'm so done.
Go and put some
And you
grease
done
in
him
your
paint
hair
and
quick. Whatever that
decorator.
thing is,
Beat him
I
up,
don't know.
Paper, all that good stuff. Have
Shit,
they?
And you
man.
get up a
Have
ladder.
they?
Beat him up.
Have they?
I
getting
need
up
your
no
Insta back.
ladder.
I need your number. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put my Insta in the back and just message me if you can today, because I wanna take you somewhere.
Okay, don't worry. I got you, Hefty. I'm putting my number in the back.
I'll put my number as
Which
well.
of us is Hefty?
I'll put my
Feel
number
free,
there.
Hefty. Feel free, Hefty, okay? It's an American number, Hefty. Call it.
I'm invited. Yeah, let's go. Woo. Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway, let's get back to roasting the pig. Go ahead. Who's next?
You're calling the pig, you cow.
Born really put his number in the
dirty
Wow. Who the cow fit? Who the cow fit?
Nah, I apologize. I
apologize, man.
I ain't taking no apology, man. Stick up your ass, man. Fuck off, man.
Don't apologize, bro.
Birthday, make sure you save it, yeah?
Yeah.
Right there, indeed.
There you go.
Okay. I'm there. I'm in the building.
All right, so what are we saying here? What was the topic again?
Sorry, I fucked it up. Yeah, Mary.
Housewives. Oh yeah, housewives.
Yeah, housewives.
So,
but housewife can't tell someone else they're a housewife. That doesn't make sense.
I know.
1 second. Out of interest, though, what do you define
We
as
should
a
be
housewife?
housewives together.
No, he confessed he was a housewife. So yeah, give us an example of what a housewife is.
Like it's a crime.
So why are you using it in a derogatory way against
women though? Like that.
I think it's really shameful how you lot try to get together and embarrass people, shame them, mock them. All this that you do, you're just showing your. Stop talking, you ugly bitch.
You butt her.
Stop talking.
And I left
You're
you
an
alone.
embarrassment.
Wow.
This is what you lot do. It's pathetic. You're just showing how pathetic you individually are. Because on a one-on-one, I'll roast all of you in real life and online.
Never happened.
All right, we ready?
But you know what? There's no need to roast it. Honestly, at the end of the day, you want to say housewife this, housewife that.
Like this whole
But you don't
channel's
rate
been
your
based on
missus
trying to boost
at
up
all.
Zulu. Sarah, just shut the fuck up, man. You fake
I'm not
ugly
even talking.
bitch.
What's wrong with you? I
Fuck
didn't say
off,
anything.
all of you.
You didn't even say anything, you dummy.
I don't care no more.
Dumb.
You're getting in your
None of you
feelings,
can
yeah?
talk accent. Go and suck
No,
some
why
fucking
is he
white
giving
guy's
me the
dick.
most jokes? Fanny
Is
breath.
that the best thing you
Go
got,
on,
yeah,
man.
Khan?
Fuck off, man.
Is that the best
What are
thing
you
you
doing
have,
here?
yeah?
What are you doing here? What are you doing here?
Fuck off.
Ain't they got fucking live stream in your country?
Yo,
Ain't they
Mr.
got
Right,
live
let's
stream?
call him
You got live stream.
Off, you damn
Fuck off,
racist.
man.
His name is housewife now.
You
Was
fucking
you know the
ugly
black
twat.
bin bag she used with a heavy
Look, I mean,
duty?
it's all gonna
Well,
work.
they have
You can be like this for the happy,
Listen,
and
man,
I
you lot
understand that you have
pathetic,
a
man. They're
hatred for women
pathetic.
because I know you had
You're
the carry on
pathetic.
with
All of you
women from
pathetic, man.
before,
You're
the bin
and
pathetic.
then now you kind of
Dumb
trying
as
to put
fuck.
yourself in that feminine
You're
position
dumb
to
as
be the
fuck. You as
housewife,
well. You as
and then now
well.
you
Go
want to
fuck
come and attack
yourself.
the happy.
Go fuck yourself, man.
Come on, big
Go
up.
fuck
You're the
yourself,
most
man.
No,
feminine
I'm being
here,
serious.
like,
You know the bin bag she used with a heavy duty.
Save them for your mum's pussy lips.
Wow.
You know your mum's overgrown pussy lips that she gave birth to
Oh, I
25
love to
children?
talk about
Save the
family.
bag for that. Save the
I
bag for
love
that.
to talk about family members.
Save the bag for that.
Keep talking gay.
My mum is
Your
big in
mum's
Hawaii. Right?
protruding
Where's your
fanny
mum?
flap.
This is what
Put it in the
Con
bag.
does. Listen,
Put it in the bag.
Go eat some fucking food or something if
Bring
you're
the
so
bag,
fucking
man.
feeling.
Put your
Go
mum's pussy
away.
flaps in
This is the
there.
kind of person
The
he is.
25-inch pussy flaps that
around the
you
world.
can
Make
use.
fun of someone's story about pedophilia. This is the kind of person he
Yeah,
is.
hit that like button, people.
This is what Khan does. He
And your
goes
mum
Yeah,
goes
tap
to
on the
arthritis
paper, all
watching
that
a
good stuff. Tell a
housewife
friend
son.
to tell a
Get out of
friend.
here, man.
Come on.
You're an
Let's
embarrassment.
not forget what
Mum
kind of person
failed.
we're dealing with, making jokes
You're a
about
waste of
someone's
But
labour
we know who
pain.
you are,
You're
Zulu,
actually a
bruv.
waste of
You're
labour.
here begging for popularity, agreeing with what anyone says. You
I
never
agree with
even
what
stand
everyone
on your
says.
own square.
I agree with
You
what
never
everyone
even
says.
put.
Are you
You never
serious?
put your own views forward because you're
I
a little
never
bum
put
licking
my
little twat. You're a little bum
You don't know me,
licker.
bro.
Oh,
You
leave
don't know
Zulu,
me,
man.
bro.
Brother, you never said
Zulu,
anything
bro,
to back your
you are
own
the
point of
dumbest
view.
Says
You
the
agree
man
with other
that is
people.
obsessed
Oh,
with people's
ancient
bums.
Kemet.
Bro,
Yeah.
you're the
Ancient
oldest.
So you're not
Exactly.
from Pakistan.
Exactly,
You
Mary.
little
A
twat.
50-year-old
You're
fucking
the oldest.
grown
You're
ass
the
man,
oldest.
Who's
yeah?
15-year-old?
Acting like this.
Listen.
Shut
You're the oldest.
up.
You're the oldest person here. You're the fattest person
No,
here.
I'm
You're
not.
the dumbest
No, I'm
person
not.
here.
No.
Yeah?
Exactly.
Mac, who's
Literally.
older than me?
Well,
MJ's
well,
fatter than me.
shut up.
Yeah? And you're dumber than me. So shut
Who's
up.
your friend? Oh, dear.
That's really you.
And I'm not gonna lie, that meme, that meme wins.
Yes,
brother, you not taking the piss here, but if I struck your channel, you be crying like when
now you want to
Baby struck
strike
your channel.
You want to struck the channel again, yeah? You want to struck the channel again?
Who's your friend? Oh, do you find me sexy? Oh, look at my titties.
Please don't let them do this.
My titties!
Yeah.
Please, like, why do you, I don't understand. You know when
Bitch moves there. You want to strike the
And when your
channels,
channel
yeah?
gets struck, you're crying like a little bitch.
You sound of you, bro. Now you want to
Oh,
strike.
my titties.
Little bags.
It's all right, Khan, man. We'll help you, bro. Like,
Shut, man.
we
Shut,
can help you.
chief.
We can
I
help
don't
you.
even know who you think you are, bruv. I don't even know who you even think you are. You little chiefling.
No, Khan, we can help you.
You little amateur chief. What are you chatting shit for?
I'll help you.
Adding in your little sly little comments
I will help
everywhere.
you with your CV,
Why are you
bro.
such
I
an
will help
add-on?
you.
Adding on to next people's
Bro,
things all the time.
Like, I
You're
actually give out
pathetic,
You know,
man.
Sarah, she
Who
talks
are
direct.
you?
You don't add on to nothing.
With your
She
ripped
talks
out
directly
pussy
to
from having
everyone.
5 kids, man. Fuck off, man.
What?
So
Doesn't matter, bro.
it's
Don't worry
okay to
about
be a
them
house
kids, man.
husband, but it's not
Them
okay for
kids
a woman
custodial
to have
time cost
5
more than all the
children. Is
benefits
that
you collect in your 50
that's
years.
that's madness.
You get me? I got watches. I got watches that cost more than anything you'll touch this
Who
year.
cares?
Just
Stick them up
relax.
your pussy and set the alarm for 3:58. Who cares about your watches, man?
Listen,
But you're a Muslim, you're
Yeah,
supposed to
it's
be
not
telling
okay,
me
man.
about
Send the
more
CV.
serious
I
things
will
than
look over it
watches,
for you. I'll
man.
get you a
Who
job.
cares about your watches, man? Wrap them around your ankles and stick your legs up in the air while you get fucked and look at the time.
This is jokes, you know. He's
You must
really in
be
his
so
feelings.
sexy deprived.
Nah,
You
put
know
a
that.
Rolex on one
Yeah,
ankle
go
and
eat
a
some
fucking
food,
G-Shock
Con, and
on the
relax
other
can we just
ankle,
know?
Okay,
and
Can
then
we
stick
just
both
know
your legs
he's
up in the
only
air
attacking?
while you
He's
take out
only
the
attacking the
ass.
women again.
I'm not gonna
Why are you
lie.
I'm not
going
taking
after the
them
women
else,
again?
You see
yeah.
what I'm saying? I told you,
What's
he's got
killing
issues.
me
He's
about
kind of
her
like,
It's only
watches?
a
Human
magnum,
hater
bro.
over here,
Go
yeah.
black
Hold
killer.
on. I can hear 10 people at once, man.
and munch your magnum,
just
man.
don't talk
I'm tired of
about
your
sodomy.
business.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
love
Go eat
magnums,
your
bruv. They're
magnum instead,
halal.
yeah.
Why don't you
Okay.
go and eat some county?
What's
Bro,
happened now?
Tony's
What's
is
happened
like
now?
Nah,
Just
it's a
FYI, not all
dickhead.
magnums
These
are
are
halal.
Unsynchronized
Let
men,
Kale
Kale. I don't
speak.
know.
Yeah,
Tony's is
Kale,
dry
what's
whip,
happening
bro.
right
You
now,
eat
brother
taste
Kale?
sausages, bro.
He's
Unsynchronized.
It's
not
dry
on
whip.
cold, Kale. He's not on cold,
Let him
man.
out
He
with
said
his
he's a
shit,
housewife,
Kale.
Kale. This is
Who's that on cold
unsynchronized.
to? Who's that?
The
Get him,
non-European
Kale.
He's a
has broken
housewife.
his code of
Yo,
conduct.
answer the
Yeah,
question. Get him, Kale.
I
he's
think he's
attacking
fine. I'm
the
actually
African
European. I'm not a
sisters, Kale. He's
non-European.
attacking the African sisters, see?
Yeah, man.
And
Okay.
but
I'm not
he's a
cussing off to be in
See
Africa,
non-African.
the
though.
political science he's using right now.
He's a
Yeah.
non-African.
Against
Then
Africans. He's a
Kale,
fucking
Kale,
non-African.
Yeah,
Look
get
at
Kale.
him,
him.
man. Get
The
him,
woman
man.
said she's got
in your
watches that cost however much. I said,
No,
put it
because
round
you
your
said to
ankle
me,
and put your leg
you're
up in
talking
the
about my
air,
finances.
and
So
then you
I
can look at the
said,
time while you get fucked up
allow
the
me in it,
arse.
because
It's not
you're
a
a tramp.
problem.
You're
I
a
don't see
bum.
why it's a problem.
Okay, can I hear it? I don't know
Through pregnancy, I was
what
never a
happened.
bum.
You
You're just
can't
a
hear
bum,
it
bro.
because
You're
Well,
just
like
a
she
Kale,
bum.
hasn't
just
put them
listen
on
to
that
the
Wake
level.
up, you're a
African.
bum.
Kale, brother Kale. When
This
two
is
people are
Africans,
talking
Kale.
to you, brother, only
Like, you
listen
can't
to the
chat to me.
Africans, brother.
Be serious, bro.
If you hear
He's
two
mocking
voices,
Africans, Kale.
because the non-African has been sent here to distract us, brother. So when it's two voices,
I know,
you
I
hear it, only
believe that.
listen
But
to the African.
what happened though? What happened to the sisters? Is it chauvinism against
No,
women? What
basically,
happened?
he was insulting us for being housewives, but he's also a housewife. So we're just saying, let's be co-housewives. Let's just work together and like create a little club.
We've noticed that there is some animosity towards the females on the panel, so we were trying to get to the root of it, and we believe that the root of it may be that he's having his own domestic problems at the moment. Brother.
Yeah, domestic violence against men is a real thing, you know. Are you suffering, man?
Right.
Go on. You know
But you do understand that the housewife is a political movement to feminize men, feminize women, sorry, to get them out of their responsibility. You do understand that, don't you?
Tell him, bro. Tell him.
So
Let
you
me ask
shouldn't
you this,
really.
Kale. Can the African, right, be a proud house husband, or is that contradictory to everything that?
That's an abomination, bro. I can tell you that for free.
To be a proud.
Yeah, we're free from that question, though.
We're free from that, man.
I'm not even saying. No, I'm not saying it from the African because I heard Khan said he was a house husband
Housewife.
or housewife.
He
Yeah,
said he's a
housewife.
housewife.
And he was proud to be it. So what I'm
Why
asking
can't
Kel
you say
is,
that, man? Kanye said that you're a housewife.
wife.
Yeah, he said that his
Well,
wife
to
used
be
to go out
honest,
to work, but he's
when we're
breastfeed
talking
the
about
kids.
gender roles,
Right.
the role that I was
Big up family, so I
performing.
got to get going. But like, comment and subscribe, hit the cash up, hit that, all that good stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Big up, sis.
Big up, Hafte.
Hey, call that number, MD. Go ahead, brother.
Listen, you don't want to be part of your
what my point is this, Kale.
Right.
Housewife is just a role that you play, right? Now, in my time, there was no such thing as house husbands because no woman is going out working and bringing home money while you sit at home looking after the kids. Like, you'd have to work as well. As a man, you're required to work and bring home money, but you're just doing work around the house, which means cooking, cleaning, bottle feeding, winding babies, changing nappies.
So how did that? Well, like, when did you get the time to do that? Like, tell us a day, innit? Go through a day that you were a housewife.
You're doing that and working at the same time.
Well,
You
yeah,
woke up in the
I was
morning, what do you
working
do?
part time doing like painting, decorating as well.
And then
Because
looking at
obviously
both.
it's cash in hand work, isn't it?
So what's wrong with that? The man's supposed to know how to help the woman out when it comes to
Nah. But when women got
wrong with that?
postnatal depression and things like that, sometimes
Yeah,
you have to take
what's wrong?
you have to
Why
take over that job sometimes.
Yeah, of course, man.
Postnatal depression. You have to step up and you have to do that.
You know, me myself as a man in my 40s, there's times where I've had to looked after the kids while I'm working and stuff. Like, there's times when my wife was ill.
That's different, though. That's
Things
different, bro. Like,
happen.
that can happen. But a house husband, come on, man.
Yeah, we
that's
didn't
just
agree to
mocking
house
the thing at this
husbands.
point.
Okay,
No,
so
he said housewife. He said
is
he
it
was
the
a
word that
housewife.
Housewife,
That's it.
yeah.
Bottom line. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
said
shouldn't
house
use
husband. I said that. If you're
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
use a term,
someone else.
yeah,
But there's
you're
two
a
different
husband.
things. But hold
No,
on,
but you
man.
basically
You're a
said
husband
you were the
that's
one
at
that
home.
was
Guys,
raising
Like,
the
what are we
kids
doing?
from a young
guys,
age,
guys,
as if
guys.
you were the main carer, the main
There's two
Yeah,
caregiver
but
in
do
the
it like a
home.
man
on
though.
here. You're
Don't do it like a
confusing it.
woman.
Unless the
A
mum's
house
dead.
husband means that your wife works and pays for you to stay home and look after the kids.
That's
That's a
weird,
different
bro. That's
thing.
weird.
I don't know about that.
That's a different thing. The house
Hey,
husband, I
Okay.
don't know
No.
about house husband.
Yeah,
let
brother,
him
that's
Go
land,
out
brother.
on
Hold
road,
on, let
man.
him land.
Are you mad?
Kale, let's let him land though. All right, so
yeah.
what's the house husband? What's the definition of a housewife? Because you said that you were a housewife. So what's
The
the
housewife is the
criteria?
person who cooks and cleans.
Is that the
And that's
European
what you
way,
was
Khan?
doing?
Is that
And
the
Yeah,
European way?
wet
I was
spot.
doing that.
Oh, but
Yeah.
that's the European way, though. We're Africans. We don't believe in that. So if that's his culture, why are we attacking him? That's what the Europeans believe in.
This is what I'm asking. Why is the woman
Yeah.
attacking me? I don't
Well,
get it.
Africans, we don't believe in them things. So that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Culture,
She's
I
isn't
give
supposed
you
to
that,
be
Kale. I
one of the
respect
most
that, Kale.
African people here.
I've never heard an
You
African
hear that?
person say that they are.
What did he
He's the
say?
most African.
I
Who?
didn't even catch that. To do.
No, wait, who?
We don't entertain that.
Can't.
I asked him, we don't
Yeah,
entertain
don't
that no
entertain
more.
the fuckery, Kale.
Yeah, we don't entertain that no
Could
more.
end up
We
in
had
a
that
No,
conversation.
I know
unsynchronized
it's
position.
No, let Kale
Yeah, man.
go on, Kale. What did you say?
Yeah. But if if his wife was paying him to look after the kids, right? Then that's European way. Why are we attacking
Yeah,
that?
I
But
agree.
no, that's not
It's
wrong with that.
unsynchronized. I
But
agree
it's the
with that.
title, isn't it?
But as long as the African man's not
The
doing that,
title is a house husband, though.
Okay.
It's not gonna make him a
Kale has a
housewife,
point.
though, Kale.
Well, to be honest, Kale, I don't know about that
Is it
being
gonna
the
make him a
European
housewife?
way. Maybe it's a modern European way, but it's I don't know. From my culture, it's
Don't
certainly
worry
not
about it.
the
You're Irish, but
traditional
you're
way.
part of the European
I
thing.
know. We know the Irish are exempt, but I need to state it every time.
White man bring home
but the reason I'm saying that,
Mary, I always gotta say
Yeah,
something.
the Irish is free from
They're
this.
synchronized. The Irish are synchronized.
Mary,
Yeah.
I know Irish men that have worked and
Well,
brought up children
let's slow
without their
down,
wife.
Here we go.
Yeah, but I
I know,
don't
Yeah,
think
but
I know.
obviously a man's going to
very-
do what he
very
has to do for his family if the wife's
right.
not around. But in your case, the wife was around,
But she
and you
was
chose to
incapable.
reverse the roles.
But she was incapable. She had postnatal depression.
But
Hold on. She had depression, but could go work,
thing,
but
though,
couldn't raise
isn't
her
it?
It's
kids.
called post. I'm sure you understand what postnatal
I
depression
don't believe in
is.
that shit. I don't believe in that, anyways. But if
All
you
right,
do, you
but
do it. I don't
postnatal
believe in that shit.
depression. 1 minute,
I don't
Sarah.
believe in having a baby and you're depressed. That's fuckery, bro.
Sarah.
The
There's
rest
a
of the
difference
world, people are
between.
sitting in the walls having babies. They're not depressed.
Can I
Yeah,
just
my
say
mom,
something to you?
my mom wasn't depressed.
Are we talking or we're not talking?
Go
There's
ahead,
two types of depression, right? One of them is clinical depression, and postnatal depression comes under that because it's to do with the chemical balances in your brain is being thrown off because of hormones that can happen from childbirth. It's not a depression as in you're sitting there going, I'm not happy with my life or I'm not happy with my baby. We're not talking about that type of
I don't
depression.
even believe in the concept, but
It's
yeah,
such a thing called
But
clinical.
these are all
Sarah,
just
it's
concepts
clinical
because
depression.
there's
It's
no
different.
way that you can measure the chemicals in the
whatever.
brain to determine if it is even depression. This is all just something that a
But
doctor
can you
will
be a
Yeah, they
housewife,
would just
though?
pop some lithium. Just give them some
You
lithium,
might
they'll
just
be
be
good.
sitting at home feeling
You
sorry sorry
can't
for
give someone
yourself because you've
lithium
had
if
a
they're
baby
breastfeeding.
with some fat
qualifies
nutrition
Can't
and
give
you
someone
realise your
lithium.
life is fucked.
Hold on.
you
What
can't put them
qualifies
on
a man to
medication.
become a housewife? Like, what are we doing
Yeah,
here?
that's what I
Bro,
want to get
no,
back on.
that's their culture, though.
I don't know why you're laughing. I think it's really pathetic that you're laughing. You're just showing what kind of people you are. You're just scum.
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I ain't a
Con.
fucking
Put your hands
housewife.
up and just say we're scum, and just have
Well,
done
Con,
with
I'm not a
it,
housewife.
man.
I'm not a
You're
housewife.
scum,
I like
bro.
to classify. Con, I like
Laughing
to
at
classify.
people's like tribulations and their
No,
suffering.
Con.
No,
You
I'm
just
not
want to
like you
laugh
being a
about it, and then you're
housewife.
like,
No, listen,
oh,
Con.
my life's so terrible.
Listen, I know, I understand, Con. I look at myself as a man. I wouldn't even feel comfortable being in the house every day when my wife walks in the house and says, "Honey, I'm home," and I'm actually
Obviously,
home.
but that's
Like,
not what we're
I'm
talking
just
about.
home.
Don't
We're not
forget,
talking
honey, I'm
about
home.
that.
Where's the dinner? Oh, come on,
We're
finish
not
the
I
talking
wouldn't
about
feel
that,
comfortable.
Born.
I would not feel comfortable, Con. I feel like as a
Who's
man,
talking about
you
that
get
though?
out. As a man, you
Are
get
deaf?
out, you get up, you do something. Now, a
Deaf.
school run. Listen, Con, if you have to do a school run as a man, cool. That's what
Yeah.
you got to do. If you have
But
to
we're
stay at
talking
home,
about looking
That's
after
not the
babies
same though. Let's not conflate
from their
things. Hold on.
born,
Con, I
from their birth.
spend 2 to 3
Yeah, but you're
hours with
talking
my
about
children.
babies that are much older. I'm talking about from their born.
Yeah, but brother Braun, that's his culture, though, brother. That's what they believe in. I
Are
mean,
you
a lot of
breastfeeding? You breastfeeding?
Africans don't do that. We don't do
Was you
that.
breastfeeding, Con?
But that's their culture, brother Braun, man.
That is their culture though.
You know
Don't
what I
Was
mean?
you
go there
That's
heavy.
their culture.
breastfeeding, Con?
And you
Like,
know
what are
what,
we
Kel?
doing
That's
here?
what I'm learning, brother
Nonsense,
Kel.
man.
From these
Yeah.
panels, I'm learning I'm learning other people's cultures and
No,
their
but
way of
brother,
life.
but brother, their culture affects African consciousness. You see, what I understand is in that if brother Khan, right, I respect him for helping out the family and stuff
Ain't
like
no
that. You know what I mean?
Englishman
But
say
if
he was a housewife.
if
None.
he said housewife,
Zero.
that's like a wrong language. But if that's what they believe in, brother, that's not African. So we've
But
got to
he's a
leave
dunce.
that alone.
To
It's
even
To be
make
honest, for a
that
man to be
statement and
saying
make
it
it
sounds a
wrong.
bit LGBT-ish. Want to call
Right.
yourself a
Exactly,
housewife as a man.
exactly.
Yeah, I feel you, Kel.
We're not going
It's
to
like
get
an
off that point.
old
But
Greco-Roman.
Kale, I hope you recognize that a lot of people on this panel are really
I'm not
insecure
housewife.
and have to kind of put other people down to make themselves feel good. And it's based on
You
their
do
own
that to Eunice all day,
insecurities.
every day. What are you
Excuse
talking about?
me.
Every
Excuse
day.
me. Why are you sticking up for Eunice though?
Pardon?
Why are you
Because
sticking
he's
up for
not a
Eunice?
housewife.
Why are
Are
you
you a
projecting your
housewife?
own insecurities onto the rest of the
But
panel?
are you a housewife?
I do
I have
understand.
many
up
things,
then.
man. I have so many hats, bro.
Shut up
I have
then.
many things.
Right. So well, how
I
comes
do
I
understand.
can't do that and be and work as well? How comes? But you can
No, but I
though.
don't pay bills though. That's the difference. My
You
husband
don't
pays.
pay
My money is
bills.
just my money. It just goes
But you
back to
still
my
got
family.
money to pay the bills if you had to,
Never
right?
paid it. I don't pay bills. I don't pay
But you
rent.
have got the money to cover the bills.
I don't have to say, you know, I don't have to ask my man, babe, did you pay the
But
rent?
bills ain't
Nah,
that
things
much
just get
though.
done in it.
But bills ain't that much. Why are you mentioning bills? That
Yeah, but
bills is a big
but you
problem.
live a trampy life. I know it's
Your
not.
You
mum's
don't
a
even
tramp.
own your own house. Like,
Your
what you
mum's a
talking about?
tramp.
Yeah, but like,
You're a tramp, bro.
no,
Your mum's
You're
a
a
tramp.
tramp, God.
when you live,
Your mum's a
when you
tramp.
live off benefit,
Big up
You can
Khalid.
just
Big up
about
Khalid.
afford a kebab. What are you chatting
Shut
shit
up
for?
then, you little fucking crackhead. What are you
yeah,
chatting
but
shit
when
for?
you live off disability benefits, you don't know what a bill is,
I
bro.
ain't got
I
disability
I
know.
don't have no
benefits. You're
benefits.
talking shit.
Yeah.
People got to work
Relying
to
on me
pay
now.
bills.
That's haram what you're doing.
You said you was fat
Khan,
for a reason, right?
No, you said
By
What
you
you're
live
accident.
on
saying
benefits
is
and you
not
live at
haram.
home because you're
You had
What
a
disabled.
you're
medical
saying is not
condition
haram,
that
yeah,
made you
Khan?
I'm
fat.
saying in defense of myself. You're just attacking me for being a bitch.
Khan, you did
Oh,
Yeah, you
No,
are a bitch, but we
this
know
guy
that.
is
No,
a
you're a bitch.
bitch.
I didn't even call you that
You're a
word.
little
the
beg. You
disciples
can't
can
get
say
gal, so
that.
you got to be on
The
panels chatting
disciples
shit
can
to
say
these
that.
fucking ugly
Khan,
muppets.
Khan,
But
you
you
did
got
good
no
for
girl
relating
right now. You're at
Brother,
your
go and
mom's
order
house.
some
Man, come
Chinese
on.
takeaway,
You're in
man.
your mom's house.
Go and order some
Chatting
Chinese
shit. You're
takeaway,
making
man.
vulgar.
Go on,
Yeah?
thinking you're a
Wait,
player.
You're making vulgar
Hey,
Yeah,
this
send the
in your
girl my
mom's
way.
yard.
Send her my
Yeah?
way, you
Your mom
little
even told
beggar.
you the other day to
You
keep
little
quiet.
beggar.
Don't swear in her yard. Yeah? And you're out here acting like you're a bad
don't
man. Shut the
don't
fuck
forget
up.
What do
to
you mean?
send
I
her
don't
with some
swear
Yeah?
in
healthy
front of my
eating,
mum.
that
Shut
good
up,
man.
man. Yes, you
I
did the
don't
other
swear in
day.
front of my mum,
Mom,
man.
are you African?
Are you African? He's one of
I
your
didn't
things
say, Mama, you
Ethiopian.
African. You're
Yeah?
lying.
You see, you
You
fucking
got to lie,
idiot.
see?
And your
Got
mom
to lie.
said, listen,
No,
why are you swearing in my yard?
Why have you got to lie,
We
though?
heard
It's
it clearly.
pathetic, innit? This is what I
Yeah?
mean. Owning
Hey, Carl,
inadequacies.
Beggar.
hey, Carl, what's
man.
wrong,
Pointing
man?
the
What's wrong?
finger
What's
at
wrong?
people.
What's
It's all right, man.
Seriously,
Emily
Don't
needs to
know
see
the
you.
man.
Brother. I ain't got a problem,
The
bro.
Irish
I'm
chick
fine
got
and
smart
dandy. I'm
and
enjoying
left you.
myself, really. I've
Yeah?
enjoyed myself
Left your
so
fucking
much.
trampy
I should be
ass.
putting 50
Yeah?
quid in JEDI's fucking PayPal. 'Cause where
Who's
can
your
you
friend?
find?
Oh, do you find me sexy? Oh, look at my titties. Oh,
Oh, my titties! Ha!
That wasn't even.
I love that's amazing. I love it. I love that.
That's your work.
Yeah, like I'm saying, the Mcilini, like these
Yeah.
lot think they could team up on me, but I got their number, innit?
You ain't got no number. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
shut
should
up,
have
man,
the
with your
number
gap tooth. You can't
for
even
the
speak, bro.
dietary
You
clinic.
fucking 9
Yeah?
for
You
fucking
should have the number for the
brother.
gastric band.
Shut
Hey,
up,
this
man.
the
Why
only
don't you
number.
man
Hey,
out,
hey,
man?
the only number Con got is when he pull up the McDonald's. He say, "I want a number 4, 2 number 5s, a number 9."
Right.
All the numbers.
Big up, Born Rich, man.
Fuck.
Just take him, Born, man. Just take him to America, man.
Yeah, man.
Nah, we don't want
This
them.
is amazing. I've had the time of my life. I get to fucking
Yeah,
diss
we don't
5
want them,
fucking
Sarah.
no mark trampy idiots.
Yeah, but see,
I'm
Con,
loving it.
yeah.
This is like
But Con,
therapy, man.
Con. Just
front
by the
of
way
your
you
mum.
said that
Mad.
statement, bruv, yeah, like you're lying, fam. So let's
No
just be
way.
real.
You
Like,
can't
you're-
prove I'm lying,
you
bro.
are.
You can't
Bro,
prove I'm lying.
the
I'm loving
vim
myself.
in your voice,
I'm
bro.
loving
The
it.
aggression in your voice, bro.
Lying.
I'm an angry
Since
person.
when are you the voice coach, though?
I'm
Since
an
when do
angry
you know
person.
about voices,
I'm an
though?
angry person. I don't.
Brother, you look
Johnny's flaming and way too much heat in my cranium. Stop acting, man. Yeah,
I'm not
I know
acting,
angry.
bro.
I know angry person when I see an hair one. Trust me.
Brother,
Yeah.
anger is a valid emotion. People
Hear
are
what
allowed
I'm
to be
saying?
Yeah,
angry.
Hear what I'm
Zellini
saying?
should
He's
know.
hella triggered.
Yeah,
He's so
Zellini
angry.
is angry. You gotta give him that.
Shut up,
Can I
man.
ask you a question, bro?
Can't be triggered
No.
from last night, bro.
Can I ask you a question, Khan?
No, you can't.
Alright, I'm gonna ask
Freddy,
it
if I
anyway.
get
Why
advice
do
on
you
being a
feel
rag
the
and bone
need
man,
to
I'll
be
phone
a?
you up
So why do you
personally.
feel the need to be a dirty European man? Like when you
Because
can't
I
get
am a
away,
European.
you go on like you're friends with man, and then when you're getting dissed up and fucking cussed out, you want to strike the channel. Are
I
you
never
a
struck no one.
fucking dickhead or what?
Brother, have
Stop
I ever
saying
struck
that you're gonna
anyone's
strike
channel, you
channels,
fucking
bro.
mug? Shut
Because
up.
you've been
I never
speaking to
struck
man
no
for
one's
years,
channel.
bro.
You struck
I
You've
never
been
done
speaking
nothing
to
to no
man for
one's
years,
channel,
Don't
bro.
lie,
and
man.
you're coming
I'm
off
just
with
saying
your
I'm
little
doing
Don't
what
lie,
European
man.
It's the
nastiness.
belly
You're
channel.
coming
I'm
off
just
with
saying
your
what I'm
Belly
European
saying,
channel.
bro.
nastiness,
You
acting
endorse
like
it.
your
For our
man's
waivers.
fucking friend, and then you want to strike the channel.
Freddy, you're
Stop
chatting
saying that,
shit,
man.
bro.
You fucking little piece of
He
shit.
did it to
Freddy,
Veli.
fuck off.
He did it to Veli. He
Freddie,
did
allow
it
it,
to
man.
Veli, man.
I never
Freddie,
done it to
Freddie,
Veli,
don't
that's a
touch him.
It's
lie.
true
The guy's
though.
a
It's
Yeah,
true
you
though.
I
did.
never
Still,
struck
like,
Veli's channel.
Yeah, you did,
them
man.
things don't come out your mouth,
I
bro.
never
Pause.
struck
You get
Veli's
me? Like,
channel.
Innit?
That's a
Shut
lie.
up, man.
I never struck
Yeah.
Veli's channel. I know you lot love
Be a
Veli
man.
around here. You lot
Be a
love
man.
Veli. Don't
Shush,
forget
man.
Veli's to
These
come
are
around,
people,
hang
man.
out, begging it from the Muslims to come on his channel, and then he
Shut
ended
up,
up
man.
roasting all the Muslims. And then he
That's
ended up roasting all the
unsynchronized, Con.
Muslims, and they weren't happy.
Con, you're
But
being
what do you expect?
unsynchronized.
What would you
Con, you're being
expect?
unsynchronized.
This is
You're
how
Unsynchronized.
you
building
know
your
when
channel
someone's
off the
getting
back
Talking
of
smoked.
about
They
Muslims.
start
man not
throwing
on the
people
panel.
underneath the bus that ain't even there.
But
Like,
that's the fact, though. That's a
Yeah,
fact.
but
Veli
people
will
know
tell
him.
you that.
But
yeah,
people
but why
know
did you
Veli
feel
in
the need
real
to say
life,
that?
though, Con.
But
Con, there's
listen,
a
Veli
difference.
don't give a fuck, bruv. He's about making
Man, but
money.
I
He
don't
don't give
know.
a
You
fuck
have to
about
ask the
nothing,
people who
bro.
really know him.
Veli don't
Con,
give a fuck about
Con,
nothing,
you
bro.
can't say that.
He's a businessman.
But
He
that's
don't
your
care about
opinion.
nothing
Bugging
that you
No,
out,
lot are
man.
no,
saying,
no,
bro.
no, no.
He
That's
don't
your
care.
opinion. That's your
He never,
opinion.
Stuff
You have
brother.
like
to
You're
you
ask
have no
these
chatting
brothers
manners.
shit.
who really know Veli that's on
You're
the panel.
chatting shit,
You
bro.
can't
You're
say that.
chatting
You can't
shit,
really say that, Con.
brother.
That's your
No one
opinion.
shut down Veli's channel. He shut it down himself. What are you lying for?
Well, you struck it.
His channel was lying for. His channel was running
You
until the
struck it.
You
end.
struck
You,
it
No
and
you
you
one
hit the
struck it.
flag.
boycotted.
You can't tell me I struck it. You're
You was
lying. You're
in.
You
chatting
pushed
You
the
shit.
was
flag.
in.
You're
Anyway, so
lying.
Zellini, has he answered your question?
You was running up and down with young
Yeah, I think
girls.
we need to go back to
Yeah,
Yeah.
Delini's question.
Yeah, it was a
yeah,
mad thing.
Yeah, there's
yeah.
way too much deflecting
I
to
know.
Let's
places
Too
we
go
much
back
don't
to
need to
lying
Delini.
be.
going
So
on,
let's
bro.
get
You
back to
lot
the
lying.
question. What's up?
You lot
Back
are lying. I
bottom
think
of us.
Veli will know who struck his channel because you get a little
Anyways, you're going around this
notification.
threatening
No
You
one
get a
people
little
cares,
to
man.
stop
Why do
his
you
you
need
get
to
a
channel,
little
Con.
lie again, man?
notification from
Allow it.
YouTube. I'm sure.
So back, man. It's a gay threat that if you ever it's a gay threat. Right, like I wouldn't say that to anyone. If
But
I
you're
was
not the
losing,
standard of anything.
winning,
Why are you telling us what you would
I am
do?
the standard. I am the standard.
You're not though. You're
I
just
am
a
the
washed
standard.
up has-been,
No,
dry
I am
barber.
I am the
You
standard.
probably ain't got a car.
Yeah.
The other day you were saying you can't afford to put
You're a
petrol in it.
fucking
You're a tramp,
nutritionist,
bruv.
painter,
Shut
and
up, man.
decorator.
I bet you're trying to take girl off man and then you got holes in your socks, man. Shut up, man. You can't even feed them.
Yeah. You're a painter or a fucking decorator. You don't
Bruv,
take
I've done
fucking
painting. Anyone
two
can do
fucking brain
painting.
cells. Thank
Anyone
you.
can do painting.
So why are you out here talking? You
What do you
ain't
mean I can
using the
talk if I
nutritionist
want?
degree. You're not using the nutrition. You're definitely not using it. Yeah?
All right. Yeah.
Right. And you can't speak on it because when you
Why
speak
can't
on
I?
it, everything's incorrect.
Is that logical, what you just said?
Yeah.
Okay. If
It's
that makes sense
logical
to you, that's fine.
assume that you didn't go
It's
uni,
fine,
you
brother.
can't.
All
Yeah?
right,
You went to a
all
local college
Why does
and
that
did a
matter?
GMVQ in nutrition. Fuck off. Home economics.
Talking shit.
Homemaker.
No one needs to prove themselves to you fucking twat, bro.
Yeah, man.
No one needs to prove themselves to you fucking washed up has been used up, spat out,
in home
dirty little
economics. Wow,
tramps, bruv.
Yeah.
No one don't need to prove
dirty little
themselves to
tramps
you,
and you're
bruv.
fat. And you
I'm
got
fat,
tits.
you're skinny like a fucking tramp, bruv. You got a body of a 12-year-old child. You're still
Come on,
buying
man.
clothes out of the fucking children's rail. Shut up. I bet you
And
went to the gym for fucking 3 sessions and then you knocked it on the
supersize
head. Fuck off.
Supersize you.
Fuck off, bruv. You punched Ahmedan in Ali in the face 5 times and man was still looking at you because you're so weak. You could just back your own hand up.
If this is not triggered, then I don't know what is. I'm not gonna lie.
Weak.
Exactly, man.
Weak. Punching man in his face 5 times, he's still looking at you. What are you chatting about? You're weak, fam. You're weak. You're weak.
Are you
You're weak.
finished?
You're weak.
You finished?
You're weak.
Yeah. And it took less than that to get rid of you from a stream or to get you off a stream.
What are you on about?
Just
What
by
are you on
cussing
about?
you. Yeah.
What are you on about?
No, don't fat shame. You fat shaming people. You can't even deal with the females, let alone the males in here. Are you dumb? Yeah.
What are you on about, bruv? You're so dumb. You don't know when people beat you in a debate.
Yeah.
You're on fucking YouTube arguing with Bob the Builder about mosques were around before churches. You dumb idiot.
You can't even have that debate.
Brother, you're trying to boast about who you debated, but everyone roasted you. Show us one debate that you won.
In your dirty bedroom.
Brother, show us one debate that you won. Show us one debate that you won. What was you doing at Speaker's Corner? Trying to join in the side angle from everyone else's fucking videos. I've seen you in the background of about 25 videos.
I know.
When was you ever in your own video and won a debate? Never. Shut up, bro.
Yeah.
You was just up there for someone to hang around, someone to smoke weed with, think people to hang around with. Like, you never had a point, bro.
Can you do
There was no point to anything what you done apart from, I'm active in the community and I want to meet girls.
Without a
You're using it as a fucking dating scene, bro.
Could you?
Look, using fucking Speaker's Corner for dating.
Could you?
Bro,
Could
the
you
only
even
thing
leave
you
your
could date
house
was
and go
9
Speaker's
for.
Corner?
You had to come back empty-handed.
No, man. You're just chatting shit, bro.
That's why you're vexed. You keep mentioning 9 for all the time.
With your life.
Why do you keep mentioning the woman's name? Because you know, you was matched up with her.
You get me?
You was matched up with 9 for and you didn't like it. You was like, no, I want the other one. And they were like, nah, mate, sorry. Sorry, this ain't Love Island.
Every time he name drops, just take a shot.
What is he doing? I know.
Try what you want, bro. You can try what you want. The truth's there for everyone to know. I don't need to come on here arguing with people. The truth is out there.
The truth
Everyone
is out
knows
that you're a dunce. The truth is out that you're a fat nutritionist. The truth is out that you're a
I advise
racist,
every fat person to do a degree in
Cypriot bigot.
nutrition. Every fat person.
But you're still fat, though. You can't advise.
Every fat person needs to learn.
You're fuckery, Sam.
Every
To
fat
get
person
themselves
needs to
into
learn.
debt.
Man, we also know that if
We
we
said
cut
it as well,
you,
like
if
realization.
we cut you
You're
with a
still fat.
knife, yeah,
Man.
you will bleed lard.
It's like
Yeah,
a
we
trap
know
trying to
these
advise
things.
us to go to
These are
business
just
school. What the
normal,
fuck?
fam. Yeah,
Brother,
you are a
Doesn't make
fat,
sense.
Brother.
useless motherfucker. Yeah,
how can an
the fat guy
African
in the
person
village. Yeah,
how can an African person shame someone for being fat when in your country being fat is a status
Really,
symbol?
Khan?
If I come
Really,
to Africa,
Khan?
people will be
Leave
thinking
him,
of
leave
me
him,
that I'm
leave
a
him. Hey,
king.
listen, leave him. Just leave him. Just let him go. Let him
Africans
go.
love fat people. What are you
Uh-huh.
chatting shit for?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Africans love fat people.
Who's
You're
your
chatting
friend?
shit. You're chatting.
Oh, do you find me sexy?
You're chatting
Oh.
shit.
That's you in real life.
Africans love
There
fat
was no
people.
edit here.
Brother, if
Yeah,
I went to
yeah.
Africa
Kale,
looking
get
like
that,
that,
people.
people will think
Kale,
that I'm the
that's
king of the world,
unsynchronized
bro.
I did
non-African
minimal
pride.
Yeah, bro.
editing
You know it's true.
on that. On
You
that
know it's
Kale.
true.
artwork there.
You know it's true.
Kale.
You know
We
it's
love
true.
it.
If we
Kale.
went to Africa,
Brother.
people would be feeding you. You're so skinny. They'll be like, what the
Kale,
fuck is wrong with you?
Kale, don't let him say that, Kale.
Kale,
What's
this
wrong with
Brother.
you?
unsynchronized
Brother.
non-African has got out of line with his political
Kale,
science.
what is
Can you
he
deal with
saying,
him?
Kale?
Mm.
This is a
Mhm.
non-African.
Do you
Yeah.
want to peel this onion of racism? Because
Wouldn't
you know
let
what I
that
mean? I
shit
know
be
what it is.
though.
You're the
Yeah.
most racist person on here, bro. What are you chatting shit
Oh
for?
please, man.
What are you
Come on,
chatting
man.
shit for?
You know what I'm saying? This is a silly
You're the
argument.
most
Come on, actually
racist
You know what I
person
mean?
me
here,
up.
fam. Shut up.
With a chick.
Who are you trying to
I'm so
kid?
sorry. I just can't take you serious, bro. You're
I
just too
just
funny.
believe that when we start
You're actually
talking
hilarious.
personal appearances, man, it's gonna
Yes,
lead down,
brother.
isn't it? You know, you have to find
It's
a
already
Kale,
down there,
Kale,
man.
Kale.
It's already
Don't
down
involve,
there now. He's
don't
gonna die.
involve yourself in this lowbrow activity.
Yeah.
Kale,
I'm
don't
gonna fuck
like
him up.
really like contaminate yourself with
Look,
these
he's
people
pulling out
because
your willy
I
right
can
now.
handle it. I can
Step
roast
away
all these
from the
people
European.
individually or together.
His
I can
people,
put them all
it's
up.
his
Kale,
people.
Listen,
step away from the
Exactly.
listen.
European.
I've been doing this
Exactly.
We're gonna
longer
copy you.
and better than all of these people
We're
here,
gonna
bro. Don't
finesse
worry.
you.
Kale,
No.
don't even watch
I
that.
don't think he's that should
Kel,
indulge in
individually, I've roasted all these lot anyway, one by one. Like
I know, but
they
I
all
think
know.
that all of this,
In the chat and on the panel.
you know
None
what
of
I
them
mean?
can
Talking about
contest me, bro.
experiences and
They
things
can't
like
take
that.
me, bro.
It's gonna
I know. I don't like going. I don't like going there, Theo. I agree with you.
Yeah, you can't roast no one, bro.
I don't like
What you
going
doing?
there. People are
Yeah?
just shameless, bro.
You just
I
get
told the man,
destroyed,
you look
run
like Robert
away, and then
Mugabe
jump on
with a
again.
12-year-old's
Yeah?
body, and you're still chatting shit, looking like Robert Mugabe. Allow it, bro.
Robert Mugabe.
Man's out here like he's some gallist. I'm a sweet boy. Mugabe was never a sweet boy, fam. Why are you trying to come like you're a sweet boy? You ain't no sweet boy. Yeah? Allow it.
Who's your friend?
Who's
Do you
this guy?
find me
This
sexy?
was some.
Oh, look at my titties. Oh,
As opposed to this, yeah.
Love it, bro. I look better than your ex, at least.
I blame Axel for this. Axel, this is your
I
fault.
look better than your ex.
This is my fault because I jumped on and said what I said, yeah?
You bring the new meaning. You bring the
should've
new
just stayed in
meaning
the
to
chats,
looking like
man.
your mum.
We should
You
have
get
just
me?
dealt
You bring
with
that new
Walter in
meaning.
the chat, so I
You
don't
know
know
what I'm
why we
saying?
did stuff.
Look.
Yeah?
Nah,
You look
Walter
like
was
an old,
annoying me,
fat,
and Khan was talking some shit.
Cypriot chick.
So.
You get what I'm saying?
Just because I said you're a housewife,
Yeah?
all this sexum. You be lucky to be a
Nah,
housewife,
because
bro.
nah, because you've been
Axel, you be
fucking
lucky someone
crying
made
your
you a
eyes
housewife.
out.
He did it.
You said you
Axel,
was
you
a
be lucky
housewife.
someone made
You
you a
said
housewife,
you was
man.
a
You called
housewife.
yourself a fucking housewife, though,
I'm
Khan.
saying a housewife is
You
too good
bitch-ass
for
nigga.
you. It's too good for you.
Housewife is too good
That
for
don't
me
make sense.
now.
Yeah, you'd be lucky to be a housewife.
I'm a housewife.
Only for
Why is it in the chat, brother?
Oh,
You're a wife.
in
Hey, what, Khan?
it.
Is that
There's
the version
something
of yeah,
in
yeah?
Can I
it.
just,
You're
Say
such a
that.
brother? Why
good
is it an offense to call
thing.
someone a housewife? I don't understand.
It's not an offense, but it's interesting that you call the women who's judging you housewives, yeah?
Yeah.
But you are
And
Who are
housewives
much
at
smarter
best.
than you, got
At
higher
best.
qualifications than you. Yeah.
All right, but it's not
amazing.
a competition, bruv. I'm not in
No,
competition with
it
people.
was a competition and you
You're
failed
trying to make it a
miserably.
competition. I'm not here
Nah,
measuring.
you're just a woman hater, Tom.
myself.
That's it.
I'm not measuring.
Yeah, it was a
The
competition
only
of
thing you
words
want
and
is some dick.
information.
I'm just
Yo,
saying.
Competitive.
Bruv, I
That's
don't
why it's called
understand
a
the
debate.
argument. What's
You
the
know what I'm saying?
argument?
Like, what are we doing here? You little
What are
dumb
we doing
fuck.
here? Explain. Explain
Yeah?
what we're doing here.
Well, we're not doing a debate from our phone in a dirty bedroom. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? On top of your dirty fucking unmade bed. No, we're not doing that with your fucking big sausage fingers. No, we're not doing that, bro. Yeah, and then you want to come around here with your pure inconsistencies. Yeah, you never ever said anything on point. You just make statements, fly out your mouth, and then when we look into it, oh, I never looked into that. I never read the book. I never researched. I never did. But what does it matter in there? Nigga, you're a fat cunt. Yeah? And that's it. We love you.
He said we love
you, man.
Yeah.
Man said that we love you.
Like, and the thing is, it's very apparent when it comes to this.
I can't argue. I can't argue with that. He made a good argument.
There's no
When
malice
it comes
here.
to this
I can
debate,
smoke
you're
you and be
obviously
friends
a
tomorrow,
sore
man.
loser.
You know how it is.
But it's unfortunate you can't be a sore loser when it comes to
In there.
When it comes to what? Debates, did you say?
It's all right, man. You can get a participation model. I mean, medal, sorry.
No, he tried.
Yeah, do better next time, Tom. Just do better
Yeah, he
next
tried
time,
to
Tom.
debate. He tried to lose weight, and it didn't go very great. I hear you.
Go, keep fighting, Scrappy. That's all we tell you. Because we fuck with you, Con. That's what we tell you. Keep fighting, Scrappy.
Sometimes he's normal.
I'm
Sometimes I'm just
successful
like,
in
oh,
life
yeah,
was
he's
a
not bad.
person.
But sometimes I'm just like,
This is what I'm
Alright.
here for. Don't you get it? I love it. This is what I'm here
Don't
for.
try it, Con. Don't try and
Yeah,
spin it, bro.
No, but it's true. Like, ladies, it's true because he hasn't
No,
he
he's
hasn't got
smiling.
his
We all
woman.
know Khan is smiling right
He
now.
hasn't got
He's
his
like,
woman around to abuse him, so he needs us to abuse him and you know fill in
I'm
that.
not involved in
You
this
know
one.
how
Goddess,
Irish
come get your
women
people,
do?
man.
She
I
probably
don't know what
cuffed the
you're
shit
talking
out of
about.
him.
come get your
Yeah, you fat
man.
Turkish fucking Cypriot bastard. Yeah. Look at you. You fucking eating all the food.
You've eaten all the sausages.
You even
Pause.
ate the kids' magnums. You can't. You're so selfish.
Man done cleaned off the children's Lunchables, you know.
For real. The worst
Nah.
worst housewife ever.
I don't eat lunch.
For real. He's stealing the piggy out the piggy bank and everything to go
AKA
buy
hamburger.
Magnums.
24 box of Capri Sun gone. Because Khan's in here.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to touch the
gonna do
Capri
the
Suns. I've
CSI?
been banned from that.
Exactly, because you fucking drank 24 of them. Exactly.
How can you drink 24 Capri Suns, bro? You put the fucking straw in, 2 sips, the whole thing's done.
Look, you just got to leave enough for the kids to have their lunch.
This is
I
actually
only buy
horrific.
Capri
This is
Suns
so
for the kids. I
horrific.
don't touch that shit.
Can't.
It's long.
Oh my.
Can't tell the
Ever
truth.
since,
kick you out, man.
Mzilini, ever since
on,
they
take it,
changed the straw for a paper straw, I don't
Yeah,
go near
yeah,
that
yeah.
shit.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
even
yeah.
use
I'm off
the
it now.
straw.
Water.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
kind
but
of
Khan, you have to
50-year-old is
admit, yeah,
drinking Capri Suns
Capri
anyway?
Sun.
waking
Capri
up
Sun's got
an extra
I can't
half an
drink
hour
it. Can't
early to
drink
go
it.
and replace the children them
Housewives
lunch.
do
Yeah,
that.
it's long. You don't want to do that. You want to stay in the yard and
These
just have a
housewives
nice
do
nap.
that.
I'm gonna
Instead,
tell
you
you
go
this,
to
Brother,
man.
Tesco. You
there's
got to
only
go carry
certain
up
amount
the
of
This
drinks
is
in
milk.
horrific.
Iceland,
This
bro.
is so
Capri Sun's
horrific.
the best drink in Iceland.
Khan is at the level now where he
Mad.
bypasses the straw. It's no straw. It's just Capri Sun. You
The
just
squeeze,
squirt it
squeeze.
You
like
can't drink it
Popeye.
without a
Like
straw.
Popeye
It's
eats spinach.
impossible.
You just
That's
it's
impossible.
squirt
You
in the
can't drink it
air.
without a straw.
Man said
No, it's a waste.
bypasses,
It's
you
a
know.
waste.
Man said
It's a waste.
bypasses.
I've tried it
It was
before.
it was a dickhead.
I've
Yeah.
tried it before. It doesn't work.
Intravenously dripped into his
No,
veins.
it doesn't work. It
Like,
doesn't
what the
work.
fuck?
Ah,
It
so I
doesn't
was
work.
Remember how
right.
No,
Popeye
you
used
have to
to
have the
squeeze?
straw. You have to
Hey,
have
you
the
know how
straw.
Popeye used to squeeze the spinach can and the spinach go up in
Yeah,
the air.
you have to
That's how
squeeze the
Khan
Capri
drank
Sun,
it.
bro.
Can
Everyone
I get
knows
20
this.
cc's of Capri Sun?
Your
Yeah.
kids have an Iceland diet.
He's about to relapse. He's
Sounds
about to
like it.
Where do
relapse.
your kids get fed from?
This
Harrods.
motherfucker buys Capri
Huh?
Sun in gallons. I
Where
didn't
do
even
you
know
get
they
your
said it
food
there.
from? Harrods.
Me neither.
Nah.
He get them on the black market.
Trying to
Iceland.
try and get your
Dark
money.
web.
What do you
You're
say?
boring,
You
man.
said
You know that.
a keg of Capri Sun? Nah.
Yeah, Sarah, on Sundays they might actually
Man
use
got
the
a
oven.
barrel of Capri Sun. You know?
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
Put
I know
some
a,
fish fingers or
hey,
whatever else.
and when you say, Khan, how the fuck you get that? He say, I know a guy. I know a guy. I got a guy who bring me that shit like, hey,
Yeah.
damn, Khan.
You don't know about the Turkish mafia? Yeah.
You know, when the man of the house is drinking Capri Sun, just forget, man. Just throw
We
the
got
house. in the bin.
millions. We got millions in Twinkies.
Now he trying to
Just
sell
one
his
Capri
Big
Sun.
man.
Now he
No.
said
Never
it.
eat
Capri Sun.
He
Twinkies.
asked
Allow
like
it.
he trying to
Allow
sell
it.
Take the house.
No one ain't eating Twinkies, bro. That's disgusting.
That's the whole house.
Man's got the youth them drinking unfiltered
That's the
tap
whole
water while he just
ancestral
boxes Capri
line.
Sun.
Take the whole
He's a
ancestral
low
line.
life.
That's
He's a fucking low life.
Mzilini, just because you got left outside McDonald's, don't fucking think everyone else is.
Try
But
again.
listen,
Get off the stage, nigga.
listen.
Listen.
You got left standing outside McDonald's dipping your bread on the window.
Boo. You sweat
Dipping your bread
sausage
on the
grease,
window,
man.
fam.
Pause.
Don't even
Yeah?
try it, yeah?
Shut your mouth, bruv. You walk-in version of Staffarla. Get the fuck out my face.
How is that possible? How is that possible?
Yeah.
How
You
is
know
that
what I mean.
possible, man?
You know what
Yeah.
I mean.
I
Yeah?
don't know. You're just
Yeah, you do.
freestyling
Look
now.
up the Islamic Codex. You'll find
I
it.
know.
Astaghfirullah and a picture of you.
There's no human
Saying,
that's been made in that form. Allah doesn't do that.
Yeah. Who this? Who this?
Hello, 22. What's good?
What's going on?
Who's that?
Big up.
You know who it is, innit?
No, who is it?
No, we don't know who it is. Out it. What's your name, man?
Is it Middlesex Omar?
No.
Yeah.
You idiot. No, it's not.
Is it Randy?
No, who is it? It's not Randy.
That's not right.
It's fucking Frowsy Frauds, bruv.
Who the fuck are you talking to?
It's odds.
Who the fuck you
No, it's
talking?
not.
Oh,
It's not.
no.
It's not.
Yeah, hold on. Where you
What?
from? Where you from, man? Birmingham?
It's the father. It's the
I'm
father,
from
man.
London,
Come
bro.
on, man. Crypto father. Big up
Oh,
yourself.
Veli.
Get me.
This ain't
Hey!
Veli.
Up in the building, my brother. Come on.
Veli's got.
Oh.
You heard your name
Come on
called here,
now.
Veli.
What you
heard
lot
your
saying?
name.
That's not Veli, man. Don't be silly.
I don't think it
That
is.
ain't Veli, bro.
That ain't Veli, bruv.
That's
Yeah,
not.
nah.
Veli's got that South London twang.
So what you lot talking about? Like, what's the discussion about today? Yeah, what you lot
It's him,
talking
man.
about?
I told you, it's Middlesex Omar.
Yeah, I know this voice though, man.
Ask them what they're talking about, bruv. Hey, what you lot talking about?
No, that's Veli.
Yeah, that sound like Veli right there. What y'all doing?
We was just roasting Khan.
Yeah.
What's the
Can.
discussion
Can't even
about
say it
today?
properly. It's not can.
That's how I say it, right?
Yeah.
Don't like
You-
it, tough
You
shit.
can't. I mean, can't.
Fucking
Can't.
cunt.
You can't.
Fuck off.
Brother,
Piece of
just
shit.
tell man what you man talking
Confusion.
about, innit?
Yeah.
Fucking cunt.
Vulgar bitch.
So what's the discussion about today?
Who's this cunt, bruh?
We're just talking about men who are
That's
housewives.
they down for real.
Yeah.
What are we talking about, man?
Any housewives?
Men
what did the men do?
who identify as housewives.
Yeah, men who identify.
They can't be, man.
Right.
They're
right.
faggaroonies.
Yeah, what do you think about that? What do you think about that?
They're faggaroonies, isn't it, man? What do you mean a man that's a housewife? What's going
Yeah, and
on?
the wife's going out to work, and then they're breastfeeding the kids.
What the fuck? What the guys that actually do that?
Stop it! No.
The
woman goes to work. They do school run. No, I think he said he does school run.
We say that when the woman comes home from work, what she digs him out of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
She's
on
on top.
bread, bro. She's going
like
out.
reverse missionary.
She comes home.
Missionary.
Hey, honey, where's
Reverse
dinner?
cowboy.
Don't divert this onto me, bro.
She got you in a wheelbarrow.
Them man, they got to hold their legs up for foot and shoulder.
With a fucking 3-inch clip that she's playing like a banjo.
If he can.
She'll come home. She'll come home on a bus sit down.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Like, what's your opinion on that?
Next to me, bro.
I can't deal with that. That's that 21st century mentality. I can't deal with that.
Yeah, it is. I agree.
It's just that for me, that's just like another category. It's like trans people and all this bullshit.
Right.
Yeah, it's definitely dysmorphia. I agree. It's dysmorphia. I get it.
But like we said,
trans gone, what you gonna do?
Yeah, but like the men said, as a man, you have to wake up every day and feel like you gotta go and get some money.
No. Listen. We're not demeaning the role. We know that many men stayed home, looked after their children for certain years while the wifey was working, but man was hustling too. You get what I'm saying? I don't understand what he's
Max, I've done it for a year, big man.
I know. We all done it, right? But what I'm saying is, we never ever attach the title housewife. You get it? To our name.
That's a real batty boy. You need to get
even housewife.
No man of his sort will call himself a housewife, and that's what we're discussing today. Because this pussy old fat boy Khan, that's what he said he was. He said he was a fucking housewife.
Any man that attaches wife.
So hold on. So there's someone who's a housewife. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. I heard him say it.
The gentleman identifies.
Whether we call it a house husband or a housewife, it's semantics, bro. You're just arguing over the role is the same role,
you said
bro.
You were not a house husband.
It doesn't matter.
I gave you the option.
What you're arguing over is the usual pathetic arguments you come with, man.
You say that now.
There's some music.
Someone's ringtone. Yeah, man. It's just arguments, man. Arguments over words. It's
bro,
the fact is,
bro,
you got
called looking after you. It's not called house nothing when you're a man.
Right.
It's called looking after you. Man, go night work, and in the day you tag her, and she goes to work and you do all your fucking business. You handle your business.
Thank you.
Whatever, isn't it, Freddie?
About painting and decorating.
I'm not arguing over bullshit with bullshit people.
Houseway.
Whatever,
pushing
man.
the buggy and painting the wall.
You're the biggest bullshit ever. The man said he don't like watching because you're broke.
What's a house husband though? What's a house husband? I don't know what that is.
A man who stays at home and the woman goes. The woman is the breadwinner.
It's a better thing to say than say housewife.
No, it's not though. It's the same shit, bro. It's the same shit. It's the same thing, bro. Housewife, house husband.
A husband at home, when you talk to him and you ask him, where's the wifey? He might say she's at home as well or she's at work. He ain't gonna say I'm the wifey.
So much
Hold on
you.
1 second.
Well done.
My
scored the point.
Yeah, but it's a good point. Yeah, and it makes sense.
Well, stick it up
we
your ass,
do
innit?
Common sense, but it's not common. Common sense is rare sense.
No one cares, brother.
Yeah,
no one cares.
Yeah, we do.
Who's we?
Don't
Who's
go
we?
around saying us real men. Yeah, that
you're a real man.
Are a house
brother.
Wife.
You're not a real man.
Bruv.
Yeah, you're a fake ass little wanker.
Bro, I will slap you because you said
cut
you was
hair.
What do you
Brother,
mean?
you cut hair for £5.
And you paint walls. You can't. You paint walls.
Painting walls get brother. Barbers
Magnolia.
don't get paid as much as P&D men.
How
you know
much
this.
sense do you have
you
to
know
have
you,
to paint
you
a
can't
fucking
rival
wall?
the painting decorating industry or construction in general when it comes to getting paid.
What are you doing, bro?
Can't rival
It's
that.
not construction.
With your
Painting,
little
you
pointy
said
sideburns,
painting and
little fucking zero
decorating.
fades, little fucking little scissors
Did you
that you
not?
put in the blue liquid.
You was
You're
putting
not
up
getting no money
borders
for that, bro.
and
But even the
scraping
best
off
barber's
windows.
getting £50
Come
a
on,
haircut.
family.
The best barber.
Yeah, and using methylated spirits and white
You're
spirits and that.
talking
What?
rubbish.
How sensible is this? Sugar
Brother,
water and that.
you're on minimum wage,
fucking
man.
neat.
You're on minimum
Yeah?
wage, brother.
That means you couldn't even
There ain't
decorate
nothing
your
neaky
own
about
house.
painting, bro.
Yeah?
Painting's a
Did you
respectable job.
decorate your own house? No,
I can
you didn't.
decorate. I've done it many times. Well, what's that got to do with it?
So you did man stuff as a wife. What are you
What
doing?
wife you talking about, fam?
You the wife.
Yeah.
You, housewife.
Perform the role of a housewife, meaning cooking and cleaning.
So you was
I've done
a
that.
housewife.
I performed the
And
role
that's
of a
why you got the
housewife. Yes,
title.
I have.
And
I
you got the
cooked and
title.
cleaned.
And you got the title.
Yeah. Brother,
And because of that,
you
you
can't
got,
be changing it to house husband.
because
brother.
of that,
The
you got the title, right?
Listen, the title for the person that cooks and cleans is
Yeah.
housewife, right?
Is it?
If we change it to house husband, what does that mean?
No, I'm just saying I gave you another option. I didn't say that's what it is.
Brother,
it seems
the
to be
role-
better than what you were saying.
Brother,
One
whether
second.
the women like it
seems
or
to be
not,
better
the
than what
person
you were
who cooks
saying.
and cleans is the housewife, and it will
No,
always
it's not,
stay
bro.
that way.
Can a man cook and clean without the use of a wife or children?
But wife is a feminine
Can a man
term.
know?
If
Hold
a
on,
man,
one second.
one minute. Can I
Can a
answer,
man know
please?
how to survive
Can
and
I
cook
answer,
for
please?
himself?
You're asking
That's
me.
the
You're
real
asking me a
main point.
question, yeah. So subjectively, I'll
'Cause you
give you
sound
my
silly.
opinion. I think if a man's contributing, like what Freddie said, he don't need no title. He's just, like he said, helping out his family and his kids.
Don't
But
try
if
and
you
name
have
Freddie
to
in
take
your
on,
indictment, bro.
1 minute, if you have to take on those
Alright,
responsibilities,
Rasta, man, don't
1
apologize
minute,
to
man.
nobody, boy.
It's getting boring now, man. Like, I'm trying to communicate.
No, but you're
Human being
conflating
here,
things.
man.
Freddie's talking
Like,
about
you lot are
help. You're
just
talking
thinking,
about
man.
the
You lot
woman
just
being the
cutting me.
breadwinner.
I'm saying, if you
Me
have
and
to,
you have
Don't
got
confuse
nothing in
Freddie,
common, so please
Freddie.
don't use me. For Freddie's free
So why
from
jump
this.
on to talk then, Freddie?
What I'm saying, I just wanted to clarify the fuckery you was talking about.
Freddie, I
Handling
see you
the
putting little
pussy
strawberries on
and
your kids'
calling yourself
breakfast.
a
What are you
wife.
lying for, Freddie? You make the best breakfast in
Bro,
London, bro. I seen you.
first I called her into the show to tell you to stop being a fucking European tramp and fucking stop telling people you're gonna strike their thing, you little two-faced cunt. And
Have I
then
ever shot anyone's
secondly,
channel, bro? These lot are making memes of me, Freddie. I think it's fair. I think it's fair.
Can I allow me to finish, please?
Continue.
Secondly, I came on to tell you that there's no house, nothing associated to a man. You get what I'm trying to show you, bro. You call
Freddie,
yourself a wife. You're Turkish buddy.
You're talking something completely different. You're talking something completely different. You can't relate. You can't relate, Freddie, to this subject.
Who's baby mama?
You're talking about a man just helping out. I'm not talking about that.
Whose male baby mother is this?
I'm not talking about just helping out.
So what are you talking about? Is it some?
You're taking on that responsibility, that role. You're performing that role.
Okay.
How
Like
can a
full
woman
time,
be your? How can a
permanently.
woman be your breadwinner?
So hold
No,
on.
there's no
How
woman
do you get the
breadwinner.
title? What is this? Do you have
There's
to
no
do like a course?
like you're adding in that bit yourself. You're saying yeah,
You
because
said
the
she
man's
went to
doing
work. That's what
everything.
you said
Then
to her.
the Bob, listen, you're adding in that bit yourself.
Get
You're
the
saying
title,
because
get
the
a
man's doing
medal.
everything,
Like an
the woman
OBE.
must be out there working. No,
No, but that's
this
what you
guy
said. You
goes
said she
in
went
for
out to work. I stayed at home.
I'm
Oh,
not saying
maybe
she went
so.
out to
Maybe
work.
he's both
I'm
on
saying
benefits then.
Pardon?
no, you don't have to be on benefit. You can have savings. But what I'm saying is,
Or single mother
you're
benefit.
trying
Is
to
that what you're dealing with?
extrapolate points out of another point. What I'm making, but you're
Free
not
rent
letting
in
me make
exchange for
the first
childcare.
point in the first place. You're trying to
No,
skip to
you
the
said
next
to us
point that
she went
you've
out to
That man
work.
is
I
getting
stayed at
child
home.
tax
What you're
credit and
saying,
that.
I think what you lot are saying is very disrespectful. You're being very disrespectful and you're being
Child
very
benefits, monthly
demeaning.
bonus.
And at the
He-
same time, you're being
To
hypocritical
who?
because people are jumping on it and saying, yeah, I
Demeaning
had
to
to do
who?
that.
Demeaning
I
to
had to
who?
live through that. I had to do that too. But
Demeaning to
yet, rather
who?
than being sympathetic and saying, yeah, I've been through what this guy's been through, you're using it as an
No, that's
opportunity
gay,
No one's
man.
been
No
through what
man
you've
around
been
to
me's
through.
put
been
people
through
down.
being hugged.
And
That's
I think
gay.
like it's really pathetic and it just shows
That's gay, man.
how stupid
You're
you lot are.
yeah. You will get
You're just
unbrothered,
stupid, man.
uncousined,
I know,
unfathered,
It doesn't
uncousins.
matter, man, what you're
ungrandfathered if you ever
saying.
told me
Anything
you're a
you
Yeah,
say
housewife,
doesn't
mad,
mean
husband, or
one drop.
housewife.
You
What the
just
fuck?
put yourself in a
That's
position
gay as
where
mad.
fuck.
your opinion don't mean shit. Because
No,
you're
that's gay
out
as
here
fuck.
just
What is
mocking
it?
people's lives and what they've
That's
been
gay.
through for entertainment.
This is
So that
gay.
puts
What's
you
a
in a
gay here,
position
man?
where
Gay, man.
your point of
Chapsy,
view
man.
don't mean
Chapsy,
nothing
man.
no
You
more.
called yourself a housewife.
housewife.
End of. Okay.
So what?
You had said house husband
you.
or as a
So
father, I
what?
done what
A
I
house
needed
husband's
to do to
different.
provide for my
A house
children.
husband is
Sure.
something
But you
different.
chose to say housewife. You
Yes,
chose
I
to
did.
feminize
And what
yourself
though? And
in
what
that
though?
description.
But why are you trying to
Yeah.
make me be defensive of what I've said? I've said what I've said. I
Yeah,
don't
then
understand.
if that's
I'm not
the
trying to
truth,
be
Stand
defensive,
on it,
you're a
then,
Gary.
innit?
bitch.
Why you stand on it? Stand on it, bro.
Yeah,
I
if
don't know
that's
what
the
you're
truth,
talking
then you're a
about. I
bitch.
don't
Stand
know
on
what you're
it.
talking about.
Then that's why you're arguing so much
Don't
because
get
I'm not
defensive. Stand on it.
arguing.
Just say
I'm
I'm a
trying to get
fulfilling
to the
housewife.
point
your
of
potential.
we're having a serious conversation about women having
I have a
postnatal
serious.
depression and men having to step up and be housewives
No,
and
you
perform the
having
No,
role
no, no,
of
postnatal
a
no, no,
depression.
no,
housewife,
no.
meaning
Yeah.
cooking, cleaning,
No,
feeding the
no.
kids and everything
No.
from the
No,
child
no.
being
She ain't doing that
born.
anyway.
And you
Fulfill
lot
your
are turning
role
it into
as
Look at
a
them.
opportunity. You're turning it
Fulfill
into
your role
opportunity
as
See,
to
a
the
mock
father.
argument is
people.
Care for your
Normal.
child
You're
as
turning
and
it
when
into an opportunity
necessary.
to mock
Step in for the
people.
mother if
No.
It doesn't
necessary, but
matter.
you
So
don't
what?
need to identify as a
So what?
housewife in
Why you
order to
so?
do
Why
that.
do you give a shit
But you
about
hate her and you're
words?
not with her. Mad thing.
Why do you
That
give a
way,
she
shit
man.
had
about words, though?
postnatal depression. She went back to work. She could
You're
work
just
under
pathetic
another
people,
man.
man. You're really
She's got this
pathetic.
fat
Like,
guy
Couldn't.
in
I
her
don't
front
know what
room.
Like,
kind of like
I just
Sitting
not.
there.
kind of
I
shit's
don't
going
know.
on here,
Not
man.
adding
You
up,
lot
man.
just you're
I think
shocking,
she had
man. You're
depression
shocking.
before the
You're
pregnancy.
shocking,
Still.
I
bruv.
know.
You're shocking.
She
You're
realized
shocking.
who she had baby for. Mad
You're
thing.
shocking, bruv. I find it shocking. I just find it disgusting, man.
Why is it
Really.
shocking?
It's
Your story's not
disgusting
adding up.
because
Your
It's like
story's
you
your
just not
weight.
obviously
adding up.
don't have
I
the
find
life
it disgusting
experience
as well.
skills
It's really
to
not
relate
adding
to
up.
what we're talking about, and you're trying to make it into a joke thing. It's a serious
Yeah, but
thing.
you added that part like a
Doesn't
couple of
matter. No one's
10,
fixating
30
on that.
minutes
Only
later.
you
You ain't
Too
are.
got
late.
more kids
Only
than
you're
most of us.
fixating on
Like, what
that.
are we doing?
Only you're fixating on that. No one cares about that.
This guy's a joker, man.
No one
What on
cares
what?
about that.
What?
That's your own criteria for what's important. No one cares what you
Mm.
think.
I
You
think
think
it's
that's important,
haram.
but
I
no one
think
really
it's
gives a shit
I don't
haram
care.
what
No
to
one
word you
cares.
refer
use.
yourself to a woman as a
I
woman.
think when he
It's
means
odd. It's very
cry,
odd. So your son. So what do you tell
If
your
a
son?
when he
I'm a
man
means
housewife.
says, I've done the
criteria,
job
he
of a
means cry.
housewife, does that mean
Crying.
he's calling himself a woman?
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
No,
That's fine. So you know when
We're
you
gonna
speak to your
it
move.
doesn't.
children, you know when you speak to, do you call yourself a housewife? When you talk
Mad.
to your sons, do you say I'm a housewife?
I'm a house. I was a housewife. I looked after you guys.
Yeah, son, I'm a
Yeah,
housewife.
Bitch
Yeah,
ass
son.
nigga. Yeah.
Nah.
Darn
Defend your
well, you're
corner, but I'm a
Marco.
housewife.
That's why
Doesn't
in
make
the street
sense.
you can't talk to Uncle Mackie. You get me? You can't talk to man like that. They're real men. They did it, but they didn't call themselves
Very
housewives.
Weasley, you know. This
Which one
whole
of the ancestors?
postnatal depression
Yeah.
thing came half an hour later.
We didn't call ourselves housewives.
Yo, Wagwan.
Yeah.
Big
Big
up,
up.
Jed.
Big up,
Big
Jed.
up, big up.
You get me?
Yeah, man, I'm back.
Have you ever been a housewife, Jed?
Hey, that picture's too funny, you know.
Clark Kelly's
Yeah.
back. Clark
You
Kelly. I don't
Oh,
see
you-
This is what we're doing, yeah?
Oh, it's
no,
time
you've
for
been kicking it. I can't do that.
This is what we're doing. This
Yeah, I did the next
is
one.
what we're doing.
I'm featuring such hits as Chill Ain't Nothing But a Number and the explosive Trill Play and I Believe I Can Trill. Come on, man.
So all classics, all classics.
All big classics, you get me?
Yeah.
I noticed the hole in the market. I'm plugging it. Pause.
Come on, Jay. Come on, Jay. Don't do that. We know this brother was set up. Man.
Hole in the market.
Like, come on,
Hey,
Jay.
stop your fuckery, man. Stop your
Yeah.
fuckery,
This
boy.
is the one you don't want to cape for.
Nah, but you know what though? Anyway, whatever, man. Is there even legs to a conversation about R. Kelly? Is there really a
Nah.
I don't know what you're thinking, Jay. It's like because we know.
Obviously, let's go to the main thing. The main thing is: should R. Kelly's crimes worse than Ghislaine Maxwell's? That's what I want to know.
No.
Is that
Kinda
fact?
similar.
Though? Is that facts though?
No,
But she's
no,
got more
because
secrets, innit? She's got more
there's more
secrets,
people-
so.
Thank
more
you.
people
She's more
involved.
dangerous than R. Kelly.
Yeah, she's more dangerous, so
Sorry.
gotta like, you know what I mean?
There's definitely more people involved, more people who didn't get justice or whatever.
She'll probably commit
know.
suicide anyways.
Yeah, it's a madness. It's a madness. It's a madness. People dying all over the place. You get what I'm saying? In that case, this one is just like, yeah, people still alive. They're going back to their parents now. The only person died is Aaliyah. You get me? And he didn't get no charges for that. So yeah, he done a little bit of funny behavior, which I think is weird. Just trapping gal and mind controlling them and turning them into like lady boys and shit. I don't know what
Oh shit, that was
Mr.
crazy.
Kelly. But yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not serious. It ain't no Ghislaine Maxwell level.
So
No
okay,
way.
Forget comparing him to Ghislaine Maxwell. Did he deserve 30 years?
America says
maybe.
so.
Isn't it pedo?
America says so, Jay.
I don't agree
Right?
with any of the American.
But let me say this. Let me say this. Because another country, he would have had tires thrown on him and set on fire. I'm just being honest. So America gave him 30.
Is that true? Is that true?
I'm not gonna lie. They wouldn't have thrown tires on R. Kelly for fucking young gal in Nigeria.
Oh shit!
Hell no!
Oh shit!
No to the no. I was gonna say.
Nah, that's for rapists. That's for rapists. Batman.
Yeah. Also.
You know,
yeah,
witches, shit like that. If you just turned into a dog in front of someone, they're gonna burn you up. But like, if you've been fucking some 15 and 16-year-old girls,
but they're 16, you're probably considered an adult out there. So.
You know, like not to say they're condoning it, but I don't think they're gonna. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know enough.
They're not gonna skin
if
up.
I'm honest, I don't know enough.
Even what little I know, they won't skin up, man. That's not.
Bro, nah, some Jamaicans, bro. It depends, obviously. R. Kelly was taking piss in it. I heard he was outside school terrorizing kids.
No, but then half of these girls, their parents took them.
Why would you say terrorizing? Was he terrorizing or?
No, the parents knew that R. Kelly was around in Chicago. He was like the ice cream man outside the school.
You can't. I didn't hear that. How did you hear that? I didn't hear that, Freddie. Come on, Freddie. I heard he was outside.
Yeah, he's hanging out at McDonald's.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you what I hear.
Can I ask you a question?
That was in the
Netflix shit. You got to question it a bit because they all start coming out the woodworks at the same time.
Yes.
Who is this?
It's Janessa.
Who?
Janessa.
No, not you. I'm
me.
Yeah.
I'm just a viewer. I just thought I'd sign up today.
Okay, big up yourself, viewer man.
Thank you. Yeah, and I just want to ask a question. Yeah, you see where I work in that. Yeah.
Have we ever spoken before?
No, we've never spoken before.
Okay, respect, man. Welcome on board.
Nice to meet you. No, yeah, no, thank you. What I was gonna say, like, obviously, where I work, there's this my colleague. She thinks she's a boy, innit? And she's doing a whole transition and thing like that. Now, me personally, yeah, I don't mind being respectful and that, and just I'm trying to say like going by her pronouns or his pronouns or whatever. You know what I'm trying to say, but it will be considered rude of me to consider that to refer to her as per her biological makeup. You know what I'm trying to say. Now, why do I have to feed into her mental delusion?
You don't.
You could just call her by her name.
I'll get
That's
fired.
it.
Yeah, just her name, whatever her name
Just be
is.
like, yeah, if your name's Michael, her name's a name in it. So.
Janessa.
But it's a thing where, like, you know, sometimes when you're having a conversation, like, oh yeah, she done this or he.
That's
just come on.
Sorry, bro. They can't police your mistakes and expect you to get it right. And sorry, that's not the onus thing on you to do that, brother. Unfortunately, it's just not.
You know, it's just
her name and keep it moving, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I slipped that one too many times, and where I work, like a very politically correct. I'm trying to say, like,
brother, can you use in terms like mate?
You know, there's that aspect. There's that aspect to it, and the other aspect is I don't know. Like, I feel like sometimes I just want to be a cunt and refer to them as by the. I'm trying to say that you are a girl. Like, why am I referring to you as a girl? Like,
I mean, that's their preference, but there's no obligation on you to comply with their preference.
You say it's at work, yeah?
Yeah.
Are you got other streams of revenue?
No, so I've dedicated. I've dedicated.
Keep your thoughts to yourself.
Exactly.
Don't fuck up the paycheck, man.
Yeah.
Don't fuck up the paycheck on our recommendation.
Keep bread in your toaster. Keep bread in your toaster.
You say keep your thoughts to yourself.
Yeah, man. Keep it in your laptop. Keep bread in your toaster and just keep your thoughts in your mind.
Oh, you know what? And go to a job that you can get a backhand on. It's better than shotting.
You know, it's a profession I'm in.
Where you can put some things on your wagon and cut.
Profession I'm in, it encourages me to question things. You know what I'm trying to say?
Right. I hear you.
It's not a thing where it's all a bit fucked, if you ask me.
I know.
Well, people better get used to it because it's just gonna become normal. So
Can't run away, you know. Mad.
What happened with Con? He was bugging out a bit, yeah.
Nah,
Yeah.
he's cool, man.
He'll be back.
No, he's just. I think he's got some woman issues, and it's just become apparent lately. Like, bro, what's going on for you,
He's
Con?
been acting up. Yeah.
And then it's like, bro, no, I'm still here where I was in the beginning. It's like, what? When I said I was back with her, it was only like a quick thing, a little nibble.
A little nibble.
Who are you trying
Basically, we tried to have a bit of an intervention, innit?
Who are you trying to lie to, bro?
Yeah, he's a liar. He's a liar.
Your whole attitude is
He's getting taken for a girl clown, and he keeps running back and forth. He tells us every time because he's in his feelings, so that's why he has to cover his base. He clearly told us he was done with that bitch. Yada 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 yada.
No, he's not done with her.
Then he came back and then he was like, "No, I'm still with her. When did you hear that?" I'm like, "Brother, you told us."
Oh my god.
No.
I split up with her. She never split up with me.
Yeah.
So is he with her or not with her right now?
Well, it sounds like he's not with her still.
He's back.
No,
I think he's with her, but not living with her.
Yeah, he's back.
He's
He's living back at the
He
house.
goes there for nibbles.
He's been at yard for time. Remember
So
the
what
other
is
week
yard?
when-
What is yard? Is yard his house
His
or
mom's
back
house.
at mom's? Back with mom's
Yeah,
house?
that's what I'm saying. He's been there for time.
Hey, this
If
gonna
you go
sound
back a couple
horrible, man.
weeks-
This gonna sound horrible. This is why I think a lot of people don't need their moms around.
Wow.
Let me say
No,
this.
because it becomes like a confidence
It'll make you really. Yeah, it'll make you really. It'll make you really. It'll make you really get off the pot. Not saying moms like that, right? Because I miss my moms forever. But it made me get off the pot. It made me get off the pot, jump off the porch. I was fucking mama's boy.
Okay, I get what you mean.
I hear you, but you know what? Not everyone's gonna be like that though. People are still gonna have their mum, but they're gonna have a sense of independence.
No, you know what it is.
No, I think it's beautiful living with your mum, but when you're just a bum,
Some
like, nah, it's not
some
cute.
man do that thing still, like we used to do when we was teenagers, move in with girl. Like that's a young man thing. When we was young, we did such things. You get what I'm saying? You knew it wasn't gonna last long, and you had brethren who did the same thing, and
That's
you're looking at them
risky.
like, yeah, nah, this is the one still. Is it? All right. When 2 weeks time, I'm helping you with the boxes, taking it back to your mum's yard. Yeah, we know what it is, bruvs. That's why we as men we've always said that there's a problem with accommodation for men. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not that easy for the man them to get their own place, own flat, own thing when we were younger and all sorts. You know what I mean? It's a struggle. You get what I'm saying? Where there's some of
That's a
the
fact.
females could just say they were pregnant, not even be pregnant. You get me? Get someone else's wee, and yeah, you go and
Wow.
you get your first little
Man
apartment.
had to get into a whole heap of trouble to get my place, bro.
Right. So
Do you get what I'm
there
trying
was
to
that
say?
vacuum where there was loads of man them at home.
Yeah, there was.
And loads of young ladies with their own places.
Hey, you know, I just realized
Mm.
my face in R. Kelly's head looks like Michael Jordan a bit.
Isn't it? A little bit still, like it's mad, isn't it?
Yeah, you just look like a different Don.
I was kind of thinking it's a bit too bit fitting. It's a bit too bit fitting still. I can't lie. I was thinking.
It's like, yeah, it's off key.
You know,
Bro,
it's like a painting of you, right?
stupid,
bro. You're getting better though. You're getting much better at it.
Bro, that could be a real person. What are you not talking about? That could be a real person.
Be realistic. If I wanted to make it look realistic, I would,
Yeah,
but then you
yeah.
probably wouldn't know it was me, right? It's supposed to be my face in R. Kelly's,
Caricature.
like, you know what I mean, place.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
But what I'm saying is, what I notice with when I keep doing them is,
like
if you kind of just do like a soft focus with your eyes,
Yeah.
you can see like the person that is
Right.
like the
Right.
mixture, and it's off key, like
Yeah, it's
looking
mad,
at
isn't it?
yourself, but seeing someone else kind of. Like the big nasty one was kind of scary to me. I'm not
Bro,
I'm real, Jed. You was a fat nigga. You look like a fat nigga yesterday, boy.
Yeah, man.
The best one.
And the Marcus Garvey as
That
well.
was funny. That was funny. That was funny. That was
Bro, that was funny,
Hey,
bro.
now
Not
the
gonna lie.
best is the best
You
still
gotta
yet
rate it.
is the Stephen Hawkins one. That's the best.
Yeah.
It can't be-
Like, keep
no.
it up there,
No
man.
one.
Keep it up.
Yeah.
It's creative.
No,
man.
when you wish you thought of it, is that good? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
it
nah.
is good, isn't it? It is
a
good. It's
classic.
a nice way to draw people to the show and that. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
telling you, so good
man.
advertising, man. We know
Yeah,
that.
see it there. See it there. Big up everyone, know, man. Yeah, I'm here, man. I'm chilling, man. I'm here for a while. Well, until I fall asleep. I'm here in the early night tonight, definitely. I did some superhuman shit today. I don't even know how I'm still standing, bro.
What, some real workout, yeah?
Yeah, not just a real workout. We went to sleep. Well, we locked off the live at 1.
Okay.
And then I was up at something to 6, and I was at the gym for 7:30. And then I actually got back in my yard from the gym at about 11. Started the streamed. Went to. Now it's just been long, man. It's been one of. I just want to sit down.
Yeah, you need an early night tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know them vibes there. I know them vibes there.
Fucking end the big fucking weekend tonight.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, mate. Oh, listen, we got some juice to drink, you know.
Pause, but yeah, trust me.
Sorry, Paul.
Emzalini.
Yo,
are you able to share screen? Yes, you are.
Yeah, why? What's up?
Yeah, coming in. Yeah, you know, I rushed home to get up that piece of food. Yeah.
Yeah, hold on one sec. Give me what have you got the video lined up, or do you want me to get the video?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Where's one of my favorite Childs of Babylon, the European, Canadian guy? What's his name again?
Oh, Cage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I ain't seen him for a week or two.
Big up Cage wherever you're there, man. And big up Canada. Yeah,
he got killed last night, man.
Yeah,
it was so funny, man. The jokes was too much. Everyone was just like, you know, when you beat man to his own words. Yeah, Demetria. Yeah. Yeah, bro, it was so funny. I was like, yeah, big up Cage.
He's a joke. He's a proper joke, brother. Yeah, big up man like Kel too, man. We like the pro-black man. Hey, I'm rating the pro-black. Just keep up the pro-black, brother, because you're making me want to be more brotherly. Like,
for real. He gonna stop.
Keep it up, man. I swear that, man.
Yesterday, I think I might have just been laughing for no reason. I was catching.
Nah, Jez, I played it back, bro. You was wilding on there.
Yeah, that was funny.
It was wild though, man. Yesterday was a wild show.
It's funny.
Wow, show. You start doing a full Kale impression for like 2 hours.
Brother.
Unfortunately,
brother. That was a bad man.
Due to the unsynchronization of the
Kale reminds me from Rastas from Trap, but they used to, instead of brothers, they used to say "I." And one of them was, blood. My mum made me share a room with one of them, blood. And the man put glass all over the floor, you know, blood. When I woke up, I could have stepped on glass and ruined my fucking toes, blood.
What?
Yeah, he was looped. In the end, he was looped, and it was just like one of them I. The way he says brother is the way my man says I.
Is this another unsynchronized
what is
woman?
this, Jez? What is this?
Yeah, don't blame me. This is Emzalini, bro.
And she look like that? Okay.
Full screen it as well.
What, you want her? You want her, boy?
Pause. God damn, pause. Full screen.
What?
Why? You gotta pause full screen.
Why did you call her?
Why? No, wait.
For her. You said her.
No, wait. Why do you have
do you want her?
Well, we just don't want to. We want to pause it.
Shut your dumb American ass up.
No punk ass up, Zelina. Like Carlos Miller. Carlos Miller.
Listen, hey, Angelini, we know how they get down in Tennessee. You know who the king is, isn't it?
Shit! I bought Rich quickly, yeah.
Freddie, you sound like you retarded and excited at the same time. I don't know what to think.
I know, but listen, seriously, quickly. There's a guy that shot a girl in the head in New Orleans, and he's in Tennessee or something like that. That guy's still around, yeah? You know what I'm talking about?
No.
The one that shot his girl.
It says something like, she stole 20,000, but I heard it's not that. You get me? Apparently,
you said New Orleans in Tennessee. What do you mean?
It said it happened in New Orleans, and I think he fled to Tennessee, but he's been in Tennessee on the run for a while. They said, but on video, he walks up with a big machine gun. The video starts like the girl's on the floor. He walks back to her and shoots her twice.
Whoa!
But
I don't know. He must have been an immigrant. He couldn't have been a foundation of Black America. Let's play the video. Let's play the video. I'm joking, bro. I don't know.
Is that what you're doing? Yeah. All right. Cool.
Yeah,
I
man,
didn't
it's crazy. The meaning, the suffering of African people, brother.
Cool.
So the whole world is basically bashing me right now because I'm the baby mama who was upset at her baby daddy because he only decided to give his child McDonald's and not the rest of my other kids. I have 4 kids.
Wait.
Okay.
What?
You.
This is the fast food whore. Say nothing.
You're the bitch.
Oh.
Oh,
Is this what we're doing? Yeah?
you fucking McDonald's thrower. Get this bitch out of my sight, man.
But the first thing she said, guys, she said, let me get it straight. I have 4 kids. What? Why? Why? Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, my man's got one. He's got one, innit? So
So wait. You don't get money. There's periods of time where you ain't got enough to feed your youths. But your
you
weave's
got
on
good weave and you're
makeup.
driving.
Come on, man.
Lashes and really unmatched foundation.
Eyebrows on fleek. Lashes, eyebrows on fleek.
Hey, bruv, I'll buy the youth
weird,
food, innit? I'll buy all the youths food. Don't ever get it twisted.
Why does she look weird like that?
I'm not obligated
like
to
a
do
flat.
that.
It's because one of the lashes is falling.
Hold on, Freddie. Hold on, guys. Freddie said something important. Freddie said he would buy all the kids food. Now, would you do that? Hold on, Freddie.
Yeah,
Freddie.
why not?
Would you do that 6 days a week, Freddie?
Well, if I have to, yeah, of course. Because if there ain't no one about it,
Born.
fucking dumb.
Listen, you know what?
If
You know what
she's
would
a
have been better
crackhead,
if he done.
but she looks loose, innit? Like she's not even supposed to have the kids. So as a real dad, you want to scoop that one and get her away from her.
No, but listen, you know what he could have done though?
But you don't have any
power.
power.
Taken the kid to the car and let the kid eat in the car with him.
He said that. He suggested that, sis.
She's that bad. She can't hold
She
money.
said no. Right, guys? He suggested that.
But family, remember, we don't know what the context was before that video. All we know is he was rocking up with food for his child, and then he was greeted with this woman that was recording him now talking about, oh, I've got 4 children to feed. You can't rock up with a meal for one. But we don't know what their conversation was before that.
No, but if you offer to take the kid to the car, she's just a Jezebel. Let me just meet up.
He said, hey, my son can come in the car and eat and then go back in there with the rest, of his brothers and sisters.
Just a sick woman, that's what she is.
Yeah, now that you see how skinny she is, it all makes sense.
Oh God.
Skinny
up.
people,
Go
I'm
away.
telling you,
Go away.
skinny people are evil.
Big up.
Go away, please.
Welcome back.
Let's play. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get it.
So the whole world is basically bashing me right now because I'm the baby mama who was upset at her baby daddy because he only decided to give his child McDonald's and not the rest of my other 3 kids. I have 4 kids. You knew the situation when you dated me. Our child is the youngest child. So keep that in mind before y'all make me the villain. That means all my other kids knew him. He was buying the McDonald's when we were together. My kids have to go through a transition of our breakup as well. Like, yeah, me and you broke up, but my kids got to feel it too. So now my kids have to see only one of their siblings get McDonald's and not the rest of them. And they know it's coming from you because, of course, like me and you used to be together. They used to see you. You used to do it for them. But now you don't want to do that for them anymore. Like, to me, that's petty.
Brothers,
Right, is this what we're doing?
Brothers, what are we saying, brothers?
She wants a punch in the face, man.
Brothers.
I don't know what's going on. This is violence.
This is what's going wrong with
violence. I don't know what's going on here.
Bro, everything she said, certain man said the other day, near enough word for word.
Yeah, this is what's going wrong with sisters, fam.
But no, she keeps saying my kids. I'm glad she recognizes that they're her children, and that
I knew it was the last
she's
one.
the one that gave birth to them. Therefore, she's the one that needs to prioritize and make sure that they're fed.
So what I'm saying is, but when you was going out together, he hooked you up. You just messed yourself up, man. That's it. Game over. That's all my everyday.
So she wants girlfriend benefits post relationship.
Yeah, post relationship.
I'm done. Levels.
This is the new age woman. This is the new age. You get
But
me?
this is worse than the woman that wanted her rent paid by the ex. Like, this is now you're expecting
This is mad.
one of your baby dads to feed the kids from the rest of your baby dads.
So they
like,
can
and again, we
transition.
still have to question where are the other baby dads in this. Like, and is it a man's responsibility to look after your other kids after you've broken up? Like, I don't think so. Unless you've been fully married and you're going to go through divorce and maintenance and all of that, then that's different. But you're just a baby mom. You're a baby mom to several men.
Guess what? This is a new way to go viral, isn't it? It's a new trend. It's a new thing what they're doing. Going like you're entitled to shit. It's toxic.
No, this is crazy. This is new levels. This is actually new levels.
Because the little dance girl went viral the other day off of it. Now she's trying to think.
Yo,
Instagram model.
He said, I had 3 kids when he met me when we were dating, red hair, so he knew I won. Same way, when you have 3 kids and you was dating a new dude, did you not think about the possibility you lot could break up and he doesn't even cover that you, let alone the 3 others? So what was your contingency plan? Like when you was dating this dude with your 3 youth, did you think, you know what, I better go and, you know what I mean, so make sure that, you know what I mean, make sure that I ain't really just loose balling and getting pregnant because, you know,
again.
And how are you providing for those 3 kids before he came along?
Right, man, exactly.
And why are you not managing the food stamps and the handouts that you get from the government? Because, okay, we know that benefits and food stamps are going to be limited, but as a parent of 4 children, you're going to prioritize and make sure that you got something to feed them.
If you can feed 3 kids,
can I just say something?
If you can feed 3 kids, you can feed 4. Tell me I'm lying.
Jits.
Yeah, of course you can.
Tell me I'm lying. What's the difference between being
What's the difference here when you're cooking? Really,
and what
same
you
pot.
say?
Can I say
Separation
something
on the plate.
what no one else has thought of? Can I say something? What if the brother has got about 5 other children himself and he's driving around all day dropping off food and making sure his kids are fed? How can she then take him away from them kids?
Oh my god, this is so crazy.
And what type of bad ghetto living is this?
I know. That happens in the Turkish community.
If he's got 3 of it, she's got 3, and he's got 3 of his own, and they share 1. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that's a possibility. So, like, realistically, practically, listen, it's never gonna be the onus on somebody that didn't have the pleasure of the fucking orgasm. Do you know what I mean? To look after your youth. Are you not all right? Like, what's going on? How could that even be?
Yeah, man, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Girls, women I know, they're so humble.
Jacket fathers, what are they called?
Women I know are so humble. They're like, I wouldn't even run my baby father down for money.
Facts.
I wouldn't even. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
women,
got too much pride, too much dignity.
I know women that are giving Pat lunch. In fact, I've been giving Pat lunch before when I come and take my youth.
Yeah.
You get me?
Meals. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, you know what? And I'm like, right,
leave it in the fridge.
No, just take it. Just yeah, he loves this. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, he loves this. I know that one.
Yeah, fuck it, man. Yeah, man. Your
loves
mum.
to make sure. Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
man.
man. You know
got
what I
all
mean?
them things in my yard, man.
Come back. The food ain't even been eaten because he ate what I ate or whatever. But still, the gesture, what the woman's thinking in her head is, I don't want there to be any difficulties in my son spending time with his father, so I'm gonna facilitate as much as I can. This chick's done some next thing. She didn't even bring the youth down to fucking see the youth, to see my man and say thank you for the food or something.
No,
my man's upstairs. Like, it's just a whole joke thing. She's in the door, like with the door cracked, looking through the window, like there he go. I'm gonna expose him.
Yeah, expose. That things on your head cost more than the McDonald's, man. Could have bought a whole trailer load.
Why would you put a face? Because you know what? You could be putting
that
yourself
embarrassing
in danger.
situation.
People are crazy out here. Your thing went viral. You didn't need to put your face to this fucking video.
She wants to go viral. She's looking for clout.
She wants to.
That's why she was all made up and.
Ugh.
Yeah.
It
stinks of fake.
She tried with the makeup.
It stinks of let me try and get on some sort of show.
Yeah, it stinks of that fish lips and all that.
It stinks of if I go viral, then I can get enough donations to my Venmo account, and then I won't need to ask my baby dad to bring McDonald's
There you
again.
go. You can text your way out to the top of
But I don't believe
OnlyFans.
she can't feed her kid, man. Her hair's done. Nah, I don't believe that.
I beg, like, not being funny, I beg some white people go viral for this type of shit too, just to balance it out. Cause it's very, very cringe. Do you know what I mean? Very cringe.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? I hate
their ones are worse.
I hate the thought of others looking and thinking, look at these black folk.
This is us.
But it is what it is, though. Man's face, right? It is what it is. This is a reality, not the reality, but a reality.
For someone.
I think the reality for white
At
people.
the same time, we've all sat down and enjoyed 10 years of Jerry Springer, so we know white people do their thing as well. But this one just hits differently.
Jeremy Kyle, all that.
It hits differently when it's like social media viral. Like, I don't know, it's different.
But this is so.
It hits different. I mean, it's a lot of people's reality, man. That's why it hits.
Yeah.
Like, it's relatable. It's like, damn, bro. I maybe I have a baby mama, and I could.
But
if she did
that's
something
Tennessee,
like that,
man. That could
how
be
would I
Tennessee.
react?
It's mad.
Can we ask the question though?
I don't know why you keep saying that, Sniper. You can't say
it could
Tennessee,
be.
bro.
I mean, I'm
You
saying it could
got a
be.
baby mama, Sniper. Your baby
No,
mama.
I'm saying it could be.
Don't do that,
Like,
though.
look at the environment we're in.
Off, boy.
We don't have welfare and all of these type of things. You know,
What
the
does that
system
mean
better than
about
anyone.
anything, though, Sniper? What does that mean about anything? What does that mean about anything?
Of course, we have welfare. We have benefits.
What are you talking about, Sniper?
It's called benefits. It's the same thing.
we have benefits.
What the hell? It's the same thing.
I'm
It's
saying,
the same thing,
their
Sniper. Don't
system-
do that, bro.
Sorry.
Be real. This
do
could
that
never
same
happen
thing
in
that you-
England.
Let me
This
finish,
could never
man.
happen.
I beg, man.
This
What
can't
for
happen
you,
in
though?
England, bro.
Huh?
Of course, it can
What this woman's
fucking happen
doing
in
in
England.
England.
I'm saying that
Just
the whole
women
system.
with pride and
They have the
respect
same
for
system,
themselves,
it's
and there's women without pride and respect for
I'm
themselves.
saying it's a
Choose
different
one of them.
system.
Exactly.
In England,
Yes.
people would have made all sorts of
They said yours
excuses
with pride and
or
respect
different
for
things that could have been done in that situation. Like social services could have got called, all sorts of things could have got. But the American system, he would know better, right? He
Exactly.
would know better. It's happening in America. These are Americans. So like we gotta look at it like that. I said it could be Tennessee.
This is the same
Yeah,
as Sarah
like,
getting
why could that not be a possibility?
what do you call it? Bumped to
I
see
don't
her
know.
son.
Anywhere.
Same thing.
I feel like
Yeah.
that could be anywhere, though.
But it's
Exactly.
America though.
Like a baby mama wilding
You said
out can
drop
be
50
anywhere.
pounds. What was it?
Anywhere where
Come
you have
take a
baby
kid.
mamas. So let's do
Yeah.
it like this. Anywhere where you have baby mamas can wild out.
Yeah. Because
So-
the
Yeah,
system
but
enables it.
it's
That's true.
yeah, but the system is depending on the system what you can do about it. Like, do you know what I'm saying? In England, I would know what I'll be able to do from outside the window if I was able to grab my child, because I know the system, right?
Yeah.
And you likewise, right? Yeah, man. That's it. So it's your thing, your environment. You get me? You would know better, and it hits home closer, right? Because she's an
That's
American
mad.
sister and she's doing her thing. It's mad.
That's mad.
You get me? Could
I
be
think
your
it was.
baby
I
mother.
think it was Jedi that raised the point that if your baby mother's contacting you saying, "I can't afford to feed this child," you're within your rights to actually take the whole child with you. So in England, it would more likely.
I mean,
be
so hold on.
like
All right,
that.
so in America, that's kidnapping. So what do you
No,
mean when
but
you take the whole child with you?
No,
Can
no,
you
no,
grab? Could that father run in there, grab his son, put him in the car, and drive off?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
kidnapping.
If you're on the
Yeah,
bench,
it's easier said than done.
They just
Hold on,
even
hold on.
here, you can't
Hold
do
on,
that.
about
It's
that.
crazy.
Hold on, you can do that. That's not kidnapping.
Okay, what is that?
Unless it's been stated otherwise.
you
like
got
you
shared parentage. You got
Yeah.
shared rights.
Hold on.
Right.
If that's your child, yeah, you can take that child and thus. However, this is why they will put certain injunctions in place, and that now you have to abide by the court ruling where it's not your time to do that, so you'd be breaking a ruling where it'd be illegal. Otherwise, if that's your flesh and blood son, you're on the birth certificate, it's recognized as your child. Yeah, you see that child anywhere, you can take that child to your house. It's your youth. No one can tell you that. They can't do you for kidnapping. My baby father's taking my son. Like, okay,
Right.
Unless they've got so
And I'm
possible.
saying,
America's different.
nothing you can do.
yeah, because all the
Hold
parameters
on,
and all
Jess,
the
my
things.
son is missing. My son is missing.
Yeah.
And my baby father got him. The cops are not coming to your house.
Is that if she's got
they're
sole
gonna
He's not
come and
custody of
talk
that
to
missing
you.
if you
child and
know
you're not
where
allowed?
he
They're gonna
is.
come
At
and
the
talk to
most,
you.
Vaughn,
Do you have
and what,
reason to suspect that he'd be in harm, in danger?
right, and what they will do,
We got into an
What's that?
argument.
okay, so what they'll do in that situation is they'll do a welfare check. Yeah, they'll go and do a welfare check, and they will make sure that the child is safe and that the child is being looked after, and then they'll report back to you and say, yeah, your child is well. Right, there's
100%
nothing
right,
more we can
Mary.
do. Go and see a solicitor. Go and speak to social services.
Yeah, it's a matter for the courts.
Mm.
But
They don't
until
get
that time,
involved
you're
in
keeping your
private
kid,
law.
and they can't do nothing as long as
Hold
your
on,
kid's
so
going to school every day. They can't do nothing.
All right, let's get this straight though, right? So if the same situation, the video we just watched, right? I bring my son something to eat. She said, "Fuck that! You can't bring your son nothing to eat." I say, "Fuck you!" I run in there, grab my son. We get in the car. Me and my son get in the car.
Running in the house might be an issue.
Yes.
Okay.
That's her property, innit? It's private property.
Yeah, that might be the issue now.
Gotta be smart with that.
Yeah. So you might have to call him and say, "Oh, I got him some sweets or something." And he comes and you say, "Yo, give me 5. Let's do the handshake."
Yeah, and you never return. You never return.
Yeah, let's go for a drive around the block in the new car.
Then you
Yeah.
can pick him up and dust. Once he's at the house, yeah, boom, or just pick him up from school, boom. You know them way there. That's what. Yeah,
All this. That's what I said. The system.
And then you found them, and then you found them all, and you say he's staying with me.
Run away with the youth. They either like wait for their day to have the youth, and then just that's it.
No coming back.
Obviously, mums can do their thing and try and get it back, and blah blah blah. Then there might be a hearing to see who the child's best suited with. But yeah, in terms of like just kicking off your door and arresting you for kidnap of a child, no, they can't, bro. That child came from your nutsacks. They can't do that.
100%.
Unless it's been stated otherwise, you're not allowed to be around.
And what would be worse if the child opened his mouth and told the police personally,
But I guess
would
what I'm
rather
saying,
be with my dad because mum ain't feeding me, then that kid ain't going nowhere, trust me.
yeah, but I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I think in America, if the mom calls the cops on the dad,
in the
right?
video.
Even if it's the legal dad, right? Name, paperwork is right and everything. But the dad takes that child, and then the mom calls and said, "Hey, he kidnapped this child."
He ain't
Cops are
kidnapping.
coming.
He ain't kidnapping.
I know. I'm just saying, but even that phone call will have the cops.
Hey, sorry, guys.
No,
Sorry.
what you will get is a visit.
Sorry, Carl. Wait, can we watch the end of the video?
Play the video, man. Play the video. It's your ends, man.
Yeah, Orn's taking the L on this one. UK's free from this.
Can't hear
No
anything.
sounds, bro.
One sec.
So the whole world is basically bashing me right now because I'm
Was
the
it for
baby
1
mom
minute?
who's
Was it?
upset at her baby daddy.
Them eyelashes are mad. Go on. Sorry.
No, they're not mad. They're just coming off. That's all it is. She didn't glue them down properly.
They're not coming off. Her eyes are just like on the side of her head.
No, they're actually not done properly. Well, that eye that isn't.
Because where her eye flicked, it just looked weird.
And then she has
But anyway, go on.
You're supposed to trim the end so it
some
fits your
people got the
eyes. If
droopy
you got
eye thing.
ling eyes, like you need to like.
No, it's not droopy. It's they're
She
too
just didn't fix
heavy.
it up basically before she put them on. And they look like Dollar Tree, you know them little cheap ones.
She's looking like a goldfish right now.
You get from.
But just quickly going back to what you were saying, Vaughan, I think again it comes down to when parents have separated, if the courts have gotten involved or not. I think the laws are going to be similar to over here in the sense of you have rights as a father. However, if you have some sort of court order or something that states that someone else has got custody and you go
Or you're not
outside
allowed
of
to access that
the-
child for their safety.
Yeah, and
Because we weren't
then
allowed to
you
release
breach
children
that
to some
order,
fathers.
then obviously that's when they might be able to say, oh,
So,
he's
when I was
kidnapped him because of the fact that, it's not within the times that are stipulated within the order, etc., etc.
Yeah, so it's based on court orders, 100%. Even in schools, I know that some fathers, they couldn't come on the school grounds if there was a court order. It would just go through MASH and the whole system, whatever. So if they came to school, we had to call the police.
Damn.
Or the head teacher,
But
whatever.
you could never get that with the mothers. You never.
Pardon?
Really...
No, because there's a court order saying he can't be around the child.
But
obviously there
for
can
that
be
child's
court
safety.
orders against mothers as well sometimes, but
So then
that's
the
mainly
school-
going to be when social
But
services
you
are
guys
involved.
have never really saw that. You guys have never really saw that.
It will be more when social services are involved.
Yeah. Or,
You have to go through
but in
them
the
to get the
specific case that I saw,
anti-molestation
the
order.
dad had just come out of prison. And then he tried it for a bit, and then I don't know, he wasn't really taking care of the kid. And then mum just,
I'm back.
There was a whole case open, so he wasn't allowed to be around his child. He couldn't come on
because
school.
he only decided to give his child McDonald's and not the rest of my other 3 kids. I have 4 kids. You knew the situation when you dated me. Our child is the youngest child. So keep that in mind before y'all make me the villain. That means all my other kids knew him. He was buying the McDonald's when we were together. My kids have to go through a transition of our breakup as well. Like, yeah, me and you broke up, but my kids got to feel it too. So now my kids have to see only one of their siblings get McDonald's and not the rest of them. And they know it's coming from you because, of course, like me and you used to be together. They used to see you.
Pause.
Now you don't want to.
Pause. I want to ask the fellas.
I bored. Listen, one sec. I need to run the video. I need to pop out quickly because there's only 30 seconds.
Yeah, just finish the whole thing.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Do that for them anymore. Like, to me, that's petty. That's petty. Like, it's not fair. Like, you're not finna give one child McDonald's and not all the other kids McDonald's. Like, I'm not going. And then on top of that, you mean to tell me you can dib and dab and want to do it sometimes, but yet you can't feed all my other kids McDonald's though? That's what you mean to tell me? Like, I'm not going for that. I'm going to stand on what I said, and I don't care what everybody else have to say about it. Y'all could judge me. Oh, well, I could be the villain, but I said what I said. Like, if you can't bring everybody McDonald's, then can't nobody have McDonald's then. Period.
She's an idiot, man.
Fucking twat.
Oh, so he's still dibble dabble. So he's still giving him coochie, and because of that, you think that he's obligated to feed the rest of your kids. Okay.
That's why I don't do stepdaddies, man. You ladies need to just go to these Airbnbs and like do your private shit. Stop fucking bringing random men around your kids.
No, well, let me say this.
Once you've had one baby daddy, just die about that baby daddy. Just who those kids leave the house? Just Airbnb your shit.
If he wrong, so when she says if all the kids can't get McDonald's, none of them can. No, is that brother wrong? Is that brother wrong for saying no McDonald's? Like no McDonald's, period?
No, he wouldn't be wrong. He could say, well, look, that's fine. I'll take my child out to McDonald's.
That's the lace front wig she's wearing. She could have sold her wig. And she would have gotten some money for it.
She has money.
Especially if she's from End. She definitely would have got money from lace, a second hand. You could sell a lace front as a second-hand wig.
Yeah, but the brother should have provided with the McDonald's.
No, it would have been nice for the brother to provide. Don't get twisted. Yeah, it would have been nice because he had a relationship. Okay,
it would have been nice.
That. But at the end of the day,
hold on,
maybe that brother should go to the system. No, Kel. That brother should go to the system, put himself on child support, and get mandatory visitation and a mandatory financial situation by the ordered by the court from that woman. Yeah,
brother, hold on, brother. Why is he going to the system when the system is not for African people? That makes no sense. If you can allow me to finish, brother. If you can allow me to finish, brother. All due respect to right, he should have provided the McDonald's because we have an obligation to help our people out. If one African child is starving and they are obviously supposed to feed them, so he has an obligation, brother. Do you understand?
That's not true, bro. Come on, stop it.
With the attitude she has, he's got an obligation.
But you know what, though? How do you know? And Anthony said it the other day.
Brother
Sniper. How do you know what he spent on that McDonald's was the last thing that he had? Maybe all he had.
It takes a village to raise a what?
No, bro. No.
We're not gonna do that. He has an obligation.
He doesn't have an obligation, not for his kids. No,
brother,
that's a lie. Traditional setting.
That's a lie. In the wild,
there's a difference.
In nature, when a new lion takes over a pride, say all the cubs that are not his get killed. He kills them. Euthanasia, bites their heads off. Yeah, real spit. Yeah,
brother.
That's in nature in Africa. So what we do?
No, brother. You're resulting us to animals, brother.
We're not talking about animals. I'm just saying.
Hold on, brother Sniper. It takes a village to raise.
You talk to human beings, yeah. And for human beings, like say for example myself, I have been married twice, so I have children, 2 children from my first marriage. 2 children from my second marriage. While I was married to my second husband, he did things for my children. And mashallah,
100%.
alhamdulillah, you know, barakallahu feek. He didn't, but this thing, I never asked him. And once we divorced, I never asked him for anything for my my 2 children from my first marriage, because they are not his responsibility. And even when we were married, I still provide for my children. Anything he did for my children was just a bonus. Do you see what I'm saying?
Can I just quickly say, sorry to cut everyone. We watched this. We
not obligation like that, bro.
Yes, it is, brother. You see, this is why Pan-Africanism.
So when the black prostitute had a bunch of babies, is it our responsibility
for us to
raise
look
those
after the
babies?
children? Yes, brother, because if you don't look after the children, the non-Africans, hold on, brother, let's codify, brother. Brother, we gotta codify this. Let's codify this. Let's codify this. Let's codify this.
And recognize the consequences of opening up your legs.
Beloved,
let's go one at a time, please.
Let's codify it now. Now we know on a political scientific analysis that the system is an auction of reaping black babies and selling them off. So you want the black people to go to the system, tell them their problems, when all they're going to do is auction them off like in slavery. That makes no sense. So it's for the community, right, to look after the children when the black woman is unsynchronized and the black man, not the non-African people. It makes no sense.
No, we can't be enabling Jezebels. I'm sorry, bro.
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
But you know what happened? It's not even to say enabling Jezebels. It's just to say that it's about correcting a mindset, a toxic mindset. Yeah. At the end of the day, he's the one who who carried those 3 children before her last with him, right? She's the one who's been providing and this and that for them, right? At the end of the day, a mother is a mother. You telling me she don't have no gold in the house? You telling me she don't have no thing in the house that she could pawn, or she could? Do you know what? In my years, I've pawned gold for in order to provide like
you're a
sportswear
person
for my
that you've
children.
actually
Do you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day,
understanding of the situation. Yeah. Let me ask you a question, then, MD. You listen. Let me ask you the question. Based on the video we just watched, the most important thing, I think, what MJ highlighted it as well, is that she's saying he's all right to come around for a bit of this, that, and the other. So that means that he's going there in front of them children and visiting their mum, but yet when it comes to dropping off the McDonald's, it's only for 1 child. For me,
no, but let's be real. Hold on, they ain't in a relationship, and he's coming getting extra booty from her. Wait, she has a choice. She has the choice to say we ain't in a relationship.
That
So
makes
you
her
ain't
look
getting that
even
from me.
worse.
You just come and deal with your child.
But MD, he's still
You're
sleeping
doing it
with
to get
her,
extra
right?
McDonald's.
Imagine
for the other
somebody
children.
sleeping with your mom,
Get the
but
hell
only
out of here.
feeding your brother, not
That's
you.
your baby
You're
mother.
gonna
You're
feel
pissed.
away.
That's all I know.
This is very unsynchronized.
I wouldn't feel away
He's
because
unsynchronized.
I'm just like my mum. My mum,
Am
she
I
provides
supposed
for
to
her. She
resynchronize
provides for
someone
all
who's
her children the same way how I
unsynchronized?
provide for my children.
Robert
You know what I'm saying? Whether he's yes, it's nice for him to do that. Yes, it would be because he had some kind of connection. Yeah, it would have been nice. But then at the end of the day, you don't know the man's situation. For all you know, like Mzilini said the other day, what if all he had was $10, $5 for gas and $5 for the McDonald's? And what did she do? If her children are really that hungry, exactly like what Mzilini said the other day, she could have cut that burger into 4 pieces and shared out the chips. Right? It may not have been much, but it would have been something if your children are all that hungry. Do you see what I mean? But no, her ego was greater than the need to feed her child.
She definitely picked up the burger after he drove off. But what I'm saying is, my point is this, MD, yeah? She's still sleeping with him. She could fall pregnant again. What's going to happen then?
But it should not be based upon sex. It should be based upon code of conduct, regardless of what the woman is behaving or the man. Because
no, but hold on, she's sleeping with him, but she's not in a relationship with him. So she's choosing to put herself in a position. Yeah, there's accountability on both sides, right? She also has a choice. Let's not neglect that she is also an adult, right? And she's a mother of 3 children prior to his child, so it's not like she's inexperienced in life. So why is she then gonna be? If she just wants to sleep with the baby of her father, not to add extra body count to her, that's her choice. That's her business. You can't turn around and then blame him like, oh, you're getting vagina from me so therefore you must feed my children, though we're not in any kind of committed relationship or XY. It's nonsense.
We have an obligation for our
She's
people.
offering him spiritual
We
and
have an
emotional
obligation for our
stability in
people.
his life by loving
There's no
him.
obligation to enable
We
fucking. I'm
have an
sorry, Kim. With all due
obligation
respect,
for our people. We have an
enabling that
obligation.
behavior will tell
Yes,
another
we
little
do, Brother
girl
Sniper.
it's
We have an
okay to
obligation.
be a Jezebel. I
Whether
think
they
all
are.
those
We got
kids
our
need to be
obligations to
given
the
to their
ones we bring
fathers.
into the
All
world.
those kids, go to your
No,
dad.
no, no,
Let
no,
your
no,
mum
brother.
sort
This is
yourself out.
unsynchronized,
Don't say
brother.
that's right now.
Brother, this
How
is
can you tell me no?
unsynchronized, brother.
If I bring
Brother,
children into the world, how are you going
brother,
to tell me no?
She can't take care
brother.
of the kids. Give them to their
We
dad.
have an obligation, brother,
How am I?
for our
How is my
people.
obligation
mad. What is
more
We have
than
an
to
obligation,
my
brother.
immediate
Brother,
siblings and family?
we have an obligation,
Yeah,
brother.
Kale, I understand. Look, when it comes to the
No.
in terms of community, yes, we do have
None of
certain
you lot are
obligations
actually
and
I
certain
don't have
needs
no
in terms of
obligation.
looking after the community. But at the end of the day, it's within your whatever is within your resources, right? For
No,
example,
man.
if all you
You're
have is
young,
a
man.
loaf
You're
of bread
people.
and you have a family to feed for yourself, are you going to give away that entire loaf of bread? No, you're going to first take the
No, 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 no,
sustenance
no. Sis.
for
You see,
yourself, and
sis,
then
sis.
anything extra is
No,
what
no,
you
no,
then
no, no, no. Sis,
decide to share and
I
distribute.
don't
No?
like to put things
Yeah,
on me, but
makes
one
sense.
thing I can tell you for one thing, right? And my family was definitely part of this, just like other African descendants, that in the UK, in the 60s and the 50s and the 70s, do you know that there were African descendants, children that were orphans and abandoned?
Don't
Do you know
compare
that
it. Don't compare it.
hold
Sorry,
on,
we're not
sister.
doing that.
Can you let me
Kel,
finish,
you're
sister?
living
We're
in
Can you let me
conflating
finish?
so many issues right
Sister,
now.
can you let
I
me
know,
finish,
it's a lot.
sister? Right?
It's
Do you know that
unsynchronized.
there were,
It's
hold
unsynchronized.
on, there were orphans,
Okay, go
there
on.
were
Sorry.
ones where
Synchronize
the
the chat.
parents weren't looking after the kids properly. Do you know that the African descendants in the UK that used to adopt without the system knowing, looking after them, bringing them in the house, raising them, taking them to school without the system knowing? You mean to tell me that we can't do that now?
There's a
Is that
lot of
what you're
people
trying to
being
tell
raised
me?
by their
That's not
grandmothers,
This is
man. A
unsynchronized.
lot
not
of
what we're
people.
saying.
Yeah,
This
No,
is
that's not what I'm
unsynchronized.
saying. But
This
you
is
gotta
unsynchronized.
put it in balance. You have to have a balance
that's
with it, though,
yeah, man. What
Kale.
are you talking
Yeah.
about, man? When
But
I got my own family and my own children to worry about, are you saying that is not my priority?
I'm saying your priority is the community, brother. Because
No,
if your
it's not.
priority is
It's
not the
not, my
community,
brother.
hold on,
Okay,
brother
it
Snipe,
is. Hold
brother
on.
Snipe,
It is, but it's
right?
my community, meaning
Yeah,
those around me,
those around
right?
you, brother,
Those around me
brother.
that are brought into the world and think not the black community.
Yes,
There's no
brother,
such
it is,
thing.
brother, it is. Because if
No,
you
man.
don't
Stop
take
that,
care
man.
of the black community, brother, this is why
Stop that, man.
non-African
Stop that.
people
Stop
are
that. Stop that.
adopting black
Stop that.
children,
Stop that.
turning them into
But that's not
homosexual.
my fault. That's not my
No,
fault.
it is our
I
issue,
acknowledge
brother,
it.
because it's
I
our
acknowledge it.
people.
But I'm saying it's not my fault.
It's
Yeah.
our,
And
you know,
it's not. I can't deal with
Okay, but
brother,
that
it's not
until I'm in
about
a position.
fault, you know, brother.
One second. Do you know to adopt or foster a child, you have to be in a stable relationship. You have to be in a stable family or homely
Yeah, he's right.
environment.
That's right.
So
He's
like,
got a good
relax
point.
yourself, bruv.
Notice how I said, brother, the
sorry, you can
Ain't no
actually foster
single
and be a single
RGBs.
parent. My mom
Hold
used to
on.
be a
the
foster
There ain't
parent.
no
African
single
synchronized community,
RGBs or Pan-Africans
right?
adopting orphans. There's not. So
What
what are
were
we
you doing,
doing?
brother?
Why are you putting this pressure
Brother,
on the rest of
we
us?
were doing it in the UK, brother. We were doing it in the UK. I've just told you, brother, right, that
Who's the
there were
result of it?
African descendants, brother, right, who
Man, please, man.
were abandoned, the children, were the orphans or their parents wasn't doing what they're supposed to be doing, and the communities adopt them without the system knowing. I know about this, brother, because my parents used to do the same thing. Many of them used to do it. So what I'm saying is, brother, right, you have to have an obligation for your community, just like in the religion of Islam, when there is
No, in
one of
Islam,
your
her kids will be
Yeah, but
taken and given to their
there's two
dad.
hold on,
types of
Her
sister,
kids will
community
be
though.
taken and given to their
There's no
dad,
doctrine in
No,
Islam.
irresponsible.
no,
No
actually,
See,
kind of
hold
like.
on, sister,
Her
hold
kids
on,
will be
Say
taken and
sister,
given
what
to them. Don't
beloved,
what
bring Islam
community
into it,
beloved.
means.
bro.
Like,
Be
Speak on, I
fair
don't know,
now,
Christianity
beloved,
or something.
sister.
Like Islam.
Be
Kel, I feel
Don't
like
bring Islam into
you're
it, bro.
you're
She's a
kind of
no,
Jezebel and
no,
an
generalizing
no.
what a
The
community
reason
adulteress.
why,
Her
the
means.
kids will be
reason I have
taken
to
from her
bring,
and given to
hold
their
on,
dad.
Big
sister.
up
The
Ray,
reason
man.
I have to bring the
That's what she's
religion
saying now.
into it
Big up, man.
because your
Yeah,
religion tells you.
My religion will take her kids and give them to their
Hold
dad.
on.
See, here we go now. Here we go.
She's right,
can I ask a question?
Alarming
Can I
the
ask a
rest of the
question?
children.
Kel.
Go on, brother. Go on, brother.
Are you a Muslim?
No, I'm not, brother. I'm a Pan-Africanist. Why would you ask me that, brother?
Have you ever been a Muslim?
I'm a Pan-Africanist, brother. Why would you ask me that, brother? When we're
I'm
talking about
asking a question
adopted,
because you know you make some references and
right?
and over the time. So I'm asking. I'm just a general question. At any
Okay,
one time, has
right,
you or anyone
right,
around you
right.
been a Muslim?
Or said their shahada.
I'm a
Yeah.
Pan-Africanist, brother. I
So
can't see
why
the
you making
relevance of
statements on
it.
Islam then?
My brother,
I make the statement
my
because
brother.
I'll tell you why.
It
I'll tell
sounds
you
like
why.
you're running. Hold on one
brother.
second, bro.
If you let
It
me
sounds
finish,
like you're
brother, she's
dodging.
asked the question, brother. She's asked the
But
question, and I'm gonna
no,
answer it.
my question is not fully answered. I don't think it was
Oh,
answered enough in the correct way because
right.
it's like you're being very slippery rather than just answering the question. It's either yes or no because
Told them a
now you're
Pan-Africanist,
leading me
brother.
to think that
Right.
you might have some Islamic lineage, heritage, something, or you've been a Muslim or something. Something is leading me down that road, bruv. And it's
Well,
from what
brother,
you're
that's your
saying, bro.
assumption, beloved. That's your
Okay,
assumption. But what you
but I'm
gotta
asking
understand,
you
beloved,
now,
beloved,
my
beloved,
brother,
beloved.
but
Go
I'm
on, brother.
asking
Go
you
on.
now, and
Right.
you're telling me I'm a Pan-African. And there's
That's
many
right.
Pan-Africans who
Right.
are Muslims as well. Like,
Okay,
that's
but
not the issue. So I'm
here's the
asking
thing,
you,
brother.
are you or have
Brother,
you ever been a Muslim?
I'm a Pan-Africanist, brother. It's
All
irrelevant,
right.
this type of question,
All
and I'll
right.
tell you why. I'll tell you
All
why.
right.
Here's the
We're
thing,
going to
brother.
leave it alone. I'll leave
The
it
Honourable
alone.
Marcus Garvey,
I'll
brother.
leave it
The
alone.
Honourable Marcus Garvey said, the Honourable Marcus Garvey made it clear in his philosophy, right, that you're supposed to elaborate on the black person's identity to make them understand that they have an obligation for their community. Now, the reason why I always mention a religion, because the people who are in the Abrahamic faith, right, they seem to have an understanding that you help your Muslim, your Christian.
Are
right?
you a Muslim?
Right?
No, that
So I don't understand for me is
no,
that
you're
when I'm trying to
spreading
tell my people,
misinformation. That's
hold
the
on,
thing, bro.
beloved,
You're not.
Man
beloved,
can't
when
give
I'm
me an
trying to tell
answer and tell
people,
me
hold on,
Pan-African.
beloved. I told
Yeah,
them
and
a
I'm saying you
Pan-Africanist.
can be a Pan-African and be
Yeah,
a Muslim. You
I'm
can
a
be a
Pan-Africanist,
Pan-African and
brother.
be. Whoa, one second,
I'm
1
a
Of course you
second.
can. Of course you can.
Say it. 1
Pan-Africanist.
second, my brother,
100%.
Go on then, brother. All right, brother. Right.
please
Okay.
say it out of your mouth, please, so I can hear clearly that
Right.
yes, I am a Muslim, or no, I am not a Muslim, brother. That's all I
I
want
am a
from you.
Pan-Africanist, brother.
You
I'm a
see.
Pan-Africanist.
Can
That's it.
everybody see this? All right, I'm leaving it alone. Let me go on
I'm a
mute.
Pan-Africanist.
Give up, man. I don't
Yeah.
know why.
So
Yeah.
Can I,
you see, hold on,
can we
brother.
get back
Hold
to
on.
the video though, Kel?
Yeah. So hold on.
Mhm.
The video typifies what I'm saying, right? If you can help your Muslim community and you can help your Christian community, you can't help your black community. I find this very strange. I find it
All right,
very
cool.
strange.
Back to the video now.
What?
Yeah, I'm saying
Say that
that
again.
based on what this woman said, she
Can I?
said when we were together, he didn't mind feeding all 4 children. When we were dating, right? Then we were together. Now we're split up, right? Basically, she's saying, me reading between the lines, she split up with him and she's seen the next man, and he's saying, well, I don't need to feed all the kids like when we were together because you got a new boyfriend that can do that. Well, like when I was your boyfriend, I was doing that. Now you got a new boyfriend.
No, she's still
let him
smashing him,
do
Khan.
that. It's
Khan,
his
she's still
turn.
smashing him.
Yeah, we don't know if there's a new man. So.
I'm saying I'm reading between the lines,
probably
right?
is. She
Otherwise,
probably
why
has
wouldn't
one.
they be together? He's
Because she's
still
still
coming to
smashing.
check his
Who
child.
knows?
She's
Yeah.
still sleeping with him. Why aren't they together? Because she's
Because she's
obviously
a
There's
Jezebel.
probably a billion
she's been
reasons
a
why they're not
Jezzy,
together, isn't
There
there?
could be a
seeing other
billion reasons.
people. He's obviously caught her seeing other people, and he's like,
Maybe.
"Well, that's me and you done now, isn't it?"
It's not
No,
just
but to be fair, he did say, "Can I take the kid to the
to be
car?"
fair.
Which indicates to me
To be fair.
Right.
he was
But
trying to
look,
keep it
Kale,
peaceful.
I hear what you're saying
He's
in
trying not to
terms
go
of
in the
like,
yard,
I hear what you're saying in
but he's
terms of
still smashing it.
like people need to look after their communities and that, right? But I feel in this situation, it's like this guy obviously has that obligation to look after his own child, and that's what he has been doing from what we've seen in the previous video. That's what he showed up to do, was provide a meal for his child, and then he was met with that whole antagonistic, like, oh, but you should be providing for all of those kids. And it was just, she didn't ask, and she didn't say, oh, I need help, you know, I'd really appreciate if you could help me out. It was just done in a kind of horrible way. Do you know what I mean? Like screaming and shouting and talking about, I'm going to expose you all
Throwing
over
the food as well.
There was no decorum in what she done whatsoever. And my problem with this woman would be, as a woman, you should be doing better for your children. She was clearly looking after 3 children before she met this man and had the 4th child with this man. So realistically, the obligation is on her as a woman, as a mother, to make sure that her children are provided for. And when we talk about community, where are the rest of the children's fathers? Where are the children's aunties, uncles, cousins, grandmas, grandpas, great-grandmas as part of their community to help out as well?
Right.
I've got a quick question. Someone's asking a question in chat really quick.
I'm saying that in this country is going that way, but in America they have state-sponsored polyandry. A woman can have as many partners as she wants and have as many kids as she wants, and she's still got the power. She could throw a cheeseburger in your face until you get the fuck out of here. She has the power, and it's state-sponsored. And the reason why is because if it was the other way around, would people still be having children? Like, they're encouraging people to have all these children, like one woman to have 4 different baby fathers. The government don't care. The government prefer that.
But we
The
know
government don't want stable families with generational wealth. They don't want that. But they still want you to have children. So they've constructed it in a way where people having children, but in a very, what's the word that you use? Unsynchronized way.
Okay, but is it Mary Jean or Mary Jane?
Mary Jane.
Mary Jane. Okay. My apologize for that. Right.
I'm joking.
Right. Both of them two are unsynchronized. Clearly, right? We know this. At the same time, as a woman, you should know that when a woman invests in a man, whether she's unsynchronized or not, and she gives her magical garden to the man, she looks at that as an investment. So, in other words, right, the fact that he's doing a lot of rewarding things for the kids, right? I'm codifying kids listening, right?
In the night garden.
I don't know about night garden, brother. This is African, not European. But anyway, in that right. Because of that there now, right? And he's doing all these things using wealth, etc. She's rewarding him with her magical garden. You see? So in her head, if I'm giving myself away to you, you should keep the contract whether we have an argument or not. Now, it may sound silly and it may sound foolish, but at the same time, regardless if they're on enough, the kids should be looked after by the community. That's one thing where we're all missing.
So when do you draw the line? Well, at what is it? The 20th child?
Right. No, but not on. Sorry, Sarah. But going back to my original question, Counters, where's the rest of that community? Because surely that community doesn't only extend to one of her at least 3 baby fathers. Where is the rest of the baby fathers, and where is the rest of their family? Where is the maternal family as well? Let alone the several paternal families that there is in this situation.
If I was a woman in her situation,
that obligation shouldn't just fall on one man. Do you know what I mean?
I wouldn't want the men.
Surely his help and support can only reach so far.
I don't disagree with what you said there. I do not disagree at all.
The women that construct these type of families don't want men to receive support even from their own families. They alienate the men. They take them away from their own families. They drive a wedge between the man and his mom or his sister who might be supporting. They isolate the man to control him. This is part of, modern relationships. You got to make sure your partner's not coming between you and your sister or you and your mum. Like that can happen a lot. Do you know what I mean? And the reason why these women do that is because they only want to be dealing with the baby fathers. They don't want them men to have backup especially from other women that can pull rank on them and say, listen, I'm a bigger woman than you. They don't want that. They'd rather just deal with the man because, like you said, they could deal with the man by giving him the garden. That's easy dealing with the man. So
how would Kale help her? That's what I want to know. How would you help her, Kale? What would your solution be?
But sister, it's not really about her, or it's about
or someone in her situation, whatever.
Well, first of all, in that, I agree with Mary J. Right, is that the community, synchronized African community, in that needs to be told about this. You see, and they should be collectively taking care of the children. She should be definitely having a holistic mindset of restoring her mind back to synchronization as well as him. But until they can work their things out, it should not affect the kids, because the government will take the kids, as what Brother Khan said, and they will foster them to other people, and that's going to cause a big problem. That's all I'm saying.
But shouldn't the community hold the men accountable who made these children and force them to take care of their kids. Every man take care of your
The
kids.
community should. It's true, and this is what I'm trying to say.
That
Because
I
black
agree with,
Estonians,
but the whole idea of the external
the rest of
manipulated
us
community is
having to
now
take
going
that.
to become fathers for these
Are you
children.
dumb? No, hell no.
Like that is gonna enable that behavior and then exasperate it because other people think, oh, you know what? Yeah, let me just smash and the community will take care of you. It's just another benefit system.
No. It's not
another
going to
begging
enable
system.
them to keep doing it, right? Because as I said before, right, and I'm going to use this as an example, right? There was a clip that Brother JEDI and Brother Sniper, they were holding accountable for an unsynchronized African, right? And I spoke about this to Brother Raven before, right? Is that when you do detrimental things towards a community, right, you need to be exposed in that way. And the community need to turn their back away from you until you're synchronized.
No, but she was doing the damage though, bro. She put her.
No, I'm
she
giving an
exposed her family.
example, beloved. I'm giving an example. Whether it's a male or a female, right? This is what needs to happen to them. Until we get our power back, one of the most powerful tools is separating and isolating, right? Members of your community. This is very powerful. So this is what I'm
cause
saying.
the children turmoil because now they're embarrassed.
Why is it going to cause the children turmoil when they've been looked after by the synchronized community? Yeah, but why is it going to cause them turmoil when they've been looked after by the
now
synchronized
embarrassed
community?
their father.
No, but he needs to be embarrassed though. Sister, do you know we in the African descent, do you know that we do things? Hold on, beloved. If you can let me finish, right, beloved. Do you know that we do things, right? And we have in our head that we can get away with it. You know that.
No, you're
Have
not
a
listening.
mindset, you know.
Listen. He
Hold
said,
on,
"Let me
beloved,
take the
beloved,
kid
beloved, you've
to
been
the
too
car."
fast.
Then the other
Beloved,
children wouldn't
if
have
you can let
known.
me to finish, right? Do you know that? Go on, go on, brother. Go on.
What? You know, you're talking like long term. Like, I understand what you're saying, where your plight is, but what should this woman do right now? Until that actually happens, to what you're saying, like, you know, in the future where the community can look after her, what should you do right now? What would your solution be for her right now?
Why for the community to sit her down?
What community?
And the African collective community.
But that community,
but they don't. Some of them don't consider themselves African. They consider themselves ADOS. They believe in the out of America theory.
Whether it's
Navajo,
whether it's ADOS, whatever, right? A synchronized black community, right? To understand.
What is
They're
that?
against the Pan-African.
It's just a community,
right? I've got a question for you, right? I've got a question for you.
It doesn't have to be Pan-Africanism, you know. It could be a black synchronized community that believes in a code of
if you were speaking to this woman right now,
Kale, don't abandon your beliefs, Kale.
Stick
to Pan-Africanism.
Who would you tell her to contact?
I'll tell her to contact.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
I will tell her whatever state she's in, right? I would advise her to go to a synchronized black organization, right? And sit down with them and explain the situation, right? And for the organization with their synchronization to sort out the kids. That's what I advise her to do. But she should not go to the government because the government are going to capitalize on her situation and his, right? And they
Can she not come to you, Kale?
So that again.
Can she not come to you? Because obviously, like, big up everyone, big up.
Big up.
I'm gonna just,
Big up to you, brother. Big up.
Big up. It's like 4 a.m., like 4:40 a.m. where I'm at right now. So got a few little things to say, and then I'm out. But
big up to you, brother. Big up to you.
Yeah, big ups. Yeah, so I heard a lot of things you were saying in regards to that, video. So that man should be the one fronting, or should he take a responsibility and accountability for taking care of the kids, even though they're not in a relationship. And that's irregardless of whether they're not still engaging with each other sexually or not, because that's a win-win situation. Either from it's a man's point of view or a woman's point of view. He's getting the sex, she's getting the sex. So that's the exchange there and there. So other than that, like, the man is not really responsible or accountable for taking care of anything other but his child. And as we were saying before, how do you know he doesn't have any other responsibilities? But like you were saying,
Yeah,
like, so like you were saying before, it's like you're saying it's the community's job to take care of these kids, or it's his job or the community's job to take care of these extra kids, even though that's not his responsibility. My question is like, you're saying this, but it's like, yeah. So my question is, you're saying this, but how many kids are you taking care of right now that are not yours, that's in the community right now? Because you're saying that's what he should do, right? And this is the community, and this is what we should be doing as African people or Black people or whatnot. But how many kids are you taking care of right now that are not yours, that are in the community that you're surrounded in right now, financially or full time?
Okay, I'll be very honest with you, and I'm going to be very delicate with this, right? Myself and my wife, we have been doing those things undercover, and this is something that was taught by my parents and uncles and aunties. We do certain things. The reason why I'm being very delicate with this, because we could get in a lot of trouble, because it has to be legal. That's what I was saying is that I know about these things, right? But at the same time, even if he has responsibilities, right, and he has all these things, he still should have brought those kids the McDonald's, because they are in that routine of seeing, right, a father figure in the house, a father figure providing. He cannot just disconnect from them because she isn't giving him her magical button, or they've had an argument, right?
Disavowing them. He's basically disavowing.
I don't know if that's the case though, bro.
Yeah, I don't know about that, because obviously those kids still have their own fathers. So those fathers, you didn't even know the situation in between like that video and what's happened prior to that. So you can't really say that they don't have a father figure. They have a father figure, or they have fathers, but those fathers, whether the video has showed it or not, they might be stepping up in their way or in their own time outside of their video, but it's not for that man to keep providing those things. That is true. Like, especially in certain climates and things like that, you have to be providing things, or like Snaps was saying before. My family is my responsibility solely and firstly. Once I can provide for that, I can outreach and go to other families or other people who are in need. If I can't take care of my own family, what am I doing trying to take care of other people's family?
It makes no sense.
It's like, it makes no sense. You're going to destruct.
But we do that too much, and this is the problem where non-African people keep on controlling when it comes to our family. We take care too much of our own family, which falls into tribalism again, and we leave out the other tribes that need help or need certain types of adjustment. And then when the non-African people are taking your kids, adopting them, or your kids are being loyal to the system, and that will come on channels or go into social clubs and start moaning, complaining about this and that, because sometimes, brother, you have to sacrifice for your community. Remember, ancestors sacrificed in order for us to be able to maneuver a little bit in the UK, in the US, things. So if they did them things, we have to do things too.
Sacrificing for the same position right now, because
so they're sacrificing, man. Yeah, you're not way past sacrificing, bro. And our ancestors sacrificed whatever way they needed to, and some of them wasn't sacrifice. It was a better opportunity, or other reasons why they moved to different locations. Like, we can't always assume that it was pain and suffering.
We have an obligation for your people, brother.
No, bro.
I've got an obligation. Hold on. We have an obligation, brother. We have an obligation.
Hold on. If I know, even you want to say it's tribalism, my tribe is so huge. Yeah, that's like a whole nation's worth of people. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, no, bro. Yeah, they say charity begins at home. Yeah, so the best thing I'm going to do is take care of my responsibilities. Hold on 1 second. I want to take care of my responsibilities. Another grown man cannot tell me I must take somebody else's responsibility on. No, no way, no how. It's gonna work negative with me, and it's gonna work negative with a lot of other males who you put that protestation to, because they're gonna say the same thing. First thing they're gonna say to you is, "What's it got to do with me? That's not my responsibility. My responsibility is my immediate children." What do you mean? Yeah, if this woman phones me up and says, "Yo, bring food for your child, he's hungry, and I ain't got enough money." Okay, I come, I bring one food. Now you're telling me what about the rest of the children? He's telling you on the spot. Oh, I thought you fed them. I didn't know. You didn't say in the message. You didn't in the conversation we had. You didn't make that plain and clear. You set me up. You got video ready. Look at the scenario, fam. Yeah, before you start caping for the woman and saying that, yeah, he must take care of her kids.
Right, that's my problem.
And if we're talking about responsibility, it's if we're talking about responsibility, right?
Yeah, but it's not about
responsibility. How come she's not being responsible?
And then she's gonna live stream again,
Robert.
Whether you helped her once, sorry, Kel, whether you helped her or not. If you did do everything that she wanted correct, do you think there would even be a stream? Do you think there would even be a hold on, but brother? She's the one
okay, no,
things.
but let's
one
think
second,
about
one
it.
second, MJ. I'm saying she's the one who's putting these videos out there, right? So that's the point, my brother Kale. Yeah, she's the one doing that. So now she's made a reduction video, another video, because she got so much heat from the first video, right? But she's the one who did it. It's not him on his phone where he walks up to the window to bring his child McDonald's. Do you get what I'm saying? And the baby mother's acting up. Why is she always acting up? It wasn't that. So we can see the premeditation, and then to see her a week or a couple days later, all dolled up in a car. How did you? And no kids around. What's going on?
And if we're
How are
talking
they
about
managing?
the community,
What's going?
and if we,
Yeah,
and,
but
and
you're
if we're talking
live
about the community,
streaming.
the community was holding her responsible, and she said, jumped online,
Yes.
said the whole world is mad at her for
Yes.
obviously what she done. And see, that's what it is. It's
Right.
like everybody's happy for the community to hold the man responsible.
Can we?
And when the community comes
Because
to
no,
the
but
community,
and let's be fair. Sorry, Khan, 1 second. You have to remember as well, she's responsible for who she opened her legs to. She's responsible for the type of man that she allowed to be a father for her children. Like as a woman, she has to take accountability
I
for
don't
the
agree with that.
situation that she's got herself in.
She's working with what's in her
think the
area,
women. I
MJ.
think the women ain't
She can
taking
only
enough
work with what's around
accountability.
her.
Yeah,
can't
I don't
Exactly.
think the
No,
women are
I
taking
agree.
enough.
I agree. I'm sorry. As a like, look, I'm speaking from the perspective of a single parent, right? And okay, I've only got 2 kids to feed, but like 2 kids, 3 kids, 4 kids, whatever, I would make sure that I've looked after other people's kids as well. So I hear what we're saying in terms of we've got to look after our own. But Kale, in this situation, right? Let's say he even gives into, okay, you know what? Let me go down the road and pick up 4 Happy Meals for the kids or a bargain bucket or whatever. Let me go and spend a $15. What about tomorrow? What about the next day? Like he cannot be expected to do that on a continuous basis. That woman needs to take accountability for herself and her role as a mother. I don't know why this is so hard for people to comprehend. Like men have responsibilities, but women have responsibilities too. And the main one is to bring up and nourish and nurture your children as best as you possibly can. And she is failing to do that. Even with government handouts, she's getting food stamps and she's not even able to budget her food stamps. What kind of trashy woman is that?
Now, beloved,
we're talking about a magical garden. If we're talking about a magical garden, too many seeds pollutes the soil, so she's not really responsible with her body. So we're not talking about a magical garden or whatnot. All that gets thrown out the window because she ain't being responsible.
But you're missing the goal, though. I know she's unsynchronized. Clearly, she's unsynchronized. He's also unsynchronized. But what about the collective? This is what I'm focused on. It's not about defending the woman. It's not about defending the man. It's about defending the community as it pertains to the children.
Kale, in a capitalist environment, there is no collective.
What are you doing?
It's a dog-eat-dog environment they're living in. There's no collective, bro.
I haven't put the full stop yet, brother. You put a
sorry, I beg your pardon.
and I haven't put the
I'm
full
just
stop.
getting passionate right now.
Right. Let me put the full stop on, brother, and then you can continue. Right. What I'm saying, it's about the collective first, not about her, not about him. But you seem to have a problem with that.
No, I love that.
No,
but I'm saying in America where they're living, that's not the environment they're living in. They're living in Instagram land.
No, it's not. It's not about environment. And Kale, I don't disagree with you. Sorry, guys. Let me just say, I don't disagree with you. I just think that's more of a longer-term solution than the shorter-term solution.
MJ,
so you're going to tell me that the Americans? Here's the thing, right? The African Americans, born. I know you don't want to hear this, brother, but I have to put the African on it.
Yeah, try to call us foundational Black Americans. But go ahead.
God.
But I need to the African descendants in America, right? Historically, right? They have always, right, and this is the amazing thing about their mind as it pertains to revolution. They've always done things without the system knowing. They've always taken care of the Nation of Islam. Look what they used to do. The
100%.
Arab movements and things like that. But you just said, brother, and I'm not trying to attack you. You just said, right, that in America they may not know how to do that, brother. They are fully qualified when it comes to these things, brother.
What I'm saying to you, Kel, is we need to draw a distinction between. Sorry, brother. Can I reply to the brother? One sec. I just got one sentence. Yeah? I know, obviously, I'm not African. Yeah, I'm just going to add one sentence. I'm saying, Kale, we need to draw a distinction between conscious people or a conscious community or people who have higher ideals in life than just the average hoi polloi of people who are just trying to get by, who just care about getting their hair done, getting their nails done, and that's their life basically. They don't have any more ambition than that. Like, you're talking as if everybody's on this same ideology, but then if only they were, but they're not, unfortunately.
They're not. The black community idea as well is definitely a fallacy, right? But what is
it's a luxury
important,
for some people. It's a luxury.
What is
No,
important?
I would say it's an inspiration. It's an inspiration,
Yeah.
right? Because we have a black neighborhood, right? Hold on, Sniper. You can't say that, right? Because we say community. Community is gonna take a neighborhood, right? First and foremost, you're gonna need black people living in close proximity. We have that in America, so we have the first steps. Now, community. Potatoes. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
Exactly, Born. Exactly.
It's not going to work.
And a lot of these people are mashed potatoes.
No, but what I'm saying,
the
what I'm
narrative
saying is,
painting that the narrative that I guess Kale keeps painting, like my brother, I think he keeps painting the narrative is that if we have a community and everybody gets saved and everybody gets taken care of, it doesn't work like that.
It doesn't
people
work
have,
like that.
no matter what you do, some people can get left without, and some people are gonna fall by wayside. That's just naturally how it is. That's how things go. That's how things.
I can't judge my brother if I think he's unsynchronized or not in the choice of partner as well, because where I'm from, in my community, is so many different people. Do you get what I'm saying? And I'd be unsynchronized if I don't synchronize with the people who I grew up with, the different cultures and different things. So I'm saying I'm coming from that environment. That's why it's a little bit different. And when you say black, hold on, I come from you could say area that is known for black people, and a lot of us live there. But that was always a white dominated area. Do you get what I'm saying? Tottenham. It's always a white Tottenham.
Blacks hold their own, bruv. It's not like as if the whites dominate the area.
We are part of.
Blacks are on that.
Look at we are part of. And hold on,
non-African
my brother.
fellows told you.
Brother.
All right, bro.
I beg your pardon.
Brother,
I'll
relax,
say black
man.
people
Relax,
rather
man.
than blacks.
Relax, man. Relax. Man. You know what I mean? Because, like, one thing you're gonna learn sometimes, Kale, when I ask questions, I already know the answer.
Okay.
Yeah, let that sink in, right? Okay. So, what I'm saying is these I know a lot of people are gonna, what does he mean? Anyway, yeah, we'll leave it alone, right? We'll leave it alone, yeah. But that's one thing you're gonna learn, yeah. When I ask a question, it's not because I don't know the answer to the question I'm asking. Right? All right, cool.
You understand political science, though, don't you? And that, some things are very more important than other things that may cause confusion and mess up this organization. But you and I know the reality. I'll give you that. All right, brother.
All right. Big up, man. Come on, man.
Brother Kill, while you're there, like, we really need to talk about. You mentioned Nation of Islam, right? So when we're looking at the foundation,
brother Khan, but before we say anything, brother,
I'm here. Kill.
I'm not on about the ideology, brother. I know the sun, brother. Let's not go into the ideology.
No. Thing, brother. I wasn't talking about the ideology.
You know, I'm right here.
I'm talking about from the foundation of such institutions till today. It seems that some people just like have been left by the wayside, and education. And on the subjects of what you're talking about, like knowing you, Kel, you agree that a lot of these people that have these problems don't have that level of education in these matters. And I'm asking, why is that? What went wrong? Because Nation of Islam was like on a roll for a while there. They were doing really well. They were getting in, like, as far as I know, they were getting funding from all around the world. I know Gaddafi was sending them money even. And then somehow it just went left, bro. Like,
who
what
killed
happened?
Malcolm X? Who killed Malcolm X? Con.
See, brother. See.
Brother,
Hold on,
I don't know. I
Kill.
can't answer that question. That's above my pay grade, to be honest.
So who killed Malcolm X? You don't know?
I can't say.
Who killed Elijah Muhammad? Right.
It wasn't Gaddafi, was it?
Sorry,
Who killed? Hold on.
Sorry.
Has the Nation of Islam been compromised once the leaders were dead? Were dead?
These are the questions I'm asking, Born. But I'm saying to Brother Kale, he's talking from a assumption that these teachings are within communities, right? That communities have been set up in a certain way. But it seems that these people are falling through the gaps. Otherwise, they wouldn't be having these predicaments.
I don't understand what is falling through gaps, like being murdered. Hold on, when you say falling through gaps, does it mean like they were murdered?
Not being synchronized with each other, with the community?
Because the leader was murdered, right?
I'm asking about, leaders can get murdered, but there's new leaders that step into their shoes, right?
Yeah, but if we murder your leader, why would we ever let their organization live?
Yeah, but and that's the problem there, Born. That's what
he's still alive though. He's still alive. He's got a point though. He's still alive though. The organization is still alive, even though
now you see what Brother Born said there.
Like a lot of what Maku's saying.
The good thing what he said there, because if a leader gets taken out, if a leader gets taken out,
I feel that.
Could we hold on, Brother Snipes? All due respect, could we have a leader, or should the leader be the code of conduct? So if we get taken out, there's always others who fulfill the code of conduct. You see what Brother Bonda said there, which is why we shouldn't have leaders. We should have the code of conduct as the leader.
100%. 100%. It's how the whole entire Ottoman Empire was founded.
The problem is
one leader dies, the other one takes his place. And the code of conduct is the standards. Sorry, brother.
Yeah. I think the problem we're having is like I'm trying to establish this idea of black community, right, and the black union in every area and and I'm telling a man straight up and down, I do not know what you are talking about. Black people come together to do different stuff. They come together for little groups, for Pan-Africanism, all sorts of isms, blah, blah, blah. We've got, Taliban headquarters. We've got IRA in our ends and blah, 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 because everybody seems to live together. And I said, because man's coming from a more multicultural kind of thinking, right?
100%. 100%.
My culture, as I said, was my home, my people, my thing, and those that live in London, right? And those that live in London. So they're stretched all across London. So I can't say it's my community because it's my people, my tribe, and all of that, right? But would they live in other areas and other communities, right? So I see it as if you're saying the black community, meaning the people in my area that we all identify with each other, we cool, we grow up together, and you know what I mean? Getting together, that's not how it works. Some of them
here's the thing though, Sniper.
I know my community to be my people, and
sorry to cut in,
my
Sniper.
immediate.
Can you please tell us what you're explaining? Is that the standard or is that the anomaly? Because to me, mine and your generation, the kind of parts of London we grow up in, when you look around the world, you're never going to see that level of homogeny of different cultures coming together, getting on with each other, dating each other's sisters. Like, you're never going to see that.
No.
Like, what we're looking at when we're talking about places where Born Rich is from,
Born Rich has got to walk for community, does it?
Born Rich has got to walk for 2 days before he comes across a white person.
I think it does. Because what's happened, I think what's happened is that element has been taken away now, because they gentrify in areas. How you gentrify in areas that are based on mostly ethnic minorities having shops and
but we can't use our experience as the standard.
Oh my God, bruv. They use our experience as the standard, right? Of how to live and what makes a a thriving community. Like these people are
Who,
not
who,
stupid.
hold on, who do
Yeah?
that?
Europeans. This is what they do. This is how you gentrify a good area like downtown Harlem. Yeah, 125th, right? They're moving slyly down the road. They're cleaning up the whole area so that even the original black people or Hispanic or whoever lived there don't live there no more. So you don't get that generational community feeling anymore. I know that myself in my community because so many different people have come in. Now it's all kind of semi-foreign. I used to be able to go to my old road before and know that the families still live there. It's not that way anymore. You have to understand what's happening in your community, in your area, and blah, blah, blah. So that communal spirit is there, but it's in small pockets. Yeah, it's community centers that all use. Yeah, when the Pakistanis want to do something, they use the same community center. When the Nigerians want to do something, they use the same community center. This is where I'm coming from. When they want to do
That's why we're not getting
Pan-Africanism,
nowhere,
well, hold
brother.
on. When they want to
Go on.
hold a Pan-African conference, it's in the same community center. So we don't have no separation in that understanding of what a community is. But we understand that because people keep coming here from different places and wars and refugees and all of that, it's changed a lot.
Yeah,
So,
I hear that, but at the same
and
time,
people
like
move
there
around.
isn't. I don't think an area or vicinity defines a community because
It doesn't.
you might live in a certain place, but you don't even know your flipping next door neighbors or the
Thank
people
you.
that live above or
Thank you,
below you.
MJ.
So your
And I used
community
to.
is your network of people,
Right.
is your family, your friends. Could be flipping people on the stream in some people's case.
That's
Do you know what I
correct.
mean?
That's correct.
Like your community is what you make
What
of
you
it,
make it. Thank you.
not necessarily where you live.
We
I
can
mean,
say
there's
one
also
thing
different
though.
levels to that, though. There's
All
also
right.
different levels to that community, though, because obviously
There
you
is.
do have, like you were saying, you do have the people that you live around or that you build
Right.
around. Well,
Right.
what it's all going to come back to is mostly your nationality, because that's
Your family, yeah, yeah.
that's your identity.
Yeah.
It's always going to come back to your identity, people who you identify with culturally first and foremost.
Right.
Whatever
Right.
you're producing or what you continue your lineage as. So
Yes,
there's always
yes.
going to be different levels to it. There's always going to
Yeah.
be different levels to it.
Well,
Because it's going to be upsetting. Hold on.
everyone,
Because
black
when
people
someone's
in
saying, oh,
Yeah.
these European, for example,
Yeah.
you might have a European friend that you grew up with as a godparent of your child.
Now, brother, that's ridiculous, brother. You see,
What do you
brother.
mean ridiculous? How can that be
You have
ridiculous?
to be
That's
politically scientific now, brother. Hold on, brother Snipes, right?
Come on, bro.
Let's
Depends where you
let's
live.
codify it now, brother. Let's codify it. Now,
Yeah.
brother Born, are you there, brother?
I'm here, bro.
Brother Born. Now, brother Born, we have to go back to the Africans in America now, right? Now, when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad made that statement, right, that the European is an entity of the devil, right? As a student of political science, right, we understood, right, that this wording was save your economics, black people, right, and use your wealth and buy institutions so you don't have to rely on the non-African people. Don't marry with them, and also don't mix with them. Was that very successful when he did that, brother Born?
I would say that would be successful, like even before he said that, because the majority of black people are still with black people even before he said that and after he said that.
And even that's not gonna
You know what's interesting?
We're about that political movement, brother. We're about that political movement.
I don't understand. I don't understand what your point is. Yeah, are you
No,
saying
no, no, no.
that people choosing partners and
What?
having people that they grew up with that they trust more than some people who share the same culture, same skin type, same everything? There's something wrong in that.
Brother.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit cringe when I got my Cypriot
you,
friend.
brother.
Hold on.
Go
It's gonna
go
be a
on.
bit cringe when you want to talk a certain way, yeah, and I've got my Cypriot friend that I grew up with sitting
Right.
next to me, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he knows what it is. Like we
Yeah.
keep it real with each other, and some things
Okay.
are not said, yeah. But then you're gonna come along and identify and make him feel a way. That's gonna make me feel a way, Do you get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And I'm saying, is that
Yeah.
fair, bro? Is that
Yeah.
fair? Does that make
And
sense in the
I'm calling
environment
the
that I
types
grew
of
up in?
people.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. The
Go on.
environment that I grew up in, even though it was Pan-African, even though it was this, even though it was cultural Shakuri tribe and Yoruba tribe and all of this type of thing, yeah, I had to grow up with all of those things and never let go of any one of them.
Okay.
It's easy
Now,
to
brother
pick
Snipe.
up stuff. Hold on one second. Now, you
Uh-huh.
want me to subscribe to this idea of a black community, yeah? And I'm saying it doesn't exist. Yeah.
Okay.
What exists is that people who share the same skin type,
Right.
who live in a geographical area and probably have interactions that their children have children together and all of that. Yeah, that was at a particular point in our living in London, right? But now so many people have come into the nation's capital, so from all over the world. It's very difficult. I can't say to my cousin he's wrong for marrying a Polish chick. I can't.
Okay. Now, brother, here's the thing, brother.
And I
It
can't
is
have a
very,
bad mind
very
against them
disrespectful,
when they
brother
live
Snipes.
upstairs from
Brother
me, for
Snipes,
example.
brother
You know?
Snipes, brother Snipes, right? Brother Snipes. It
Hey,
is very disrespectful, right? And I want you to pay attention to this,
wanna
brother.
say something?
Politically, it's very disrespectful that a non-African person is friends with African people and their
You're not really
community.
understanding what he's.
Brother, brother,
Bro,
I'm
I've been
saying,
trying.
brother, and you put in a comma on my sentence, and I haven't put the full stop on it, brother. Yeah, let me say the paragraph, and then we can have another. Yeah, all due respect to you, right? It's very disrespectful that a non-African person claims to be your friend, and their community has not sorted out the unethical code of conduct on African people globally. If you don't see that as a problem, brother, then I can say this one thing, that this is very unsynchronized, and I'll tell you why. Whether you are in the UK or in America, right? Non-African people understand this. I am for my community first. They understand that very well. This is why, for example, they can maneuver amongst black people because our dopamines, right? And then they can do method acting without struggle, as they usually do, and then go back into their community while their community is building and asking the black community, buy this from us, etc. And the money doesn't go into the black community, it goes into their community. If you don't see that as a problem, then we can say, brother, with the most ultimate respect, brother Snipe, even though you're a knowledgeable person on African history, this is very unsynchronized.
Okay. Let me ask you one question.
Yeah, what's good? It's your boy Jedi for Trilluminati Live. Like, comment, share, and make sure you subscribe. Hit the notification bell so you stay up to date with all the latest uploads on Trilluminati Live, the most popping live stream channel on YouTube. Yeah, keep it locked. You're done now.
Come on, big up, family.
Proper
Everybody,
Jedi.
cheers. I was gonna ask you one question. Do you live in London?
No, brother, I live in the Midlands. You know
Have
this.
you ever lived in London?
I have actually. That I have. I have.
So you will understand what I'm saying when I'm saying, like, the type of environment that London is. It's so big, it's so vast. You've got areas that are dominated by different ethnic groups. You know.
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, and even then, that those situations have changed, because those type of situations, like you said, built the communities that we have today, right? So Brixton was mainly dominated by West Indians and, you know, Africans and Europeans and blah blah blah. It still had a multiple mix, but the dominating culture, right, is what made the area, right? And I'm saying that these guys are so smart now. They've realized that having ethnic minorities in an area, especially West Indians, Africans, all of that, you got what I'm saying, and Mediterraneans and other, as they say, Asians as well, especially, special mention. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That we build up and make what they call a community, make a high road, make a, you know, oh, this place, Camden, this area, that area. We made all these areas hot, and then they raised the prices, You know, people couldn't afford to live them. Gave them options like Milton Keynes when they built that. Do you get what I'm saying? Because I'm old enough to know about them type of little projects they had to push people out. So the community, like you're kind of thinking of, got kind of split up. Do you get it? And then what they're doing, they replace those people. Yeah. And in some cases, especially in my area, the people who dominated were the racist white folk. Do you get what I'm saying? And then they moved further out of the area, and then obviously loads of different people came in. Now that's why I couldn't now say, oh, when I go to my old road and my old house, the families on either side and across the road on either side are still there. That's not, you get it? Time has gone forward 20, 30 years. Yeah, it's different now. Do you get it? So I appreciate that. So I can't fight or even say for my area like I used to. I'm really living in the past when I talk about my area, and then nostalgic, and few of my people them who still live there from all walks of life. Do you get it?
Yeah.
But that's still what makes your community. The Indian man who owned the corner shop for God knows how many years, watch you grow, buy bus pass from him. I don't have no hate for him. Yeah. I don't have no hate for even the man who's robbing us with the hair products for the sisters and because it's the sisters' choice whether they choose to shop there. They know the information. The information's been out 15 years, right? That where the hair comes from and all of this type of stuff, and you want to play, they'll tell you the prices. You know what I mean? The most expensive is Brazilian, couple strands. You know what I mean? Costing £100 and all of this madness, right? But we know some people are invested in us because we spend the most money. We spend our money. We're the biggest consumers, even though we ain't got the big numbers. We got the big money numbers because we buy everything. Yeah. So now we need to change our mindset in that respect. I agree with you 100. Like, let's listen. We need to forget all the material things, big car and because that's black betterment. Get it? That's betterment within the system, the current system of where we are, and comfortability. And we're saying there's nothing wrong in that, but you got to remember that majority of what you're calling the community subscribe to that way of thinking. Do you get what I'm saying? Let me just work. Let me just help my kids. They ain't thinking past the end of their nose. You get what I'm saying? And we'll call them civilians. You understand?
As multicultural as London is, and I live there, right? One thing that I noticed, brother, that's the same Birmingham, Manchester, and the rest. Even in Africa, brother, when I was living there with my parents and that, one thing I noticed, brother, that at the end of the day, the non-African people understand this is our area. We want it for our people, and we want to keep it for our people. And if you decide to disrupt this economics, we will do everything in our power as a collective to push you out. The only thing that is multicultural with the non-African people, brother, and I'm going to keep saying this, brother, is their method acting of African people. You see, brother, when you understand political science, which you do, right, is that in order for me to lower the resistance of a person that I want them to feel comfortable with me, I'm going to imitate them, apply to their moods, their whims, their desires. So when they can see that I am like them, right, then I can manipulate them and speak like them and capitalize on their movements, their clothing, and etc. And then I can push them out. You see, brother, this is what you don't understand. This is why when I said the other night on the Brother Jedi's channel, you need time frames with non-African people, because we are not disciplined to understand that when you are around them, they have that ability to make you feel comfortable, that there's no such thing as racism, because I'm with you. But at the end of the day, brother, can you name me any one of your non-African friends that you claim to have where their community are systematically helping to distribute economics in London fairly with no strings attached to African people who has allowed them to prosper in London? Can you name me?
Can I be honest with you, my brother?
Yes, bro.
I do not require, and I do not think it's fair with the knowledge I have, to put it on, for example, my Cypriot, my Greek, you know what I'm saying, my Turkish friend. No. They have also reparations coming to some of them if you actually look into the
Sorry, just quickly, Kale. Brother Kale.
Yes, my brother Jay.
Brother, do you have access to a laptop?
I'm on the tablet right now, brother. To be fair, yeah.
Yeah, because there's like a share screen facility where it'd be good if you could start, like, you know, we could make these conversations more dynamic by, you know, sharing documents and videos and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, man, to back up, like, you know, to support the brothers' ideas and stuff. You know what I mean?
As long as you're all right with that, brother, because I know you're very great at marketing your channel. I'm very impressed and proud as an African that you know how to, and you got brilliant people on the podcast, whether it's Africans or non-Africans, right? But the only thing is, brother, I can indulge in a dialogue, but at the end of the day, bro, I'm for my people first. So I don't want you to feel like that you may have to bend a certain way, because I'm gonna be who I am, and I don't want you to not be who you are. That's the only thing is.
Okay, I don't know if you've worked out the theme of this channel, but it's actually be yourself. So you'd be more than welcome to be yourself, bro.
Well, I've been myself, and the non-African people, brother, I've been attacked by them.
Nah, it's all love. I get attacked more than you.
Yeah,
It's all love, bro.
But I hear that it's all love, brother. But if it's freedom of speech, as you said, brother, then the non-African people should understand. Which is why I always say in one of the principles of understanding the non-African their system is that one of it is narcissism, is that they do not know how to show empathy for what black people's gone through. They can show it in feminism, they can show it in when it's their political agenda, they can show it in their relationship. But when it comes to us as a people, it's very difficult for them to show empathy. That you know what?
I agree with you, brother.
Kel.
If you look at, for example, Jews, Jews are making films,
right?
Schindler's List, going on about their plight, but like you don't see that with other people.
I'm saying, how many?
You're right. It's a good point you made.
How many communities like the Jewish community?
Yeah.
Everyone suffered, bro. Everyone
No, I'm saying how many? How many communities organize themselves like the Jewish community?
All of them do, brother. The Turks do it.
How?
All of them do, brother.
No,
all
they
of them.
don't.
No,
No.
You are.
You're not going to go to an area. 1 second. You're not going to go to an area inside London.
Right.
Find it. The whole road is Turkish. The whole, every block, every flat, everything, the schools, everything there is to do with them.
Yeah.
No, you're not going to find that.
Yeah, you can't be organized on their level.
You can't be organized. And I'm saying that's very strange. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. It's very strange that they can do that, right?
No, why is it strange?
It is very strange because, as I said, everybody else can't do it. We have to mock in.
They are doing it, brother Snipe.
They
are doing it, brother Snipe.
We can express ourselves and have different businesses, but they're not all connected like that. Do you get it? So you could have a whole road that's Greek. Do you get what I'm saying? Like Green Lanes, like, for example, right? But it depends who owns the businesses, who owns the property.
This is the illusion, but Sniper, this is the illusion of the world that we're living in, that a lot of the power comes from the top down, right? And the people think everything's grassroots, but it's only to a certain extent. When you look at the Jews, for example, do you know the country Israel, how much money it pumps into having these powerful groups of businessmen? Like, they pay for them, they send them money to actually be united with.
Right.
That's all it is. It's money,
and
really.
I would say a lot of communities maybe aspire to that, but
they don't have the support from back home.
No, they just don't have that structure of why just the Ashkenazis can do these things. Why not the other communities? Well, they're calling us ethnic minorities. I don't know what's going on, bro.
But the other communities are doing
ever much opportunity. Hold on.
Doing that, brother Snipe.
Hold on
not
1
really.
second.
The other communities
And it's never going to be over the British. It's never going to be over the supposedly indigenous people, and they get all the best quickly. You know what I mean?
communities
And then the
are doing
second
that,
best,
brother.
the Asians and this one and that one. And it's only because we're making money now that we can and have businesses that we can actually pay
On the other
have things
communities,
done. Yeah.
On the other communities that are you perceive like Kel, doing things together, selling to the people that they in the community that they live in. So if they're selling a product to them, it's only because of the community that they live in. So it's a shared value. There's a difference between collectivism and individualism. Now, I know why Kel always keeps referring to Islam, because Islam like always wants to have this what's the concept of Jama'ah, being a community, but there's also being like individuals. So what's your answer to being an individual? Like after you set up the community, how are you gonna deal with those people that are living in their households, living with their families, dealing with people on an individual basis? Yeah,
brother,
you've got a community. After that, how is it gonna answer? It's like Mako saying that you've got to deal with people on an individual basis. Like I've got Greeks, I've got Turkish friends, I've got this and that.
I agree with that.
How is your community gonna deal with people on a ground level? It's not gonna happen if you just think about the community only. That's just too general.
But brother, you just said something very interesting. You said the reason why the communities are, like for example, the black community are selling products. Well, the non-African people selling products and getting it back. You were saying that, right? It's because we're a community. But then if we are a community, bro, why don't the non-African people put that money back in institutions for the African descendants to have? You see what I'm saying, brother? It's all right to sell the products to them because
that's naturally what's gonna happen. That's naturally what's gonna happen,
brother,
because you're living in a society that
hasn't happened, brother. But naturally, it hasn't happened. But here's the thing: when it comes to the religion of Islam, though, and I've said this many times before,
but Islam doesn't really kind of preach that.
Bro. Like, bro, as a person who's always
if you can allow me to finish, brother, because the brother Snipe, brother, right? Yeah. If you can allow me to finish, brother, right? Because the brother says he knows why I keep referring to the religion of Islam, but your prophet Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him, brother, he says this, and the black people seem to not understand this, but the non-African people do. He says, learn of your lineage, right, and your nation. It will bring the love of the people, increase.
Can you reference that for us? Like you rely on this quote a lot, bro.
You see, brother. One thing
on this quote a lot, though.
When it comes to political science, brother, is that you should understand this, right? Why is he using this quote? He's not using it to illiterate emotions. Hold on, brother. He's not literally to illiterate emotion. He's trying to explain. Hold on, brother. You see, we're not being disciplined now. He's saying this because, right, there is nothing wrong with you helping your community out without you feeling bad that 100%. You're not helping other people out. You see,
100%, brother Kale.
You see, hold on, brother. But the problem is, though, is that the non-African people do this every single day,
right?
And then the non-African people understand this. We are very organized, but somebody has to be oppressed in order for us to benefit. Now, if we can't allow the Africans to be organized, because then we're going to have to take their place as it pertains to those who are on the top in order to be subjugated. So what we've got to do is we've got to make them feel bad about, if you organize together, you're a nationalist. If you organize together, you're not helping out your fellow religious brother, or you're not helping out your gender, or you're not helping all these names, brother. But yet still, the non-African people seem to have a mindset of, regardless of what anyone says, I'm sticking and building with my people. What do you have to say about that?
That's a negative. That's a negative, right?
People just
but what about the positive when it's the opposite? When the only person who will even help you is a non-African, help you with your business or help you with finances. I'm just saying, bro. Like that's the opposite to what you're talking about, right? Because I understand the negative, right?
Right.
We understand that there's people who don't want to help man and and all of that. But being a businessman and having multiple businesses, I'm not seeing necessarily what you're saying, because I I haven't had a recent business that really I was supported by a majority of my people. I know enough African, Jamaican, West Indian, you get me, even South American, North. I know enough people that I grew up with who are black who never supported me, knew where my business was, blah, 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 blah. I've been supported by Asians, Turks, all sorts, Iranians. You get me? Everybody
You name
from
it.
youths, you name it. Do you get what I'm
Okay.
saying? Just because of the area, hold on, just because of the area where my business was located, right? There was more of those people there, right? But yeah, my people was there in good number, and it's only a stone throw from where I grew up and where my people are generally living and all of that, growing up and all of that. So I'm not off the ends. I'm on the ends. Yeah, I got my business. Do you get what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, for the 20-something years that I've had multiple businesses, minimal support, only friends and family, and they only come because they get a fucking discount. Yeah. So I know how my people stay. There's an inherent thing, like a natural hate.
Competitiveness.
And
It's
a
not hate
natural,
though, is it?
no, sometimes it is. It's like
Competitiveness.
it's unbeknown. No, there's no competitive. If I'm barbering and you're not barbering, what does that mean? Do you get it? You got your council job or whatever. You're probably making more money than me. So it's not that. It's just the simple fact of supporting your own is very difficult. You get it? I don't know. There's a natural urge that makes them just, nah. I'll just go to the one closer down the road. Than rather go and support my lifetime brethren who I grew up with, who we ate off the same plate, went play school, all of that.
That's true though, bro. It's right what you're saying.
That's true, man. That's true.
You get it?
Then, brother, if that's the case, right?
Non-Africans fed my children. That's it.
Yeah, you've been helped by non-African people, right? Right. And
fed my business.
if you've been
built my
helped
business,
by
bro.
non-African people, brother, right?
Right.
I'm not saying that you haven't, brother. Why hasn't the non-African people helped out black people collectively, brother? This is what I need for you to explain to me. Why haven't they done it every single day, every month? Why haven't they done it all the time, bro? Why is it just they're helping out brother Snipes? Why not all the black people?
I don't know how you want that.
Because being black don't mean nothing to them.
But Kill, another thing.
The fact that you're black for the sake of being black ain't nothing
This
to
is
no
very
one else
interesting.
other than
Being
you.
black means nothing to them. This is very, very
they don't
interesting.
care.
No,
So, brother, let me explain something to you, brother. Let me explain something to you and that, brother. If being black, right, means nothing to them, right, then why don't non-African people, brother? Because as you said it, you've done a great analysis, right? Why don't non-African people every single day say this? I'm going to fund your institution if you love being black. Why don't they do that, brother? Because you gave a great analysis, you know. They don't like being black. Easy. So why don't the non-black people say to the black people, I'm going to fund your institution, right? Whether you need your own schools, whether you need your own, economical
Why do you
power.
need your own schools?
Love
Here's
being
the
black.
thing though,
Why
brother.
don't you do that, brother?
You're not
Have you
living
ever
in a
heard
society.
Hold on one
Kel,
second. One second. I come from an area where we had a black school, so I see it slightly different. You know what I mean? Like there was an institution via the 7-day Adventists who had a school called John Loughborough in the center of our ends. You know what I mean?
Right.
And they took a few foreigners into the school, but mainly it was a black school. It was a decent school, closed now. Do you get what I'm saying? So like these things happen. Like, bruv, what does it mean? I'm just trying to say, like,
That's
there's
what I'm
no
saying, yeah.
unified thing. Everything is like independent. It's Margaret Thatcher that did it. Yeah, that privatized. Everything is privatized now. So any independent agency, can come in to an area and plant up and set up and do what they're doing. You can yourself do that. I'm living proof of that. Yeah, you can go get a shop, hire it, get the lease, or rent it first, and then move on to the next stage of getting a lease, freehold, whatever hold. Do you get what I'm saying? And move on. What does it mean though? Yeah, because it's betterment for me. Yeah, and the community that I'm working in. So I'm providing a service for people in that community. Yeah, I'm not from that community. Yeah, but I am now part of that community because the barbershop is always the hub of the
So
community. It's the last bastion of community togetherness, in a sense, you know.
You know, Kel, like we have like, you know, you have like Jewish schools, you have
Right.
like Muslim schools. What would an African school look like? Like, who would you welcome into that school?
Well, brother, the school can only be African descendants, brother, who are.
But being an African, what does that mean? What does that mean? Being an African.
Being an African, brother, is those who have direct descendants, brother, from the African continent, brother, and they have to, brother. Hold on, brother, because I can feel you're gonna put the camera on my sentence, and I haven't put the full stop yet. So these
I like that one.
people, brother, they are deep brown and medium brown. You see, brother, this is the limit. You see, brother. So because deep brown, medium brown, brother, they've been on the earth the longest. So if your parents is of deep brown, medium brown, and direct descendant from the African continent, whether you were brought down and in enslavement or not, brother, you are an African. You see, right? So we want them in the school, right? This is what we want, brother. Right? No disrespect, no Europeans, no Asians, no Middle
No, I
East.
understand that.
Okay, right. So this is what we want, brother, right? Also, brother, we want to teach the African younglings, brother, how to control their dopamines towards non-African people. We definitely want to do that. We want to teach them political science, how to understand how the system operates, non-African people, and how their ancestors understood it. And also, brother, we want to for them to understand how to decode that, the behavior and activity within political science in the system. We want them to know these things, right? And the reason I want them to know these things, brother, is because when you are in a community where there's multicultural, right, the African young has to understand that although you're supposed to respect non-African people and greet them and say hello, right, but you have to take a left into your community and build them up. So there's nothing wrong with 5 or 3 minutes. How you doing, European? How you doing, Asian? How you doing, Middle Eastern? And then after you've had that dialogue, you go back into your community and build it up. We want them to teach them that, right? We don't want them to have mindsets of this. Let me connect with the non-African people, play computer game with them, and let's just believe that we are in a Afroic type of environment while they're building, and we don't want them to have that mindset. They're having this mindset now. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about, a holistic Pan-Africanist school that focus on healing ourselves as well as progressing for our political agenda.
See,
Can
so
you not see?
I understand what Kale's saying in regards to. Also, you go then.
Yeah, can you not see, like, even Islamically, we have a similar concept. Yeah, teaching the Muslims how to pray, how to deal with non-Muslims. These are things that are quite evident within our Islamic theology. Yeah,
100%.
But how can you not see that living in the time that we're living in right now, interacting with the people, that's not going to work?
Why not?
It's unattainable.
Well, if it can work for Muslims, why can't it work for Pan-Africans?
It hasn't worked for Pan-Africanism because Pan-Africanism it hasn't worked. Yeah, it's not working right now.
No, what Kel's saying is rather than me contributing to your civilization, I'm gonna raise myself through the ranks, but I'm going to be available to like withdraw from it for the benefit of my community. And that's how Muslims live.
This is
called
where
dual,
but that's
called dual identity. When we're at home, we're Muslim. When we're outside, we're assimilating into society. We're capable of doing that, right?
But this is where extremism springs out from.
No, not at all. That's the opposite of extremism, bro.
So when I was agreeing with Kel before, and I actually agree with parts of Kel's points and parts of Snob's points. So in regards to a community, like I was saying before, is like it has different levels to it. So if you do have friends or you have family or people that you're close with, or I should say individuals that you are close with that are of different nationalities or different races or different ethnicities, that's all cool. Obviously, you can always have that, but there's always going to be a collective that you're a part of, and that collective is going to be your first and foremost account of responsibility towards yourself, because that's where your identity is centered around.
That's right.
Centered around your culture, your people, who you are. So you're able to have individuals who might help you out, or you might help out individuals, but there's a bigger picture than just the individuals, because those individuals are still going to go back to their home with their people, with their homelands, with their culture, with their language, with their ideals, with their perspectives, and go back and build up their own communities within that sense. So at the end of the day, no matter if you're living in the West, no matter if you're living on the land, no matter where you are, you still want to have those different types of intricacies or relationships that you have with different types of people.
Bro,
at the end of the day, you're going to have that. You're still going to have that, because it's in this individualisms, or just how you deal with people as individuals.
Brother, one sec. While you're there, let me ask you a question.
It's not
if
a
there was a
collective
school,
thinking.
if there was a school, for children of African descent in London, would you send your children there?
Last time my child there, no.
I'm saying if you had a child, what would be the benefits of a separate school, like an academy? Because now in London, right, or in England, we have the mechanism where we can have academies. So you can have a sporting school, a business school, whatever school you want to fund and create right now, you have the opportunity to do that, right?
It's government funded.
Like you get the funding, but you can make it an Afrocentric, Pan-Africanist school for children of African
It can be
descent in
private.
London.
It doesn't have to
Do
be.
you think that
public
that
school.
would be of benefit to your children?
Well, for one, I don't deal with Pan-Africanism, so that's for one thing. But if we're just talking about a school that centers around our people's teachings and who our peoples are culturally and whatnot, I'll definitely send them, because obviously the schools that are now that we are sending our children to is pure indoctrination.
That's the first part of the question. The second part is, please outline the pros and cons of that. So the benefits that you will get from that kind of school, and then what you're going to miss out on if you do go to that kind of school. So the pros and cons, basically, like the positive and the negatives.
I don't think it can exist without the framework of some type of curriculum or government guidelines. There's no way to get around that.
I'm glad you said that there, Brother Snipe. Glad you said that.
But we're definitely going to be invested in economics and all of that. But it depends what level we're talking. Are we talking
secondary school? Yeah,
secondary school, and then we're talking what, college as well?
No, it's a secondary school academy. Academy.
But I mean, the big stuff, when you want to get into the big wide world, like you know, your history is very good and very thing for you to know, but you're going to need to know economics. You're going to need to know political.
Yeah, that's
science.
standard. That's the government curriculum. What is
No
Sniper? Yeah, everyone's got the same government curriculum, right? So if you go to a Jewish
they
school
haven't.
or a Muslim school, you got to cover the curriculum of the government, but you get to add in extra things like to specialize in. You could specialize in business or sports or African
that's what I was
culture.
saying. It's the government funded, because if the government funded, the
We
government
don't want the government to
dictate. They're going to dictate.
As I said, this is looking like. Hold on. This is looking like betterment within the system. That's what I'm saying. You can't.
No, brother.
Hold on. Other than 1 second, bro. Other than our history, right? We can't demand anything because we are in a foreign land, right?
No, brother.
One second, bro. Because I was brought up to by my culture to know my history, right? And external things that went with that, right? And then at school, I was told everything about Europe, the Mediterranean, and all of this type of stuff, right?
Egypt, Tutankhamun, all that.
Everything, right? Yeah, right. So I do understand that, right? But at the end of the day, you want these children to be doing like they're doing now. They're exceeding, they're successful at a very high rate. African and Caribbean children, they're passing, graduating university and doing their masters and all of these type of things. They're at a very high rate compared to European males, young males who are failing with all the opportunity in the world. they are just not motivated. It seems. You get what I'm saying? Where it's a very strict thing with us that we want our kids to do better than us, because there's no one who's sitting here who don't want their child to go university and blah blah blah, and only for the idea that once you've got your paperwork, if you decide you want to be a dancer or you want to, you know, do something weird, some agriculture or something, or go into something else other than what you did your degree in, you've always got the option or always got those paperwork to fall back on. So that's my thinking towards my children, is in get that education. You're going to get the historical, cultural, blah, 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 because you're already in that community, having your grandma and, you know, your dad and all of your uncles and aunties and da-da-da. This is why we're saying, even with the woman, yeah, what's your support system? Because you're right, it takes a whole village, but her whole village should have been her family. Do you get what I'm saying? Her dad, her mum, her brothers, her uncles. I mean, brothers and sisters who would be the uncles and aunties to the children. So you don't just have the dad. Yeah, if the dad's not there, there should be some representative of that family. Do you get me? Because that's what happens over here. The dad might not be interested, but the whole family's interested. The mom, the dad. Do you get what I'm saying? The grandparents, basically, they're definitely interested. The child can go there for the weekend, and you know, the dad comes there to see the child, right, to avoid any argument or whatever. And da-da-da-da. So we have these natural systems that we put in place.
I don't do, brother. I don't think it's based upon.
That's what I mean. I feel like Kel has all the answers
It's not
for being
based upon
in a
political
collective
science,
society, but he has no answers to on an individual level.
The
Like
difference
Maku, what
is,
you're saying on an individual level,
I'll tell you why.
yeah,
I'll tell you
like
why.
he like
Yeah.
Maku speaking on an individual level, like
Yeah.
you got no answers on a ground, being on a ground level.
Yeah, but bro, to be fair, black people ain't struggling on an individual level. Black people are playing football, they're professors, any individual thing that you can see a black person in the UK is strong enough to deal with off their own back. It's institutionally that's the problem. Because racism is an institutional issue.
We're talking about.
You put you off right now. Sorry.
You see, that's right, and that's why I don't talk on individualism, because brother Maku cannot protect the black community on his own against a common enemy.
But Kel, they go hand in hand. They go hand in hand. What's your answer on the individual level?
Need to separate, bro. I like.
Kel, can I ask you 2 questions, and then I'm gonna
finish it.
Just the first thing: do you homeschool your own? Do you homeschool your kids?
This, you're talking over. And I've tried to explain to beloved that I haven't finished my sentence.
Oh, sorry, I might be delayed. Right.
Go on. You were saying sniper does what?
Many paragraph to say, right? Here's the reason why black people need to separate from non-African people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it'd be very difficult, brother, for a non-African person to start practicing the unethical code of conduct.
What society has ever separated themselves from a society?
Brother, you put a comma on my sentence, brother, all due respect. I haven't finished it. I haven't finished it, brother, right? It's going to be very difficult for them to start practicing the unethical code of conduct, which have learned at a very young age to control their dopamines, right? Because of this there now, brother, we as the African descendant community cannot trust that your religion is going to help you with that, because you don't practice the religion, you practice your race first. And because of this there now, brother, is that for me to say to myself, well, the religion of Islam, Christianity and that, Sikhism, Hinduism, Judaism, it all is based upon justice and equality. But because subconsciously you could deny human African rights to black people with your mannerism, your face expression, your body language, and the label that you ascribe to and that, right? This is problematic. So what I'm saying is, brother, you do that in your community, the black community separates, we train the youth to decode that. So when they are in front of you and that, they'll know how to react, respond, you see? But we won't be able to do that all together, as what brother Maku says, no disrespecting, because what's going to happen is this: you'll practice the racism, and then the African child will say to himself, but we all grew up together. You know, we drank Ribena together. We went to McDonald's, but you've made me feel very bad because I'm not allowed to go in your house because your mum says there's too many black people in there. You see, he's not going to understand that.
Okay,
You see,
that's
so
on the
we want to
individual level.
teach
That's on the
them.
individual
We
level.
want to teach
Okay.
them
That's
how to
hypothetical, though, man.
understand these things. You
That's
see,
on an individual level.
hypothetical. I
Kel,
mean,
what are you talking about not being allowed in the house? Who are you talking about?
Yeah,
What experience did you
I
have?
grew up
That's
in
fucked up,
racism.
bro.
I'm
I grew up
using it.
in a
That never
racist
happened.
environment.
I'm
And
using
when
it as an example that there's certain codes and conducts that non-African people use to keep black people very self-conscious of themselves so they cannot develop. I'll give you an example in that, right? A non-African person,
That's
because
true.
they have a problem with the melanated complexion, which the creator allowed first, they have to make black people feel uncomfortable in order for them, the non-African person, to maneuver around them. Now, I don't believe that African people are responsible for non-African people's insecurities, but because the racism is so aggressive and it's very narcissistic, right? They'll keep on doing it. So we're saying now is that we need our own schools, right? So our black girl who faced discrimination in the school where the police officer searched her and they raped her and stuff like that. And
Literally.
even though she was menstruating, and they said to themselves, well, she's black. You see, we want to limit those things. Because if I go to the
100%.
Turkish community and say, my fellow Turkish brothers and sisters, can you protect us from this? Turkish community is going to say this. We're going to get back to you. So with the Asian, so with the European. We want to limit
I mean, hold
In
on. My brother.
in general, you
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
do
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Is there a
Kel, one
Turkish
second.
community?
One second. One thing is that you're playing with words and you're playing with people's emotions. One thing to assume what black people and black it's very presumptuous, bruvs.
Yeah.
Because I can't ever recognize any of what you're saying being done to me.
100%
You know what I'm
true.
saying? Other than the racism I suffered and faced growing up. Yeah.
Mhm.
Which more entrenched me, yeah, in certain ways of thinking and blah blah blah. And I watched it fade out and I watched the people move away and all of that, right? And watch the racist and prejudiced thinking, yeah, disappear from their children because they're interacting with these, you know, these supposed Africans and whatever Caribbeans and all of that, and having children. Now this racist man is saying to me, look, Mike, it's my granddaughter. Yeah, he can't be racist no more because his granddaughter look like Mariah Carey. You get me?
Exactly.
Or Mel B. Do you get what I'm saying? So it softened his heart and even the fact that your daughter went with a black man, yeah, should have shown you that things change over time. Like you can't hold these racist views forever.
Exactly.
So my
And a
thing
lot of
is,
them FLA guys, they got black grandchildren. Trust me.
I do not think that the communities that are managing to sustain themselves, other than the ones that should be not named, the Skanazi ones, right? Everybody's just trying to do what they can do within the confines of this system or this environment. Do you get what I'm saying? You can never attain supreme power and supreme autonomy in another man's land. That makes no sense. What you should do then, if you don't like it and it's not fair and blah blah blah, we should then start thinking of an exit strategy. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay.
And go to a place
That's a good
that's
thing
more
you said there,
conducive.
Brother Matthew.
One second.
Because the non-African people seem to be claiming supremacy in Africa. You see, brother, you see what you said there? They're having their own government in Africa. They're separating from
Which
the African
government?
people.
What government are you speaking about?
Okay, the government meaning that have their own code of conduct.
Which
Because the
country?
government,
Which country?
they're having the Europeans are doing it. The Asians are doing it.
No, in
Where
Africa.
in Africa?
Which country is that? Is it?
They settling in Africa.
Where?
Oh,
What
yeah, that's true.
country?
That's true.
Are you
That's
talking
fact.
about South Africa?
You know where they're separating. You know where they're inhabiting, and you know where they're settling.
Worried about South
This
Africa.
asking me these things. Where, right? Then
Kel,
you're gonna
I
ask
agree
me
with
how,
you in terms of the whole.
and then you're gonna ask me so. And when, as I always say to the African family, I don't have to convince you to be Pan-Africanist. I don't have to sedate you. Non-African people will tell you every single day, we will never help you sincerely. They haven't done it before, and they're never going to do it now. And as for the non-African people, hold on, brother. As for the non-African people, the fact that you're going to try to find solutions or say certain things, right? Even though deep down that you practice collectively amongst your people, right? And still want to try and sabotage black people's progress. I find that very disingenuous, even though you're in religions that tell you to show justice and equality.
When we practice collectivism, who does it include? Who does it include? If you look at the communities that we have collectivism, that as a Muslim, who are in those communities? Black people, white people, Asian people. You know what I'm saying? It caters for everyone. So this kind of collectivism that you're talking about, I don't know where it exists. I don't ever understand where you're.
We need to find solutions. I think we've been kind of
there's
you as a Muslim, brother, is not following. You as a Muslim is not following Muhammad, the son of Abdullah.
Not true. That's not true,
racism, brother. You've just practiced racism.
Carol, that's not racism.
Hold on, brother.
Because let him just finish, and then it just makes it easier, isn't it?
The reason, brother, you have just denied, right, African human rights by saying it doesn't exist, that we are Muslims and there's black people in there, there's Asian people in there, even though you know, brother, that the non-African Muslim community, brother, are practicing unethical code of conduct under black Muslims, let alone on the non-black Muslim, brother. This is practicing racism.
Can I just a second? Can I just please get a second? Let me just get a second with Kale.
Can you let
Kale,
Shaka
you said
go?
a lot about Muslims. Let me ask you a question.
That's what I'm asking. Is he a Muslim? Like, he won't answer. You won't answer the question, though. I don't know.
Kale, you got 1 minute for me, bro? You there? Kale.
I'm still here, brother. Go on, brother.
Listen, when we look at the numbers, right, compare Turkish people to black people in the UK, you outnumber us by a ridiculous amount already. When we talk about who's been in the UK longest, you outnumber us in years, definitely. When we're talking about people of high standing who infiltrated the system and can ferret money out of the government coffers, you got Dan Abbott, you got a lot of people that we ain't got, right? Secondly, when we go back home and we look at the country or the continent that we're from, your country is much bigger than our country. When we look at the natural resources that God's blessed you with, you smack the shit, not out of just us, but the whole world. So if you're asking as black people from help from Turkish people, I'm asking you, with what face are you asking?
Yeah, that's the point though. That's the point though. Yeah, man ain't looking for help in it, right? So this. There's two things I want to say. The first thing is that I don't approach this conversation from a deficit model in terms of we're not banking on or making decisions upon who is and is not willing to help. Because if we're talking about empowerment of African people, there is no amount of help from other people that is going to ensure empowerment from African people. So the best will in the world, the best intentions, and even if everybody wanted to help and was willing to do so, there is nothing about their help that is going to empower African people along the lines of Pan-Africanist, frame of reference or vision, if that makes sense, right? We're not talking about good intentions. Yeah, that's not what we're talking about. So even if everybody was willing to help, there are certain things that only we can do for ourselves, and only we should want to do for ourselves from the position that we're in at the moment. Yeah, that's the first thing. So let's establish that principle. That's the first thing. The second thing is that when we talk about why I came on initially was about the idea of schools, and African-centered schools. Understanding the culture and political, intentionality behind African-centered schools, and it's something that I can speak to because I've been teaching African-centered schools for practically my entire adult life. Yeah, and we don't have to speculate on these things because there are studies that have been done on the benefits and the success stories associated with African-centered schools. Yeah, dating back to the 1980s. Yeah, and Amos Wilson documents this in Awakening the Genius of the Black Child, and there are other studies that have been done. Not big studies because obviously not many people are going to do research on African-centered schools, but those that have been done have spoken to the benefits in terms of not only the achievement levels of the children, but also their functionality and their mobility in society and in community. More importantly, the only thing that's missing is the institutions. Yeah, so African-centered schools are most effective when there are other African-centered institutions that those children can manifest the fruits and the benefits of their teachings in once they graduate from those schools. All right, and that's the level that we haven't developed properly to yet. But there is no doubt about the fact that for a good couple generations now, Pan-Africanists and African-centered scholars and so on and so forth have been developing a number of different African-centered educational institutions, from Saturday schools to full-time schools, and they have been successful. Just wanted to put that into the
But Shaka, just to respond to what you just said, even in, let's say, normal kind of secular schools, we're performing there as well academically. It's like we're successful in African schools and non-African schools.
Yep.
So I don't think
that's false.
That's some of those success stories that you're talking about. But
no, but that's inaccurate.
Academically, we're doing.
How is it inaccurate?
Everywhere.
Yeah, it's inaccurate. The British education system has been failing Black children for a generation. For generations. What they've done recently is to separate up the Black. Yeah. So what they do is they do Black Caribbean and Black African, and that gives the impression, or they do Black Caribbean girls and Black Caribbean boys, and that gives the impression of the idea that some are succeeding and some are not, and therefore put the pressure or the issue on Caribbean culture, for example, right? That's what they've really done with that, and also it emphasizes the idea of working class white boys as the most failing in the school system.
That's right.
But
I don't think it's. Sorry, go on.
Even if we are succeeding in British schools, the issue, because some of us are, right, and to whatever extent that's taking place, the question then becomes, to what extent does the benefit of that academic success translate into community development among the Black community? To what extent are the benefits of academic success among Black people channeled towards? 1 second, I've got to answer the telephone. I still have it.
Yeah. So I personally think what I'll share, what things I want to share is that I personally believe our success is in motion. So the wheels in motion already. It's still very early days.
Well, we're killing it, bro. We're killing it. We've been killing it.
What's that?
I said we're killing it. We've been killing it, even in the normal academic level and the higher, because
So basically, what I'm trying to say is that I think one of the things which was hindering us for so long is representation, for one. But now we're in a world whereby we've got great channels like this, we've got other content creators, we've got YouTubers, TikToks, all these kind of different, channels where we can actually create content and show and basically, represent what Blackness really is, and that we're just as good as everyone else. It's letting us know that, well, I could actually be a builder. I could see Black doctors, I could see Black bloody builders, I could see Black zoologists, I could see this. But growing up, we didn't really see much of that in my generation. That is, I wanted to be a football player, like 10 of my other Black mates. But now these young kids, they actually want to. They see different kind of representation. I think that's what was missing before, and that was holding us back. That's why I think the next generation below us will be very promising, because now they could see themselves.
What, in public schools, bro? Respectfully.
What do you mean? In public schools?
Because I've worked in public schools, and I agree with Shaka on this point. You're raising your children to have an inferiority complex. Why are your children learning about slavery before they learn about the empires and the cultures they came from before slavery? Do you not think that has a psychological impact on that child as they grow up?
But then again,
not really.
So I'm for homeschool.
It's secondary.
I agree with you back then. I think yes, because information was just two-dimensional. All we knew from knowledge was basically what our teachers told us, right? But now with the wealth of information and the accessibility of it, the younger people right now,
which is Eurocentric. The education they get is very Eurocentric, and it's filled with lies. And it's filled with misinformation. Take your child to school for 6 hours to learn misinformation. It's dangerous.
Yeah, but to get a degree, remember, to get one degree,
learned about kids in Carmen in primary
So if you want to
sorry.
and then play the system where you might use these institutes or centers or register your child to do an examination, but the education is coming from you, and they're seeing, and you're teaching them this is a theory. You're not teaching certain things as facts. You're not teaching Columbus reached America first.
You know what?
As a
But
fact.
this is where parents
you know what? Even knowing that,
use their centers,
even
get your
Sarah,
paperwork,
Sarah,
but educate
No, but
your own
Sarah, I could
even
say one
knowing
thing. I
that,
know
yeah,
I've got
even
many
knowing
females in
that,
my family.
yeah, you still need to be educated, yeah,
But there's a
in the
style of
idea.
education, bro. If I'm teaching something as a fact and I'm teaching something
Hello,
as a theory, from my
hello.
perspective, it's different, bro.
I
You
hear
can't
you,
compare the
but
two.
I'm saying,
Do you know what I mean?
you're getting we're getting educated. We're saying the standard education that leads on to higher education, that leads on to university, and
Yeah.
even we're saying you to be in the top university, then you're really learning something. But to be in your average university, you're just learning how to work for someone. This is again all betterment within the system. Do you get what I'm saying? So,
No, but when
like,
you
when
teach it from your perspective. You're basically debunking the misinformation, and you teach your child, listen, you might need to say this stuff to put on the paperwork, but this is the reality of what it was.
I think even in my time,
Do you know what I mean?
when your culture and your history was taught at home anyway, yeah, it really had no significance other than that I got a big brain and I've got to add this extra department, yeah, that contains European history. What does that mean to me?
But you're lucky, bro. Not all children have that, though.
Over my culture, over my thing, over my heritage.
How many hours was that compared to the 30 hours in school?
I think it was a waste of time to a certain extent, right? And then what was necessary is what is going to allow me to survive, have business, and do all of these things once I leave, you know, those institutes or hell or shul, as it's known. Do you get what I'm saying?
And even academically, you could probably do more with your kids on your own, to be fair.
Definitely.
Why are you going to limit
I'm
your
never
child
against.
to a certain
I'm
stage
never
in year
against.
2 when they can do
I'm
bloody
never
3
against
years
that,
worth of
but
work in a
Sarah,
year?
that's
the
not
idea.
the
Hold
point.
on.
4 years worth of work in a year.
Nah,
Like,
one
The
minute, one
idea.
minute.
you're
Here's the
limiting your
difference.
kids.
Some of the thing is emotional though. I'm saying we're supposed to teach our kids to deal with the information. This is what we were taught.
But
Like,
you're
listen,
limiting your kids. These schools
don't
limit your
go to.
kids.
Hold on. Don't go to school for social interaction. You're there to learn, right?
But
But
even
obviously,
academically, bro, the schools are limiting your children. Are data. I'm telling you,
No, but
as a
that's why
teacher who's
parents
worked
come
in
in,
schools,
Sarah.
they are data.
Sarah, you
If
understand
your
what
job
I'm
is to
saying?
get a certain percentage to expect
I hear
it,
you.
there are many gifted children who are
Right.
literally told, oh, don't forget about them. They're great at depth. They'll be fine. They're not being
You know what?
challenged. They're
No,
not
but
being
Sarah,
and you're limiting
The
them.
Sarah,
reality
you're
is,
asking too much from the
And
schools.
this is the point.
These are
This is
free
the point.
schools. These are free schools you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Not private
So
schools or
if you
anything,
really
but
want the
free schools.
education
Yes.
if we really want the education for your kids, and
You're gonna
many
pay.
parents
I've
do,
done private as
you
well,
get,
bro, and even
then
then
you
I can
pay.
do better.
Then you pay
I'm not
for
gonna
it.
lie.
I'm saying,
Even then, it's got curriculum. It's a limit within the curriculum. You're
No, but that's
limited
when the
because
parents
of the
come
curriculum.
in.
right,
We
I've
can't.
watched man
It's like, you know,
come from
my
Jamaica. One second.
philosophy around it is
Teaching
God does
18
come
kids
I've
in a
watched a man
classroom and
come
teaching
from
one child is
Hear
Jamaica.
the joke now, yeah. Hear the joke now. Then we're gonna have a conversation about what about not blaming this and who, whatever, and black people what we complain about, what we need to do for ourselves. When you're talking about education is not just about parents. Yes, there's a society that exists, and even
Exactly.
private schools
And
exist.
society is a third parent. Yeah, man.
Right? Yeah, right. So education is supposed to perform a function in the society. You
That's
don't
right.
have a society that is failing children and then just say, well, it's the parents' fault. That's nonsense. Yeah.
That's right.
You look at,
That's right.
you look-
That is
you-
nonsense.
You look at the institution and you look at how the institution can serve the community better. Flipping it.
Right.
Sorry. One second.
Right.
Yeah, that could be changed. Yeah, therefore.
But I don't see how education's failing black people though.
As I said,
Because
it's
they're
not
underrepresented at the highest levels. When you're looking at the percentage of black children that go to so-called Russell Group universities, it's not proportional to the amount of black people. That's the problem.
Okay, let's say we're not going to the
No,
top
it's not. That's
universities,
not
but
the
universities
truth,
we're
though.
going
That's
to.
not
It
the
is the
truth, though.
truth. It is
That's
the
not the
truth.
truth.
I looked at
As
the
I
stats
said,
on it, bro. We
No,
looked
but
at
I
it on
don't
Venice
have to
2
look
years
at
ago.
stats. I look at
Then-
family members. I look at family members, and
How can
that's
you judge
easy
it by
enough
your
for me.
family members,
I can
bro?
judge it by
Even
my
Veni
family
was saying,
members
I know
because
someone who goes to Oxford.
everybody who goes to university, and I'm a proud parent who has his daughter in university, and the next one is
Brother,
just finishing.
brother.
One second, is
No one's.
finishing. 1 second, bro. Because
I'm
where
here.
I'm
I'm here.
from,
I'm
yeah,
here.
the problem is that teachers did not push you, right?
Right.
If you was a child that wanted to learn, yeah, you learned. Yeah, whatever they were teaching you, you would have learned it, even if you felt it was little or it wasn't enough, but it got you through. You know how to do mathematics, you know how to do all the thing. Some children excelled, right? They even had different departments, you know, like the top class, middle class, and the fucking dunces. Yeah, with certain things. So like we always had these systems, and it's whether you wanted to, you know, you had the actual capabilities and talent to excel, because no one was pushing you as a black child. That's facts. Yeah, that was
Right, but
always
that's only
clear,
one of the
right?
factors, right?
But I'm
There's other
saying it never
factors that are
stopped.
outlined in a government
I'm
paper
saying
that's been issued on this
I'm
subject,
saying that
and that's
wait,
only one of the 10
drive,
criterias.
my brother, the
But we're
drive
missing the
that
point,
we
though,
had.
innit?
One
We're missing
second,
the
the
point, innit?
drive that we had, though, myself, comes from my parents. The what is instilled by them and saying you're going to be a doctor, you got to be a lawyer, you got to be a scientist, you got to da 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 da. Yeah. So when my teacher's telling
That's
me,
all within the
yeah,
system. We're
I
talking
hear
about
you,
beyond that
I
right
hear
about
you,
now. Right?
yeah,
But we're
but
talking about hold on, we're
there's
talking about it
nothing going to
doesn't
be beyond when it's going to be me.
no
You
no
know what I
no
mean? That
you,
I'm going to
no,
be in the
no,
future,
no,
right?
no, no, no. You can't
Mm.
make the statement about prior to about development within the system and then say what you're saying now. It's a contradiction.
What?
Obviously, anything that we do right about now,
Development. I
one
said
second,
education. It's education,
it's
man.
going to be 1 second. Is going to be within the system to some degree. But the point
Yeah.
is that Kane is dealing with. It's about it's about identifying what the best is for our children and our community, and then developing an education system that suits that. And to whatever extent, we can forward our agenda in the context that we're in. That's what we do. So, for example, we have a situation in which, we're achieving, but for the majority of the, like for example, there's a issue in every African and Caribbean nation right about now concerning what they call brain drain. Yeah, which is you've got qualified people in the country, but in order to be able to be able to work in the field that they're qualified in, they have to leave the country. Why? Because the infrastructure of the country is not sufficient to be able to employ, for example, enough doctors. So there are more qualified Jamaican doctors working outside of Jamaica than in Jamaica right about now, simply because there are not enough hospitals in Jamaica to employ the doctors. Yeah,
Okay,
and so
that's fair.
our back home nations never received the maximum benefit for the qualifications that are being received by the people of those nations. And so therefore we need to have an education system that is commensurate with training young people to desire to solve those problems. Yeah. And when I say desire to, not just be qualified to, but be convicted, by the mission of solving those problems. That's never gonna come. Yeah.
But Shaka, the problem with that is,
but you know,
what causes that problem?
One second. That is never going to come just by telling your children to do well in the British education system. That's not going to happen.
Shaka, what the problem is.
I mean, it did help because most of the Nigerian children that were given those instructions did well. So I can't say that there's no proof in the pudding, because all my cousins, all my brothers and sisters, and even my children have obtained these higher levels of education because they're naturally gifted in such subjects or whatever. Do you get it? So as I'm seeing around me, even my brother's children and my nieces and nephews, they're going university. So I've got to be realistic that majority of the people around me who are of color have attained a level that they think is better than what they had. Yeah. And most of us had decent education, but our children would definitely had a better form of it, whether it's homeschooling
But Maku,
or whether it's going to a private
what you're
school.
calling a decent education, my brother,
Right. Yeah.
isn't adequate to give every child of black and ethnic minorities the fair shot of hitting that target of reaching Russell level, right? And the reason why it's so important.
Why do we need Russell level?
I don't know what you mean.
Can I just
What does that
explain?
mean?
Can I just explain? I'm going to go on to explain what you're asking. Yeah. The reason why it's so important to be involved in Russell level education is because these are the people that go on to become the policy makers of the country that we're living in. And that's why we're denied access to that level. Because if our people are reaching that level and we were involved in the policy making of this country, it would be so easy just to make it a level playing field so everyone can rise on their own merit. But at the moment, we're not rising on our own merit. We got certain people, like Maku said, fighting this uphill battle and becoming the soldiers that get through, but the numbers aren't enough to change the system from within.
No,
So
I don't even
there will
know.
always
I don't even know if I'm saying
there
that,
will
bro.
always be people
Like,
that
what we
make
doing?
it, right? There will always be people that make it, but what we need is a fair representation of our communities at the highest level to ensure that the policies of the future are making it a level playing field for our future generations.
Here's
That's
the point, right? Here's the point.
Go on.
There's a different. You're receiving a different education if you are going to make it within the system, and if you are
100%.
going to control or develop your own system.
And Shaka, sorry to cut you, but it's not just the education you receive; it's the contacts that you make at that level.
It's not even just the contacts; it's the philosophy of
Yeah.
education.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
And so I'm saying that if we want to not just exist within the system, then we need to cultivate a mentality, yes, that is trying to develop a different system, a new system. We're all going to exist within some form of system. So the role between that system and the one that we're in now is people that are dedicated to building that system, right? That's the
yes.
So as far as the Black community is concerned, which is what Kay was getting at, it's the idea that we need an education system that is geared towards solving our problems both locally, nationally, and internationally. So, for example, if we're dealing with Black communities in the UK, and we understand that there is a significant amount of violence in Black communities in the UK, which there is, we have to develop an education system that is catering towards solving that problem as well, right? That's a reality. That has to be part of the educational process. If we are dealing with communities that have a high Black population, but the Black community in that area is severely underrepresented in terms of businesses and institutions in that area, then we need an education system that is going to inspire and instill in Black children what they need to be able to develop those institutions within those communities. If we're dealing with a situation in which there's a brain drain from our back home nations, then we need to inspire in our children an education that teaches them a responsibility towards solving that problem in our back home nations. And I'm saying that we're never going to get that. One second, we're never going to solve that problem from a British education system standpoint, because the British education system is not designed to churn out engineers that are going to make redundant British corporations in Africa and the Caribbean. It's not going to happen.
Shaka, I don't think this. I think the problem.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't think that's anything to do with the British education
and that's the problem.
system.
I just feel that.
Let me just quickly go. I'm just quickly go back to what you just said. Yo, big up. So basically, I think the problem is that I think it's just basically, because speaking as an African, most of our parents raised us to say, look, you got to be a doctor or an engineer. You got to study medicine or engineering. There's no other options.
Who's speaking? Who's
in Africa, what happens is that because our parents put that kind of pressure on us to either become the two.
Yes.
There's too many of us. The country's got too many qualified doctors and too many qualified engineers. That there's no work for us there. Hence why we go to different countries to actually our educational.
It's not a brain drain for us.
That's what we're causing the brain drain.
Of course, it's a brain drain.
By our parents giving us.
It's a brain drain. The brain drain is demonstrated by the fact that you have many people that are actually from Nigeria, they're born there and raised there, who are in UK right about now, as lawyers or as doctors or as whatever, simply because the nation itself cannot employ them. This is not a unique problem to Nigeria. Everywhere in the Black world, this is a problem. And some of those people, it's a big thing. It's a stereotype even that you have many people that are overqualified, for the jobs that they're performing at the moment. So you got people that are from Africa and the Caribbean.
100%. That's how the term over.
What's it called?
Working
as cleaners and other kind of sanitary workers, but they've got big degrees. You
said that earlier.
Shaka, that's a problem that we've caused.
Let me ask you a question, Marvin. Let me ask you a question. Why did our parents give us those options? You have to become a lawyer or a doctor. Why?
Social mobility.
It's prestigious and it brings the money.
Right. And because previous generations were that. Hold on. Previous generations were that. Like we're not coming here and doing something new. We're doing
Right.
something that has always
Why
been
were
long-standing for
reparations then?
And
some of
what our
us.
parents didn't know, because
One second.
and it even happens in this country, Shaka, because what happens now, our parents, African parents of that generation above us, they won't tell you to become a plumber or electrician. They think they don't make money. But those plumbers and electricians out there right now are killing it. Some of them are making more money than the doctors.
But the point
Brother,
is,
they're not policy makers though, are they?
Time, and they fed that into us.
our parents are teaching us. Our parents are teaching us things that they believe are going to make us socially mobile within the society in which we live. Yeah,
that's correct.
That's right.
They're not telling us to get an education for the sake of it.
That's why we call them civilians.
Hold on. These are the professions that carry prestige and social mobility in the society. Therefore, you are going to do this. Yeah. The other side to that is the fact that because remember, we're not that far removed from colonialism, and so there are certain professions or qualifications that gave you a bit more of a leg up within the colonial administration. Yeah. And so a lot of our parents, lawyers and so on and doctors and so on and so forth, studied subjects that would either allow them to become civil servants in the colonial administration or the newly independent state administration, or basically every country needed a medical system, right? So the point I'm making is that society, the society lords and chooses what professions it wants its children to go into, right? In order to facilitate and maintain that of the system. And the point is that we as a community teach our children simply to go to school and get good grades and get jobs in the system, and not to build our own. Not to we don't have a national agenda. So we go to the British education system that has a national agenda. Yes, it has a national agenda to churn out a certain amount of doctors, a certain amount of lawyers, a certain amount of cleaners, a certain amount of people that are going to work in Tesco and Asda, a certain amount of people that are going to be politicians every year. Right, it has that, yeah, and we say just go and get good grades and get a job, right? Be whatever the society in which you live wants you to be, and so on and so forth, yeah. And that's part of the reason why, oftentimes, the benefits of Black success are not translated into the development of the Black community, either in this country or back home.
Well, that's for some, but in my case, nah, nothing of the sort. Yeah, that my people have been coming here for time, and young cousins. But what happened was when we went into the Europe, yeah, they cut that off. Yeah, they made the Caribbean one 20 grand of surety there and here. To get me, the person receiving had to have 20,000 in their bank account. So they cut us off from that supply line to what they're talking about, brain drain, which is a complete fucking lie. Yeah, when it was that back in the day, when I had cousins going to the same secondary school as me, primary school as me, or my brothers and sisters, and excelling, going university, getting their degrees, becoming engineers, and all of these things that we're talking about now. I'm pulling up on mic right now in a Porsche, yeah, but knowing full well when man came from Nigeria. One second, when my cousin came from Nigeria, yeah, and came to stay with us, and it was easy at that time to work them into the system. Yeah. But I noticed when
these people that you're talking about, Matthew, like engineers, doctors, and all these people driving around in Porsches don't mean one iota. You can have MBA stars with 10 times more money than them. They can't change the system because they're not. One minute, bro. They're not policymakers, Matthew.
Yeah, but the system,
the intelligentsia are the policymakers.
My brother. The thing is with this country, yeah, is that when you obtain wealth, yeah, it's a solo thing. The idea is not to be amongst your people in your community. It's to go and get some. One second, outside a house outside in the top area in the country or wherever, cottage, whatever, mansion, whatever. It's a very separational idea, it's definitely.
And that is the problem. So the benefits of Black success
within the society,
towards propping up and developing and sustaining and maintaining British society, the British neo-colonial system. That is the point. So we buy Porsches, yes, and they run economics of the world.
Exactly.
That's the point. Right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
please define for me what a brain drain is. I'm not sure you understand what a brain drain is. Because you're talking about people getting qualifications in England. I'm talking about a brain drain. What is a brain drain? What is
you're saying when all the smart people have to leave a country and go to other countries like Europe, England, America, and all of these type of things.
Or a region
that's what you're calling a brain drain.
Inside
But prior to the brain drain, they were leaving. Hold on, they were leaving of their own accord and going to places to go and study and other places and doing that. They were doing that.
Why?
Because they wanted to. Because they wanted to broaden their horizons. And
no one wants to leave their country,
hold on. And in some respects, a lot of them attained their qualifications in this country and then went home. So we do have examples. 1 second. We do have examples. And as I said, personally, my grandparents emigrating back to Nigeria in the 70s, is another example of it. After putting good hard graft, building up themselves, having multiple houses or whatever, the grandparents decided, boom, we going home to build and do whatever we're doing. Because most of our
Nigerian, right?
1 second. Most of our Nigerian story ends up with our ancestors, like our great aunties and uncles and grandparents and parents, going back, building. For my mom, it was a process of going back maybe every 2 to 3 years, and sometimes it's going to be different scenarios why she's going back, like funerals and all of that. But there's always that connection. Sorry, to that community. Because if they're building,
to use your own grandparents' scenario as example,
as normal, it's normal
to discount the idea of a brain drain across the nation, right? That doesn't make any sense. One of the reasons why
I'm saying border control.
1 second. One of the reasons why there is such a large Nigerian community in the UK today is because a lot of those people did not go back home. We're not denying that some people went back home. Some of my family went back home. There's no doubt about that. They moved to England, they moved to America, and they went home. A lot didn't though. There is a large Nigerian community.
No, but I said these are people.
And also, it is well known. Sorry, it is well known that a significant number of the students, that exist in various different countries. Like look at what going on in UK the other day. You got students from Africa and the Caribbean. In Ukraine. Why they studying in Ukraine?
Why not?
And the largest number of those students came from Nigeria.
Exactly.
So the reality is
that's studying, that's not working.
Exactly.
But that's studying, not working.
1 minute, man. Let the guy finish his point. I was listening to that. I'm invested in that.
We're talking about a situation, especially when we deal with it historically. We are talking about countries, our countries that are still reeling from severe underdevelopment for a period of about a century, right?
In education, not mine.
In which, in education, we're talking about a situation.
Not in my country.
The colonizer was not investing in building big universities on the scale that is.
Well, we already built that. We already done.
They was there from before.
I'm not into the egotistical nonsense.
I don't know about what do you mean egotistical? When you talk about Africans, hold on, and you say you're African and the achievements of Africans, and now when Africans are telling you that they got universities, you want to scoff and make jokes. Like, fix up, man.
I'm not finished. No, it's not about scoffing and making jokes.
How are we underdeveloped if we got those things?
Universities.
Dumb.
I don't know why we're no, all right. Everywhere was
about your country.
Everywhere, but I've mentioned Jamaica many times in the conversation.
All right, then I don't know what you're talking about.
Fine. I'll come off of it.
I'm familiar.
Everywhere was underdeveloped apart from Nigeria. Nigeria was the only nation in the black world that was not underdeveloped by colonialism. All right.
That's right.
There were disparities in every nation across the world compared to universities in Europe. So what you're saying is nigh on fallacious, Shaka. Because when you look at even England itself, and you have the North and South divide, it is. You have the North and South divide. You see that educational standards are better in the South than you have in the North. And this is in this colonized country.
My brother, Raheem,
what you're
are you
saying is
going against
almost
the brain
fallacious.
drain argument?
Yeah,
Are you actually arguing against the brain
The
drain
brain
argument?
drain, the thing is, the brain drain isn't just related to African or Asian or ethnic
Right.
minority countries.
Right.
It
No
happens
one said
in
it was.
its own
No one said
self.
that.
So,
Yeah,
so
that's
to
true.
say that the
No one said
brain
it
drain
was.
is majorly affecting the black community isn't
But no one
true.
said it was. But no one said it was.
Yeah.
The conversation
But you're
is about
saying it's the majority of it is affecting, or you're inferring the majority of it is
listen,
Yeah.
affecting the black
listen.
countries
No, I'm not.
Right.
and the
No,
black
that's not.
Because he's
nations.
talking
That's not
about
Right.
what's
black
speaking.
countries.
And
That's
sorry,
why.
this
No,
is the
He's
because
nonsense.
lying.
speaking of the
He's
black
never been
community,
there,
that's
so he
all.
doesn't
It's
know.
a phenomenon that
This is the
works
nonsense.
all the way
No one
around.
ever said.
Wherever
No one
wealth
never
is
said that.
concentrated,
No one.
obviously
No
that's
one.
going
Making
to
up
be the
shit.
case.
No one
Surely,
never said
wherever
that.
resources are
Why
concentrated,
are
it's going to
we?
be the case.
Why are we
Whether we
making up things? Why are we
Where's
making up
brother
things?
Kale? Kale,
No
come
one
and
ever
moderate
said
this,
that,
please, Kale.
right? And this is the point, right? This is the point, yeah. I've come in on a conversation which is about looking at black community solving its own problems and the reasons why for that, yeah. It doesn't mean that nobody else is going through their own problems and that there's not disparities in other communities and so on and so forth. I was talking specifically about us. Yeah. Why is it that I can't talk specifically about us?
I think you
You can talk specifically, but the inference that you made, the inference that you made, Shaka. No, hold on. The inference that you made was that it solely it affects us. You didn't make a comparison to any other thing to place a standard on it.
Raheem,
Yeah, I
why
know
would
you're
you
not
say
finished
that?
because you're saying something.
Raheem, that
You're
don't make
saying
sense.
something. I'm
Half the
telling you what
doctors
the
in the
inference
UK are
was.
Pakistani, Raheem. Every other doctor is a Dr. Khan. Why would he say that?
The inference that
What do you mean? Why wouldn't he say that? What?
Why
Because
would he
Dr.
say
Khan
that? It doesn't make
represents
sense.
all of the Asian people. Dr. Khan represents all of the Asian people.
Majority, yeah.
With all due respect,
No, Dr. Khan don't.
With all due respect, the inference that you draw is based on your preoccupation.
Drew.
Not what I said, right? So I'm saying to you, yeah, that if we're talking about what is best there and what produces a problem-solving education system for the African Caribbean community, then we have to look specifically at the conditions of the African Caribbean community. It doesn't mean that there are not disparities within British society, but our problem solving for ourselves cannot be defined by a comparison or the problems that are or disparities in British society. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah,
It can if you're an African Caribbean in Britain, of course it can.
The British education system is not trying to resolve its own issues based upon an analysis of what's going on in Pakistan. Yeah, and Afghanistan.
I didn't say to mention Pakistan. I said to mention the counterpart. So you could have still kept it all in England and referred to the Asian English people who are in this country or the Black British people in this country.
Why?
Because that's who it affects. You're here, Chakara. As much as you have this thing for Africa and you have this thing for other places, you're here. So if you want to fix what we've got going on here, you need to focus on the problems here.
Yo, what's going on, man?
And we did that already. But what seems to be missed is that when you put things from a local into a global context, people. This is the point, yeah, where it's like to a significant degree we have a psychology that is prejudiced against our own development and our own survival. Yeah, because I can't talk about the Black community, yeah, without talking about British society as a whole. Or I can't talk about the context of Black people in British society without talking about white people and Asian people and so on and so forth. And we are the only people that have this problem.
But you're saying that part of this is caused by the British people of this country.
100%. The British nation is a neo.
So therefore, you need to look to what's going on in this nation, the demographics of this nation, in order to understand how to better improve this nation.
But again, if you are listening carefully, we've done that already. I've already said when you're talking about the education system of this country and our standing within it, yes, specifically as Black people, what happens is the benefits of our success go to simply towards building up British society, yes, often to the detriment of ourselves as a community and to our back home nations. And so we have to develop an education system whereby children are inspired and trained with the skills that are necessary to address those problems. Yeah,
that was rebutted by what Matthew said, my brother Matthew said, and I agree with him because that's what our grandparents who came over here did. They educated themselves using the system, sent money back home, and brought up everything that was back home.
Yep.
So what you're saying
But
doesn't make no sense. The
about,
reward does
on
benefit
top of
us
it,
at home.
on top
The
of
reason
it,
why Jamaica is failing is because we as a new generation aren't following in the same footsteps because we don't have said attachment.
thank you.
My brother, we are not just talking about sending money back home. Yeah, that is a good thing, and it's a viable thing to do, and it's something that can contribute to a broader agenda, yes, of solving certain problems. But sending money back home in and of itself is not going to solve. Listen, I was in Ghana the other day, yeah, and a brethren was telling me that they were I went to a place called the Ancestral Wall, yeah, in Prambelet, right, in Accra, and they've got various different ancestors. There's a whole wall dedicated to various different ancestors from the global African community. And there was a particular ancestor, forgive me because the name is slipping me, but she was a anti-colonial freedom fighter in Ghana, yeah. And we were being shown around the wall, and I had never heard of this person before. And we were told that school children often come to this wall, yeah, and these are from Ghana, and they often know nothing, yeah, about a lot of the underground anti-colonial freedom fighters, and including this person that I was being introduced to at this moment, right? But for example, every in their school, they're learning about the Great Fire of London, yeah, right? What relevance does the Great Fire of London necessarily have to a Ghanaian child? It's good to learn history, but it's not specific to their to their community and nothing like that, right?
Yeah,
so
but the person who's
the issue is one second. But the issue is this: we're talking about the fact that in our back home nations, the curriculum that we have, yeah, is still fundamentally colonial. Yeah, that's a problem that requires a psychological effort on the part of people to organize a different curriculum that is suited to the history and culture and the political and economic situation of the people themselves. And so all of us, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, have a responsibility to contribute to that. And so sending money home may help provide resources, yeah, for a program, for an agenda such as that. But it is not going to solve the problem in and of itself. You need to look at addressing the psychosocial elements of this thing. And we're not going to do that by looking at what working class white boys are learning in Newcastle. that's not what we're focused on here.
Yeah? No. You're making it.
Very true.
You're making it nigh on fallacious as to what I'm saying. The fact is that if you want to change a nation which you live in and a nation that you are a part of, you need to look at the demographic of that nation and understand what their strengths and weaknesses are. You then exploit that on that. For example, if we're going to go overseas, you look at not even overseas, you look at in England, the Jewish community is so strong because they've seen what other nations have done. They learned, locked down their borders, and then they said, this is how we're going to do it. So if that's what we should do, then yes, we should follow that same example.
Right.
But to turn around and be like, the problem is that we're educated in a colonial way, and therefore we're never going to succeed, or we're going to succeed to a limited capacity. It's not
crazy.
true. It's simply not true.
Crazy.
Because success is success. It doesn't matter what it is. Because the fact is, the majority of the world has a nigh on universal educational system. The only ones that don't tend to be communist or fascist regimes. So if it's a capitalist nation that you live in, the standards vary. Yes, some are better than others, but the educational material and systems relate to that. If you have an African nation is going to teach you about African things. So if you want to learn that, go to Africa and learn that. The same for Jamaica.
Right.
Jamaica's got one of the best IT universities in the Caribbean, which people don't talk about.
And pilot schools. Yep.
Exactly. And yet you're saying that it's all focused on you're saying it's all focused on colonial learning. When my father turned around and told me when I was speaking about stuff in my childhood that I was learning in school, he was telling me about the things he was learning in his school, which is completely different.
Yeah.
And my father was a part of the Windrush generation.
Yep.
So
Learning Latin.
you're not going to tell me nothing.
They're learning Latin and about shillings and
is,
pence and all of these type of.
We as black people, did anybody watch the Smolak series, Steve McQueen's Smolak series.
Yeah, I saw that still.
Came on. Was it last year it came on?
Yeah. Or maybe 2020, right. But it was.
Can you remember what the last episode of the series was called?
Nah.
It was
education. It was the one about the school, though, wasn't it? And the mom was. It was about
It was called Education. Yeah.
Right.
And everything in that. And I wasn't a major fan of the entire series, to be honest with you. But a lot in that last episode was very true to things that actually took place. Yeah. In Britain. All right. So a man by the name of Bernard Cord wrote a book, entitled "How the West Indian Child is Made Educationally Subnormal in the British Education System," and he was looking at literally this phenomena of educationally subnormal schools, as you saw depicted in that particular episode, and how and why numbers of Black children. Yeah, and even though he said that he called it West Indian, this related to a number of different students from the African continent as well. How they ended up in specially educational needs or educationally subnormal, so which is what they were called then. Yeah. Schools, yeah, and so some of the things were just things like speaking with a West Indian or an African accent. And so what the Black community did to solve a lot of those problems was develop independent educational institutions, to address the specific educational needs of the Black community. One of the untold stories of education in this country is the extent to which Black children were saved by church, because the churches were often involved in the Black Saturday School movement. Yeah. And Pan-African organizations.
Yeah, Saturday. I was going to say Saturday School as well, man.
Right. Yeah, and they were and there wasn't always a sharp distinction between church and Pan-African organizations, because there was often collaboration between these two institutions. Right. You know what I'm saying? But the numbers of children, that were saved, by independent supplementary and Saturday provisions that were created by the Black community itself. Yeah. And so they were often looking at solving problems specific to us, and so on. So the idea is that if we can look at that on the micro level and see some level of success there, then there is a macro level to which we can employ the same strategy and the same principles to visions and ideas that go beyond just having more doctors. Black doctors in Britain, and having more Black politicians in Britain.
Shaka, can you give us some case studies?
I'm not interested. Sorry, last sentence. I am not interested in developing, churning out more Black politicians and military personnel and arms salesmen who are going to contribute to the sending of the British Army. Yes, around the world to any nations, including Africa and the Caribbean. I'm not interested in that. Yeah, so I'm interested in how do we develop an ideal of success and an education system that reflects the ideal of success, the way where we're churning out children, our own children from our own community, to solve the problems of our community and not British society.
Yeah, Shaka, can you give us some case studies of success?
I'm saying look to African countries.
Yeah,
look to African countries. You need to look to African countries, because as Africans and Caribbeans have always done, as we explained earlier, have always sent the bad youths back. Oh, you think you bad? Yeah, you go in Jamaica. Them youths come back and they excel in the education system. Whatever's put in front of them, they're still gonna go uni. Way ahead. From this is baby food to certain youths, certain man who had to go and study in Jamaica. It's not a game. I told man that old colonial style, which they only have in private school now. This public school education, the curriculum and everything, I agree with you. It's bullshit, right? But we have attained levels because we were doctors, lawyers, and everything, engineers and everything, and work the social system. So that means we even control the society and how societies run and the problems in society. Go and look in your local authority, Lambeth, Haringey, Enfield, and all of these type of things, and probably West London the same.
All of them, man.
You get what
All
I'm
of
saying?
them, they fit it to the rafters with
It
us.
is.
You know what?
It
Yeah,
is the ethnic.
we're
It
trying to
is
solve
black
different
folk.
problems,
But
innit?
at the same
Yeah.
time, though,
We got
Matthew,
more black doctors. We got more black lawyers in this
no.
country than ever before, and
Oh,
there's
come
more
on.
black people
We got bare black civil servants as well.
one
I know.
second. There's more
But at the
black
same time,
people.
they're not
One
at
second.
decision-making level.
We've
That's
got more
key.
black lawyers,
We're
yeah,
not
and
at
police
policy-making
in this
level.
country than ever before, and
There's
there's
a
more
gap
black
ceiling,
people in
as they
prison
call it.
in this country than ever before. We've got more black doctors and nurses in this country than ever before, and the health disparities between us and the majority white community in this country are worse than they have been at any point, yeah, since the so-called Windrush arrival of the majority of the community over here in this country, yeah. So we can see that black success, quote unquote, yeah, in terms of positions, yeah. Sorry, we've got more black politicians than we've ever had, yeah, in the country, and the services that are designed, yeah, government apportioned for the black community are less than they ever have been, right? In the history of our soldier in this country. So we can see that there's we can see that we've got more black people on television, yeah. Representation is a big thing right about now, but there's no institutions, yeah, big media institutions that are run by our community in the interest of our community, serving our community. So there's a disparity between representation and power. And so if we're having a conversation about power, then we're having a different conversation. We're talking about going back home. Our nations are neo-colonized. Whatever we call independence, yeah, is an unfinished revolution. Yeah, there are many beautiful and fantastic and powerful people and movements that developed to push us towards the point of independence, but a lot of the gains of that were pulled back by a neo-colonial agenda, yeah, that was fronted by many of us in our back home nation. So the reality is, if our nations economically and politically are neo-colonial, then the education system is going to be neo-colonial. It's impossible, yeah, for it not to be, right? So being a big engineer, right, in a society in which Shell and BP and Chevron and ExxonMobil and British corporations from the City of London control your oil and your bauxite and your diamond and your uranium and your cobalt and so on and so forth, yeah, is not a position of power. Right, all we're doing is churning out more engineers to work for ExxonMobil and Lonmin mining company and so on and so forth. And so we may have to negotiate some of the contradictions that come with that for now. Yes. At the same time, we have to be building a situation in which we are challenging the economic realities. Yeah. We have to be developing a generation of young people who are geared towards challenging and negating the power and the influence of Shell and ExxonMobil and Lonmin and the De Beers, yeah, and so on and so forth in our nations. There's no other way to do this thing. If we're talking about actual power, and if we're actually talking about getting out of the system and not just developing success within the system, then we have to attain our own power. And that
restitution,
my brother,
goes into the
restitution.
education.
You have to agree, yeah, that then you're discounting the good work that many generations of people and gone through many experiences in these countries have gone through. Do you get what I'm saying? In defense of
Literally just said we had a lot of beautiful ancestors and elders who did a lot of good work. Man literally just said that. Literally,
yeah, but
so
what
many
I'm
words,
saying is,
man just said that. And in another conversation, was going to tell me about how Marcus
on the
Garvey
same
did
continent,
independence
though,
as
my
an
brother.
external form of oppression. But at the
I'm
same
saying,
time, I'm just citing good that are taking
hello,
place in the same form of
hello,
oppression. Doesn't
hello,
make any sense. Contradiction.
hello. Right. I don't know why you're just going on. Yeah. Anyway, what I'm saying is, yeah, that's all well and good, but you've got to understand, yeah, that these places that you're talking about, are you talking about when you get your land or your place, you want to implement this? Are you talking about the poor African countries that need rebuilding and restructuring? Is that what you're talking about? Because as far as the rest of Africa, all of those examples and all of those things have been in motion for time. You know what I mean? We have a decent education system. Yes, it was colonial, but when you go to higher education, you go to different institutes and all of that. You can look them up, the amount of universities we got. You know, when in the 1800s, when my great grandfather great-great-grandfather, sorry, graduated with his brothers in the University of Ankara, which is in Ghana. You got what I'm saying? In the 1800s. Come on, my brother. Yeah, we've had systems. We've got information that you have to obtain once you reach the higher level. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not going to be about Napoleon and da. That's all basic backwash information that even if it penetrates your mind, yeah, it's not going to affect the way you think, because I'm a perfect example of that. Do you get what I'm saying? I had the basic education system and all of that, but yet I know about my culture, I know about my history, I know about economics, I know about,
Do you know what
political
though?
science, I
Can I
know
say
about,
something?
subatomic particles, I know about
Yeah.
many things. Do you get what I'm saying? So
But the
that's
design of the education system has changed,
mm,
where if you in a different time you could come here, got your little education, and
right.
then what you were doing is you were learning how to do certain things, certain ways of thinking that
Yeah.
transcend into different areas. So when you apply yourself elsewhere, you
Right.
pick up your own knowledge, you pick up your own knowledge, because education was working slightly different before, where it was actually working to open your mind and
It was
develop
skill building.
your ability to obtain knowledge and show the knowledge that you have. Now, the education system is more about conforming. It's all about you must demonstrate this, you must demonstrate that. So then there's even, on top of the colonialism thing, there's less scope for an individual that's in that system to actually develop themselves and look further afield than whatever the curriculum book says.
And as I said, even though the curriculum to a certain age group, that's what I said. Like we always sent our children home to the Caribbean or to Africa, yeah, at a young age. Those young tender ages where you're learning proper stuff. When they come back about 12, 13 or whatever, they're well in advance of their counterparts. When they're going to
100%.
school and
Because they've
coming
been
back and
made to
saying,
look
"Oh
at
my
black.
God, yeah, cousin, look at this. This is the maths that they're doing. This is the maths we did back in Nigeria. And you wouldn't pass your year if you couldn't pass this maths. So I don't know. And my English, obviously, is excellent. You know what I'm saying? It's very articulate. Yeah, even though you got a little accent and that, them man, they know English better than other men. And we all appreciated the old colonial educational system because it's not the modern secondary modern, as I said, that education. There's different levels of education in this country.
It's funny
I
you
was going to
mentioned
say,
that though,
yeah,
because do you know one
we
of the
got
biggest
we got
things?
Coco Goff, yeah, who just got through to the third round of Wimbledon just now. Do you know what I'm saying? She had
Oh,
about
go on, big up.
I'm saying.
One of
I
the
want to
biggest
say that.
things that hold on one second, Shaka. One of the biggest things that the Caribbean and Africa has, and which the Europeans have now realized is a major thing in terms of breaking the statistical chains that have been embedded through the educational system, is
Right.
entrepreneurship and innovation. If you look at any of
Exactly.
the poorer nations in the world, those are the most innovative and creative and entrepreneurial people that exist. And
Yeah.
that's what they're now trying to promote and push.
And
So if
I
you
said,
turn around and you think about it, as a people, we have advantages innately built into us because of those environments that we've been through.
yeah, listen, and when we came on Windrush, that was an invitation. And I'm telling you, a lot of us flew here. Some of us took boats because planes weren't in existence when it first started. Do you get what I'm saying? And as time went on, yes, planes was in existence. So people came over in planes. Their currency was equal to the pound. So there's not all that, oh, we need to rush to England and da. That weren't the reasoning. The reasoning was to attain knowledge and, learn certain things and blah, 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 and go home and replicate. Because the funny thing is, the modern day African or diasporan wants to go home, but he wants all the creature comforts of where he came from. You get what I'm saying? And these are obtainable if they don't exist already, because somebody's already had that idea, come home and decided, I want drive through this. I want Kentucky. I want blah, blah, blah. I want my own station on the cable television. Oh, you lot got cable television. What, 50 channels? What, da-da-da-da. You got motorways. You got all sorts. You got things. You got universities. You got all sorts. Like, what are we doing?
By the way,
I don't
so
know how people think, Africa is running. Like, even though you've been colonized, it doesn't infect the actual how people do their things and how they do their day-to-day and what they aspire to and do, because I've got family members who never left Nigeria, never left. There was no need.
You know what? What's interesting, yeah? When you look at any of our back home nations that had a significant like revolutionary government after the so-called independence, and you look at the disparities in education, the number of schools, the number of primary schools, secondary schools, and universities, and look at the extent to which, for example, Kwame Nkrumah had to build a number of different schools to increase educational places because there wasn't enough. You realize what underdevelopment is, and not every nation did that because not every nation had a revolutionary government at its helm. Yeah? And so you've got nations now that still have the same number of universities that they did have when they were colonized, or maybe one more. That's a situation. Most of our countries have only the number of universities that were built under colonialism, all right, and that's usually
I don't know where that's from.
That's the reality. Not for us. That's the reality, right? Cool.
And as I said, we've got.
So if you look now, so if you look at, sorry, 1 second. If we look, because I was going to try to make a point when Sarah was speaking, and I wasn't able to make it. But the reality is that there's a white guy called Ken Robinson, and he's from Britain, but he lives in America now. And he's an educationalist, and he's basically, about the overhaul of the Western education system. Very popular guy, and is advocating various different policies and ways to make education more effective and more creative and more amenable to the society in which we live and the future developments of society and so on and so forth. The point that I'm making is that, and to a significant degree, the education systems in the West have not caught up with the theories and the research and the findings of the research that he's trying to employ. However, we have a situation in which we are leaving ourselves subject to just as much as the development of whatever the British education system makes. Even though any educationalist right now understands that the education system as it stands is outdated. It's based upon an old industrialized model that is not commensurate to maintain and develop the amount of the skills and the qualifications that are needed to maintain Britain as a power in its future development. This is why when you watch the news, British and American for that matter, they're constantly bemoaning the educational achievements of the Chinese and the Russians in comparison, to the British and the Americans and so on and so forth, so on and so forth, so on and so forth. So then when we're talking now, we're talking just about how much we're succeeding in the British education system as though it's sufficient for our children. And even according to their own statisticians and theorists and so on and so forth, it is not sufficient.
Well, they got
because it's dumbed down every year
for themselves,
and we are
dumbed down every year. That's a fact.
Everything's dumbed down, but that's the public stuff.
But also, to go with that, to go with that,
they don't even have to go China for proper education, man. Trust me.
We are
part of it's also culture. Sorry, brother Mac. Let me just say one thing quickly.
You're right.
Part of it is just culture.
Right.
Yeah. The people who turn around and embed the importance of education and understanding family life and things that are like that build communities are going to always be the ones that are most successful, because you build people around you who are like-minded. If you build a society around people who are more interested in the track or interested in fucking sports or whatever else, entertainment, that's when you will never get those who are wanting to learn and increase their knowledge and their educational outputs. I watched a video earlier today by, I can't remember the brother's name, and it was called "The Root of the Root of Black Culture." And you know that a lot of the root of Black culture to do with our violence and to do with our lack of education and interest in entertainment over everything else comes from the Scottish and Northern English people who went in and into the Caribbean and into Africa and into the US, and they had that, and they were always notoriously known as more violent, more drunk, more this, more that, and they had a culture amongst themselves where they acted that way, and it imprinted onto us as people in those areas. Yeah. So when you talk about China and Russia, which, as I said before, are communist states, so they ain't got a choice in it, and it's cultural as well, because communism and culture are the same thing. Of course, they're going to end up being and excelling over an archaic principle. And it's not that the educational system here is archaic; it's that they changed everything from, as Mag said earlier, from developing skill sets and knowledge that will be able to be used in practice, and telling you, right, if you ain't going to get a job, you've got to go to the army, or you've got to go and do this, you've got to get a trade, you've got to go blah, 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 giving these routes. It's turning around and saying, here's benefits, here's this, here's social help, here's that. You know, these are the things that are destroying the community, especially the black community, that won't allow us to succeed. So I can't agree with you on that, on Shaka. Mac can go for it.
We've got a different idea of what success is. This is the point. We've got a different idea of what success is, and that's the interesting thing. I've just spoken about, because what you just said doesn't actually discount anything that I said prior to. I'm talking about the education system. And the extent to which we are succeeding or not, within it. And the reality is that even according to its own theoreticians, its own educational psychologists, the education system as it stands is insufficient, and in terms of its competitions with other parts of the world. So the extent to which we gauge our success based upon just the extent to which we succeed within it is leaving ourselves basically at the mercy of British society in terms of how we define what is success for our own children.
I believe
and so
you. I agree.
the idea that 1 second, the idea that and what is done in the society as well is that it couches and brushes over its own failures and inadequacies by suggesting that that the reasons for failure and so on and so forth is because of deficiencies in the black community, and the culture of the black community more specifically, right? And then when they want to get even more specific, they say, well, it's the Caribbean community, because the Caribbean community apparently is so much more concerned with entertainment and sport than it is with academic rigor and achievement and so on and so forth. And if you talk to any of us, they will tell you that our parents reinforce the values of education and so on and so forth from the rear.
Yeah, my dad's favorite saying was, go on and look your book.
But nobody speaks about the extent to which aspirations among children and young people are defined by their social environment. And also, if we have a failure, our biggest failure in terms of how we are culturally or how we acculturate our children is that we are teaching them that success is about assimilation and accommodation rather than about power. And so we're giving them a deficient education because all they can see is their success within the British society and serving Britain as the neo-colonial.
No, that's not what anyone has said.
Bro, anyway, and sorry.
Can
I speak now, please? I beg. Like,
yeah, brother, sorry, I'm muted.
I feel that all of this neo-colonial and all of that, I feel that what you're explaining is education of the modern time, right? So this is in the time of Mike's children and all of this type of stuff, right? Which I could generally agree, but as I said, it's about self-determination, where we've always worked our way through the education system. Whatever rubbish they put in front of us, if they told you to jump, you say how high. Oh, it's computers now. Oh, it's this and blah blah blah. I'm that generation still, where all these things were supposedly new coming, having a BBC Micro and all of that, and a Commodore 64 in primary school, and by the time you get to secondary school, we're upgrading, and then by the time I'm in a late half of secondary school, we got Macs and stuff, you know what I mean? So like you learn these things. I think if I was only learning about African history and all of that and blah blah blah, and I said we're diminishing the responsibility of the parents to instill those things into their children, so that what they're learning, you can send your child to school and then say, yes, from their system, go and be a doctor and a lawyer. It's never going to change you being Jamaican, or you being Trinidadian, or you being Nigerian. You get what I'm saying? Or Yoruba, or whatever. To get it, it's never going to change that. So,
100%,
like,
that's what the Indians
what's
do.
happened is, we as the parents, not every person is like you and me necessarily, Shakara, right? They're not going to sit down and impart this knowledge into their child, send them to Saturday school or homeschool, or like it's not, it's bro, the two can work in tandem. That's what I'm
You know
basically
what it
saying.
is? We're not taking the responsibility off the parents. Actually, we're putting the responsibility on the parents. The difference is
I feel we should be, yeah.
We're putting the responsibility on the parents to develop and provide a vision for their children that goes beyond getting more doctors to work in the NHS, and getting more politicians to work in Parliament, and getting more soldiers to become generals in the British Army, etc., etc. We're putting the responsibility on parents to develop an educational system and a curriculum that speaks to educating our children to solve the problems of our community in this country and also in our back home nations. We're putting the responsibility on our parents to provide our children not just with education on history, Black history, but, as Kale was saying earlier, political and economic science, so that they're equipped with what they need. Watch a documentary, any documentary. There was a good documentary some years ago that came on about Eton, which is one of the two top secondary schools in this country. You will know the term Eton because about 16 of the British
well, we know Eton,
previous prime ministers have been to Eton, Etonian education. The other one is Harrow, So Eton and Harrow are two top schools in a number, and so a lot of the echelon, the elite of this country, the political and economic elite of this country, go to those two schools. And when you watch that documentary, you can see a different education in process. These children are being, in fact, I've studied this, and there's an ex-student of Eton who says, when you go to that school, you leave knowing that you are going to run the country. You leave knowing that you're going to run the country. You're receiving a very different education. So I am saying, no, as Black people, as Black parents, as a Black community, yes, we need to be able to provide a different vision and ideal of success for our children. We cannot be just responsible for making sure that they get 5 GCSEs grade A to C. Yes, it's not sufficient. For solving the problems of our community. We need to give them an education system that is designed to solve our own problems, nationally and internationally, politically, economically, and socially. And the reality is, because we are not concerned with power, or we tend to churn out our children that are qualified to empower other people. Until we give our children an ideal that is designed to empower them and their community, we will constantly be on the treadmill. And so it's about thinking positively. It's about being a visionary. It's about understanding that we can exist beyond the confines of our present day circumstances and context, that we can develop systems and societies and institutions that are not confined to the metrics of whatever British society has planned for itself, and its competition with China, and its competition with Russia, and its competition with Saudi Arabia and Afghanistan, and so on and so forth. No, we have our own agenda. And so are we brave enough and visionary enough to instill that agenda in our children and build institutions for our children that reflect that agenda? That is
I would think that we already do that as a people.
Yeah,
I think
we already
that
do that, man.
these things you're saying are just what you do. You have a fear of.
Yeah.
I speak to Shaka. We
Nah,
make
he
sure
jumped
that our
off, man. He
children
jumped off.
excel. Yeah, I know he jumped off. He'll be back in
Yeah.
a second. He probably just lost signal. But you cannot turn around and pretend that, for one, everybody is born to lead. There are some who you have to tell, go on and get your GCSEs minimum. That's it. And then there are those who are born to lead and those who you can foster to lead. Those who go to Eton are a select few, and it doesn't even mean that all of them will get to the upper echelons of society. There are a lot of them that just float by the wayside and end up going down loads of different routes. We need to focus as a people to, as you said, bring up each other in every facet. And for me, it starts with, and I've even heard Shakira say this first, you need to start with the community and those around you. And that's how we get our brain to move upwards. It's not about this whole thing of I can't even remember what he's saying now. My brain's drawing a blank. How the Europeans, we're fostering the Europeans and we're going to be successful in the European society. It's nothing to do with that.
No, I think what he negated is that the most of the higher echelon of Africa studied at Eton and Oxford and
100%.
Cambridge.
Ghana's president bloody
Right.
was educated in England.
So we're not going to do that. But we do understand that there are different. Sorry, we do understand that there are different types of education system that we've already explained before. That's why it's not even a thing when I'm listening to it. I'm like, yeah, I know this already. We know this already. Do you know what I'm saying? But I'm saying when back in the day when Africans used to come here with the sticky gold and still got a bloody mosquito stuck on it and talking about, boom, will this pay for my child's first term in Eton? Yeah, it wasn't an issue. Do you get what I'm saying? When black African people's economy, yeah, and it only started to diminish some way in the 70s. Do you get what I'm saying? So we're saying that the 60s and the 50s, when they were coming here, yeah, they had wealth. They had wealth. They could come here, buy a place, buy a car, do whatever they're doing, learn engineering, learn
Majority of
things.
the world, yeah, true.
Yeah, like my dad learned architecture in what we call now North Cornell College, right? But it used to be Tottenham Polytechnic, right? And my dad was a shop steward, and then he studied architecture. Boom! Once he got his architecture thing, he went to Nigeria and built Abuja, which is now the capital. Do you get
It's
what I'm saying?
mad
The
to
new
say that
capital. So, like,
because
bro,
one
when
of the
man's
board
saying
members of the
people,
company I work for
yeah,
actually did studied at Tottenham Polytechnic as well, and he's a
right,
board member of a
right.
£4 billion
So
company.
I know the process. Did our people go back and do we get that example? Was it cut off? Not for some of us. Yeah, we got uncles and aunties who were, yes, doctors and lawyers, learned it here and went back there, and then came back maybe 20 years later and got their deeds for their properties that they bought in a safety deposit box in central London or something, and find out that Tesco's have been built on one of your properties. And they could buy those properties are now worth ridiculous amounts of money because when they bought them, it wasn't that much. Do you get what I'm saying? Because they were working, they were affluent, and they could go Trafalgar Square and do the pigeon thing and hold the pigeon up. Yeah, students enjoying London. That's why they used to laugh and always talk about African exchange students. What did you think was going on? Do you get what I'm saying? It's not everybody
100%,
doing
man.
Windrush. It's not everybody doing thing. People have legitimate wealth because coming from there and like even in the Americas, we can't compare to ourselves to Americas because we haven't even been here that long. When we're talking 3 generations and they're way into some other numbers in the Americas as black people. Do you get it? So they can have such things as generational wealth. In Africa, we have generational wealth. This is why my granddad on my dad's side could send my dad to go and study in Moscow. You understand? To be a cosmonaut and all of this type of stuff, right? And then at the end of his education, boom, he decides to go to the Americas, knowing that he's got loads of brothers and sisters in different things and all around the world too. Because we can try to increase our knowledge, increase our learning, increase our numbers or whatever, and just move around the world where we feel comfortable. You get me? So
Definitely.
I don't know. You know what I mean? And from that, now one of my dad is one of the top 10 scientists in America. So I don't know. What you want me to do? Like he was saying, yeah, was he wrong? Because he told me from the beginning, like, listen, I went to a school, yeah, where the blackboard was pinned to a tree. Do you get it? That's where I went
You
to
have a
school,
new
man.
appreciation for
Yeah,
what's in front
the
of you.
school was outside. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the school was outside. The thing was against the tree, and we had to learn. I said, rascal. And he goes, I was an average student. And I said, yeah, bullshit. Do you get what I'm saying? And he's saying, boy, he just, because obviously his dad had the wealth and the education and the international traveling, he's done it himself to know that, yeah, I want my son to go to maybe Russia at the time. That was the best at what he was interested in. But you already
People
have to
forget that you had a
attain.
lot of black people in Russia, a lot of people, black people in Germany,
Right.
Those are your Eastern European countries
Yeah.
we went to.
Way back. So this idea that some people
The
have,
70s
as I
and
said,
60s.
it depended on the people's modus operandum when they came here. When the grandparents came here, they came on their mission. When the parents was here, they was also on a mission. Because even though the kids, having kids here kind of ties you down to the country, they still had the system of, yes, sending back money, houses getting built. You see in the
That's what I said
photos,
earlier, yeah,
you see in the
100%.
pictures, mom's going back there. Yeah. Now we got electric gates on grandma's house. You get what I'm saying? Like, this is why you ain't got the latest trainers. So we are feeling the effects of this motion that people think that is a new thing that's always been running for a lot of us, you know? We're definitely steeped when grandma comes over and she gets the trunk box and she's filling it with cornflakes and all the goodies, you know, and baked beans and stuff. Yeah. Back in the 80s and that, she's doing that. Yeah, she's filling it up and da. You know? I'm like, right, okay. It's a family thing. There's always that connection to back home. You know what I mean? And then you had great aunt. What happened to great auntie and uncle? Oh no, they went back home. So we got this as a story. We got this as a constant theme, you know. And some don't even want to pass away here, like my grandma. You know what I'm saying? Then we had to take her home. You know what I mean? So like all of these things, like it's a bit demeaning to say, oh yeah, you know, we're coming from impoverished, uneducated. Like that is a complete and utter fallacy.
Completely. I
You
agree
know what I
with you.
mean? So it's mad. It's like, yeah, we need to put respect on Africa. The idea of what's going on in Africa is what I question with some of my brothers. It's all great ideas. If you're gonna go there, find a piece of land, set up your thing. What do you call it? We'll call it RGBville. Do you get what I'm saying? Or Garveyville. You know what I mean? Yeah, and do your thing. It's cool. You
Pan-Africa
know what I mean?
town.
Right, Pan-Africa town, But I would say more in general, just go and fit in. We got my brother Bugs Negus, who's gone back to Ghana with his transferable skills of construction and and he's building all sorts. Do you get it? The
That's what you
latest
need,
and
huh?
yeah, in the most Europeanist style fashion and units and all sorts and yeah. He's eating sushi out there with the kids and all sorts, and they're enjoying life, seeing the monuments, going to places and all of it, and it's lovely, bros. Lovely, bros.
100%.
Big up to him. You know what I mean? Like, he's been through some tragedy. You know what I mean? And I've been watching his thing because still got him on WhatsApp, and then on his story, he's still posting information. But he's really about that life. If you think about it, he's made that transition, gone back, gone into his own society, his own people, his own cousins, own thing, and started building a business within that. And man's doing successfully. To get it, no need to come back to England no more. Mission accomplished. So otherwise, other than that, it's free talk. Free talk, man. All we're doing is free talk. As I said, the proof is in the pudding. Go to Africa, find a place you enjoy or you want to settle. If you need to appeal to the government to say, listen, I want reparations, I was kidnapped from here. Do you get what I'm saying? You don't even need much proof. You just need to say it, right?
The individual battle, innit?
Right. And they'll say, yes, brother. Yeah, boom. Yeah, there you go. I've seen Rastaman that I grew up with and all of that, I consider my elders, do it. Boom, leave. It's all coming up to 18 years now, man, has been living in Ghana. Man has a road and a close named after him and a big nightclub in the center of Accra. Yeah, I'm like, rah. So like, there's people who put the proof in the pudding. There's Israelites from back in the day who left America and went to Africa. We ain't heard nothing of them since, but I'm sure they're doing all right. But they're showing you again, people who got that proof in the pudding. If you feel that's your home, if you feel that's where you originated, boom, go there. Go and talk to the people. Go and
Let
see.
everyone have their place and do what they feel like.
Yeah.
Because
And there's
success is
enough
an
space.
individual ideology.
There's enough space, but all this gathering together, any type of thoughts of threats of violence against any other people's, bruvs. It's not African.
Bless you.
Yeah, we know how to fight, we know how to think, and we know how to defend ourselves, but we're not going to look for unnecessary trouble. And my thing about building in the next man's yard, yeah, I know they did it to us, I know they colonized us, but we don't have to do the same as them. You get what I'm saying?
100%.
Right. So we always do, and if you go to these places, you can see like they maintain their culture, maintain what they're doing, even though this is supposed to be a British colony. There ain't no sign of Britain in the country. Do you get it? Other than if you went to the passport office or you went to
The
the
embassy.
right, or the government buildings or whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know about it. Other than on the day to day, the king runs the ends, bruv. Whatever king, according to that region, you could go 5 miles up the road. There's a king that owns that ends of Lagos. Do you get it? There's the king of Lagos as well. You know what I mean?
And if we want to get our business, we go to the continent and our economics flourishes, as it will, and it becomes sky high, and we're helping out the brothers and sisters on the continent. What will the Europeans, the Asians, the Middle Eastern say about that, bro?
The Asians, Middle Eastern. I mean, I personally don't really think that people are saying anything about what we're doing. We just need to do what we're doing. I've never been one to think. You see, in this life that I live, yeah, I'm the controller of my destiny and how people deal with me and talk to me. I think I let off an aura of respect and humbleness. You get what I'm saying, when I'm dealing with people. So I don't get none of these hypotheticals that keep getting thrown at me about people thinking a certain way or acting a certain way. If I'm gonna do something, I'm doing it. Yeah, ain't no one stopping me.
The African
I've
is
got
always humble, bro.
hold on.
Like,
But I've always seen inspirational people that I can take things from. You know, I don't have heroes, but I do take and draw from our elders,
Yeah,
and
you can learn from everyone, innit?
right. Do you get what I'm saying? And
And that's what
even
I said at the
other
beginning of it, Michael, man. When I said
non-Africans.
that you learn from the different cultures and
Yeah,
understand
man.
what works. Because things work, and you use what works, and you drop
use
what
what
don't.
works, man. Yeah, and you
so
adapt it.
when we want to tackle to eradicate the non-African market of growing or selling their marketable things in Africa, we want to grow it. What will they do then, brother Matthew?
What? No, it depends on what we're dealing with. I mean, say like a place like Nigeria, we grow shit, we make shit, and we don't import what we make, which is a good idea. But we do export what we have, right? So we export rice and all of these different things, and shea butter and all of these different beans and grain and all of that. We got all of that. Everything you need, we got. Yeah, this is not an issue.
But we want to trade it out as well. So our brothers and sisters in the diaspora.
Oh, we trade, but there's no fair trade. Do you understand? If you're gonna go by their system, there's no fair trade. Yeah, there's
And
trade.
this is what I'm saying, brother.
There
we
is
don't
trade.
want
We are making money, but still, hold on. With the higher ups, they're making money, but it's like it's lacing their pockets. They're making the money out of the oil. Don't think that's why it's called the oil-rich nation. It means that yes, other Europeans have got their claws in there, but they haven't got everything. It's impossible. Otherwise, the society wouldn't be able to sustain itself. And
someone in the
obviously, we have universities and places of excellence where people studied political science and studied economics and studied all sorts. Do you get it?
Right.
And didn't have to come to Europe and all of that. And yeah, they did quite fine. And the country's running quite fine
No, bro.
in what they're doing.
Not
Oh,
running
uh,
quite
uh,
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 fine, brother Maku.
uh,
Huh?
uh,
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 uh, uh, uh, uh, uh, uh, uh,
refineries, yeah, as a reconnaissance, right? And then going to replicate it on another part that the Europeans don't own. They don't own the land. And they could just put their pumps in and just like the richest woman in the world, as I said, that was given land and she put pumps on there and voila.
Nah,
Yeah.
they don't give out that technology.
No, I'm saying the land is the most important thing.
Nah,
The
it's not.
technology. No, I'm saying that yes, and they got you working there. You
But
think at the
look how
hold on.
BP do it
You
though,
think at
Maku.
the
They don't tell
UP
no one their
Bros,
method.
bros. Of course they have to because the workers, the people who work in the refineries and all of these are Nigerians. They're not
Of
Europeans.
course, they got people in there. Yeah, I'm not saying they
Right. For
haven't.
years, I'm saying
Yeah.
for generations and generations, because this is like what since the 70s or 60s
But ain't it the
or
British
something like
that do
that.
the drilling, the offshore
Hmm?
drilling and all that?
Yeah. So what I'm
Many
saying is,
countries, loads of different
it's
countries.
gonna
Yeah.
be it's gonna be the same drillers and the guys on the rig are gonna be Nigerians or whatever Africans decide they can do that or do that as a career. Yeah, because there's many people who do all these different things there. There's no brain drains there. There's just an overpopulation of too much brains there. Yeah, that's why a lot of people have to leave, flee, decide to leave. You know what I mean?
Nah,
To go to other.
you're not getting
One
it,
second,
Maku.
bro.
You're not getting the point that
Yeah, it's like being
if the country was working at its full capacity, it would have jobs for all these people because it would
it
be
can't.
booming the same way how the West is booming. But instead of the West booming, instead of Africa booming, well, the West is booming. So people are forced to go where the work is. But
Africa, it's a
if there
lie
wasn't
that
such
they
a
spun
go
that
on.
saying that the West is booming. What are you booming off? What's your commodity? You've got nothing. You
Well,
are an
yeah, the world ain't
importer.
booming.
One second. You are an importer. Yeah. So you are really the third world because if
No, but
your
you could be.
supply, one second, if your supply that comes from us, yeah, ever gets cut off, we will soon see within a week, month, year who is really the third
No,
world
but in this
country,
day and age, it's
right?
not just about.
Yeah,
It's
you
not
can't
about
argue that
It's
point.
not
You
just about
make a
Right.
good
resources. You have to
point.
look
So
at
Yeah,
my
financial
point is,
services. Look at
Maku, you're making a
Singapore.
good point, but remember
yeah,
the point you made last week about the Nigerian government doesn't cover the whole country. Yeah,
yeah, that's
that
correct.
shows you that there is underdevelopment. Because in a fully developed country, yeah, the government would literally be like English government, where you can't get away from them. You can't go
Bro.
anywhere without the government basically putting his hand in your
You're not
pocket.
even, my friend, you're not even thinking of scale. I told you Lagos as a city is bigger than England. Yeah,
But even
not
then,
London, not Birmingham, not the whole
But why are you
country.
measuring it against England? You're
Well,
supposed to be
then
measuring
when I
it
give you
against
even
scale,
its
then,
own
hold on,
potential.
my brother. When I give
I
you
don't
scale,
100% agree
and
with what you're saying.
and
Sorry, go on.
hold on, I know that there's other major cities. We have other major cities in Nigeria. Do you get what I'm saying? That have steep
No doubt about
history,
that. There's
deep
no doubt about that.
universities, economic.
No one's undermining
One second,
Africa or
man,
its
bro,
achievements of Nigeria, bro. Like you're
No, I'm
taking it
not
as a
saying that.
cuss. No one's cussing your
I'm not saying
country.
that. I'm not saying that, bro.
All
I'm
right,
just
cool
saying
then.
how complex it is over there and how deeply rooted in. You can go to different parts and there's different history, different philosophies, different all sorts.
Of
Big
course,
major
of
cities,
course.
not small towns. I'm talking big major cities,
No, I get what you're
bigger than
saying.
most of them, bigger than London. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like even if we're saying smaller ones. And remember, we've just
But
made a new capital. One second, yeah, in the east. We could say it's not down south;
all
it's in
right,
the
Maku,
east,
look, man. You're saying you got the
right?
land. You're saying you got the natural resources. You're
Right.
saying you got the ability to produce people of the highest level and the highest education, right?
Yeah.
So why can't you put all those three things together and produce a country that's working the same as it is now, but just on a bigger scale?
No, it is doing what it's supposed to do. And even if
Corruption.
you say, yeah, even if you say as a country or economically, yeah, it's serving the purpose of the higher powers in that European sense, like it's fuckery, bruv. Yeah. But if you say that even within that, they have the economic freedom to make their own thing. Remember, whatever the Europeans doing, they're doing.
Their main thing is the oil refineries. That is not only our commodity. We have stones and gold and thing that could outweigh what is produced. Do you get what I'm saying? And we have an endless
They do,
reserve.
brother,
So we
because they
can
have the
also,
power to
one
do it,
second,
brother, man.
we can also, we have enough wealth to commission other people to do refineries for us. And that's what we've done. And even as I said, supply fuel and thing to other countries within Africa. So you can see the level of what's going on for Nigeria. It's not just some joke thing underdeveloped. No, it's got nothing to do with that. Yeah, that's the spin and the lie Europeans put out there while they keep investing in these countries, unbeknown to the rest of you, while I'm going there and I'm seeing constructions with Bush, um, Clinton, and Obama. Yeah, and then a couple years later, I'm looking on YouTube and
Right. Look.
Clinton. Once again, Clinton's cutting the ribbon. So this is my point. They've even got an exit strategy. So even they're in America, they're presidents. You know, they got they can get certain
All right,
information for
cool.
the rest of their life.
Maku, let's
They've
get to
already
the
got a
most
plan
important point. The
to go
gap
Nigeria.
between the rich and the poor in Africa, or let's say specifically in Nigeria, when
Mm.
you compare that to other countries, where do you think that they stand?
It's uncomparable. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
So
you
in
can't-
Nigeria, you're either really, 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 really rich, or you ain't, right?
No, there is a kind of balance, because the people can make their own money, right? So, there's many industries and blah blah blah. It's not capitalized and commercialized, as I said, by the government. So there's government
So it's
projects
private
and
companies.
yeah, everything is
Then, bro,
private.
okay,
Everything
then if
is
that's
even your
true,
community that you live in is a private thing. That means one person invested in that whole land, right, and decided to let people build plots on it, which like mansions and whatever, and then that's a gated community, and then everybody pays for security, and everybody pays for the door guys who check for
So
bombs and
if what you're
under
saying is
your cars
true,
and shit.
and this is the case, then
Yeah.
the rich don't keep getting richer and richer. You're saying that the people in general can make as much money as they need, like, or as they want to, or based on their own merit, they can make money and move up socially. Like they can go from being poor to being rich. That
Of course. And
So
education system is very high. This is
is that
what
individual or collectively, brother
no,
Mac?
sorry. And this is what the point I'm trying to make to Shaka, because on average the IQ is out of this world in that region.
Of course. No
Right?
one doubting
And
the quality of the people. No one's saying that.
right. So as you know personally, like you got some friends who are like, yeah, right, Nigerian
High
and blah
achievers,
blah blah.
definitely.
Yeah. And you're thinking,
100%.
raw. Imagine a whole country full of people like that the standard level is university.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
my
yeah,
little
yeah.
brother, who's coming up to about 30 now in Nigeria. When I was there, when he was about 27 or 26, yeah, he was doing his masters at university.
So what are you saying then, Maku? Pan-Africanism can't really do nothing for Nigeria, you're saying?
Not
Apart from like
yeah,
make you
sorry.
bear the burden of poorer countries. There's not a lot Pan-Africanism
No,
is bringing
I'm
to your
saying,
door, really.
I'm saying if Pan-Africanism goes to a developing African country, it might have some legs and ground and right? But to developed countries and oil-rich nations who have all of the infrastructure that you're trying
Available.
to come anew,
Yeah.
it's going to be very difficult to
convince
maneuver.
them to partake in that. I hear what you're saying.
Brother Mac, so brother Snipes, right? How do
Yeah.
we tackle? Because what I was listening to what you were saying, right?
Yeah.
There's issues. So, for example, one of the things, brother, that is destabilizing the motherland is the non-Africans bringing in their marketable resources. For example, their teas, their rice, and etc. Right, and preventing the Africans from trading that on their own terms. What is a solution to destabilize that?
I think it's the market. I mean, as I said, it's fair trade. When they're trading amongst each other, there's no issue. The only person who steeps to lose if the supply line gets cut is the Europeans. So they're gonna try and maintain what they're getting, what they need Do you get what I'm saying? To sustain our societies and Tesco's and all of these type of things. Because when you start looking into these things, a whole chain like Tesco's got most of its fruit and veg and fauna from Zimbabwe.
Africa in general. Yeah.
No, Zimbabwe.
What specifically?
Yeah, specifically.
What about Kenya?
And we know how. Hold on.
Africans in Africa.
And we know how big Tesco's was at one stage.
Oh
right?
yeah, they're the biggest. Yeah.
Right, and at that time, guess who was on embargoes and that? Zimbabwe. So it was like, I mean, Mugabe, right? So it's Mugabe's country.
Pick up Mugabe, by the way.
Yeah, he's got these deals, right? And remember, he's the only African who
Leader.
has all these natural resources. So where you say no African has, no, that was the shining example. But this guy,
brother, with that
studied,
being said, right?
sorry,
With that being said,
this guy was educated in England.
Of
right?
course.
Almost how
That's
many?
what I said.
Almost
Education
100
ain't
years.
just about what they're teaching on the blackboard. It's
Right.
about contacts, making contacts with being around certain level of people.
And
That's
that
what
wanting to
education's
learn.
about.
You know, like as you said, if you're smart enough, Khan, they won't try and scuffer you, yeah. But if you don't want to learn, they'll definitely ignore you. You can slip through the system. It's definitely designed like that, and that is the racism and bias and white supremacy
But then,
within
brother
the education
Snipes,
system when I was growing up.
right?
Sorry, and I know things might have changed and got worse or got better. I don't know. Do you get it?
Right,
So
right.
I know that what a lot of people are referring to is the modern day education system and all of that, which I agree to. Because remember, I've got 2 kids who've been through it, but they ain't got no issue when it comes to the African side and learning about history, things, science, anything. Remember, that's me. You know, your sniper, he can jump into any conversation because I've got a little bit of knowledge on everything. It's just life, general knowledge. You pick up things.
But we're on
you know what
about,
I mean?
brother. How do we prevent? Because you just said, right, it's about them upping up the competition, right? So the Africans are gonna have to up competition when it comes to selling like their own teas abroad, etc. Right? That's what you're saying, right?
No, I was saying, yeah, if the supply gets cut off because they're already selling to Europe, right? And that's where the problem's coming in because
They're
there's
already
no
selling
trade.
to Europe.
Yeah, we're already selling to Europe or whatever we buy, we make and thing. Trust me, it's not coming the other way.
But
No,
brother,
no.
there's a problem with that because
English
if that
don't
is
make tea,
true
for
what
example.
you said, if that is true what you said, brother,
Their biggest
then
export is cannabis, bro.
no, but brother, if that is true what you said,
Financial
brother,
services. It's not
then
really. It's not
why
always about
are they
resources. It's
putting
not about
the
resources. It's not
IMF
all about
alone?
resources in this day and age, man. Look at Singapore. What do they export? But look how rich the country is. It's about financial services. Look
As
at
I
England.
said, that's why
one of
oil
the biggest
rich,
financial services
right?
Countries in the world. So it's not about minerals, man. It's not all about
No,
minerals.
but it
The
is
game's changed
about
now.
that cash. No, but it is about that cash, that million, those billions and trillions that go through London every day, trading raw materials. Those raw materials back in those places, right? So we know there's trade going on.
London,
we know
that's true, but
man
London's
is selling orange
England's
juice.
getting a slice of all that, all
That's
of those
right.
transactions.
Of course.
You
So,
see,
if you're the
But
middleman
it only
in a
means
bunch of deals, you're gonna one who's gonna be the one who's
it
benefiting the
only
most.
means yes.
okay.
But if
So that's
any
how
time,
Africans need to think. It's not about just the minerals itself. It's actually being involved in deals, not necessarily actually having
And
the product.
And I'm
controlling
saying
those
if
deals as well.
it's showing you,
And
hold
that's
on,
why you need to learn from
it's
countries
showing
like
you that
Singapore,
it's
like
not
Malaysia.
saying none of the people are dealing. It's whether the trade is fair when it's going the other way. Because when we're buying things from them, we're paying top dollar. Yeah. When they buying things from us, they're paying a quarter of the price. Why? Because you probably destabilized the country. We owe you a favor, and we owe the World Bank. You know what I mean? So many millions that we can't even think about it to get it of
Brother
paying it
Snipes,
back. So
Brother
hold
Snipes.
on. And this is what they've done to African countries to destabilize them, yeah, and then say you owe us because we supported you, the government, or we supported you, the rebels. Now the rebels are in power, for example, you know what I mean? And now you're gonna give us the oil, right? And you're gonna give us the tin oil. You don't need that. Do you get what I'm saying? And you're gonna give it to us at whatever price we ask for. This is the problem. Do you get it? So fair trade is the problem. But trust me, trade is always going on, and that trade is what's on the stock market. The legal, the one above
But Mackie,
board
you just
business.
said it. It's militarily enforced.
Okay. I know we said
Military
that. That's
enforced.
what I need. Exactly.
It's like
No,
the
the
old
stock, no, is the
opium
stock
wars,
market
isn't it?
military enforced? No,
It's the
it's not.
opium
Brother,
wars. If they never
like,
had gunships off
I
your
don't know.
coast, they can't ask you for nothing, really, can they?
No, it's not. That's not
What
how they
opium
do
wars?
business.
You talking about the
That's not how
Chinese
they
one?
do. Yeah, that's not how they do business, bro. Like, they do business. They're subtle. They sit down at tables. They have deals. You know, like they're a bit more smarter than that. You can't just be military bullying
but
everyone. That old
brother,
school
like,
style ain't
what
worked since.
happened?
1 second, bro. That old school style ain't worked since Hitler. Allow it. Yeah.
So you're saying they just
What?
put you in debts?
Yeah, of course, fam. It makes
Now, I'm
sense,
glad
right?
you said
If
that there.
if you destabilize a man's country and then
Alright.
you supposedly give him aid, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As I said before, you know what I mean? If you help the other side and drag it out and make it all long because they were losing and then they appealed to you guys decided to help the losing side and then drag out this war even longer, yeah, and then supposedly help the actual government to get rid of the rebels, even though you help the rebels as well, yeah, and then at the end of it, whoever wins, yeah, owes us something.
So, brother, should that come in the form of, in order for us to prosper, you are not allowed to have control of the free marketing, and you have to allow the African woman to be sterilized. Now, brother, should that be? Oh, yes, bro, because we're going deep now, right? Because we're talking about trading. I'm talking about controlling the free market in Africa, brother. We know that there's
Now,
things
what's
being imported.
sterilization got to do with it?
I was going to say the
It's
same
got
thing.
a
How does
lot. It's got a
sterilization
lot to do
equal
with it,
trade?
brother.
Explain that.
It's got a lot to do
Don't
with
just
it,
brush
brother.
over it. Explain it. Go on.
It's got a lot to do with it because
Go
when
on. How's it work?
when I'm trying to explain to you, brother, is that Africa needs to have control of the resources without any form of
All right,
condition.
but what you
Hold on,
mentioned?
brother,
No, because you're just trying to
brother.
jump over the one thing you said.
No, brother, I'm not
What does the
jumping, brother. I'm walking.
sterilization of a black woman have to
Yeah,
do with control of the free market?
because in order to get the loans, which is very, very ridiculous, because how can we pay interest from our own resources? It doesn't make any sense. But in order for the loans, an IMF loan, there are conditions. You see?
And you're telling me a part of those conditions are to sterilize your women.
Yes, that's right.
But what would that gain?
Do you have
Don't they
do you have
want more?
evidence of
brother,
that?
if you can let me finish, brother,
Don't
if
they
you can
want
let me
more
finish.
consumers? Don't they need
What
more
country is
people?
that?
100% they need workers. So
They
sterilizing the
need
black woman,
workers.
how does that work?
They need workers. But we know historically in that the Europeans have always imported immigrants.
But that's not
When they
what
could use.
Maki just said.
But
He said
that's
in
hold on.
Nigeria, they're all
So the
educated up
thing
to,
is, brother,
do their own jobs.
hold on, brother. If you can let me finish,
Sorry,
brother.
1
It's
second.
not
Let's just address your points one at a time because you're
okay.
trying to
Yeah,
skip over things.
I
I'm
know.
not, brother.
Historically,
Walking.
yes, Europeans have used immigrants or slaves, or well, nations have used slaves. Where have you? What you don't really hear of is the sterilization when it comes to the capitalist point of view. Is the sterilization of females. When it comes down to the trade type of view, as seeing individuals as commodities, you're more
Okay.
likely to find castration of the men because you kill a goat. It's like in Jamaica when we kill
The
goats.
men.
When we kill goats, we don't kill the female goats because the female goats are the producers of the other goats. We will kill the male goats.
You only
So
need one
why is it
male,
you're
innit,
now saying
Raheem?
that this is say
You
again?
only need one male to populate all the females anyway.
100%.
Right.
So how does this work? How does your
If you
ideology work?
let me finish, brother, then I can
You know, I
explain
just
it.
had to ask that so that you didn't skip
Right?
over it. Like I said, go on.
No, brother, the thing is, brother, I don't need to skip or hop over it. The fact of the matter is, the African continent is being controlled and there's conditions on there. There's an IMF loan, which I don't need to skip or hop over. There are conditions that the African people are not allowed to produce their free market out the country and controlling it. This is facts and relevance. And the third thing is that the African woman is being sterilized. So if we can gonna argue about facts, evidence, and proof, brother, there's no point us talking because these things are happening right now.
No,
And which is like
you have to provide the burden of proof. It's on the individual making the claim.
I don't know about that. Hold on. Which I'm trying to explain to brother Sniper that if we are having control, as he says, that we're prospering, then we should be able to say this. No non-African people, we don't want you to bring the parenting plan, which was invented by Margaret Sanger, into Africa. We don't want types of sexual orientation behaviors which is not indigenous to Africa. We don't want you to keep giving us interest for the IMF loans, because if you keep doing that, then we're going to say no. If that was the case, brother, we'll be able to have power to say go away, but it doesn't seem like we have that power, which is why these things have been introduced in the African continent. So my question for you and brother Sniper, how do we tackle those three issues which are relevant?
I'd like to tackle that when you answer my question.
Well, you're talking about castration and thing of women. Please explain that, please.
He's saying that they're
where
bringing
in the
in
IMF
things
loan
like the
does it
pill.
state that that's what you have to do?
He's not saying that they're sterilizing them by force.
When
He's
was
saying
that
it's
a decree?
voluntary. It's voluntary.
No, he's
like
not saying that, bro.
The pill,
Don't speak for him.
The pill and all
Let him
that.
speak for himself.
Brother, right? Brother Khan is exactly right. You see, they are introducing certain things to reduce the most melanated people on the planet. Why are they doing that for, brother? Because in Henry Kissinger, an individual who you and our beloved brother Jedi study in regards to, he says in his PDF of Population Control, National Security Memoir 2000, he says our biggest threat and problem of our design to control the African continent is Pan-Africanism. He said that, brother. You see, he read that and said that.
What does this have to do with the question that I asked?
Doesn't mean nothing.
He said that in the 50s, and he mentioned it elsewhere. So my thing is, brother, how do we tackle the IMF loans, the restriction on free market on the African continent to export out controllably? And how do we tackle?
If you want to get at Pan-Africans, where do we go?
Brother, how do we
Where do we
tackle
go?
these things, brother? Brother,
Hold on. Where do we come to the desk of the
You are smart
Pan-African?
and intelligent enough to answer these questions, brother. Right? Instead of backflipping
There's
and
no
gambling,
answer. And this is why
how
I've been
do we
staying in
tackle
the
this,
chat, typing where's the answer, because I ask for because there's no answer. It always leads back into Pan-Africanism in some shape or form, as if
As I said,
Pan-Africanism is
because
the
you're
answer
giving
to the problems.
Thank you. You're giving examples of Henry Kissinger. Fuck Henry Kissinger. Like, what are you doing?
But brother,
You know what I mean?
you've
We
been
know
studying them,
this
brother.
guy. Yeah, but
Illuminati,
this guy is
Right.
a Mason. This guy is Illuminati. Like, what
Yeah, but
don't
you
you know?
study them though, brother.
I've studied
wanna-
loads of different people, bro.
Okay.
And I know the good from the bad. If you studied political fucking science, you would know that all of these people and where their position and what their roles are. This is not what we want. I told you from the beginning, scrap the current leadership systems of Africa. Scrap them all. Bam. Get them out of the way, but it's going to be an impossible mission. That African UN business, we've got to get rid of all of that, right? These are European. One second.
Go on.
We are European constructions. You can't be when I said it and I'm reiterating it, and you're making me sound like a parrot. Hold on, 1 second. You're making me sound like a parrot because I keep having to say the same thing all the time. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, just to open up the conversation.
Need for things to be repeated to us. You do understand that, don't you, brother?
No, I have to repeat it because you keep repeating and you keep saying the same questions, the same rhetoric, the same. Bruv, allow it. Yeah,
because
I'm saying to you, where is your base? Where's your embassy? Where are we sending this
brother? Notice how you
or anything to?
Notice how you backflip out of the situation.
No. Who was Henry Kissinger?
Brother
1 second, my brother. Who was Henry Kissinger talking about? Who was Henry Kissinger talking about? Pan-African. If Pan-Africa was a threat, what was Pan-Africanism? What was it at that time? Was it a country? Was it a set of people? Was it an organization? What was it, bro?
Brother Snipes, he said this in the 50s. If the black people connect globally, it is going to be our biggest threat to continue our agenda. Now, brother,
African people
hold
or
on, brother.
Pan-African people.
Brother, I've asked you and the other brother, how do we
The other
tackle?
brother's name is Raheem. Just so you know.
Brother. Okay, brother. I've asked you and brother Raheem, right? How do we tackle the IMF loan, the restriction of control and free marketing outside of the African continent, right?
This is actually
brother, can you allow me to finish, brother? Can you allow me to finish? And how do we stop the parent plan of birth control, which is sterilizing the African woman? How do we stop these things, brother?
Please, if you listen carefully, understanding that these Europeans have placed these African governments, right,
in
charge of the people, right?
100%.
So those are the people who need to be pushed aside. I told you this. It's a simple solution. Yeah,
There's another
they need to
solution
be
as well.
taken out. Yeah, because all roads lead to ideologies and philosophies of these European, American, or whatever type people. That's plain and simple. And they're
But
only
Maku,
going to
what keeps
appeal
these?
to. Hold on,
What
1 second.
keeps?
One
Go on.
second.
Sorry, my bad. Go on.
They're not going to appeal to the kings and the thing of the region who own the land and they're going to appeal to their agents, which will be governors and governments, in the various African countries. So we can't even they have to tackle that. They're the ones who're supposed to tackle that, but it shouldn't even exist. Yeah, because if you're dealing with the African kings, they don't own the IMF no money. No,
What do
it's
you mean
the
what do you mean?
no, the African. Hold on 1 second.
Wait, let
The
him
African,
explain.
1 second. The African
Go on,
leaders, kings who own the land, who own Lagos, part of it. The government building is there. The European element is there. Cool. You've got
So,
thing.
so
And
Maku,
as I
what does the
said,
government deal with then? Do they deal with just the post, the
they
toilets, the
deal with
water? What do they deal with the government then?
they deal with administration,
But the
meaning
kings
the
can't police their own land, though,
European.
Mac. You have
1
to remember
second.
that. So the
The
kings own the
European.
land,
1
but they
second, my
can't
brother.
police it.
The European interests in that land. Yeah. So they're the ones who govern over it. So the area that they built refineries on was government-owned land.
All right, I hear you,
Meaning,
but who runs the army? Are they assigned to the kings or to the government?
The government.
They're assigned to the government.
So
And
the
the kings
kings
have been
themselves
ruled
that
on by the
own the
government
land
because of their
and they
own
are
army.
kings, they don't have a private army or their own troops.
The kings
they
under
do.
pressure, they're getting leaned on by the government. So the leans could own whatever they
It's
want,
not
but the government
needed
is leaning
in a
because
sense
they've got
of
an army.
fighting. 1 second.
So the
It's not
government covers
needed.
them in terms of protection.
My brother. It's
Sorry,
not
I'm just
needed.
asking.
It's not needed for the king's gonna fight any war. Yes, he has private security. Yes, he has access to the army if he need be. You know what I mean? Like,
But the kings have no
it's
real
a
power. They're
definite
getting
thing.
leaned on.
But as I said, there is no reason for the kings necessarily to fight
maintain the troops.
To fight with the current federal government. Do you get what I'm saying? Because a lot of them are actual members or work within that system.
We're talking
You
about
get what I'm
control,
saying?
brother.
It's crazy. It's a
Away
mad,
from the control.
complicated, twisted up system, right? But one thing that is certain, the rule of law day to day is not necessarily governed by a government, and it depends on what city and town you live in. You see the effects of that said administration. Do you get
So
it?
Maku,
in theory, understand, brother Snipes, the World
in
Bank,
theory, could the
international.
kings topple the government
Hold on, brother
if
Khan,
the
just one
government
thing.
wasn't serving
Just one thing,
their
brother Khan.
needs?
Just one thing.
No way.
Go on.
Brother Snipes, you do understand that the World Bank International Monetary Fund controls Africa, so they don't have the people. Now, brother, this is political science we're dealing with, right? If the African continent is being controlled, so they can't help out their people, can you explain to me, brother, why are you mentioning kings and why are you mentioning that we need to get rid of leaders, brother, the African leaders, even though, brother, it's not the African leaders who have the power, it's the World Bank International who has the power. So
But
why
that's
am
who
I
they're
focused on
attached
the
to. That's it.
leaders
Hold on.
when you're supposed to focus on those who have the power? Can you explain that
No,
to me?
no, no, no. Let me explain it to you because you're not getting it. Yeah, the administration that was placed there by the Europeans from colonial times. This is their colonial interest. They know what they're doing. Then they brought their businesses in, right, as Shell and all of these type of things, right, and then to protect those interests, you have these in these regions. Yeah, you start putting governorship, governor
Yeah,
buildings,
yeah,
you
yeah,
know what I mean, which is government based, which is based
yeah.
on the government, but they don't hold all the land. All they've got to protect is what they either owned already or can usurp. So the government is there to usurp more land and more property and more, and do more things.
Riches.
It's a spreading like a germ, yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
only on the behest, as I said, on the young princes and blah 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 who want their money now and are willing to sell their land quickly to, get some quick money. You get what
But
I'm
brother
saying?
Matthew,
But who owes the IMF?
mm-hmm.
Nah, it's that institution
Kill, can I try
that
and
was
answer your
created
question?
by the
Oh, brother, you
Europeans.
see, brother, you're
Sorry.
backflipping, brother.
Kill,
You're
just 2
backflipping
seconds. Kill,
because
can I
I'm
answer
Now
your
I get what
question?
he's
understanding the
saying in
script.
terms of
Yeah,
administration.
yeah.
Kill,
But,
kill.
but
Got
One of
if
the
nothing
you
to do with
understand
problems.
the
what he's
kings
saying
and
about
that.
administrator, then he can explain what are the administrators doing about the exterminating of black people on the African continent by allowing them to fight one another by the CIA, natural rights of owning everything over the races, especially blacks in Africa,
Kill,
and the vision. Hold on, brother. And the
kill.
vision of plans of dealing with blacks and the principle of silence. What are they doing about that, brother?
What are you
So,
talking about, bro?
this is the reason why
Makes
we're
sense, bro.
underneath their
Because you're
thumb.
not
One of the
making no
main
sense.
things that
I'm
Right.
saying you're saying
Okay.
Africa. 1 second. You're making.
Right.
I'm making clear distinctions when I'm talking because I know what I'm
Yeah,
talking about. I'm talking about my country, right?
yeah,
Right.
You're talking about the whole of Africa. What the hell,
Okay. But
bro?
brother, in Nigeria, this is happening now, brother.
I'm
This is
saying, bro,
happening.
whatever's happening in Nigeria is happening in Nigeria, and
So
we
that's
only
what I'm
know
saying to you,
a
brother.
teeny.
What?
1 second, bruv. We only
Okay.
know a teaspoon of what's going on in Nigeria, unless you got feet on the ground, unless you got family there that will constantly provide you information, unless you believe the fucking websites and all the news reels and all of that. Like, bruv, allow me, bruv, yeah, and allow
mm,
Nigeria for
mm,
as an example. Nigeria's got its own problems and it's got to deal with that.
mm.
It's been a society before Europeans had came and colonized us. This is the truth, right? So we know how to live peacefully, aggressively, have civil wars. We've been doing this since time immemorial, yeah. But what we're saying is now you want us to be responsible for things that only belong to the administration, the governments that these Europeans put in after colonialism. And remember that not every African country is of the level of what we're saying Nigeria is. Some are
Yeah,
underdeveloped. Some don't
yeah.
have one university. Some don't even have water or whatever. Like, bruvs, it's crazy out here,
What
bruvs.
we
But
can
one
say,
thing you
brother,
can
that
say,
those African countries, brother,
mm,
are all being controlled by those who are taking everything. Whether you say they're developed or undeveloped, there is
Yeah.
a common relation, brother, that they are controlling everything. So, which is what I'm saying to you, brother, Pan-Africanism, right, of understanding political science and understanding military science of a Pan-Africanist military base to have our own weapons. So when we need to do things like
That's a
this,
good point.
okay, we
right?
don't want the IMF loan controlling. And they'll say, okay, let's sit down and talk about it. And we say, no, we don't want it controlling. And they'll say, okay, let's go to war. We can say we can go to war
You see,
because we've got
and
these
this is
weapons
where me
and
and you
things.
differ because
Oh,
I'm
hold
not
on,
going to risk the
brother
lives
Snipe. If you could allow me
of
to finish,
African people
brother
because
Snipe, brother,
you want to have a
brother.
political battle with some
No,
Europeans.
brother.
Bruv,
What I'm
come on,
saying is,
man.
brother, we have an
This is
IMF loan
dangerous, bro.
situation, brother,
Dangerous.
right? We have a debt, brother, that we shouldn't even be paying, let alone, brother, we're not going to be able to pay that anyway, right? So because we understand this, brother, the solution's gonna have to be, whether you like it or not, that we're going to have to use military science after the political science, brother, to tell them we're not paying for no more debts that we shouldn't be. We're not accepting no more viruses and all these things in Africa. You see?
But which
Because
one? Who are you though saying this?
brother,
Hold on one second,
sitting
bro.
down, brother, and
What country
discussing
are you? Hold on,
these
because
things,
each country has their
right?
own debt, right? Each country in Africa has their own debt that they supposedly can't pay back to the World Bank or whatever, right? I'm saying,
Right.
which country do you represent when you're saying what you're saying, bro?
Bro, I'm a Pan-Africanist, brother.
The African country of the Caribbean.
Brother, I'm
I just don't know what's going on, bro. We deal
the
with
African
specifics.
continent.
We don't deal with generalizations, bro. So be specific. Where do you want your base? In the country that you've decided to reside in Africa? Please tell us what that is, because we don't know, bro. It's all sounding, you get me, hypothetical and weird and shit. I just don't know what cryptic and that. You know what I mean? Hope he jumps back on in a sec. Yeah, because that don't make no sense to me, fam. Yeah, where is this place?
No, but he's got a point in what he's saying. Is like what he's saying is
Nah,
that
man,
one of the
I'm
things which is
not
keeping us
willing to
back.
people to die, bro. That's his
Hold on,
business.
brother. That means the African continent and the Caribbean and the protection of the African Americans and the black Africans in Europe, brother. You see, the reason why I'm talking this way, brother,
But
is
the
because
African Americans don't even want have no interest, zero interest in Pan Africanism.
Yeah, what you're talking about.
They categorically turn around and say that's not our fight. We are ADOS. We are African American descendants of slavery.
Okay.
So
Okay.
are you gonna
Right.
enforce your view on them, or
Okay. Well, my view is very clear, is that there are some of our African Americans that are on board with the Pan-Africanism, just like there's some Nigerians, Guyanese, East Africans, South, Central, etc. We understand that, right? But it doesn't take away the fact, brother, whether they are trying to separate or not, no non-African person, but unfortunately, is going to tell themselves, you know what, these Africans have helped us out historically. Let's get rid of the IMF loan. Let's not bring things into Africa. Let's not introduce these cultures that is not indigenous to Africa. They're never going to do, brother. You see? So because they're never going to do it, right? Political and military side, as I always say, we need to be very educated when it comes to these things, is if you're not going to relinquish it, then we are not going to accept it. And that means, brother, we're going to have to go to extreme lengths in order for the next generation to not keep suffering.
Can I
Now,
ask? Can I ask?
where are you gonna get the weapons to have this
brother
fight?
Snipes
Can
knows
I? Can
it,
I have?
but he
Can I
doesn't
have?
want to
Can I have the
engineer it.
Pan-African? Sorry, can I have the Pan-African bill to the IMF? What? How much do you lot owe?
Brother, African people don't own nothing, brother. We're paying for
Sorry?
interest, brother. African
Sorry?
people
You
should
don't
not
own
be
what?
owning anything, brother. We should not be owning anything, brother, because we're paying for interest, right? That we shouldn't even be paying for. It belongs to us. You
I'm
see,
saying,
in other words, brother,
how
in other
much?
words, I'm
So
paying.
hold on,
Brother, hold
hold on.
on.
If you're saying, hold on,
Brother, all due
hold
respect,
on, you
I'm
hold on,
asking you for my money, which
What?
don't belong to, but which don't belong to me. Come on, brother, man. Come on.
What? Your no.
Not making sense.
I said,
doesn't make no sense.
in other words,
What
right?
money?
In other words, right? I'm
Go
gonna
on.
ask you, right, for money that doesn't belong to me, and I'm gonna charge you, right, for it, even though it doesn't belong to me. This is what's happening on the
What
African
are you
continent,
talking
brother.
about, bro?
Brother, come on,
Yeah.
brother, man. Brother, you know.
You seeing Mugabe, yeah, die because everybody wants to trade in gold, right? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like,
brother.
you got to understand, yeah, Africa, yeah, has different countries, and each country, yeah,
Right.
depending on how these Europeans in the far distant, not that distant past, yeah, we're saying 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, yeah,
Right.
destabilized a lot of countries, coup d'etats, all sorts of dictators and mad things going on in Africa, and then
Right.
slapped bills on
Right.
loads of these countries saying they owe them money. Now, this we
Right.
just explained. Some of their general tactics was to say, listen, you've got uranium, you've got tin ore, you've got this, we need this, but we want it at this price. Remember, you owe us for helping you control your country, even though we were the ones instrumental in destabilizing it. This is a game.
Okay.
This is what they used to do. 1 second, bro.
Mm.
So that's political science. That's the nature of the beast that we're dealing with. Yeah, we understand that, bro. Yeah, it's nothing like, oh yeah, you know, something new. We got to do something separate. I hear you, but what I'm saying is, where are you doing this from? This is why I asked, where's the loan coming from? Who? Oh, what? Which IMF loan are you talking about specifically? Is it the one
Brother,
that Nigeria owns? 1 second, or is it the one that Congo, or is it the one that, you know, Namibia and all of these type of places where
brother,
a lot of these countries are empty? They haven't got much people in there. Genocide has already run, and Europeans have killed us off long time ago, fam. Now we all congregating in only certain countries in Africa and certain parts of Africa. Yeah, a lot of Africa, there's bare space, blood. If everybody decided to come back to Africa, yeah, there'd still be space. Enough, yeah, to look everywhere and not see no one. Yeah, there's enough space. So you get what I'm saying? So like that little idea of having a base and under your thing, yeah, Pan-African can have a base in Africa, but you're gonna have to be specific. If the place doesn't exist yet, but it's in Africa, then cool, safe, thumbs up. Yeah, we're gonna keep the secret with you. Yeah, we rate that, right? But what I'm saying is, and then how are you talking to them about IMF loans if you're not in their political arena? Like,
because
who do you
brother,
represent?
because
Who do
brother,
you
the
represent?
There was
IMF
no
hold on,
answer.
hold
Just
on,
like
hold
there
on,
was
brother.
no answer for the sterilization, there will be no answer
Right.
for where all of these things are meant to
There's no answer.
happen.
I made whole.
Hold on, bro. There's no answer
Excuse me.
for
It's
the
like The Secret.
sterilization of trying to disrupt the African woman's reproductive system. And there's no answer for that, brother.
You
There's
haven't
no
given an
answer for
answer.
that. Hold
You
on, brother.
haven't given an answer.
So they're
You
not.
made the claim. I asked
Brother,
you
they're
for
not
proof, and you
injecting
didn't give an
her,
answer.
brother. They're not injecting her with certain
I
things,
didn't say
brother.
they were.
They're not trying to introduce sexual orientation behavior on the continent, brother. They're not trying to explain to her that you need to work more and stop having it. They're not doing all these
Says
things.
who? Who says they're not doing that? There
So
are plenty. I know someone who
hold
owns.
on,
I know
brother.
someone who owns a charity which goes out and
Brother,
does that. So what are you talking
brother.
about?
So what I'm saying is, brother, this encompasses the sterilization, sorry, on the African woman. You see,
So
bro,
no. What you're doing is you're
brother,
saying
come on,
one
brother,
thing
man.
when you mean another.
Come on, brother, man. This don't even need to be debated about. This is facts, brother. We need to be
It's not
talking
facts.
about something
It's
which
not
is
facts.
happening
It's
on the
your
continent,
opinion.
bro. No,
It's
it's
your
not my
opinion.
it's facts, brother.
It is
It's
your
facts,
opinion. It is
brother.
your opinion. There are many,
An
many,
opinion,
many
an
organizations and there are
opinion,
many tribes
an
of women
opinion
out
is
there
something
who
that's
go
not
out
factual.
and work
This is
and do what
facts,
they need to
evidence, and
do,
proof.
and they're not just stay at home mums. There are many, in fact, being a stay at home mum is a European luxury. That's not an African or a black thing. That the women used to go to the market, used to go to the village. That wasn't nothing. So what you're saying is not what I know to be true. It is your opinion.
No, brother.
Yes.
My opinion, brother. This is political science of exterminating black people. Now, you may not want to.
You mentioned political science a lot, and I know you saw
brother,
my question the other day. Where did you get your degree in political
you
science
may not
from?
want to accept it, brother. You may not want to accept it. But the
It's not
reality of
about
it,
whether I
brother.
want to accept it or not. I want you to justify what you're saying. And what I find with a lot of what you get asked, just like when you were pressed about your actual beliefs, you do not have an answer. So how am I
Brother,
supposed to support and believe in someone who cannot explain the very foundations of their idea? It's laughable.
I've explained my ideology already, brother. I
You've
believe that all
explained
African
your
people
ideology.
are
You have
one
not explained
person.
the foundations of your
Brother,
ideology.
I've explained it already.
Why
No, brother.
someone should
All
believe in you.
African people are one family, brother. I've
Okay,
explained
that's
that.
your ideology.
The
What's your
second thing
religion?
is,
Come
brother,
on,
hold
man.
on, brother. The
What's
second
your
thing is
religion?
self-determination. The third thing, Africa for the Africans. The fourth thing,
But
if you
Africa,
are
hold on,
going to
sorry,
hold on,
pause.
brother. You see, brother,
Africa is
hold
a
on, brother.
nation. Anyone
Brother,
who's
hold on,
born on
brother,
there, Elon Musk is African.
You
He was
just
born
asked
in
me,
South
brother. You
Africa.
just asked me upon my beliefs, brother. You've asked me about my beliefs, and I've told you. You see what I'm saying, brother? Now,
No,
here's
because
the
your
thing, right?
beliefs are half-hearted.
No,
Well,
no, no,
you're
no, 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 no,
explaining them
brother. No, brother. I
half-heartedly,
was
rather.
raised on these
Sorry, your
beliefs,
beliefs
brother.
aren't half-hearted.
Brother, I
You're
was raised on these
explaining them
beliefs.
poorly.
I was raised on these beliefs, but what you brothers want to do and that, which typifies that you're not serious, is that this is what you want to do, and that you want to sit down, make excuses that we have to take responsibility for claiming back Africa. You don't want to take responsibility for that. You believe imaginatively that the non-African
What?
people are going to give you back Africa without any.
I've not made that claim.
You see,
I'm
and
not. No one's made that claim.
the problem
Yeah,
is
that's
that
crazy.
if you believe in that, which is why Brother Shakara was
What are you
explaining,
claiming?
which is why Brother Shakara was
Where are you
explaining
claiming?
that
Where
you
are
have
you
to
claiming?
teach the children how to run the world, and you must help
Distance at
to
its worst.
get that onto the back.
Man.
If you're not teaching them things, brother, you're going to
Literally,
teach them how
the
to
worst case
help
is cognitive dissonance.
non-African people in charge. It doesn't make any sense. So I don't need to debate about these things, brother, which are very clear. There's a problem on the African continent. We don't control everything. We are being subjugated. And those who are not indigenous to the African continent, they're claiming everything. They're doing it in the
You're not being
Caribbean,
fair. You're not being
and they're
fair
doing it
now.
in
Come on,
America.
bro.
It's
Come on,
clear.
bro. Come on,
You see?
bro. Let other people speak
Fallacy.
now. Come on, man.
Fallacy.
Allow it, man.
There's no
You know what I mean?
answer.
Because like
There's
it
no
doesn't even,
answer for a
bro.
basic question.
Where is your base? Where is your base in Africa? Please, bro. Yeah.
Brother, I've explained to you already. Pan-Africanism, brother, is very, very ancient.
All right. Yeah.
Understand?
Okay.
Therefore,
Yeah.
hold on, brother. You've asked me a question, so I'm explaining it. So therefore, brother, we can bring our government political science and military science curriculum to anywhere on the African continent, right? And we can start explaining to the people, right, that Black people have no friends. And in order to get your resources, in order to get control back, going to have to understand how the world is governed correctly, an African mindset, not a European, an Asian, Middle Eastern.
Okay.
And you have to create weapons to build to protect the resources and African life. These things are very simple, brother. Europeans understand it
The
very
problem is
well.
that that's
Middle
subjective.
Eastern
An African
understand it very
mindset is
well.
a subjective.
Asian understand it very well. In
It
fact,
is. A
the
lot of
Chinese
these people
people,
talking, it
in
all
fact, the
sounds very
Chinese
much
people, brother,
victim-like.
the Chinese people have a military base in Africa. You understand what I'm saying, bro? So how can you
People have
not
military
understand
countries
that
have
you
military
have to?
bases all over the world.
Okay,
You're still you're not
does
making
Does
any
Africa have a military
noticeable
base in China?
difference in what you're
Does
saying.
Africa have a military base in China?
Africa's not a country; it's a
No,
continent.
brother. I'm asking you a question.
That's right.
Does
And I've
Africa have a
answered it.
military
Africa
base?
is not a country; it's a
Okay.
continent, so
Does
it won't have a military base.
Does Nigeria have a military base in China?
Wow. What for? For
No,
what
it
reason?
doesn't.
No. Does Ghana have a
I
military
just answered you. I said no, it doesn't.
Okay, so why do Chinese people have a military base in Africa, brother?
Because
Explain that.
the politicians.
No,
They're the ones who get money for it.
brother. You see?
Exactly.
What do you mean? No, I'm answering your
Why do they have
question.
a military
Because
base
the enemies
in
do.
Africa,
That's why.
but no
Answer
African
your
country?
answer is simple because the enemies do.
Uh-huh.
We're not friends with the West, and the West have military bases in Africa, so China wants to do the same. Simple answer.
Yeah,
And
brilliant.
So the
and
reason
we
why
can say
Nigeria doesn't
that
have any in
and they
China
won't and
because
You
Nigeria
know,
doesn't have any
people,
weak,
brother.
won't have any
you know
Not
what the
weapons to
military
do that,
does?
right?
It protects their investment. And the reason why Africans haven't got military bases in other people's countries is because they don't
It's
have
pointless.
investments abroad.
Yeah.
They
That
also
stuff is
don't have a
pointless.
military might.
We don't need to. We don't need to. We got
Yeah, they don't need
You
to.
got brother. Now,
Because
brother,
It's
everyone's
not
trying to claim
necessary.
from
Brother
us.
Snipes is
Yeah,
a very
everyone's trying to claim
intelligent
from
man,
us.
you know. Brother
Yeah.
Snipes knows about
And as
political
I
science.
said, we
But
know,
he's
we're not,
flicking out.
bruv,
What do you mean
bruv.
that we don't know about these things,
You
brother? Come on,
think, you
you know
think, you
better.
think.
You know
Hold
better,
on.
bro.
You think, right? I didn't say we didn't know about this stuff. We know about a lot. You get what I'm saying? Whether it's political science and you can go to schools in Africa and you probably wouldn't even pass the grade of university level of political science in that country. Like, we're not doing that. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you just undermining and demeaning the capabilities of thing, and you generalize too much. You need to stop saying Africa. You need to start being more specific, because Africa's split up into different countries, different nations, and all of that have
So
steep,
is Europe,
long
brothers, now.
history. One
Europe
second,
is
bruv,
split up in different.
bruv,
Right,
that
brother.
have long histories steeped in a lot of these problems that were of the past. So you gave Nigeria as an example. I'll give you, they had ECOMOG forces, which was the peacekeeping force that went around Africa to all of these destabilized countries back in the day by Europeans, you know, and put themselves at risk and got killed sometimes, and, you know, have to keep sending out troops because they're the biggest country at the time. They've got the most troops. They've got the most thing. But all of this ideas against European openly when they can see you, I'm saying, where's your fucking base? Yeah, where are you saying this from? You can make all these protestations for Africa, yeah, but that encompasses a lot of countries that are intertwined with the so-called Europeans.
Yeah.
Maku, he's already answered that.
Can I?
To be fair, he's already answered that. He's trying to
How?
say that he
Can I?
could set up
Can
a
I just
base
say
anywhere
why,
in
in my
Africa. That's his
opinion,
point.
that
Nah, that
Pan-Africanism
can't
can't
happen.
work?
Can't happen, bruv.
Maku,
Is that, are you all right in your head? Yeah.
Maku,
You think you could just
let me
go
say
any
let me
part
say
of
something
Africa and
from a
set up base?
political science
Does
point
that
of
make
view.
sense?
Yeah. How did
Well,
Osman unify all the Ottoman tribes against the Byzantines? Any rebels were put down. You cannot see that in Africa. You cannot see an African country putting another African country under that like much oppression and oppressing their own brothers just to fight a common enemy. I cannot see that happening. I cannot see Nigeria warring Ghana if Ghana didn't bow to Nigeria when Nigeria is saying, no, we have to fight the British. I can't see that happening. That ruthlessness to turn on your own brother. Look at the Europeans, how the Europeans done it. France and England had a 100-year war killing each other.
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah,
imagine Africans
they
doing that?
still hate each other, man. They still hate each other.
Can you imagine
France
Africans
sends
doing
immigrants
that?
over here.
Can you imagine
Like,
Ghana
they
and
hate
Nigeria
each
going to
other.
war
and
over
I'm
such a
saying,
trivial matter?
I'm
I
saying,
can't see it,
then
bro.
that
But
means
that's a good
then.
point, Con. Do you know why? Because Nigeria and Ghana don't see each other as
Sorry.
brothers. The same way as other
No, we don't
Europeans
see
don't see each
each
other
other
as brothers.
as
Africans don't see
Ain't
enemies.
each other
about
as
brothers.
brothers.
One
It's
Like
can
second,
you
that.
kill them?
That's the point of
bro,
That's the point of
bro,
Pan-Africanism. Africans don't
obviously
see
we
each other as
do.
like brothers
Bro,
like that. We don't.
bro,
And
listen.
we never have and we never will.
Listen. That's in your part of Africa. In my part of Africa, West Africa, Ghanaians used to live majority of their history or whatever in Nigeria. They love Nigeria. It's only in the 1970s that we sent them packing back to their own country, and they were very upset and sad about it. And I think some Nigerians were sad about it as well. But that was just political wranglings. Yeah, we do consider ourselves as brothers and blah 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 because we have blood relation to each other. Definitely, you know, blood ties. You know, there's many times I'm gonna be called a Ghanaian. Like, yeah, you look Ghanaian. Like, no, I'm not from Ghana. Sorry. Do you get what I'm saying? But it doesn't really matter because from where I'm coming from, my mum speaks about 7, 8 languages, and one of them is Tree language, which is a Ghanaian language. You know what I'm saying? Because
No,
of
but that doesn't
who
mean
was
that your
around her
countries
when she
do
was growing up.
differ and your communities do not merge. And that's
Well,
clear from even just observing Ghanaians and Nigerians in the diaspora. Nigerians
oh,
and Nigerians and
I'm
Ghanaians in
saying,
diaspora, their cultures do not mix.
oh no,
That's
no,
just
of course
clear
we do, man.
observation
No,
from what I've
that's
observed
not
just from the diaspora
observation.
alone. I'm
That's
not an
how I
expert of
grow
West
up.
Africa.
I
I put
grew
my
up
hand
with
up to
that.
that. But
I go with my
your
Ghanaian
culture is
brothers.
not one.
But
Bruv,
brother,
as I said,
Ghanaians
I
can
just
work with
gave
each other
you
and
one
brother
second,
Mark,
they
brother Mark,
don't mix like that.
Marv. I just gave you the stigma of our parents when
No,
we
but you
were
gave me one
growing up.
example of your mom knowing Twee.
No, but I'm
You
saying,
can't
bro,
say
the
that. You can't
stigma,
use that for everybody
my
in Nigeria
brother,
and Ghana.
when I was growing up, I'm telling you, the stigma, that means in a time when you never existed. So listen to me. Makes sense, right? Because I was there. I was there in the 70s and blah, blah, blah. When I'm growing up with my Ghanaian friends, or my mom knows a family of Ghanaians and we're friends with them, right? In a time where the general consensus was, yeah, we don't hang or mess with Ghanaians. How does this come about? Because of their exile from our country, showing that they was there before. It was all fine. It was all cool just a week ago until a situation happened politically where they said, listen, you're too much in the country. I don't know what's going on. Go back to Ghana. Yeah, cool. Right. But it doesn't on a one-to-one thing how can you say we don't mix? That doesn't make sense.
Okay,
Yeah,
brother
because
Snipe.
it's not my generation that had that stigma. We heard it, but it had nothing to do with how we were gonna grow.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I grew up with my Ghanaian friends, and that was never an issue. Oh yeah, we kicked you out
But
of
you're
our
talking
country.
about your own experience. You can't use that
Yeah,
to say
but
that Nigerians
I'm a
and Ghanaians
Nigerian,
are
innit?
like they have like
In the
bonded with
diaspora, am I not?
one culture and they're
Yeah,
like
but I'm a
brothers.
Nigerian in the
Brother
diaspora.
Marv,
In the
brother Marv.
diaspora, and
Right.
so I've also been with Ghanaians in the diaspora.
Yeah.
So
No, but
like,
that's
what
like
are we
me
doing?
saying me a Ugandan in the diaspora, and my family had close family friends with I don't know Sudanese, and that means Sudanese and Ugandans are super close.
No, we're not saying they're
That's
super
the kind of
close. We're
example you're
saying,
giving me, bro.
but
Respectfully.
they are in the distance and the fact that they used to live together over hundreds of years. You know what I mean? Over a long period of time. So yeah,
brother Snipes,
especially when you mention Ghana, if it was
yeah.
another country like Togo or somewhere else, or somewhere further afield like Mali or something, then yeah. But nah, unfortunately, Ghana, the country that man chose as an example, was the wrong one to choose.
Well, brother Snipes, you and the brothers in here mentioned that the French and the British didn't like each other at the war, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But isn't the British helping the French to enforce this debt on the West African country, brother?
No, but that's business. That's business. I'm not saying to dumb it down or nothing. I'm not saying it's not serious, but that's business.
Right.
That's
you
business.
Could do business with people you don't like. That's
But
business.
it's definitely, when you say the country, though, my brother, it's definitely the institution, as in the government, right? So any debts, and when it comes to IMF or any type of European government or banks or world banks and all of this type of stuff, is going to be placed at the feet of the current administration or whatever. Do you get it? And that is always led back to the Europeans. They put these black Africans in place in these countries to control their interests, and somehow manage to get down the loan or get down the debt that they incurred. You know what I'm saying? How they incurred it through various different reasons. You know what I
It's
mean?
good that you brought up. Do you know why? Because one thing which is holding us back, and which is that the Europeans could not get along with other Europeans, but do you know what they put first, and we should learn from them, is business.
Yeah,
Same thing with the Asians. Not all Asian countries get along with each other. What they put first before their disputes is business.
And that's
we
what
put our differences first.
Africanism is
We
part
don't
of
care about
business.
business like that.
Right.
And you could see that with all levels of African Caribbean society and communities wherever in the world, whether it's Africa, the Caribbean, or whether in the diaspora. We don't put business first.
And this is what I'm saying, brother, is that Pan-Africanism, brother, as much as people may find it obscure and all these things, it is a business, brother, of making sure that African descendants on the continent, in the diaspora, have a treaty to keep one another in power. This is business, brother. You see, but when we keep mentioning things like this, but which African country, this culture, that country, that culture, sorry.
But the problem is,
there's one thing that we don't manufacture, which holds us back as well, to implement what you want to do. We don't manufacture our own weapons. So that's why we are forced to keep ties with the people that we buy our weapons from. That's what I'm saying. So it's only when a nation is able to manufacture their own weapons, right? Or they purchase weapons from their allies, is when that country could have independence and basically have a puff at their chest. But if they know that they're forced to purchase weapons from someone who does not have their own interest, then they're always going to kind of be leaned on and be under pressure. Because at the same time, they kind of need those weapons to defend themselves from other tense situations that other nations.
Brother, you made a very good point. I read
in
in the paper the other day, I think Turkey is selling Africa weapons now. But you will not get England or France selling you weapons, bro.
Everyone's
not stupid, innit?
No,
they're not stupid.
They sell weapons to man, yes.
Yeah, everyone sells weapons. Everyone's been selling weapons for a long time. We don't manufacture weapons.
Navies, submarines, all sorts. They sell us
We're
everything,
buying all sorts of second-hand stuff, third-hand stuff,
maybe.
World War II stuff.
Yeah, not maybe. It's definitely been a
Everyone's
case.
selling us stuff.
I didn't know.
Everyone's selling us stuff.
Don't be rolling up on some African countries, because I'm telling you, bro, you'd be surprised. You get me?
Everyone's
That's
saying this,
heavily
and that's the
defended.
problem we have. We don't manufacture our own stuff, so we have
But
to
as I
be in
said,
bed
the only thing we
with
don't
our
have is
enemies.
nuclear capability. You know what I'm saying? Like they purposely know that is thing. But when it comes to troops on the ground, yeah, a lot of the Europeans are floundering. That's why they have to use drones, bomb the place for 30 days, and then go in with your little amount of troops compared to the general population of that place. That's the only way it works. You know what I mean? So it's mad. You know what I'm saying? But as I said, Pan-Africanism is going to have to come in a form. It's all good, well and good talk. You're going to have to appeal to these African governments or whatever, which might be a problem. Do you get it? Because no one wants to let go of the regime that exists right now. Some of us, we're outside of it, so we can say what we want. But if you knew, like, say, Ugandan politics, yeah, you might know that, oh, maybe the right time to insert this Pan-African idea in a sense of let's build a base. It's going to take time. It's like it depends on what country and what level they are in what they're doing. This is why I say investigation and going to Africa and going to the different countries would be, good
That's the
reconnaissance
point.
first. You know what I mean?
You
To
have to
see
approach different countries and different tribes in
right
different ways.
and where you want to settle, because if you're going to set up base, any type of base, you got to be there too. Do you get what I'm saying? And that would make sense. And then you're fighting from an African point of view. Oh, what country you represent? Oh, Gambia, because Gambia was one of the lowest economy-wise countries in Africa, one of the poorest countries. Sorry, yeah. Then go there, build it up, show that Pan-Africanism economically and everything, and build up that nation till you can step on the world stage and say, look, we are not trading with anyone. We've got control of our trade and our raw materials, and we want to do this. We're going to build a base and blah, blah, blah. And that would be a better plan. It's like saying when you go to Africa, because sometimes you can find half-done mansions, you know what I mean, where people can't afford to finish the construction. You get me? And all you got to do is pay a certain amount of money and get it finished, and boom, you got a ready-made mansion. Thanks. You know what I'm saying? To the guy who got it halfway done. You know what I mean? So it's the same with these African countries. Find an African country that's suitable for you and fits the requirements. Fits the requirements of being repaired. Do you get it? What do you think of that, Brother Kel?
Brother Kel just needs to start very local, man. Start with a little tribe somewhere in Africa.
That's what I'm saying.
Slowly,
Just find a little
learn the
place.
customs, learn how those people
I don't
operate,
disagree with
and
anything
build
that
from
he's
there.
saying, yeah. But it's from what standpoint? Who are you appealing to when you're saying this? How can people stop certain things that you want stopped without dealing with these Europeans? How's that going to be possible? What guys are you coming under when you're saying Pan-Africans, Pan-Africanism, the Pan-African land, the land that you guys represent in Africa? Because other than that, it's just a fallacy. It's just like ideas. You know what I
100%.
mean?
That's what you
Theories
find
and
with a
that.
lot of these things. It's just ideas. And no one's saying you can't have an idea,
Yeah.
but when you start to imprint your idea onto other people and say basically this is how we should be, but you're not willing to take criticism or adapt your idea or understand that your idea may not be suitable for everyone. That's where I have
I want to save my brother getting bumped, because if you know Africans, then you know that the possibility of you getting duped, going there with your open heart, thinking, oh, you're my African brother, Africa for the African. This nigga laughing in the back of his head, thinking this numpty. You know what I'm saying? You explain your plan, your format, and he says, all right, bring money. You bring money, boom. Month or two
That money's
later,
gone.
man's looking at you with military force, saying, "Bruvs, I don't know what money you're talking about."
This is his yard.
Exactly.
100%.
And that's a good example, Maku.
And that's gonna make you feel
because
super
Africans
African.
don't look at us like we don't look at
Right.
each other like that, bro. It's not that
Right.
deep.
Yeah.
We don't look at each other like that. It's not. We don't look at skin color like that. Like whereby oh,
No.
you're black, okay, it's love. Nah, man.
But business is also business for us as well. And ain't no more more
Skin's not a
cunning than
deep
an
thing in
African.
Africa. On the ground of Africa,
No, but the
black
business
skin
needs
is
to be
not
based
that
upon
deep.
code of conducts, brother Maku, to control the dopamine so we don't be conniving to one another.
No, but
You see?
Right,
break down the science when you say
listen,
dopamine, because you keep
they
saying
got
that, but what do
juju
you mean by
mean.
it?
Hold on, they got juju mean in Africa, man. I'm telling you, these men are dealing with
When
forces.
you're saying
It
juju,
might,
brother, it's
yeah,
assassinating
man.
our African culture, brother. This is why
I'm
the
not
non-African.
assassinating it. I'm not assassinating. It's another word for what you would call obia. We call it juju. Yeah, magic.
Listen,
Yeah,
brothers, I'm off, yeah? Have a good
come
one.
on.
Go to bed,
Yeah,
man.
man. Big up, man.
Yeah,
God
So
love.
like, yeah,
Yeah,
man.
in a bit.
I'm just giving you the African or the Nigerian version of that thing there. That's going to
I know,
be in
but
the
bro,
political
but
wranglings and the
brother,
political science. Some of that political science invokes these ideas of psychic self-defense and all of these type of things.
know this, brother,
Because
and we appreciate this, but brother, we cannot get away from the fact, brother, that we're gonna have to claim back our continent back, brother. You can't get out of it, brother. It's the truth.
but claim back from where, as I said, if you
Brother,
find
you
a
know where we're
country,
gonna claim it back, brother Maku.
as
You
I said,
know where we're gonna
bro,
claim it back, brother.
you
You know
can't
this.
go to any country with your ideas and expect to be taken seriously. I'm saying, where are you going in the sense of, are you going to find an African country that is underdeveloped and your plans and your building and everything, you lot go there, do the economics, do everything, bill it all.